Chapter 1. Shaya of the Saiyans. In a boundless expanse of profound darkness devoid of any light, Shaya found himself lost in the abyss, unable to ascertain how long he had lingered. There was it a year, 2 years, or perhaps even longer. The passage of time had become a blur. Since his arrival in this seemingly infinite void, he had aimlessly drifted without purpose. Fleeting orbs of light, both bright and dim, danced before his eyes. Shaya strained to approach these luminous spheres, yet each time he neared one, it swiftly vanished into the obsidian depths. He could not comprehend the reason behind his pursuit of these lights. It was merely an instinctual yearning to escape the engulfing darkness. In his previous life, Shaya had been an ordinary office worker, adhering to the monotonous routine of 9 to 5, navigating the urban landscape like countless others. On that fateful day, as he concluded his work and strolled past a marketplace, he contemplated treating himself to a small indulgence. Just then, a pane of tempered glass plummeted from above, striking him squarely and rendering him unconscious. When he awoke, he discovered himself in this unfamiliar, shadowy realm. An avid reader of novels, Shaya was well acquainted with the myriad tribulations faced by protagonists, so upon realizing his sudden presence in this vast, dark expanse, he experienced a flicker of excitement. Had he perhaps been fortuitously transported to the legendary Chaos era? Would he soon encounter Pangu, cling to his coattails, and vanquish gods and Buddhas alike? However, as time passed, Shaya learned the harsh truth. The tales spun in those novels were mere fabrications. He had not encountered any legendary deities or obtained any treasures. In fact, he had not even glimpsed a single ray of tangible light. Gradually, he came to understand his predicament. This was not the fabled era of boundless resources, but rather a desolate, pitch-black prison where he was irrevocably ensnared. A wave of despondency washed over him as he pondered the uncertainty of his escape. If I calculate correctly, a new orb of light should soon manifest. This time, I must muster all my strength. Surely, I can break free from this place. Shaya encouraged himself, fixing his gaze intently upon the darkness ahead. Suddenly, a dazzling light erupted, gradually expanding into a colossal orb. Shaya was confident he had never encountered a sphere so grand and radiant. What a magnificent orb! This isn't my chance to escape hinges on this moment. With a determined grit, he clenched his teeth and summoned every ounce of his being to propel himself towards the immense orb. The stinging winds lashed against him, a relentless torment from the depths of his soul, yet he gritted his teeth and pressed on. Just a little further, I am almost there. Shaya's contorted visage was fixed with unwavering resolve, his eyes shimmering with determination as he advanced inch by inch against the punishing winds. As he drew closer, he was astounded to discover that the orb was far larger than he could have ever imagined, rendering him insignificant, akin to an ant before a titan. At last, I have arrived. I can finally escape this wretched place, Shaya exclaimed, his face alight with exhilaration as he approached with deliberate steps. Upon making contact with the luminous orb, an intense surge of energy coursed through his entire being, binding him firmly to its surface. The excruciating pain seared his soul, while within the depths of darkness, a murky flow of energy surged toward him. The clash of these two extreme pains overwhelmed him, twisting his visage into a grimace, and ultimately, he succumbed to the agony and fainted. Unbeknownst to Shaya, as he slipped into unconsciousness, 2 powerful streams of gray energy began to converge and intertwine, meticulously refining his soul. In a fleeting moment, with a sudden whoosh, Shaya vanished, drawn into the vast interior of the colossal orb. The dim, shadowy expanse regained its tranquility, interrupted only by the sporadic flicker of tiny luminous points that appeared and vanished in an instant. On Planet Vegeta, in the infant incubation chamber, a realm of advanced technology, newborn Saiyan infants spent a period of time before being assigned to various planets based on their aptitude. Due to the significance of this location, King Vegeta deployed a substantial force for its protection and arranged for the most sophisticated computer systems to oversee operations. Suddenly, a disturbance occurred at one of the incubation beds, and the computer detected an unusual energy fluctuation, triggering a loud alarm. What is happening? Inquired the middle-aged Saiyan responsible for guarding the nursery. Rushing over to question the aliens nearby, a group of aliens with crocodilian features promptly examined the computer and then hurried to the alarmed bed, meticulously comparing all the data displayed. They reported, "There's nothing to worry about. It appears to be a minor glitch in the incubation pod's data interface, causing a false alarm. Simply replacing it with a new pod will suffice." How startling. The technology of your data, people, seems rather unreliable. Don't you think you should promptly replace that pod for the child? remarked the middle-aged Saiyan with a scornful expression, chastising the aliens before striding away with an air of arrogance. The Dadar aliens exchanged glances, shaking their heads in resignation. The leader of the aliens declared loudly, "What are we waiting for? We must swiftly replace the incubation pod. If we incite the Saiyan's wrath, we shall surely suffer the consequences." The remaining Dadar aliens shivered at his words and hurriedly brought in a brand new incubation unit. After carefully transferring the Saiyan infant, they cautiously exited the nursery, continuing to monitor all infant data without daring to relax their vigilance. Such is the tragedy of the weak these Dadar aliens, members of a relatively weak cosmic civilization, were spared from extermination after their home planet was conquered by the Saiyans, thanks to their commendable technology, and now they remain to oversee the newborn Saiyan infants. In light of the Saiyans' tyranny and brutality, the fate of the Dodoria star can be considered remarkably fortunate for those weaker planets that have faced invasion. Unlike other insignificant worlds, where the indigenous populations have been mercilessly exterminated and the planets subsequently resold, the Dodoria star's experience stands out. Upon the departure of the stationed Saiyans and the Dodoria inhabitants, a young Saiyan child, who had just been placed in a new incubation pod, opened his eyes, the innocent gaze shimmering with incredulity. Think I have arrived on Planet Vegeta and transformed into a Saiyan child," exclaimed Shaya, astonished. He had not anticipated that traversing through the colossal light would lead him out of the dark void and into the Dragon Ball universe, reincarnated as a Saiyan. Even more astonishing was his ability to comprehend the language of these extraterrestrial beings. "I wonder what era it is now. How many years remain until the plot commences?" This was the foremost question on Shaya's mind. However, the fact that Planet Vegeta had yet to meet its demise suggested that the storyline had not yet begun. Yet, an intense sense of urgency surged within him. This was the Dragon Ball universe, home to formidable beings capable of plucking stars from the sky and annihilating planets with ease. Shaya quickly regained his composure, meticulously contemplating his next steps. "First, I must ascertain the timeline within the Dragon Ball realm. I need to know how much longer it is until Planet Vegeta's destruction. If there is ample time, it may not be an issue. Otherwise, I could be in grave danger." Amidst the overwhelming threat of planetary annihilation, Shaya could not guarantee that he would possess the same fortune as Goku to escape unscathed. He silently wished for an abundance of time. Soon, Shaya noticed the transparent display screen on the incubation pod, which revealed some basic information about the Saiyan child. ID 11,379. Name Shaya. Parents Brent, Beatrice. Potential intermediate. Battle power 89. Evaluation above average for an intermediate. Advised to train on Planet Vegeta for 3 years before being sent to a lower class planet. Chapter 2. Becoming powerful. In the following month, Shaya remained quietly nestled within the infant incubation pod, gradually growing stronger under its care. Despite the Saiyans' inherently cold nature, their nurturing of newborns was exemplary. These incubation pods utilized the latest technology from Dodoria Star, featuring mattresses as soft as silk and a gentle, nurturing environment. The pods routinely supplied the infants with specially formulated high-dosage nutrient solutions, ensuring their rapid and optimal growth. A month later, Shaya gazed at the transparent monitor ahead, which indicated that his battle power had reached 95, an increase of 6 points from the previous month. While this may seem modest, it was quite commendable for a newborn Saiyan child. Shaya understood that his potential marked him as a standout among intermediate warriors. Although he could not rival those elite warriors whose battle power exceeded 100 at birth, he was indeed remarkable among all newly born infants that on Planet Vegeta, approximately 10,000 Saiyan infants are born each year, among which the number of elite warriors constitutes a mere fraction, falling short of 100. The overwhelming majority are low-ranking warriors, accompanied by a small contingent of mid-tier fighters. Upon the conclusion of their training period, these low-ranking warriors are dispatched to various lesser planets to undertake missions, while the mid-tier warriors remain on Planet Vegeta for a rigorous 3-year training regimen before being assigned tasks. As for the elite warriors, they hail from esteemed Saiyan families, regarded as treasures. They receive the finest training and care on Planet Vegeta until they evolve into the most formidable Saiyan warriors. That is a harsh reality. Yet this is the manner in which the Saiyans manage their progeny. Once the training period concludes, the rigid hierarchy among the Saiyans becomes glaringly apparent. Elite warriors receive the utmost care, while low-ranking warriors are sent out to struggle for survival, returning only when they possess sufficient strength. The Saiyans adhere to a brutal principle of survival of the fittest. They are a naturally combative race, requiring strength to secure a place on Planet Vegeta. During this month, Shaya encountered his parents, a quintessential Saiyan couple embodying the philosophy of the survival of the fittest. After a brief reunion with Shaya, they hastily departed to execute their missions. Shaya quietly observed, closing his eyes after their departure. However, to his surprise, he met Bardock this time. Bardock was still quite young, appearing to be under 20 years of age. He had come to visit a comrade's newborn child. Bardock's youth indicated that there was still a considerable amount of time before Frieza would obliterate Planet Vegeta. At least over a decade remained for Bardock to mature and eventually leave the planet. This revelation filled Shaya with elation. There are at least several years before Planet Vegeta's destruction. This time is ample for me to grow into a powerful warrior. Shaya beamed, his youthful face illuminated by a smile, his eyes sparkling with confidence. Next, I will undergo 3 years of training on Planet Vegeta, after which I may be assigned to remote planets for missions. Perhaps I can seize this opportunity to stealthily journey to Earth, Shaya contemplated, only to shake his head and discard the notion of an immediate trip to Earth. It was still too early for such a venture. He intended to wait a few more years until his body had matured somewhat. More importantly, every Saiyan spacecraft is equipped with a tracking system, and he feared that an early excursion to Earth might attract Frieza's attention, heightening the risk of exposing Earth. Having arrived in the Dragon Ball universe and fortuitously becoming a Saiyan, Shaya was determined not to remain complacent and lead a mundane existence, merely to perish. Alongside Planet Vegeta at Frieza's hands, he aspired to become a powerful warrior, one who commands his own destiny. Frieza, the androids, and Majin Buu shall serve as stepping stones for him, obstacles to be cast aside on his path to greatness, that he will transcend the original narrative, becoming more formidable than both Son Goku and Vegeta. Present. Shaya must carefully contemplate how to ensure his growth remains steady and uninterrupted. Among the Saiyans, those born with a battle power below 30 are classified as low-level warriors, those between 30 and 100 as mid-level, and those exceeding 100 as high-level warriors. Saiyan's birth largely dictates the heights they may ultimately attain. Low-level warriors typically achieve a battle power below 2,000, while mid-level warriors range from 2,000 to 5,000. That only high-level warriors can reach or surpass a battle power of 5,000. Thus, high-level warriors hold a particularly esteemed position among the Saiyans, representing the elite lineage of their race and embodying their utmost combat prowess. Currently, there are fewer than 20 warriors on Planet Vegeta whose battle power exceeds 10,000, and they are all exceptional among the Saiyans. Shaya does not dismiss the significance of innate talent. Exceptional aptitude can facilitate swift advancement. With equal effort, those endowed with superior potential will yield results that far surpass their less gifted counterparts. However, he also understands that talent is not the sole criterion for future achievement, especially among the Saiyans. Numerous examples abound. For instance, Son Goku's father, Bardock, was a low-level warrior, yet when Planet Vegeta was destroyed, his combat power far surpassed that of many high-level warriors, a testament to the limits he shattered through years of relentless combat. Moreover, Son Goku himself, a mere low-level warrior, has repeatedly transcended his limits, emerging as one of the most powerful beings in the universe. Is this merely a limitation of talent? No. While aptitude may gauge the accomplishments of the average individual, it is not the decisive factor. The environment in which one grows plays a crucial role. Why has Son Goku been able to surpass his limits time and again? The Saiyan bloodline undoubtedly contributes, yet there are others in the universe who possess bloodlines superior to that of the Saiyans. Before Goku, although the Saiyans were regarded as a warrior race, few could truly be called universe-level super warriors. Without Frieza's intervention, even the captain of the Ginyu Force alone could have annihilated the entire Saiyan race. Merely possessing Saiyan blood does not guarantee universal dominance. It ultimately relies on depth of experience. Shaya believes that the cultivation methods of Earth are exceptionally advanced. Unlike the crude energy attacks employed by most races in the universe, Earth's methods are more refined and conducive to the training of powerful beings. Perhaps the combination of Saiyan blood and Earth's cultivation techniques is more suitable, allowing for the gradual accumulation of strength that leads to continual breakthroughs. Once my body is fully matured, I shall seek an opportunity to learn the cultivation methods from Earth. Lost in thought, Shaya gradually drifted into slumber. Chapter 3. 3 years. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had elapsed, and Shaya was finally able to leave the infant incubation chamber. He was lifted from the pod, yet to his surprise, the individuals cradling him were not his parents, but rather a pair of unfamiliar Saiyan couples. Little Shaya, your parents perished while on mission. From this day forward, Aunt Rebecca will take care of you. spoke a graceful female Saiyan as she gently held Shaya. Meanwhile, Rebecca's husband lifted another Saiyan infant and placed both children together on a mobile cot, departing the incubation chamber. At this moment, Rebecca's husband, Edric, said, "Although Brent and the others have fallen as comrades, we will take good care of their children. This way, Shilling will have a companion, and we can arrange for them to go on missions together in the future. I hope the two little ones can get along well." Rebecca smiled as she looked at the two little ones in their cribs. "It turns out that my two parents died while on a mission, and now the ones taking care of me are their former comrades." Shaya observed silently. The loss of his parents did not bring him much sadness, as there seemed to be little affection between them beyond blood ties. Instead, he felt closer to the Saiyan couple who adopted him. Turning to look at the other little one lying beside him, he saw that the small child was sucking on their little pinky finger, with bright little eyes wide open, staring at him. When the little one noticed someone looking at her, she made some soft sounds, released her pinky finger from her mouth, and then pressed it against Shaya's lips, starting to babble excitedly. "Hey, what are you doing?" Shaya opened the fingers of the little Saiyan girl. But the little one seemed to be having a great time and reached out again. "Look, Rebecca, isn't Shilling very fond of little Shaya? I think they will get along very well," said Adri with a hearty laugh. "Yes." Rebecca smiled as she watched the two little ones frolicking. "How can you tell that we get along well?" Shaya silently shouted in his heart. Rebecca's home was located in the bustling area of Planet Vegeta, not far from the royal city. Those living here were generally families of intermediate warriors or above, and both Rebecca and her husband were high-ranking warriors, making their house one of the most luxurious in the vicinity. For the convenience of mission execution, members of the same team lived not too far from each other. Shaya's original home was also in this area, just a few streets away from Rebecca's house. During the last mission, Adri's team was ambushed by hostile forces while carrying out their task on a remote planet. After a fierce battle, 7 out of 13 members of Adri's team were killed, and 4 were seriously injured. The team suffered a devastating blow, and among the 7 who died were Shaya's parents. Adri's team was virtually non-existent. Upon returning to Planet Vegeta and delivering consolation money to the families of fallen teammates, Adri disbanded the team and took a position as an instructor at the training camp. It was then that they learned of Shaya's existence, so they brought him home to care for him together with their daughter Shilling. After arriving at Rebecca and her husband's home, Shaya's life was very comfortable, and it would have been even better if he weren't followed by a little Saiyan. For some reason, ever since she first met Shaya, the little Saiyan named Shilling seemed to have found a fun toy and followed him everywhere, even refusing to leave during meals and sleep, which often led Rebecca to say that the two of them were very compatible. Before long, it was time for Shaya and Shilling to attend training, so under Adri's arrangement, the two entered the training camp. Except for Saiyans with high warrior qualifications who had their own training grounds, all intermediate warriors had to share a training area. Shaya and Shilling both have intermediate warrior qualifications, so they were assigned to the same training camp. There are a total of 100 Saiyans in this camp, all of whom are intermediate qualified children, with combat power generally between 60 and 70. There are not many children like Shaya who are close to a combat power of 100. These children will train under the guidance of adult Saiyans, and life in the training camp is very harsh. After a period of training, Shaya immediately experienced the gap between Saiyan training methods and those of Earthlings. This is not training. It's simply being beaten up. Every day, apart from getting beaten, it's still getting beaten. The adult Saiyans have no concept of holding back. No matter who you are, they come at you with full force, providing no targeted guidance. Is this the training method of a warrior race? If it weren't for the strong physique of the Saiyans, such training would not yield any results. On the training ground, Shaya helplessly shook his head. During this time, his combat power did not increase much, but his ability to take hits improved significantly. As a warrior race, Saiyans naturally have their own way of growing, and while this training method may not have flaws, it is still vastly different from what Shaya had initially imagined. In Shaya's view, this kind of training is a complete waste of time. Thinking of this, Shaya felt a bit regretful. Is the cultivation method in the universe always this direct and straightforward? No wonder they can't even use ki. Unfortunately, this kind of life has to continue for 3 years, which feels like a waste of life to Shaya, who is determined to become stronger. Several times, Shaya asked Edley if there were any other cultivation methods, but Edley looked at him in surprise and replied, "This is the best way for Saiyans to grow. Many life forms in the universe have grown through such training." This left Shaya momentarily speechless. Thus, Shaya began to see the gap between Saiyans and Earthlings in their training methods. The Saiyans training methods are very crude and still in a very primitive and barbaric state, but this training method is currently the most popular type in the universe. In contrast, the Earthlings' cultivation method can truly be called cultivation. The strong hone their skills, while the weak rely on wisdom. The Earthlings' cultivation methods were created through years of struggle on a low-level planet, possessing a high degree of intelligence from the very beginning, which is why they differ from the aliens. No wonder the vast majority of aliens cannot use ki. Helplessly, Shaya could only rely on his experience from watching Dragon Ball in his previous life and explore on his own. He strapped weights onto himself, as he didn't know any more sophisticated methods. Fortunately, under the tenfold gravity of Planet Vegeta, the effects were immediate, and he soon surpassed other intermediate warriors of the same period. Meanwhile, Shilling, who was always following Shaya, saw him tying weights to himself and thought it looked fun. So she tied a few onto herself as well, which made it difficult for her to even walk. With tears in her eyes, Shilling looked at Shaya with a dissatisfied expression. In response, Shaya insisted that it really wasn't his fault. Finally, after 3 years of training, they made it through. At nearly 4 years old, Shaya was already close to 1 meter tall, and his combat power had broken through to 410 points, which stood out in a training camp where the average combat power was just over 200. It should be noted that a combat power of 410 was already much stronger than Son Goku's when he defeated the second-generation Demon King Piccolo at the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament in the original story. And at this point, Shaya was still not yet 4 years old. This was thanks to his intermediate warrior qualifications, of course, along with Shaya's own efforts. Following Shaya was Shilling, with a combat power of 370, also significantly surpassing her peers. The achievements of the two were already better than those of ordinary high-level warriors. Just as the 3-year period was coming to an end, Shaya and Shilling's mission was announced. With Edley's help, Shaya and Shilling's mission was arranged together. The target was a remote planet called Selma, located in the southern region of the North Galaxy. Chapter 4. Planet Selma. Planet Selma is located in the southern region of the North Galaxy and is a low-level planet. So far, only some primitive races exist on this planet, with no signs of civilization. Since the Saiyans are loyal to Frieza, all missions issued by Planet Vegeta serve Frieza's forces. This time was no exception. Shaya and Shilling's mission was to eliminate the primitive races on planet Selma and then hand over the planet to Frieza's forces for sale. To put it bluntly, the Saiyan race is merely Frieza's henchmen, and they're the kind that can be discarded at any time. It is said that every 1,000 years, a golden-haired Super Saiyan is born among the Saiyans. This rumor should not be fully trusted. Even the Saiyans themselves do not believe it much. However, Frieza does have such concerns in his heart, so the best method is to keep the Saiyans under close surveillance and also study their habits. However, up to now, no noteworthy characters have emerged among the Saiyans. Otherwise, Frieza would probably be the first to want to eliminate them. Facing the impending mission, Shaya felt very excited because he was about to leave Planet Vegeta, which would mark the first step on his path to becoming stronger. As for the mission assigned to him by Planet Vegeta, he felt he could take his time and did not take it to heart. After leaving Planet Vegeta, what could still control him? He could decide when to complete the mission. Well, he could first go to Planet Selma to hone his skills for a while, and after a few years when his body became stronger, he could go to other parts of the universe. At that time, whether to go to Earth first or Namek seemed to be a pretty good choice. Shaya was bubbling with joy, already starting to plan how to arrange the upcoming time. Soon, the day arrived for Shaya and Shilling to set off. On this day, the couple Rebecca personally took Shaya and Shilling to the spaceport located on the other side of the Imperial City. This was a modern spaceport covering several kilometers, serving as the main passage for Vegeta connecting to outer space. Huge buildings resembling lighthouses were scattered around the spaceport, and in the open spaces surrounded by these lighthouse-like structures, there were several concave landing points made of rubber material, each serving as a landing spot for spaceships. Just as Shaya and the others entered the spaceport, dozens of spherical flying vehicles began to land or take off from the landing points. Shaya, once you arrive at Selma, be careful and don't let your guard down just because it's a low-level planet. If you encounter danger, escape if you can. Don't try to fight hard. Adley said seriously while looking at Shaya. Since the complete annihilation of Adley's team, his views on missions and life had changed. Seeing Shaya nod, he then advised his daughter Shilling, "Your power is not as strong as Shaya's, so don't be mischievous and listen to Shaya more." Got it. Shilling blinked her little eyes and smiled cheerfully. Little Shaya, take good care of Shilling and come back early after completing the mission, Rebecca said reluctantly. stepping forward to hug both Shaya and Shieling. I will take good care of Shieling. Shaya nodded seriously and then stepped into his own spacecraft. It was a small, spherical flying machine. After Shaya lay down inside, the hatch of the spacecraft closed automatically. Through the blue-tinted glass, Shaya saw the Rebecca couple standing not far away, waving their arms at him. A sense of melancholy rose in Shaya's heart, and his eyes became somewhat hazy. He waved his hand toward the outside of the spaceship and pressed the launch button inside. Suddenly, a downward force pressed heavily on him, and the entire spacecraft shot straight up as if propelled by a great force. Before long, they had left the atmosphere of Planet Vegeta and entered the vast and dark cosmos. Due to the high speed of the spherical spacecraft, a long white trail was left behind. Through the spaceship's glass, Shaya saw the dark red planet Vegeta rapidly receding, soon shrinking to a dot of light before disappearing from view. Not far from him, another spherical spacecraft followed closely behind. It was the ship that Shieling was on. At that moment, Shieling was pressed against the spaceship's glass, her small face darting around, and her gaze inevitably turned towards him. It seemed this little girl was feeling a bit nervous. Char smiled and sent a message to Shuriing through the spaceship communicator, then entered sleep mode. Selma Star is far from Vegeta Star, and the spaceship needs to travel for 7 months to reach it. To put it in perspective, Earth only takes a month to reach Namek. Selma Star is just a low-level planet, according to the classification of planets in the universe. Planets with a maximum combat power below 1,000 are classified as low-level. Those with a maximum combat power between 1,000 and 10,000 are classified as mid-level. And those with a maximum combat power above 10,000 are classified as high-level. Therefore, the combat power of the beings on Selma Star should all be below 1,000. With Char and Shuriing's current combat powers of 410 and 370, respectively, as long as they are careful, there should be no danger. It is estimated that in just a few years, Char's combat power will completely surpass the highest combat power on Selma Star. In the vast and boundless universe, countless stars twinkle and adorn the dark starry sky, like a huge painting slowly unfolding. In the night, 2 bright beams of light flashed quickly and soon disappeared. They were 2 milky white spherical spacecraft. In the blink of an eye, 7 months had passed since Char and the others left Vegeta Star, and the destination, Selma Star, was now within reach. With a beep, the spaceship automatically exited sleep mode, and Char slowly awakened from his slumber. What came into view was a large sky blue planet. Is that Selma Star? Shaya thought in astonishment. Compared to the dark red hue of Planet Vegeta, the colors of Selma Star were more elegant and beautiful. Selma Star is located in a binary star system, having 2 stars, resulting in most of the day being bright. Its unique planetary position also creates distinct landscapes. The atmosphere of Selma Star is azure, with the ocean covering less than 40% of the planet. The rest is all land, except for the icy regions at the poles. The rest of the planet is covered in vegetation, making it a beautiful green planet. On this day, a sudden roar broke the tranquility of Selma Star's sky. 2 spherical objects, glowing red, suddenly fell from high above, crashing down with 2 thunderous booms, causing a violent impact that sent sand and stones flying, quickly obscuring the vision. Large areas of forest were destroyed in the crash, and a strong shockwave spread out from the impact site, bending countless towering trees to the ground, uprooting entire trees. Gradually, the dust cloud dissipated, revealing nearly 100 square meters of bare sand and stones that had become unrecognizable. In the middle of the bare sand and stones were 2 circular impact craters, each about 30 meters wide and 5 meters deep. In the center of the craters, 2 spherical spacecraft were half buried in the sand, emitting wisps of smoke. With a crack, the hatch of one spacecraft opened, and a child in a battle suit, with a tail behind him, crawled out. Shaking off the sand and dust, Shaya coughed lightly a couple of times and then moved to the other spacecraft, knocking on the compartment only to find that Shiling's ship had crashed upside down, with the hatch trapped beneath. He then flipped the spacecraft to reveal the hatch. With a click, the hatch opened, and Shilling crawled out of the ship. "Brother Shaya, is this our destination?" Shilling asked, covering her mouth to disperse the surrounding dust, frowning in dissatisfaction. Chapter 5. Rising difficulty. Yes, this is Selma Star. Our mission is to eliminate the primitive species here. Let me see just how strong these primitive species are. Shaya smiled and nodded at Shilling, then soared into the air, flying to a height of over 300 meters above the ground. Looking around, he saw a vast expanse of green primitive forest, a dense jungle surrounded by steep mountains. Shaya took a glance and landed on a raised rock ledge. He tapped the lens-type energy detector on his ear and pressed the switch, hearing the beeping electronic sounds in his ears, with a series of data representing location and energy appearing on the lens. 456, 289, 358, 985, 650. A series of data floated before him, and as the numbers on the lens continued to flash, Shaya's forehead gradually tightened, especially when the number 985 flashed by, prompting an involuntary gasp from him. The combat power of the indigenous people of Selma Star was actually this high? Shaya's expression became serious. He originally thought that, as a low-level planet, the indigenous people would have combat powers of 600 or 700 at most. But he didn't expect to encounter beings with combat powers close to 1,000, which was already very close to the standard of a mid-level planet. Turning off the detector, Shaya looked at Shieling with a grave expression and said with a wry smile, "It seems this mission 1T be easy to complete. According to the data I just detected, there are more than 100 energy sources on this planet with combat power exceeding 400, and nearly 20 with combat power above 800, with several combat powers almost reaching 1,000. In short, the difficulty of this mission is extremely high, and any slight mistake could result in life-threatening danger. Damn it, this is clearly a mission meant for high-level warriors. How could it be assigned to us?" Shaya cursed inwardly, but he also understood why Planet Vegeta assigned this task to him. It was mainly because their performance in the training camp was too outstanding, even surpassing that of ordinary elite warriors. What should we do then? Won't that mean we won't be able to complete the task for a long time? Shiling's mood plummeted as soon as she heard this. The difficulty of the task was rising sharply, and if they couldn't complete it, they wouldn't be able to return to Planet Vegeta, which meant she would be unable to see her parents for a long time. For an ordinary intermediate warrior, it would take at least 6 to 7 years to reach a battle power of 1,000. However, our training method is more effective than that of regular Saiyans. Maybe 2 or 3 years will be enough, Shaya said calmly. When he left Planet Vegeta, his battle power had already reached 410, while Shiling's was 370. After more than 7 months of long-distance flight, although they spent that time in hibernation, the growth of their Saiyan bodies still allowed their battle powers to increase somewhat. Just now, Shaya also detected their battle powers. His battle power had reached 460, while Shiling's had reached 420. It's important to note that Shaya and the others were just over 4 years old, while other Saiyans their age had battle powers just over 200. But that still takes a long time. Shiling's voice was a bit downcast, but she quickly perked up and said energetically, "Brother Shaya, I won't be lazy anymore. I will definitely train hard." Shaya looked at Xiang, who was full of motivation, and nodded with a smile. It seemed that pressure was indeed a source of motivation, and Xiang had finally taken the initiative to ask for training. However, Xiang's next words made him realize that he was too early to be happy. Xiang said, "So, Shaya brother, you need to work even harder. I want you to reach a combat power of 1,000 in 2 years, no, in 1 year, so I can go home earlier. Do you think combat power can just be increased like that? Even a year is not enough. Even 2 years might not guarantee a breakthrough." Shaya pressed his palm on Shiling's little head and rubbed it continuously, messing up her soft hair. "Stop it. Don't mess up my hair." Shilling immediately showed a fierce expression and shouted in dissatisfaction. Char observed his surroundings and said, "All right, let's put the mission aside for now. We're probably going to be stuck here for a long time. First, let's move the aircraft to a safe place and hide it. Then we can solve the problem of food and shelter. To be honest, my stomach is already growling." Yeah. I've actually been starving for a while," replied Shilling, her eyes lighting up at the mention of food, casting aside all her worries. Shaya shook his head helplessly and began searching the nearby mountains with Shilling. They finally found a tranquil canyon next to a towering cliff, not too far from a pond. The environment here was quite nice and could serve as a temporary residence. Looking at the serene scenery around him, Shaya showed a satisfied expression in his eyes. He slightly mobilized the energy within him, and a ball of deep blue energy quickly gathered in his palm. With great ease, he tossed the energy ball toward the nearby cliff. With a loud explosion, a cloud of smoke suddenly rose, and a broad space about 5 meters deep was blasted out of the steep cliff. Afterward, Shaya and Shilling flew back to the spot where their spacecraft had crashed, dragged the 2 spherical spacecraft, and hid them in the cave of the cliff. These 2 spacecraft were crucial for their escape from Selma Planet and needed to be well preserved. Once the spacecraft were hidden, Shaya flew back and forth in the primitive forest to gather some dry vegetation, setting up a temporary living area in the cave. After finishing all this, Shaya clapped his hands, looking at their dwelling with satisfaction. Although it was a bit crude, it at least resembled a living space. He never expected that, after arriving here, he would end up in a real-life wilderness survival scenario. Next, he needed to find food. Shilling, come with me to hunt. Today you can taste your brother's skills. Shilling nodded repeatedly at the mention of food. Next, Zaya reopened the energy detector, and after a series of beeps, they swiftly flew southeast. 5 kilometers in that direction. There was an energy source with a combat power of only 67 points, which could clearly serve as a food source. Not long after flying southeast, Zaya discovered the energy source. It was a 10-meter tall, earth-colored dinosaur. An earth dragon. We can have a good meal now, Zaya smiled. The earth dragon also spotted Zaya, and Shilling in midair, and let out a loud roar, as if it had found prey. As the local dominant creature, the earth dragon's massive roar startled a flock of birds nearby. Chapter 6, Chi. The earth dragon was completely enraged, raising its fierce head, its enormous size towering above the forest. It roared at Zaya, opening its massive mouth to reveal dozens of sharp fangs. Looking for death. A cold glint flashed in Zaya's eyes as blue light flickered in his hands, and a fist-sized energy ball began to form. Let me do it! Let me do it! Just as Zaya was about to act, Shilling eagerly jumped in front of the earth dragon, her small figure contrasting starkly with the enormous beast. Seeing Shilling rubbing her fists in excitement, Zaya nodded, dissipating his energy ball and stepping aside with interest, saying, "It's up to you now. Be quick." Got it. Shilling happily looked up at the earth dragon, which was countless times larger than her small face breaking into a bloodthirsty smile. Hee. Just be obedient and become my food. Her childish voice concealed a chilling intent. As soon as she finished speaking, amidst Shilling's maniacal laughter, countless dazzling energy bullets rained down, crazily smashing toward the earth dragon. Boom! The moment the energy bullets hit the earth dragon, they exploded with deafening blasts, accompanied by its mournful howls and violent tremors of the ground. As the explosion's smoke obscured their vision, when the thick smoke dissipated, the area of hundreds of square meters had been utterly transformed, filled with cracked fissures and debris from the explosion. The poor earth dragon, having endured Shilling's direct attack, was now lying on the ground, covered in wounds, with smoke rising from its body and its gaping wounds half-cooked from the high temperature. You just needed to kill that earth dragon. Why did you make such a huge commotion? Look at how you've ruined the meat. Shaya grabbed Shilling's head and gave her a stern scolding, his tone filled only with concern for the ruined meat, showing no sympathy for the death of the earth dragon. This was the Saiyan nature of the survival of the fittest. Even though Shaya retained memories of his past life, he was still influenced by the Saiyan mentality to some extent. Shilling managed to break free and carelessly said, all right, brother Shaya. You should hurry up and deal with the food. You're the one who's greedy." Shaya gave her head a light knock, receiving an angry glare from Shilling, before focusing on processing the earth dragon's corpse. With a hiss, several energy slashes as thin as blades came down, and the earth dragon's body was split into several pieces. Shaya picked up some of the cut dragon meat, examined it, and selected a few choice pieces to bring back to the canyon where they were temporarily staying. After washing the meat in a pond, he set up a fire and fixed it on a wooden rack to grill. The blood-red meat slowly turned golden under the flames, with transparent fat dripping down from the rack, filling the entire canyon with a rich meaty aroma. Shilling stared wide-eyed at the roasted meat, her throat occasionally swallowing, her pretty little eyes constantly glancing at Shaya, looking like a little cat with a face full of desire. All right, it's ready to eat. Shaya rolled his eyes and waved his hand in resignation. At Shaya's command, Shilling's figure had already transformed into a shadow, darting to the side of the roasted meat and grabbing a piece larger than her own body to gnaw on. Delicious, delicious. I haven't had such good food in a long time, Shilling said, her face covered in grease, her mouth full of meat, speaking indistinctly. In no time, several pieces of roasted meat disappeared into their stomachs, and one couldn't help but marvel at the powerful digestive abilities of Saiyans, as the food was digested almost immediately. After the meal, Shilling lay on the grass with her little belly protruding, looking completely satisfied, and at that moment, she didn't want to move at all. Shaya shook his head with a smile, walked over, and picked up Shilling, bringing her to the side of the water pool. Then he took off her battle suit, preparing to give her a bath. However, a mischievous child is still a mischievous child, even if she is a Saiyan. While Shaya was washing her, Shilling always acted playfully, turning a simple bath into a whole hour of fun. Shaya couldn't help but sigh about how to get through the coming days. As the sky gradually darkened, Shaya and Shilling lay on the hay in the cave. After a while, he heard the soft breathing of the little girl beside him. Looking down, He found Shilling holding onto his arm, her little nose rising and falling as she had already fallen asleep. Seeing the satisfied look on Shilling's face, Shaya couldn't help but chuckle to himself. This little foodie was quite easy to take care of. She was so adorable when she was young, and she would surely be even more so when she grew up. Does this count as raising a lowly? A night of silence passed. The next day, the morning light slowly pulled back the curtain, revealing another colorful morning. Since Selma was located in a system with 2 stars, its nights lasted only a short 3 hours, which was clearly insufficient for the rest of living beings, especially for children who needed adequate sleep. So after the sun rose, Shaya waited another 5 hours before taking the sleepy-eyed Shilling to the edge of the water pool to start a new day of activities. After a simple breakfast, Shaya sealed the entrance of the cave and then activated the energy detector, instantly revealing countless energy sources flashing before his eyes. Shaya searched for the target and then said to Shilling, "Let's start hunting targets with lower combat power first. Be careful to avoid those high combat power energy sources during the battle." "Brother Shaya, there's an energy source with a combat power of 243 moving over 100 kilometers to the northwest, and there are no other energy sources around it." "Then let's choose that one." Shaya also detected the target. When the battle starts later, don't rush to kill the opponent, and try not to use energy detectors to observe them. "Why?" Shilling asked, confused. "There are many life forms in the universe that possess various strange abilities, some of which cannot be detected by energy detectors. If they hide their combat power, the detectors won't be able to pick it up at all. So I want to take this opportunity to train our combat skills and energy perception abilities, which will be very useful for entering the universe in the future." "Huh?" Shilling tilted her head, still looking puzzled. After all, she was just over 4 years old, and what Shaya said was too complex for her. "Just listen to me," Shaya said seriously, his sharp eyes gazing deeply into the distance. For him, Selma Star was a rare training ground, with countless powerful prey. But these prey were not too far beyond his own capabilities, making it the most suitable place for him to cultivate. He was consciously training his and Shilling's combat skills, as the battles here were real life-and-death struggles, requiring bloodshed, unlike the deliberately protected training at the Vegeta Star Training Camp. At the same time, he also needed to enhance his energy perception abilities. Although he couldn't learn the sharp perception of ki like Earthlings, at least he could lay a certain foundation. At this moment, Shaya hoped his energy growth could slow down a bit so that he could gradually comprehend the essence of ki. But this was clearly unlikely, as both Shaya and Shilling were intermediate warriors, and by adulthood, their combat power would reach 2,000 to 3,000 points. This was completely different from the situation on Earth. On Earth, martial artists like Master Roshi needed to persist in training for 50 or 60 years to cultivate ki, precisely because they had very little ki in their bodies. And its generation was very slow, so their understanding of ki was more detailed. Every strand of ki was thoroughly studied by them. It could be said that what was lost in one area was gained in another. Saiyans and the vast majority of beings in the universe, due to their innate powerful strength and rapid growth, often overlook many substantial aspects and merely treat ki as a form of energy for use. Their attack methods and applications are extremely crude. What Shaya needs to do now is to take advantage of the moment to lay a solid foundation for better learning the application of chi in the future. Chapter 7. Growth after locking in their target. Shaya and Shilling soared into the air and then transformed into 2 beams of light flying towards the northwest. Soon, they arrived at a vast plain forest. Unlike the previous primitive forest surrounded by towering mountains, this forest was much more orderly, with rows of emerald green trunks arranged in a neat manner, as if meticulously decorated. Over there, Shaya scanned the surroundings and spotted the target under a large tree. It was a saber-toothed tiger with sharp fangs, 10 times larger than a typical saber-toothed tiger. Beneath its black fur lay explosive muscles, and at that moment, it was lying in the shade, sleeping, with a pile of bones stacked like a small mountain nearby. When Shaya and the others flew above it, the saber-toothed tiger suddenly woke up, its muscles tensing up in an instant, its fierce eyes scanning the surroundings, and then fixating on Shaya and the others. An overwhelming aura of killing intent immediately enveloping the area. Roar! The saber-toothed tiger let out a roar, a cold light flashing, and its strong claws erupted suddenly, causing its entire body to vanish in an instant, leaving only a faint afterimage in place. The sound of rustling echoed everywhere as the saber-toothed tiger swiftly darted through the forest. Suddenly, a black shadow appeared behind Shaya. sharp claws slicing through the air with a chilling light. With a thud, Shaya swung his arm, throwing a punch backward without looking, and the saber-toothed tiger let out a mournful cry as it was sent flying. Boom! The moment it hit the ground, it bounced back up, its pupils suddenly constricting, and a more brutal aura flashed in its golden beast eyes. Roar! Suddenly, the saber-toothed tiger raised its head and unleashed a crimson shockwave from its mouth. Shaya did not respond, but beside him, Saiyan had already taken action. She curved her little hand into a palm and struck forward at the incoming crimson shockwave. With a loud boom, the shockwave was dispersed into a swirl of red air. Ouch, that hurts! Saiyan, realizing it too late, touched her reddened palm and found that her entire arm felt a bit numb. Brother, I want to drink tiger soup. As you wish. Shaya shrugged. At that moment, a pair of murderous eyes fiercely locked onto the culprit behind it all. Under Saiyan's fierce gaze, the saber-toothed tiger felt the temperature around it drop significantly. Instinct made it timid, and it shivered all over, continually retreating. Kill! A crisp voice murmured, and Saiyan's figure had already lunged toward the saber-toothed tiger. The sound of striking echoed continuously in the forest, accompanied by the beast's low wails. Thick trees were smashed in half, and the ground occasionally revealed deep pits. Whoosh, 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 bright energy beams darted through the woods, piercing through trees that then smoked and caught fire, billowing thick smoke. Laughter rang out in the forest as Saiyan exerted herself, having a blast. In her reckless assault, the saber-toothed tiger jumped around but could not escape Saiyan's attacks. Meanwhile, Shaya carefully observed their movements, gently closing his eyes, trying to sense their actions without external aids, but he could not manage to fight with his eyes closed like a human from Earth. How do Earthlings perceive the existence of energy? Without specific training methods, it was impossible to reach that step. It seemed necessary to find time to visit Earth in the future. After several attempts, Shaya helplessly gave up. In the original story, Vegeta learned to use energy after just watching Goku and the others a few times. It should not be that difficult, so why couldn't he learn? Was Vegeta's talent really so high that he could learn just by seeing it once? No, there must be some trick he and T grasped. Although Vegeta was a genius, Shaya believed his own comprehension was not inferior to his. At this point, the battle on Saiyan's side had ended under her brutal attacks. The poor saber-toothed tiger was no match for her and was soon killed. Looking at her face covered in blood, yet wearing an innocent smile, she felt a deep sense of refreshment from the unrestrained battle. Shaya furrowed his brow. The brutality of the Saiyans seemed to be ingrained in their very bones. As even a child just over 4 years old fought with such ferocity. Go wash your face first. You look like you crawled out of a pile of corpses. Shilling chuckled, allowing Shaya to pull her to the riverbank to clean up. For a period of time afterward, Shaya took Shilling out every day to hunt, and the prey, which initially had a combat power of only 1 or 200, gradually improved and was now nearly on par with them. Of course, aside from hunting prey to complete tasks, Shaya paid more attention to his own training. So no matter how much Shilling pleaded, he remained steadfast in requiring her to train with him while carrying weights for more than half a day. In the evenings, he would sit in meditation for over an hour, recalling the training method he learned from Bobo when Sun Wukong ascended to the temple. He sought the tranquility of the sky and the swiftness of lightning. This might be a way to sense energy. Although it was tough, the daily growth in strength brought him a deep sense of joy. The effects of training became apparent. Shaya not only made significant progress in combat power, but he also seemed to have developed some insight into energy, as he could now faintly sense the flow of energy within others. 2 months later, on a vast plain, the sounds of fighting echoed incessantly. Shaya and Shilling exchanged blows continuously, their movements swift as the wind, both suspended in midair, gazing at each other with serious expressions. Huh! Shaya struck a pose to attack, his palms trembling slightly as the energy within him surged like a giant wave. A strong airflow generated between his palms, compressing the surrounding air, and suddenly, a blue light burst forth, dazzling and brilliant. Kamehameha! Shaya suddenly pushed forward with both palms, and a scorching energy erupted rapidly. The eerie blue light swirling up into towering waves, rushing uncontrollably into the distance, creating a vacuum in the air. Boom! The vacuum emitted deafening explosions. The energy wave coiled in the air like a dragon, and as the chilling energy spread wildly, the power of the energy wave surged straight toward the horizon. Energy slash! With a shout, Shilling's petite figure appeared in front of the energy wave, facing the oncoming impact wave. and a mad smile actually appeared on her small face. The air collided, and at the moment the two shock waves collided, blinding light engulfed everything like a rising sun. A massive energy ball expanded in an instant, followed by a thunderous roar that echoed through the heavens and the earth, as the destructive energy spread wildly, as if it wanted to swallow everything. Once the smoke cleared and the dust settled, what came into view was a scorched earth ravaged by artillery fire, with craters like those caused by cannon attacks scattered across the cracked plains. At this point, Shaya's combat power had broken through to 550, an increase of 90 points compared to 2 months ago, and Shilling also made rapid progress, reaching a combat power of 520. Chapter 8. Great Ape Transformation, Seeking Collections. Seeking Recommendations. At night, the deep night sky revealed a faint light, like a calm, deep sea without a ripple. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, it had been over a year since Shaya and the others arrived on planet Selma. Not long ago, the one-eyed giant with the highest combat power on Selma had also perished under the combined efforts of the two. The mission assigned on Planet Vegeta was nearly complete. However, Shaya did not plan to return to Planet Vegeta immediately, as he considered that the impact of going back now would be too great. Planet Vegeta had never seen a mid-level warrior like Shaya over the years, and at such a young age. He was already so outstanding that he could easily attract the attention of King Vegeta and the Frieza force behind him, which Shaya did not want to see. With his current power, he was still unable to cope with King Vegeta and their forces. Fame brings trouble, and to avoid drawing the attention of King Vegeta and Frieza, Shaya needed to keep a low profile for a few more years, waiting until the future destruction of Planet Vegeta before leaving there. Brother Shaya, I want to go to the bathroom, Shilling said, rubbing her eyes sleepily. Shaya turned over, taking her out of the cave. At this moment, the night was hazy, and the dense forest was filled with the low chirping of insects. In the distance, a round moon rose like a bright lamp, hanging high in the sky. What a beautiful moon! Shilling exclaimed as she gazed at the bright moon on the horizon. But as soon as she spoke, she became completely dazed. Shilling? Noticing something was off, Shaya softly called the girl's name, but she did not respond, still staring blankly into the distance. What's going on? A hint of confusion crossed Shaya's mind, but an ominous premonition began to rise within him. Could it be that? Char's heart suddenly trembled. He turned his hardened gaze back, only to see a bright, full moon hanging in the night sky. The crystal-like moonlight shone through the leaves, mingling with the faint mist that had just risen, making the night appear particularly hazy. This is not good. How could there be a full moon here? Shaya opened his mouth, and his expression suddenly changed dramatically. The Selma planet is located in a binary star system, where the night lasts only a brief 3 hours. Although there's a moon, Shaya and the others have not seen a full moon in over a year. Today happens to be the night of the full moon. Shaya's expression became extremely anxious. He didn't know if he could maintain his sanity after transforming into a great ape. But based on the original manga he had read in his previous life, it seemed that only high-level warriors and a few mid-level warriors could retain their sanity while transforming into a great ape. Thump! Thump! His heart began to race suddenly, and it felt as if all the blood in his body was boiling in an instant. Shaya's eyes were filled with bloodshot veins, and his body started to tremble uncontrollably. Turning to look at Shilling, he saw that brown fur had already grown on her body. No, I can't lose my sanity at this moment. Shaya gritted his teeth and fiercely suppressed himself, but the primal nature of the Saiyan was too strong. He could no longer hold it back. Hiss! At a critical moment, Shaya decisively grabbed his tail behind him. In a flash of blue arc light, a segment of his brown tail fell to the ground. He chose to sever his tail. Fortunately, he acted quickly. He almost lost his sanity. The Saiyan tail was indeed the biggest variable. He gasped for breath, feeling intense pain at the back, but he managed to avoid transforming into a giant ape. He could not imagine what terrible things would happen if both he and Shilling transformed into mindless giant apes at that moment. The Saiyan transformation into a giant ape could bring nearly 10 times the power increase, but it also harbored a huge risk, except for some mid-level warriors and royal Saiyans. Ordinary low-level and mid-level warriors would lose their sanity upon transforming into giant apes, becoming killing machines that knew nothing but brutality and destruction, completely revealing the insane nature of the Saiyans. Roar! Boom! Rumble! A massive mushroom cloud rose in the distance. The orange cloud distorted the light, and the enormous explosion sound brought him back to his senses. He saw a giant ape over 20 meters tall, roaring wildly, swinging a large tree around randomly. It spewed out a ball of energy and boom, another mushroom cloud slowly rose. Indeed, it had lost its sanity. Shaya sighed at the scene before him. A bright light rose in the sky, as if a blazing sun was crashing down to the ground, causing the earth to shake violently. The shock wave followed the explosion, bending the trunks of the forest and shattering rocks into gravel. For a moment, the horrific scene resembled the end of the world, and his blurred vision could no longer distinguish between sky and ground. A storm blew towards him, and Shaya pressed his hands against his forehead, his black hair blown in all directions. Shaya roughly sensed it and found that Shiling's combat power had suddenly skyrocketed by more than 10 times. Then, using a detector, a shocking number quickly appeared on the lens. 9,370 combat power. Shaya was greatly alarmed and murmured to himself. After transforming into a giant ape, Shilling had such high combat power. This was beyond what he could resist. Over the past year, under Shaya's supervision, their strengths had made remarkable progress, both breaking through the 900 barrier. But now, faced with Shiling's giant ape form and its 9,370 combat power, Shaya could only smile bitterly. A tenfold gap. Facing a terrifying opponent with nearly 10,000 combat power, he felt utterly helpless. The giant ape saw him, and a wave of energy shot out from its mouth. Oh no, I've been targeted. Shaya's expression darkened as his body quickly moved, the scorching heat burning his face as he barely dodged the attack by skimming the edge of the energy. Boom! The energy wave crashed straight into a mountain peak, producing a huge explosion and sending a mushroom cloud rising into the sky. The small valley echoed with rumbling sounds, and debris fell all around. Seeing that Shaya had dodged the attack, the giant ape was furious, jumping up and down in place while waving the large tree in its hand, then charged towards Shaya. Wow, Shilling, your brother has been so kind to you all this time. Shaya cursed under his breath, knowing that fighting in the valley would cause massive destruction, potentially damaging the spacecraft hidden in the cave. He began to maneuver around the giant ape while trying to lure it towards the outer forest. Boom! Rumble! The sounds of massive explosions continued behind him, and the scorching air roasted the atmosphere as the entire forest began to burn fiercely. Zaya used all his strength to finally lure the giant ape into a vast primitive forest. Thud! A flash of anger crossed the giant ape's brutal eyes as it stomped forcefully, sinking 1 foot deep into the ground. The violent force caused the underground rocks to explode, and the ground seemed to bear the impact of hundreds of tons of weight falling from a height of 10,000 meters, collapsing with a loud bang and creating large cracks around it. The chaotic pile of stones erupted violently, with smaller rocks being turned to dust, forming a massive explosion pit. Zaya, caught off guard, was struck in the chest by a flying rock. PFF. A mouthful of fresh blood spurted out, and a fiery pain spread throughout his upper body, causing his movements to slow down. Seeing its prey severely injured, the giant ape swung its arms and let out a deafening roar, instantly creating shockwaves that dispersed the clouds and spread outwards. With a crack, the giant ape swung its arm, its brutal claws charging towards Zaya with unstoppable momentum, reaching him in the blink of an eye and sending him flying. Cough! Zaya crashed into a bare rock, creating a deep hole upon impact. Although he was severely injured, his gaze remained fixed on the giant ape, contemplating how to create an opportunity for a counterattack. Haha, it won't be easy to defeat me just like that. Char laughed maniacally, coughing up a mouthful of blood. The only solution now was to find a way to sever Shiling's tail, but getting close to her was not an easy task. Chapter 9. Blue World. Whoosh. Char and the giant ape gazed at each other from a distance, as a gentle breeze stirred up dust and debris, with withered branches and fallen leaves dancing in the wind. Suddenly, the gentle breeze transformed into a raging storm, and the silent battlefield felt like the end of the world, shrouded in a chilling sense of fear. Shaya focused intently, a chilling cold flickering in his bright eyes. His mind raced, searching for any opportunity to approach the giant ape. He secretly mobilized the energy within him, ready to launch a fierce counterattack as soon as he found the chance. Zizizizi. The surging airwaves roared like a tidal wave, blowing through the black hair on his forehead. Crack! Leaves were torn to shreds under the force of the airwaves, a faint sound echoing. Shaya suddenly moved. His actions were swift as the wind, launching a fierce attack on the giant ape in an instant. Illusory afterimages spread out in all directions, and the sounds of punches and kicks filled the air. A blurred figure danced continuously, attacking with the force of a whirlwind. The giant ape let out a roar filled with pain, but more so with rage. And the energy of its indiscriminate attacks began to spread once again. Faced with the nearly frenzied attacks of the giant ape, Shaya's expression changed, but he quickly gathered himself. A rapidly swirling gust of wind rose from his feet, lifting his small body suddenly into the sky, with the sound of rushing wind roaring in his ears. Huh! Shaya hovered in midair, his fingers spread apart like claws, then slowly placed his hands in front of his chest. In the next moment, a brilliant blue light illuminated between his hands, growing brighter and brighter, like a beacon in the darkness, filled with vitality and energy. The pressure between his palms continued to rise, the scorching energy being compressed again and again, and the blue light changed, turning pure white in that instant. The bright white light grew larger and more intense, gathering heat like a newborn sun. Kamehameha! With a low shout, Shaya forcefully pushed his palms forward, and the bright white energy blast shot out like an arrow, producing a sharp explosion as it collided with the air. Sensing the imminent danger, the giant ape emitted a hoarse roar, spewing a massive wave of blood-red energy from its throat. Boom! The two energy blasts met in midair and collided, resulting in a tremendous explosion that shook the ground. Shaya's energy blast gathered almost all of his energy, but the energy wave from the giant ape was terrifying as well. And the spectacle of their collision was as violent as the opening of the heavens. The sky was torn into pieces, forming vacuums like shattered mirrors. A good opportunity. Taking advantage of the chaos caused by the explosion, Shaya seized the moment to pounce towards the giant ape's tail. He focused a thin blade of energy in his hand, ready to sever the giant ape's tail. But at that moment, a shadow appeared in Shaya's line of sight, sending a chill down his spine. It was the giant ape's hand. Oh no! Realizing the danger, Shaya attempted to break free, but the giant ape's combat power was far superior to his, and its speed was even quicker. Before Shaya could change direction, the brown giant claw clamped down on him like a massive pincer. The giant ape brought Shaya closer to its eyes, grinning, its blood-red pupils flashing with a bloodthirsty madness. Then it gripped him tightly and slammed him down towards the ground. Boom! The earth split open, and Shaya was plunged into the rocky layer underground. A mouthful of blood spraying from his mouth as a wave of excruciating pain surged through his brain, nearly causing him to faint. That blow had at least broken several bones. He grimaced as he crawled out from the rocks, the pain distorting his face. With a combat power of over 900 against 9,000, the tenfold difference felt like an insurmountable chasm between them, one that could not be bridged merely by willpower. Even though the giant ape transformed from Shieling was just a mindless monster that knew only destruction, that tenfold gap was something Shaya could not contend with. Moreover, Shaya was already severely injured. Just when Shaya was at his lowest, the giant ape launched another attack, raising its claw high to stomp down. If hit, there would be no escape. But at that moment, Shaya had no time to evade. The massive foot was drawing nearer, and it seemed Shaya was about to meet his end. At the critical moment, something strange happened. A blue light rose from Shaya's black eyes, a subtle glow enveloping his body, transforming everything in his sight into a blue landscape. Oddly, everything around seemed to freeze, not moving at all. Leaves, dust, and even the giant ape were suspended in this blue world. What was happening? Shaya had no time to think, and the little energy left in his body began to deplete rapidly. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind for a moment, and he knew he could not delay any longer. He had a feeling that when all the energy in his body was exhausted, this blue world would collapse along with it. Swish, 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 Shaya hurriedly took action, ignoring the pain all over his body, and swiftly flashed to the giant ape's tail. At that moment, the blue world finally could not hold on and began to shatter. Everything returning to how it was just before, but Shaya's opportunity had arrived. Shieling, you must teach you a good lesson when you wake up. A thin key blade condensed Shaya's last bit of strength. The blade, as thin as a cicada's wing, traced a beautiful arc in the air, and with a thud, it struck as a huge tail fell to the ground, sending up a thick cloud of dust. Ugh! The giant ape let out a mournful cry. Its body slowly began to shrink, and in no time, it transformed back into Shieling. The little one sprawled on the ground, snoring away. Oh, it's finally over. Shaya collapsed to the ground, filled with exhaustion, gasping for breath. He felt that he had truly suffered an unwarranted disaster today. What on earth happened to turn a good night into this mess? The 3-hour night on Selma Planet actually had a full moon. and the once-in-a-year full moon just happened to be seen by him and Shieling. Truly, it was terrible. There was no healing pod here, and such injuries would take months to recover without proper rest. Shaya grimaced with a bitter smile, feeling waves of pain throughout his body. He knew he had at least 6 or 7 broken bones. The way he had been slammed to the ground by Shieling had already caused internal injuries, and even the slightest movement would tug at all his wounds. If it weren't for his strong physique, any other person would probably have already passed away by now. Remembering the perilous scene from earlier, Shaya's nerves tightened, and he suddenly felt his back damp with sweat. But what was that blue world all about? In that moment, it felt as if everything had come to a standstill. Could it be something related to time? After the crisis, Shaya finally had the chance to reflect on the strange events that had occurred. It was as if time had been suspended. If it weren't for the brief pause caused by the sudden appearance of the blue world, he might not have been alive to stand here. When that blue world emerged, the energy within his body began to drain rapidly, and it seemed to have stopped for less than 2 seconds after leaving the blue world. This was a kind of superpower related to time. Shaya was certain of it, just like Gold in the Ginyu Force, who could manipulate time with his own power. But why did he possess such an ability? The only difference between himself and the Saiyans was that he had traveled here from another world, and before that, he had spent a long time in a dark, mysterious space. Could it be because of that dark space? Shaya murmured to himself, still unclear about what that mysterious space was and how he had ended up there. Forget it. Why dwell on it? Having this time ability could serve as a trump card, but now that he had control over time, was there any other ability he had yet to discover? It might be worth trying out when he had some free time. Shaya's mood suddenly brightened, like a person about to suffocate who suddenly breathes in fresh air. At that moment, not far away, Shieling, who had just been dozing off, was startled awake by a chill, rubbing her eyes and getting up. Suddenly, she was taken aback by the scene around her, as if it had experienced a battle, with the ground covered in scars and ruins everywhere. P.S. Readers with recommendation votes, please cast a vote. The new book needs nourishment. Chapter 10. Healing. Shieling immediately lost all drowsiness when she saw Shaya collapse on the cracked ground, covered in wounds. She exclaimed and rushed over. Brother, what happened to you? Who did this to you? Shieling looked anxious, wanting to touch Shaya, but worried about hurting him, her hands fidgeting uncertainly. Cough, cough, don't worry, I'm fine. Shieling, please help me back to the cave, Shaya said, feeling warmth in his heart at Shieling's worried expression, gently patting her arm with one hand. Hearing this, Shieling obediently nodded, then carefully helped Shaya up, moving slowly towards their dwelling cave. Upon returning to the valley where they had previously lived, Shieling found that the valley had been destroyed beyond recognition. The forest and the pond had disappeared, and fallen rocks had created huge depressions in the ground, with cracks opening up like black dragons biting each other, intertwining and swirling in all directions. At the entrance of the cave, the opening was blocked by a pile of collapsed rocks. Shieling helped remove the rocks blocking the entrance, and Shaya went inside to check the situation. He was relieved to find that although there was some scattered debris in the cave, the innermost area where the aircraft was stored showed no signs of collapse. After checking the condition of the 2 spherical aircraft, which were both functioning normally, Shaya relaxed completely. Thank goodness the aircraft is fine, otherwise, we wouldn't be able to leave here. In that moment, he deeply understood the limitations of not having an aircraft and couldn't help but envy the instant transmission ability of Sun Wukong from the original story. If he could also use instant transmission, many of the limitations he faced would disappear. After all, the Dragon Ball world is vast. Even the North Galaxy overseen by King Kai is enormous, not to mention the entire galaxy and even larger galaxies outside. If he only relied on the aircraft as a means of transportation, the time spent on the journey would be a huge constraint. The superpower I currently possess seems to be related to time. Time and space are often inseparable. If my superpower was obtained while crossing worlds, could there still be a space-related ability hidden within me? This is something I need to explore next. If it's possible, that would be wonderful. Char looked at the 2 spherical flying devices and began to daydream. The previous battle made him realize that there were still many unknown secrets hidden within him that he needed to explore in the future. However, the ability to teleport was a crucial skill he needed to possess in his plans. Even if he ultimately could not master spatial abilities, he intended to go to the planet Adralant to learn. Shieling, go find some hay and fruit. I need to rest for a while, he said. Shieling, upon hearing this, obediently went to prepare the hay and food. After everything was done, she helped Char lean against the rock wall, and finally, she couldn't help but ask, Brother, what happened? Why has our home changed like this? Who hurt you so badly? Shilling had a belly full of questions after their journey, but she had refrained from asking them out of concern for Char. Now, she couldn't hold back anymore. She couldn't understand why the dense primeval forest seemed to have been bombarded overnight, leaving nothing but a scene of endless decay. Who could have injured her brother so severely? Was there some hidden expert on this planet, Selma? In response to Shilling's questions, Char could only smile wryly and shake his head. It wasn't you who caused all this. He muttered to himself, but of course he couldn't say that directly. After a moment of silence, Char decided to tell Shilling the truth, so she could be prepared for the future and ensure nothing like today happened again. If we're to talk about the culprit, it's all because of the full moon, Char said as he bit into a piece of fruit. Shilling tilted her head, her eyes filled with confusion. What does that have to do with the full moon? We Saiyans are born with a transformation ability. If we see the light reflected from the moon during a full moon, it stimulates the cells in our bodies to mutate and transform into a giant ape. In that giant ape state, a Saiyan's combat power will be 10 times that of their normal state. Shilling's eyes widened in shock, and her mouth dropped open as she exclaimed, "Then aren't Saiyans invincible with such an ability?" Shaya shook his head. It's not that simple. Not to mention how high the battle power of a Saiyan can reach after transforming into a great ape. Just one weakness restricts most Saiyans. What weakness? The Saiyans are a warrior race, but apart from the high-level warriors and a small number of mid-level warriors, the qualifications of other Saiyans cannot be considered very high. Therefore, after transforming into a great ape, they inevitably lose their reason due to the primal instincts controlling them, and unfortunately, today is a full moon night. Seeing his brother's serious expression, Shilling quickly thought of a possibility, covering her mouth in disbelief. So, brother was hurt by the great ape I transformed into? Yes. 9370 battle power. It really exhausted me. Upon seeing Shaya nod, Shilling couldn't help but burst into tears. Woo-woo, brother, I'm sorry, it's all Shilling's fault. Shaya reached out and gently stroked the little one's shiny black hair, comforting her. It's okay, you don't have to be sad. Look, I'm fine. Besides, I've already cut off your tail. As long as you don't have a tail, you won't transform even if you see a full moon. Really, it's not your fault? Shilling asked cautiously. Of course, you're my lovely little sister. Shaya quietly comforted, saying, although the tails of Saiyans can allow them to transform into giant apes and gain 10 times their combat power for ordinary Saiyans, is an extremely unstable factor. If there's a chance in the future, it would be better to remove it. Shilling nodded vigorously, although she felt it was a pity. Since it was Shaya who said it, it should be correct. From now on, I need to take good care of my injuries. So the following tasks will be up to you. But you need to be careful. Although there are no creatures on Selma Star that can threaten you anymore, you must be cautious. There are still many life forms in this world, like Saiyans, that have transformation abilities. These life forms usually don't seem to have high combat power. But once they transform, they can become very terrifying. Shaya said seriously. There are many races in the universe that possess transformation abilities. These races often suppress their combat power for various reasons, only to unleash a fierce attack when they truly encounter a threat. Characters like Frieza and his subordinate Kampa are such aliens, especially Frieza, who possesses 3 transformation abilities and is indeed a fearsome existence. Selma Star is originally an exceptionally low-level planet, and Shaya is worried that there may be some unknown things hidden on this planet. Don't worry, Shilling will be careful. Shilling puffed out her chest, confidently accepting the responsibility. Shaya nodded, picked up the fruit, and ate it with ease. Shilling's combat power was now among the top on this planet. As long as she remained careful, there would be no major issues. For the next period of time, Shaya would take the opportunity to slowly heal while also summarizing his combat experiences. Chapter 11. 2 types of superpowers. Time flowed on, and in the blink of an eye, for months had passed. The power of time can change everything. It can turn the sea into mulberry fields, transform mountains into swamps, and allow a desolate valley to sprout greenery once again. Although it was not as dense as the original forest, it still looked vibrant and full of life. During these 4 months, thanks to the Saiyans' tenacious vitality and strong recovery ability, Shaya's injuries had completely healed, and his broken bones had mended, making his body even stronger. After experiencing a near-death battle 4 months ago, the now-recovered Shaya's strength had surged dramatically. In just 4 months, his combat power had skyrocketed to a terrifying value of 1,700, which was simply incredible for a Saiyan under 6 years old. However, the greatest gain for Shaya during these 4 months was not the increase in combat power, but the development of a new type of superpower. After continuous research during this time, Shaya confirmed that he possessed two types of superpowers. The first was the previously discovered time ability time pause, which, when activated, could freeze time within a certain area for 3 seconds. The larger the area and the stronger the opponent, the more energy it consumed. Currently, in peak condition, his time pause ability could freeze targets with a combat power below 10,000 for 3 seconds, after which it would exhaust all his energy. This would serve as Shaya's most important trump card, and he would not use it lightly unless absolutely necessary. The second superpower, as he had anticipated, was indeed a spatial ability. After this period of development, he could instantly move within a range of 10 kilometers. However, since it was his first attempt, there were still many aspects that needed improvement. One day, while Shaya was training his instantaneous movement ability, he saw Shilling flying over from the horizon, her arms raised high, dragging a wild boar that was dozens of times larger than her body. She was flying while letting out cheerful cheers. With a loud thud, the wild boar hit the ground with a muffled sound. "Brother Shaya, this is what I just caught. Today I'm going to have roasted suckling pig." Shilling came over and grabbed Shaya's arm. "All right, I'll listen to you, but you must practice hard afterwards, if you don't meet your goal. I want to make you any delicious food." As soon as Shilling heard that she wouldn't get any tasty food afterwards, she immediately puffed up her cheeks, her eyes showing discontent. "Got it." Shaya smiled indulgently, then skillfully gutted the wild boar, removing its entrails and skin, washing it, and securing it with wood. With a puff, a key blast shot out from his fingertips, igniting the firewood in the stove. Soon, the mouth-watering aroma of the wild boar meat began to waft through the air. When it was almost fully cooked, he sprinkled on the unique spices from Selma's star, and instantly, a delicious roasted piglet was ready. Shilling watched with shining eyes and, disregarding the heat, reached out to cut a large piece of roasted meat and tore into it eagerly. "Brother Shaya, when are we going back to Vegeta?" Shilling asked between chews, having missed their parents on Vegeta Star for a long time. Shaya wiped his mouth, put down the food in his hand, and said, "Originally, according to the mission plan, we only needed to eliminate all the primitive natives on Selma Planet to return to Vegeta. However, I feel that if we go back so early, it might cause some unfavorable situations for us." "What could be unfavorable for us?" Shilling asked, looking puzzled. Shaya sighed and said, "Look at how old we are now and how much our combat power has already reached. As a warrior race, Saiyans are not necessarily better with higher power levels. There are many political issues involved. If we stand out too much, even Aunt Rebecca and Uncle Edry won't be able to protect us." At this point, Shaya's combat power had already reached 1700, while Shilling had 1080, and this was still during their childhood. They hadn't even entered the rapid growth phase of Saiyan power yet, and they were already this strong. It's easy to imagine that when they reach adulthood, their power will definitely exceed 10,000. They had just entered the golden age of Saiyans, and the future development was even more unpredictable. Just think about it. Is this the situation that King Vegeta would want to see? King Vegeta himself only has a little over 10,000 combat power. Isn't this clearly a threat to his ruling position? Among the higher-level warriors on Planet Vegeta with combat power over 10,000, which one didn't break through after the age of 30? Their potential is basically limited, and these are the kinds of people King Vegeta prefers to work with. If your power poses a sufficient threat to him, he will definitely show his fangs and eliminate you as soon as possible. King Vegeta can decisively order the death of Broly and his father when he sees their immense potential threatening his rule. It's not hard to imagine he would do the same to Shaya and the others for the same reason, even if he can't act openly. Arranging some special missions to eliminate them quietly wouldn't be difficult at all. Shilling absolutely believed Shaya's words, so after hearing him, her little face frowned tightly. "However, I'm not worried about King Vegeta. What I'm most worried about is that guy Frieza." "Frieza?" Shilling thought for a moment, and finally remembered that this Frieza seemed to be the one the Saiyans were loyal to. "Brother, why are you worried about Frieza? Could he threaten us?" As she spoke, a hint of fierceness appeared in Shilling's eyes. Shaya's expression became very serious, and he nodded, saying, "Yes. That Frieza is sinister and cold-blooded. The ones he is most wary of are us Saiyans, fearing that a legendary Super Saiyan might be born among us. If it weren't for his research on Super Saiyans, he wouldn't have allowed the Saiyan race to survive until now. So after we go back, what we'll have to face first is probably not King Vegeta, but Frieza, and King Vegeta would definitely be pleased with that. What should we do? Frieza calls himself the Emperor of the Universe, and his strength must be very powerful. You don't have to worry too much." Shaya ruffled the girl's hair and smiled, saying, brother knows a place where we can learn how to control the energy within us. When the time comes, we can disguise our energy so that no one will notice. Really? Of course. In the future, we should also use energy detectors less, because they might have listening devices installed by Frieza. Seeing Shi Ling nod seriously, Shaya smiled, knowing that she had taken his words to heart. Shaya has been in the Dragon Ball world for over 5 years, and he has no sense of identity with the Saiyans at all. The only ones he cares about are the Rebecca couple and Shilling. After dinner, Shilling began training at Shaya's request. Although the training method they created together without any teacher was very crude, it still had significant effects on refining their power. Perhaps because she felt the pressure, Shilling trained harder than usual. Char is more focused on the development of spatial superpowers. He wants to perfect the ability of instant transmission as soon as possible, so he can avoid using spacecraft and evade Frieza's surveillance to reach a blue planet called Earth located in the southern part of the northern galaxy, Harmony. His instant transmission is different from the secret technique of instant transmission from Yardrat. One relies entirely on superpowers, while the other is developed from a rich understanding of cosmology, chaos theory, and spatial structure. Therefore, Char can only gradually improve this technique by continuously training his superpowers, somewhat similar to the instant transmission used by Jabit, a subordinate of East Kaioshin. However, compared to Jabit's instant transmission, Char's has a significant flaw. Every time he activates his superpower, he must accurately know the coordinate relationship between the starting point and the destination. Otherwise, a slight mistake could lead him to become lost in the vastness of space. Scientifically speaking, his superpower essentially opens a wormhole tunnel between 2 points in the universe for instant movement. In the future, he hopes to integrate Yardrat's instant transmission as well. The advantage of Yardrat's method, which uses Ki to determine direction, is very clear. Although it is limited by the sensing ability of Ki, it consumes no energy when activated, which is something Char's spatial superpower cannot achieve. It's fair to say that each has its strengths and weaknesses. Chapter 12: Arrival on Earth. On a desolate and empty plateau on the planet Selma. The ground is weathered and cracked, with rocks covered in fine fissures. Not far away, a little girl who looks to be only 6 or 7 years old is sweating profusely as she practices her punches and kicks. At the peak of the plateau, a small figure hovers 3 meters above the ground, with fragments of stone rising and falling rhythmically around it. Suddenly, the air pressure at the mountaintop shook violently, compressing the turbulent air and producing a series of squeaking sounds. The stones trembled, and fine cracks appeared on their surfaces. Boom! The stones suddenly exploded, turning into a cloud of dust, and in the place where the stones once were, a haunting dark red crack suddenly appeared. The crack flickered with cold electric light, resembling a ferocious beast with its gaping maw wide open, as if it wanted to swallow everything. The crack was a tear in space, filled with the thunder of destruction. Scatter! A light command was issued, and the terrifying crack in midair shuddered a few times before reluctantly disappearing. Char frowned and looked towards the place where the crack had vanished, trying to stimulate the energy within him. Suddenly, a faint golden light began to emanate from his body, and a powerful momentum erupted, creating a whirlwind that blew away the surrounding dust. Beep, beep, beep. Electronic sounds rang out, and a series of data appeared before him. 2530 battle power. Over 2,500 battle power, comparable to an average adult intermediate warrior. Char's lips curled slightly as he let out a long sigh of turbid air. After years of relentless effort and countless hardships, his combat power had increased to more than 5 times what it was when he first arrived on Selma. However, what made him most formidable now was not his combat power, but those 2 mysterious super abilities. After long-term development, Char had become adept at using his spatial superpower and had developed a new technique called Spatial Slash based on teleportation. This was a terrifying move that was hard to defend against, with practicality comparable to time pause. Turning off the energy detector, he looked at the vast, open plateau, located by the Gobi Desert in the western part of Selma. The ground was covered with yellowish gravel, and as the wind blew, it stirred up a sky full of yellow sand, evoking a sense of grandeur in his heart. It had been over 3 years since he arrived on Selma, and it was time to leave. With a thought, Shaya suddenly disappeared from the mountaintop. On the flat plateau, Shilling was still waving her hands and feet, the energy surging and pressing against each other, creating a hissing sound that stirred the atmosphere. Beads of sweat the size of beans dripped down her hair, hitting the ground and releasing a wisp of steam. Her beautiful hair danced in the wind, tied in a bundle with a ribbon, while a few strands stuck to her small face, damp with sweat. Whoosh! Waves of air surged and rolled, vibrating around Shieling, with the pressure in the center dropping again and again. Large clouds of dust swept across the land like a desert storm. As Shieling's speed of punching and kicking increased, a series of muffled sounds of air being torn apart rang out, and the area within hundreds of meters instantly resembled a pot of boiling water. Boom! A figure appeared in the sky, then began to fall freely. The person lightly extended a hand, and in an instant, the entire storm was suddenly dispersed. The fierce wind vanished, and the swirling sand and stones were pulled down by gravity, settling to the ground. Shaya landed on one foot and walked toward Shieling. Brother, Shieling shouted unhappily, clearly displeased that Shaya interrupted her training. Shaya smiled and casually brushed off the dust on his clothes, saying, "All right, don't be angry. I'm here to tell you that we are about to leave this planet." As soon as Shieling heard this, her expression brightened a little, and she immediately asked, "Brother Shaya, have you mastered your superpowers? Do we not need to take a spaceship?" Now that Shieling's mind had matured, she understood that she needed to hold enough cards in her hand and could not fully trust King Vegeta and Frieza. The way to conceal King Vegeta's secrets was to hide their fighting power, which required them to travel to the distant Earth. Shaya nodded and said seriously, "Yes. If I use my full power to take you with me, we should be able to reach Earth quickly. When do we depart?" "We can leave anytime, once we have the spacecraft set up." Shieling nodded. Then with a push from her toes, she soared into the air, heading towards the valley where they lived. Shaya followed behind, watching the little girl act decisively. He stood there, sighing and shaking his head. Shieling has grown up. She's not clingy anymore. Why isn't she as cute as she was when she was younger? Generally speaking, he usually went along with Shieling's wishes. So she should be even more attached to him. Why has she become more independent? Has his upbringing led her astray? Or is it just the Saiyans' distinct personality that stands out too much? Returning to the small valley where they had lived for 3 years, Shaya confirmed that the 2 flying machines were properly placed, and then he found a huge rock to block the cave entrance. After doing all this, Shaya took Shieling's small hand and said, "Hold on tight. I'm going to use instant transmission now." Shieling responded and moved closer, hugging Shaya and burying her head in his chest. Shaya opened his arms and embraced Shieling's waist, while his other hand, with 2 fingers together, pressed against his forehead. His expression was unusually serious. With a thought, a strange ripple immediately enveloped the 2 of them. As a brief flash of light passed by, they disappeared into the distant and quiet valley. In the vast universe, the gossamer-like Milky Way cascaded from the northeast to the southwest, with brilliant stars twinkling like diamonds, large and small, dotting the night sky and continuously shining with a dazzling brilliance. The Earth, a blue planet located in the southern part of the northern galaxy, was considered a low-level planet, overlooked by all civilizations. The humans on Earth, even with firearms, were merely weak beings with combat power barely exceeding a dozen. However, this unremarkable planet possessed the most profound martial arts. At this moment, in a hilly area of the northern hemisphere, a brilliant light flickered in the air like a star. After the light faded, 2 silhouettes suddenly appeared in midair and then unexpectedly plummeted straight down. Wow! Shaya landed on the ground, immediately lying down and greedily gasping for the vital energy in the air. "Sigh. I miscalculated. I almost lost my direction in space. I can't be so reckless in the future." Shaya felt frustrated. Although he had found the coordinates of Earth from a spacecraft, he had still underestimated the difficulty of interstellar travel. If it hadn't been for their good luck, they might have gotten lost in the universe. Along the way, Shaya had made several stops at different planets and finally reached their destination. This large-scale, instantaneous movement consumed an astonishing amount of energy. Even though he had transferred from one planet to another, the entire process nearly drained all his energy, and he almost perished before accomplishing his mission. Shaya would have to think carefully before using instantaneous movement again in the future. Shieling whispered softly, then began to observe the surroundings. Her delicate brows furrowed. Is this the Earth that Shaya mentioned? The gravity is only 1/10 of Vegeta, not even comparable to Selma. Are there really miraculous martial arts cultivation methods here? After resting for a while and regaining his strength, Shaya stood up and replied, "Don't underestimate Earth. Although it's just a low-level planet, the martial arts philosophy found here is quite profound. If we can fully comprehend it, we wouldn't just be able to face King Vegeta. Even Frieza could be easily defeated." Shilling's eyes flickered. She had never seen her brother Shaya speak so highly of a planet before. It seems this planet really does have something worth learning. Shaya glanced around and said, Let's first find a place with people to change into some outfits. And then we'll look for a training location. Chapter 13. The Holy Land of Kale in the sky was high and the clouds were light, with a gentle breeze brushing against the face. The azure sky was as flawless as a mirror, and sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled spots of light in the woods. In the dark green jungle, rustling sounds echoed as some slender animals, startled, hurriedly fled deeper into the forest. About 10 kilometers away from where Shaya and the others landed, beyond several snow-capped mountains, there was a small human settlement. Although the town was only a short distance from the forest, it was separated by towering mountains. Besides the hunters who frequently ventured into the mountains, few dared to cross the snowy peaks, and the people in the town lived a peaceful and tranquil life. Warm sunlight poured down, gradually melting the ice and snow. At that moment, on the other side of the snow-capped mountains, 2 straight beams of light streaked across the sky as Shaya and Shieling entered the small town of human activity. Upon landing, Shaya looked around and saw tractors clattering in the fields, farmers busy with their hoes. Upon seeing this familiar scene, Shaya momentarily felt as if he were looking back at a past life, and a different emotion surged within him. Even though the world had changed, humans still rose with the sun and rested at sunset, but such a life was becoming increasingly distant for me. Shaya smiled faintly, shook his head, and said, "This kind of life is not what I pursue." Having experienced the monotony of life and felt the helplessness of being weak, Shaya became even more certain of his beliefs. He wanted to master his destiny, not to sink into the mundane world. The path of the strong was not easy, but he would persist. Shaya gazed into the distance, his thoughts solid, and in the vast and boundless starry sky, the endless waves of grandeur were truly the place he sought. He never expected that the humans on this planet looked like this. If it weren't for the lack of tails, they could almost be mistaken for Saiyans. Shieling was somewhat surprised. The universe was vast and full of wonders, and she didn't expect to find a race so similar to Saiyans in the southern part of this distant starry sky. She immediately took out the energy detector and tested the humans in the distance, but the data displayed was only a single digit, causing her to frown. She measured again, and still, it was a single digit, with the highest combat power not exceeding 7 points. Turning off the detector, Shieling disdainfully said, "I can't believe their combat power is so low. It's just for show, really a garbage race." "Brother Shaya, I'm starting to doubt whether there's anything we need on this planet." "Haha, don't be fooled by these humans' low combat power. They're a very intelligent race. Some of the martial artists among them have mastered many incredible techniques, and those are exactly what we need. Let's go. We should change into some new clothes first." Shaya glanced at the slightly worn battle suits of the two and said with a faint smile. Although these battle suits were made with high-tech materials from Dadar Star and could adapt to changes in body size with a certain degree of flexibility, they were clearly no longer suitable to wear. As they spoke, the two entered the small town. Despite its remote location and some distance from the big city, the shops lining the streets were filled with a dazzling array of goods, with a wide variety of items. Shilling had never seen these products before, and for a moment she was dazzled, wandering around like a naive little beggar entering a mall for the first time, finding everything novel and wanting to grab everything she saw, just as Shieling was getting lost in the sights and preparing to use force to snatch something. Shaya intervened to stop her actions. "Why are you stopping me?" Shieling said, looking displeased. Shaya grabbed her arm and said, "If you want something, just buy it with money. Don't think about stealing." "But I don't have money." "It's fine, just leave it to me, but you also need to learn how to enter civilized society," Shaya replied, glancing at her. As a warrior race, the Saiyans are survival of the fittest. Their brutality and ferocity might be their nature, and that can't be changed. However, Shaya doesn't want Shieling to be tainted by the evil deeds of Frieza. Killing without reason and forcibly plundering does not meet his standards, nor is it the way to survive in the universe. Since Shieling is following him, he has the responsibility to teach her well. Next, Shaya used instant transmission to enter the primitive forest and hunted some rare beasts, then exchanged their skins for currency on Earth, using that money to buy the items they needed for daily life. Since the Universal Capsule Corporation hadn't grown large in this era, they couldn't fit large packages into the small capsules, so Shaya and Shieling didn't buy many things, just enough to change their entire outfits and tidy up their hair. To be honest, after the makeover, the two looked just like children who had just started elementary school, if it weren't for the brown tail behind them. Shaya wore a white short-sleeve shirt with a black jacket on top and casual pants on the bottom. Shieling was dressed in a neutral t-shirt and a gray jacket, paired with a pair of small-sized jeans. Her black hair was tied into a ponytail, adding a touch of feminine softness. It's really annoying, clearly. We could just grab it directly, but it has to be so complicated. Shilling pouted, looking impatient. She tugged at her sleeve and said, "Why do we have to dress like this? These clothes aren't durable at all. They'll tear easily in a fight." Shaya showed a bright smile. Although Shilling looked dissatisfied, he knew that she was actually happy inside. She just refused to admit it. Shaya looked at the sky, confirmed a direction, and said, "Enough complaining. The next place we are going is the origin of martial arts on Earth, the Kalen Sanctuary located in the Northern Hemisphere. There's a Kalen Tower there, and our destination is at the top of the Kalen Tower." With that, the two of them floated into the air, transforming into two bright rays of light, flying towards the direction of the Kalen Sanctuary. Shaya's journey to the Korin Sacred Land is not only to learn the method of energy manipulation from the Cat Sage, but also to obtain the Earth's healing magical beans. The Senza Beans. In the early stages of Dragon Ball, Senza Beans did not show much value, merely preventing hunger. However, in the later stages, they became a life-saving treasure, capable of quickly restoring energy and instantly healing any injury. Unfortunately, by the later stages of Dragon Ball, the production of Senza Beans was extremely low, and their stock was limited. Goku and the others wished they could split one bean in half to share it. But for now, the Senza Beans have not yet been wasted by Yachirobe, so there should still be a considerable stock available. The Sacred Land, Korin. The Korin Sacred Land is located on a vast plain on the other side of the earth and has long been guarded by the Indian tribes. In ancient times, the Korin Sacred Land was the birthplace of martial arts on Earth, and for a long time, martial artists have flocked to challenge the Korin Tower. Although martial arts on Earth have stagnated in recent centuries, and a catastrophe struck 300 years ago, the ambition of Earth's martial artists has never been extinguished. And every few years, someone comes to challenge the Korin Tower. Today, the Korin Tower welcomes two new visitors. After a flicker of light, the flat skyline comes into view. Shaya and the other person flew above the Kailan Sacred Land, looking far at a slender tower rising from the ground, reaching up into the clouds and disappearing into layers of mist. "This is the Kailan Tower. It's so tall." Shilling looked shocked. Shaya was also surprised as he looked at the tower. According to legend, one could only reach the top of the Kailan Tower by climbing it barehanded. He naturally didn't believe it. But looking at the endless tower that disappeared into the sky, he couldn't help but admire the ancient ancestors of Earth. That was probably a feat only a god could accomplish. Chapter 14. On the temple, Shaya and Saiyan only made a brief stop beneath the Kailan Tower before accelerating up the ivory-colored tower towards its peak. At the top of Kailan Tower, inside a spherical building, the Cat Sage stood beside a water tank, leaning on a cane with a serious expression. The water tank displayed the scene of Shaya and Saiyan rapidly ascending the Kailan Tower. Their ascent was incredibly fast, creating whirlwinds that dispersed the clouds surrounding the tower. And they were getting closer to the top. Oh dear, what kind of monsters are they that they are about to reach the top so quickly? Compared to them, the Demon King Piccolo from 300 years ago is nothing. Sweat beads appeared on the Cat Sage's forehead as it paced back and forth, stroking its beard. Filled with anxiety, the sudden arrival of such powerful beings on Earth could be a blessing or a curse, since Shaya and the others did not conceal their presence. The Cat Sage and the higher deities had already noticed them upon their arrival on Earth. Two individuals radiating such a powerful aura. The Cat Sage and the deities felt more helpless than shocked. Such a terrifying aura was something they had never even heard of, making it nearly suffocating. They could only hope that the newcomers would not threaten Earth. Considering Shaya and Xieying's battle power of 2,530 and 1980, respectively, it was utterly unbelievable for the deities and the Cat Sage, whose battle power was barely 260. The impact on them was akin to the heavens collapsing and the earth shattering. "They have arrived." The Cat Sage shuddered, shifting its gaze from a water tank to see two young children floating outside the tower's peak. They passed the Kailan Tower's test so quickly, it's simply unbelievable. The Cat Sage trembled and steeled itself to step forward to meet Shaya and the others. At that moment, Shaya was also examining the white, plump cat in front of him, thinking this must be the Cat Sage, just as described in the original work. He heard that it was over 800 years old. "May I ask what brings you two here?" The Cat Sage asked cautiously. Meanwhile, in the temple atop Kailan Tower, the deity was also gazing seriously downwards, with Bobo carefully accompanying it. "Cat Sage, I have heard that the Kailan Holy Land is the origin of martial arts on Earth. We came today to seek your guidance on cultivation methods," Shaya said with a smile, getting straight to the point. The cat sage relaxed its expression and replied, "Your strength is countless times greater than mine. I fear I have nothing to teach you. However, one should not say such things lightly. As the saying goes, the accomplished shall be the teacher. Due to some inherent reasons, our race was born with great power. But it is precisely this that makes it difficult for us to master our own aura, so we hope to learn how to control it." Shaya continued to explain the situation. He would not underestimate the cat immortal just because it had a combat power of less than 200. As a Kylan immortal who had lived for more than 800 years, he had existed far longer than any heavenly being and had a wealth of experience. After hearing this, the cat immortal couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and nodded, saying, "Well, in that case, let me see your true strength." Although it could roughly estimate the opponent's power from the aura they unintentionally emitted, the exact level of strength could only be known through direct experience. "I'll go first," Shaya said, immediately channeling the energy within him. Instantly, an overwhelming aura surged from his body, transforming into a violent wind that swept around, knocking over objects on the Kylan Tower. The cat immortal was stunned by the aura emitted by Shaya, when Shaya truly displayed his strength. The previous energy seemed insignificant in comparison. The cat immortal had never witnessed such a powerful aura and found itself somewhat unable to move. "That's about enough," Shaya said, retracting his aura, only to find that many of the items around had been blown over by the airflow. "Now it's my turn," Shilling said softly. Although she didn't believe that this white fat cat had any real abilities as Shaya claimed, she still released her energy with all her might. Instantly, another powerful and violent aura appeared on the Kylan Tower. While her aura was much weaker than Shaya's, it was still enough to shock the cat immortal. "Enough, enough. You guys really don't know where you came from. Each of you is simply terrifyingly strong." The cat immortal wiped the cold sweat from its forehead and then paced back and forth for a few circles, saying, "I do have some training methods here, but you'll have to start from scratch. It's just that since you already possess such powerful energy, suppressing it is not a simple matter. The stronger the energy, the more domineering it becomes, and mastering it completely is even more difficult. Especially the training methods mastered by the cat immortal require starting from the beginning, which puts it in a difficult position. Let me solve this problem." An ancient voice sounded from the side. The cat immortal turned around, only to find that two more people had appeared outside the Kylan Tower. The heavenly god leaned on a cane, while Bobo stood on a flying carpet, which hovered in midair. The heavenly god cleared his throat. Sure enough, such powerful figures appeared on Earth, and the heavenly god couldn't help but make an appearance. "Hello, two friends from afar. I am the heavenly god of Earth, and perhaps we in the heavenly realm can help you with your difficulties." The heavenly god's aged face revealed a kind smile. Shaya's face also wore a smile as he said, "In that case, you can trouble the deity." "Not a trouble at all. Please both of you come to the temple." The deity nodded, finally relieved. As long as the other party was not evil, it would be good to establish a kind relationship with Earth. The deity then said to the cat sage, "Kylan, this is important. You should come along as well." "Yes." The cat sage nodded and stepped onto the flying carpet with his staff. The temple was directly above Kylan Tower. Should they accompany us, or of course, should we fly up ourselves? Shaya was in a very good mood. With the guidance of the cat sage, the deity, and Bobo, he believed he would soon grasp the secrets of Chi. "Shilling, let's go together." He took Shilling's hand, and with a whoosh, they flew up, heading towards the direction of the temple, passing through layers of thunderstorm clouds. They arrived at the hemispherical temple located at a very high position in the sky, which presented an overall red structure. The air here was thin, the air pressure extremely low, and the temperature was also lower than below. There really is such a place here? Shilling began to feel the wonders of Earth. Although the life force on this planet was extremely low, both Kylan Tower and the current temple were not something ordinary people could build. Perhaps there really was extraordinary martial arts here. Soon, the deity and the cat sage arrived. "Please wait a moment," the deity said politely, then turned to Bobo and instructed, "Bobo, go bring the weighted clothing." Bobo responded and walked into the temple. Shortly after, he came out holding two sets of orange martial arts uniforms. The deity introduced, "These two were prepared long ago for martial artists challenging the temple, having a very strong weight effect. These two probably have a 15 times gravity effect. I used to think I would never need them again." Shaya looked at it in surprise, took the martial arts uniform and put it on, and immediately felt a powerful gravity exerting on him, making it difficult to even walk. Such strong gravity felt like his whole body was filled with lead. Shaya's expression stiffened, and after walking a few steps, beads of sweat had already formed on his forehead. and his breathing became somewhat labored. It should be noted that Saiyans are naturally adapted to the 10 times gravity of Planet Vegeta, but 15 times gravity was still a bit too much for them. In the original story, Son Goku only began to adapt to 20 times gravity when he set off for Namek, and at that time his combat power was over 8,000 in normal conditions, much stronger than Shaya's current combat power of 2,530. Therefore, 15 times gravity was already putting some pressure on Shaya and Saiyan. On the other side, after Saiyan put on the weighted clothing, her movements also slowed down. Chapter 15. Training after putting on the magically effective weighted clothing. Shaya's body seemed to be covered by a mysterious gravitational field, requiring him to expend more energy to counteract the gravity applied to every cell in his body. As a result, he could no longer freely mobilize his own power, and the surging combat power immediately dropped. It was similar to how Frieza suppressed the uncontrollable power within him by transforming. After removing most of his energy, the energy that Shaya could truly control had become minimal. Controlling this energy was much simpler than before. Watching Shaya and Saiyan, who, although moving with some difficulty, still exhibited formidable combat power. The god of the heavens was somewhat moved, a hint of surprise showing in his deep gaze. He had never considered taking advantage of their weakened state to kill them, knowing it was simply impossible. Although Shaya and the others were using their power to counteract the weight of the weighted clothing, it didn't mean that their power had disappeared from their bodies. It was merely lurking deeper within. Moreover, as a being of righteousness, the god of the heavens could not allow himself to commit such a vile act. Let this be a good connection for Earth. Perhaps one day Earth will need their help. The god of the heavens thought silently. Leaning on his staff, his ethereal voice floated over. You two guests next. Bobo and Karen will train you, hoping to be of help to you. Just call me Shaya, and this little guy next to me is Saiyan. We'll be in your care from now on. Shaya politely nodded to Bobo and the cat sage, his youthful face carrying a confident smile. Although the power within him had decreased significantly, a smaller amount meant it could be more easily controlled. No trouble at all. The cat sage licked the fur on his hands, stroking his whiskers, pondering. What race are these two little ones? Under 15 times the weight, they can still hold up. It's been several hundred years since I've seen such individuals. At this moment, Bobo, who had been standing silently to the side from the beginning, stepped forward. His calm eyes looked at Shaya and Saiyan as he spoke. You will first train with Karen for a while. When you have roughly mastered the energy within you and understand what she is, then I will train you. Okay. Karen, it's up to you now. The god of the heavens, leaning on his staff, revealed a smile on his aged, wrinkled face, and after greeting Shaya and the others, he returned to the temple. After the god of the heavens left, the cat sage looked at the two seemingly youthful but formidable children in front of him, contemplating how to conduct the training. Not long after, the cat sage pulled out 2 bells from somewhere and then handed them over, tying the bells to Shaya and Saiyan. He then took out a water bottle and hung it on his wooden staff. After doing all this, the cat sage stroked his fur and said seriously, Next, what you need to do is to seize the water bottle I have hanging on my staff. You can do it while I am asleep or distracted. Any means can be used. As long as you manage to snatch the bottle from me, you will pass. However, I have only one requirement. You must keep these 2 bells tied while you act, and you must not let the bells make a sound. Otherwise, you will not pass. After listening, Shaya nodded. This training method is essentially the same as the one used by the cat sage to train Sun Wukong in the original work. However, compared to Sun Wukong, the cat sage's current approach is much stricter. A small bell suddenly increases the difficulty of the training by more than 100 times. To ensure that the bell does not make a sound during movement, one must at least achieve a state of mind as calm as still water, as tranquil as the sky, which is extremely challenging. In such training, one can subtly grasp the essence of Qi. In fact, Shaya has also trained using this method, but for some reason, he could not master it. Any slight movement would cause the bell to ring, and he always failed to grasp the key. It seems he still needs someone who understands Qi to guide him personally. In fact, Qi is a type of energy, a power contained within a living being. But the vast majority of people cannot discover its essence and use it in a crude and rough manner. The cat sage's training method appears simple, yet it contains profound principles, highlighting the superiority of Earthlings over cosmic beings. This is also what Shaya needs to gain during his visit to Earth. Kalen Sage, let's begin. Shaya nodded to the cat sage, then teamed up with Saiyan to start competing for the water bottle. Although the cat sage's training was simple, they realized the difficulty when they actually began. Every time Shaya made a move, he either missed or the bell rang out with a jingling sound. To keep the bell silent, they had to control their movements with great precision, coupled with the thin air at the temple's height and the heavy burdens on their bodies. It didn't take long for both of them to be panting and exhausted. After resting and regaining their strength, they started to compete for the water bottle hanging from the cat sage's staff again. However, they often missed their chance. Several times they were just about to grab the bottle, but the cat sage would sway, causing them to lose their grip again. Time passed, and 6 or 7 days went by. Life at the temple was extremely dull, but both Shaya and Saiyan were very capable of enduring solitude and did not become irritable as a result. During these days, they acted like sponges, continuously absorbing the martial arts principles taught by the cat sage during training, reshaping their understanding and control of power, gradually shifting from instinctual rough control to a more meticulous approach. On the 9th day, Shaya and the others were still competing for the water bottle. But compared to the first day, they had already learned to keep the bell from ringing quite well. The cat sage watched in astonishment. Facing the inhuman progress of the two, even the cat sage, who had a solid martial arts foundation, felt thoroughly defeated. The cat sage naturally knew that this training method was far more difficult than before. Anyone who had climbed the Kylan Tower would have been trained by the cat sage using the water bottle competition method, which typically took ordinary challengers 2 to 3 years to pass. However, adding the restriction of keeping the bell silent was a first, as this was usually a test given by the heavenly realm to challengers at the temple. This won't do. You need to learn to adjust your breathing. If your breath is irregular, your rhythm will be off and your movements will show flaws. The cat sage shook the water bottle in his hand, his cat-like eyes narrowing into slits. For example, the cat sage suddenly launched an attack toward Shaya and Saiyan, his soft, fluffy claws striking them, resulting in a series of crashing sounds as the two figures flew out several meters before sliding along the ground for a few more meters. To learn to adjust their breathing, they first needed to calm their hearts. The air in the heavenly realm was very thin. Any excess movement would increase the burden on their bodies, thus affecting their breathing. When you can achieve a still heart, calm as the sky, then you'll be able to control every movement of your body. The cat sage waddled over with his bulky body, dragging his staff, and remarkably, the water bottle on the staff didn't shake at all, not a drop spilled out. Char stood there in thought for a moment. Then a glimmer of brilliance flashed in his eyes. Without bothering to wipe the sweat off his face, he took a deep breath and shouted again. Shaya launched the attack first, moving like a swift wind and striking like lightning. The orange light flashed through the air, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of the cat sage, then shifted positions to attack the target on its staff. The cat sage's eyes narrowed, and he was about to move. Suddenly, the cat sage's expression changed, and his white fur bristled slightly. Just a step away from the cat sage, Shaya unexpectedly changed his posture again, leaving a stationary afterimage in mid-air, while his figure bizarrely appeared behind the cat sage, a slender palm lunging towards the target. Hiss! At a critical moment, the staff shrank downward, and Shaya's palm missed its target. Immediately after, a loud thump sounded, and the cat sage's plump body bounced slightly as one foot kicked toward Shaya. Shaya's body was uncontrollably thrown out. After repelling Shaya, the cat sage patted his chest and let out a long sigh of relief, glancing at the still shaking water bottle, from which beads of cold sweat had actually seeped out behind him. Oh dear, that was so sudden. If it hadn't been for my quick reaction, he would have really snatched the water bottle. The cat sage's gaze towards Shaya became very obscure. What a powerful little brat. He almost succeeded. When a heavenly god ascended to the temple back in the day, it took him several decades to snatch the bell from Bobo. These two guys are not to be underestimated. On the other side, Shilling was carefully observing every move Shaya made. Just as Shaya was about to succeed, he ultimately fell short at the last moment, which made her feel a bit regretful. At the same time, she was seriously contemplating the words the cat sage had said earlier. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that the depth of those words was unfathomable, far more profound than the concepts taught on Vegeta Star. Earth is truly an amazing place. A gleam of joy appeared in Shilling's bright eyes. Perhaps coming to Earth with Shaya was indeed the right decision. Chapter 16. The weak Earth time flows like fine sand, quietly passing by without notice. In the blink of an eye, it had been half a month since Shaya and the others began their training with the cat sage. Under the guidance of the cat sage, both Shaya and Shilling were growing rapidly, continuously compensating for their foundational deficiencies, understanding the meaning of chi, and learning how to harness the chi within them. After half a month, their auras had become more contained, no longer as sharp as when they first arrived on Earth. Then, on the 16th day, Shaya, who had learned to skillfully use chi, was the first to snatch the water bottle from the cat sage. By the 19th day, Shilling also managed to grab the water bottle. Thus, the cat sage's training came to an end. Well, your progress has truly exceeded my expectations. It's incredible that you have reached this stage of training in just a few days. By the way, you can now take off the weighted clothing and show me your full strength. After the training ended, the cat sage waddled over with his plump body. No problem, Shaya replied eagerly, then swiftly removed the weighted clothing. As the weighted clothing was taken off, the strange gravitational field that enveloped him vanished, and the power that had been suppressed within him began to stir restlessly. Crackle! Shaya's entire body emitted a crisp sound, like frying beans. Suddenly, a surge of power erupted, as if it had found an outlet, gushing out like a flood. At that moment, the overwhelming momentum rapidly swept through the entire temple, centered around Shaya, and the calm sky seemed to have been struck by a bomb, instantly turning tempestuous as the temple began to tremble slightly. Feeling the surging energy filling every cell in his body, Shaya couldn't help but laugh heartily, his face revealing a satisfied and cheerful smile. Then, he collected his expression, and the rolling wave of energy intensified once again. The momentum transformed into a tangible force in an instant, and the howling wind came crashing down with an incomparable pressure. Like Mount Tai, the cat sage, not far from Shaya, was naturally the first to bear the brunt. He faced the nearby pressure with a stiff expression, feeling cold all over, as if the blood in his veins had suddenly congealed. That's enough. Quickly restrain your aura. The cat sage shouted loudly while propping himself up with his cane and placing a hand on his forehead to shield against the oncoming gale. In just 20 days, Shaya's combat power had astonishingly surged once again, having increased significantly compared to when he first arrived on Earth, roughly estimated to have exceeded 3,000 combat power. Since he had started training from scratch, Shaya clearly felt that his foundation had become more solid. Although his previous strength was also considerable, from the perspective of this moment, Shaya suddenly had a wonderful realization. The strength he once possessed was actually an illusory facade, like a huge sponge that appeared massive on the surface but took up little space when slightly compressed. That kind of strength was superficial. It was fine when facing the weak, as he still stood tall as a powerful being, but when encountering a true powerhouse, it would deflate like a balloon with just a poke. Now, having the same application of strength, Shaya felt grounded. This feeling was great, steadily moving forward and taking a solid step on the path of the strong. Shaya, tell me the truth. How many strong beings like you are there in the universe? The cat sage suddenly asked curiously, looking at Shaya and Shiling's incredible training talents. Like me? Shaya was taken aback for a moment and honestly replied, to be honest, my strength is hardly significant in the universe. Shilling and I come from a planet called Vegeta. We're a warrior race known as the Saiyans lives. Shilling and I are just adolescent mid-level warriors among the Saiyans, and there are at least 100,000 to 200,000 Saiyans more powerful than us. However, although we Saiyans are called a warrior race, our influence in the universe can only be considered above average. We can't compare to those cosmic overlords who can easily destroy the world. The listener, the cat hermit, couldn't help but gasp in shock, his eyes filled with astonishment. The strength of Shaya is surprisingly not even ranked among his own people. But thinking about it, it's understandable, just looking at their physique. They are merely children and naturally cannot compare to adults. However, this fact made the cat immortal even more concerned. A child from a cosmic race is already so much stronger than the gods on Earth, and according to him, this Saiyan race is only considered above average in the universe. How many powerful civilizations exist in this universe? At this moment, the vastness and might of a universe left the cat immortal speechless, and a deep shadow lingered in his heart. If the beings in the universe are truly as Shaya described, then Earth is in great danger. As if sensing the cat immortal's worries, Shaya smiled and said, but you don't need to worry too much. Earth is just a forgotten low-level planet, and generally, extraterrestrials won't come here. The cat immortal felt helpless upon hearing this. To be called a low-level planet and not regarded by others was actually good news. How ironic. Chapter 17, The Room of Spirit and Time. All right, I understand all of this now. You can go find Bobo. He will guide you in your training. Let me tell you, don't be fooled by Bobo's unassuming appearance. His skills are much greater than mine. The cat immortal felt somewhat disheartened and waved his hand weakly. After being discouraged by Shaya, he no longer had the mood to check on Shiling's progress. However, considering Shiling's progress, it probably wouldn't be much worse than Shaya's, as both had terrifying talent. Well, Thank you, Karen Immortal. We'll go find Mr. Bobo now. Shaya smiled and glanced at Saiyan, who nodded in understanding and followed along. Both walking towards the interior of the temple. Watching their figures, the cat Immortal stood quietly in place, murmuring softly, I need to inform the celestial god about this. He should be prepared. Sigh, there are truly too many powerful beings in the universe. I hope no one has their eyes on Earth. Speaking of which, the martial arts on Earth have really declined a lot over these past few centuries. The cat Immortal stretched and yawned before heading towards the celestial god's residence. In the corridor of the temple, Bobo sat quietly like a meditative monk. Seeing Shaya and the others walk in from outside, Bobo stood up, his coin-like eyes showing no emotion as he harmlessly gazed at them. I have already seen your performance just now. I cannot teach you the conventional methods. So now you should follow me. With that, he turned and walked deeper into the temple. Shaya and Shilling exchanged a glance and followed closely behind Bobo. They navigated through several corridors and turned down various paths, moving deeper into the temple. When Shaya looked back, he found that the route they had taken was now a tangled web, like a maze where it was easy to lose one's sense of direction. Where's Bobo taking us? After such a long time, we must be getting close, Shaya wondered to himself, realizing that they were already at the bottom of the temple. Just as Shaya was pondering, Bobo stopped in front of a large golden door. Pushing open the door, Bobo said, Inside is a room of spirit and time. 1 day outside equals 1 year inside, and the environment is extremely harsh. Bobo will be with you inside for a year. It's actually a room of spirit and time. Shaya was taken aback. He thought of many possible ways to train them, such as sending them to other worlds with machines like in the original work, or to a valley filled with lightning. But he never expected that Bobo would directly bring them to the hyperbolic time chamber. It's important to know that the air inside the hyperbolic time chamber is thin. The temperature fluctuates between -40 and 50 degrees Celsius, and the gravity is 10 times that of Earth. Such conditions might be considered harsh for others, but for powerful individuals like them, it certainly isn't harsh. The real challenge lies in their psychological endurance. Spending a year in a vast, empty, and lonely environment is a tremendous test for the mind. Those with weak will or lack of focus can easily experience hallucinations. In the original work, the hyperbolic time chamber was originally designed to gain time before facing an enemy and did not hold much significance for training. However, at this moment, Shaya was already eager to start because what he lacked now was time. Shaya has been in the Dragon Ball world for over 7 years. According to the plot's development, it won't be long before Frieza loses his patience and destroys Planet Vegeta, although he is unsure how much time is left before that happens. In any case, it won't be much. He needs to have enough strength by that time. Although he cannot stop Frieza, at the very least, he must bring Rebecca and Edri out in advance. Brother Shaya, what is the hyperbolic time chamber? Shilling asked, looking confused. The hyperbolic time chamber is a dimensional space built by the gods where time flows much faster than in the outside world. 1 day outside equals 1 year inside. It's very suitable for cultivators to make urgent breakthroughs. However, one person can only enter the hyperbolic time chamber twice in their lifetime, and each time can accommodate only 2 people. Before Shaya could respond, Bobo, who had been standing nearby, answered, What a magical place! At this moment, Bobo had already opened the golden door, revealing the hyperbolic time chamber. From the outside, one could only see a dark and blurry space, as if some energy was obstructing the view. Bobo turned to Shaya and the others and said, Since only 2 people can enter at a time, you'll have to go in 2 groups. I'll go first. Shilling jumped to the front. Char shrugged. After all, it didn't matter if it was 1 day or 2. Since Shilling wanted to go in so badly, he might as well let her go first. At that moment, he suddenly thought of something and asked, Mr. Popo, didn't you say that a person can only go in twice in their lifetime? May I ask how many times you have been in before? Since Popo was present when the divine being constructed the spirit time room, he was not subject to that limitation. Popo replied calmly. Upon hearing this, Shaya's pupils involuntarily constricted. From Bobo's words, he sensed many things. Bobo had been present when the deity constructed the time chamber, which meant that Bobo must be at least several thousand years old. With such a long lifespan, he must have seen through many things. However, this also raised a new question, since Bobo could enter and exit the time chamber without limits. Why was his combat power still so minimal? Could it be because Bobo was a servant of the gods? Unable to comprehend, Shaya shook his head and decided not to think about it anymore. His gaze settled on Shilling as he said, Then hurry up and go in. It will be my turn after a day. P.S. I request some recommendation votes. Please support me if you have any. Chapter 18. The spirit being shieling responded with an and then curiously followed Bobo into the time chamber. After they entered, the golden door of the time chamber slammed shut. Shaya knew that the flow of time inside the time chamber had now diverged from the outside world. One day outside equated to 1 year inside. With nothing to do, Shaya sat alone in the temple's corridor for quite a while before wandering along the circular white jade staircase in the corridor. The exact construction date of the temple is untraceable. It may have been built several thousand years ago, or even longer. Yet, time had not left many marks on the temple, which is perhaps its magical aspect. As he spiraled down the main body of the temple, the walls on either side of the corridor were adorned with half-meter-tall golden patterns. These patterns were vividly sculpted, reminiscent of Incan murals, primarily depicting scenes of ancient humans engaging in slash-and-burn agriculture and hunting. Moreover, Shaya noticed that every few meters along the intricate corridors, there were splendid golden doors. Behind these doors were various rooms, ranging from ordinary storage rooms to special spaces enhanced by magic, like the time chamber. After wandering in the corridor for a long time and navigating through the complex paths, he finally returned to the entrance of the temple. At that moment, the deity approached him, leaning on a staff. "Shaya, you're here," the deity said. "Just now, Chiron informed me of your situation. I didn't expect there to be so many powerful beings in the universe. Compared to them, Earth is truly too weak." A hint of helplessness appeared on the deity's aged face. After learning about the strength of other life forms in the universe from Cat Sage, a fear of the strong preying on the weak lingered in the deity's heart, worried that extraterrestrials might invade Earth, resulting in devastation. Seeing the deity bring it up, Shaya did not beat around the bush and said straightforwardly, "Yes, the overall power of Earth is indeed too low. It is probably the most primitive planet in the universe. However, you shouldn't underestimate yourselves. While the individual strength of Earthlings may not be high, you have certain advantages that are hard for beings from other planets to match. Your martial arts philosophy is far more advanced than that of the aliens, as long as you make good use of your strengths. I believe Earthlings will not be weaker than extraterrestrials." When Shaya said this, it wasn't to comfort the god of Earth. In fact, the weakness of the Earthlings is not permanent. When the Dragon Ball warriors truly rise, pure Earthlings like Krillin will be much stronger than the vast majority of beings in the universe. Of course, this requires opportunity. The god of Earth was taken aback. He didn't expect Shaya to have such high hopes for martial arts on Earth. That said, there are indeed too few strong individuals on Earth. In the past few hundred years, true martial artists on Earth have been dwindling, and those worth cultivating are extremely rare. Sigh. At this point, the god of Earth couldn't help but let out a sigh. Among the martial arts in the lower realm, the Turtle School and Crane School are well known and have gained fame throughout the world, but there's a gap in the younger generation of martial artists. This phenomenon of disconnection is very unfavorable for Earth, which may face an invasion from extraterrestrial beings at any time. Since realizing Earth's situation, the god of Earth has been pondering how to enhance the strength of Earthlings. "By the way, I heard you possess many magical powers. I need your help with something." Shaya suddenly thought of something and said with a smile, "I know a little magic, but I don't know what you need help with," the god of Earth asked curiously, not believing there was anything unreasonable about Shaya seeking his assistance. The universe is a society where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. The law of the jungle grants the strong many natural privileges. For instance, the weak serve the strong. And in the eyes of many strong individuals, and even the weak themselves, this seems quite normal and logical, doesn't it? Shaya turned around, and a brown, fluffy tail fell from his waist, swaying in the air. After it was cut off on the night of the full moon on Selma Star, it had grown back in just a few months. "This is the tail of us Saiyans, and I hope to use the power of the god to prevent it from growing back again." The god had never seen a human with a tail, so he stared closely at it for a while, thinking that this tail might be a racial characteristic of the Saiyans. But at that moment, a furious, roaring giant ape suddenly appeared in his mental sea. A violent and ferocious aura surged forth, constantly impacting his mind. The god's eyes widened in horror, and he quickly averted his gaze. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said with lingering fear, "What a terrifying mental shock. What exactly is that giant ape?" That ominous aura almost tore my mind apart. "First, cut off the tail, and then I will cast a spell to prevent it from growing back." "Okay." Shaya nodded and cooperatively condensed a key blade, cutting down with it, causing his tail to fall to the ground and blood to flow from the wound. Seeing Shaya's decisiveness, the deity couldn't help but nod. It was now his turn to cast a spell. He extended his arm from the white divine robe, holding two fingers together while chanting an incantation. A glimmer of light flickered a few times before flying towards Shaya's wound. With a pop, the magic enveloped Shaya's body, the warm sensation soothing his flesh, while the shimmering green light flickered and changed continuously, gradually dimming and disappearing, and the wound on his backside had already healed. After moving around a bit, Shaya immediately felt different. He was surprised to find that his control had slightly improved after losing his Saiyan tail. Thank you, deity. If there are any troubles on Earth in the future, just let me know, and I will naturally come to help. Xayah was in a great mood and generously accepted the promise. As for whether this promise could be fulfilled, it would depend on whether he would be on Earth at that time. However, he knew that at least before the Star Dragon Ball Z, Earth would not face any major crises, and after Dragon Ball Z, Goku and the others would likely have grown stronger. However, the Supreme Kai was unaware of this. After receiving Xayah's promise, a smile appeared on the Supreme Kai's face. I will need your assistance in the future. The two engaged in a pleasant transaction without much noise. Xayah eliminated the potential instability brought by his tail, while the Supreme Kai received a promise of assistance when Earth was threatened, with both parties getting what they needed. After some small talk, Xayah raised numerous questions regarding his training, and the Supreme Kai answered them one by one. Although the Supreme Kai was not as powerful as Bobo, his knowledge of martial arts was extremely rich and surpassed Xayah in many areas, benefiting him greatly. After receiving the Supreme Kai's guidance, Xayah felt enlightened, and many of his previous doubts vanished. By this time, most of the day had passed. Seeing that there was still plenty of time before Xiang and the others emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber, Xayah thought for a moment and left the temple, heading straight for the top of Korin Tower below. He was in a Korin Tower to get the healing sacred beans from Korin. Previously, he had been too busy training to ask Korin for the beans, but there was something he absolutely needed on this trip. The combination of Saiyan physiology and the healing effects of the beans was nothing short of exciting. At the top of Korin Tower, which was shaped like a flattened ball, Korin was leisurely lying on a bench, resting. Suddenly, he sensed a powerful aura approaching him. Opening his eyes, he saw Xayah had appeared before him without him noticing. Korin instinctively yawned, got up from the bench, rubbed his eyes, and asked, Xayah, why are you here instead of training up there? After spending a few days together, Korin believed he understood Xayah's nature and had become quite casual in his speech. Shaya directly asked, Master Karen, I heard that you have something called a senza bean here. I wonder if you could give me some? Senza bean? The cat master squinted his eyes slightly, nodding indifferently. Yes, we do have this. Eating one senza bean allows you to go without food for 10 days. If you want, I can give you some. Wait a moment, let me find it. I remember it being around here. Saying that, the cat master began rummaging through boxes and cabinets. After digging out a large pile of miscellaneous items, he finally found 5 sealed clay jars from the back. The jars had the word senzu bean written in red on them. When opened, they were indeed filled with dark green dried beans. Chapter 19. So many senza beans, there are so many. Seeing the 5 large jars of senza beans that the cat master had pulled out, Shaya's eyes suddenly lit up. At that moment, it was as if a down-and-out pauper had suddenly stumbled upon a room full of gold, his gaze filled with burning desire. The 5 jars contained at least 70 to 80,000 beans. In the early stages of Dragon Ball, senza beans didn't show much value and were extravagantly used as food to stave off hunger. However, in the later stages, they became a true lifesaver, capable of quickly restoring energy and instantly healing various injuries. Thinking about the later stages of Dragon Ball, Sun Wukong and the others would rather split one bean in half to share between 2 people, which was truly heart-wrenching. So, when Shaya saw so many senzu beans in front of him, he wished he could gather them all to prevent that fat guy Yachiro from wasting them in the future. Then, the cat master grabbed a senzu bean from the jar and tossed it over. Shaya reached out and caught it, tossing it into his mouth and chewing it until it crunched with a crisp sound. It tasted somewhat like fried beans and had no particular flavor. But as the magical bean was crushed, a wondrous vitality suddenly spread throughout his mouth, followed by a warm sensation flowing through his entire body. The hunger in his stomach mysteriously vanished, and the mental fatigue was swept away, leaving him feeling invigorated and full of energy. He exerted himself a bit and found everything was in the best condition. It seemed that the magical bean was indeed a remarkable item. After personally experiencing the wonders of the magical bean, Shaya yearned for them even more, gazing at the jars of magical beans with fiery eyes. I wonder if the cat immortal could give me a few of these magical beans? Oh, of course, no problem. The cat immortal waved his hand nonchalantly and directly threw a few jars of magical beans over. This left Shaya dumbfounded. His intention was to ask the cat immortal for just a few magical beans. A few thousand would suffice. He didn't expect the cat immortal to be so generous, directly giving him all 5 large jars of magical beans, which probably amounted to around 70 or 80,000. It seems that these items are quite fateful for me. Shaya felt very happy and immediately began to collect the magical beans. With a flick of his finger in the air, a smooth space seemed to be sliced open like a thin sheet of paper, creating a dark red crack. Shaya carefully placed the 5 large jars of magical beans into the dimensional space. This was a new trick he developed while cultivating in the temple. Although it had no attacking capability, it was perfect for storing items. The cat immortal looked at the crack floating in midair with some surprise, then suddenly laughed and said, "Hey, you have quite a few tricks up your sleeve. This method, if used well, could be a great weapon. Haha, it's just a minor skill. I still have to thank you. These magical beans are a great help to me." Shaya laughed heartily, looking very pleased. Receiving so many magical beans was an unexpected delight, as it greatly increased his resources for cultivation, like an experienced street racer on Akinomiyama buying several high-value insurance policies for himself. Many training methods he previously dared not try could now be attempted. The cat immortal waved his hand dismissively. These magical beans were originally meant to restore the physical strength and eliminate hunger for those challengers who climbed the Kalen Tower. But no one has climbed up for so many years, so they are useless sitting here. Might as well give them all to you. So you're wasting them. Shaya smiled and curiously asked, "I wonder what the yield of these magical beans is like." Having obtained so many magical beans was not enough. Shaya began to think about more. The cat immortal seemed to guess his thoughts, shook his head, and said, "Planting magical beans requires divine water for irrigation. I opened a small piece of land on the Kalen Tower, and the yield is only about 100 or so a year. In recent years, the yield has been decreasing, and those you have are what I have accumulated over several hundred years." "I see." Shaya nodded with some regret. But when he thought about the tens of thousands of sins of beans he already had in his space, his mood brightened up. After a moment of thought, he kindly reminded, "Kylan, these sins of beans are really great. Their benefits go beyond just eliminating hunger and restoring energy. I believe their healing properties are the most important. I suggest you consider expanding the cultivation a bit. It might come in handy in the future." The cat sage stroked its beard and nodded. Shaya's words had indeed given it a wake-up call. In the past, on Earth, the importance of senzu beans had not been highlighted due to the lack of strong enemies. However, just because they were not needed before does not mean they won't be needed in the future, especially when Earth is exposed to the universe and could attract countless powerful beings at any moment. As a sacred healing medicine, senzu beans are indeed essential. All right, I understand. I will try to expand the senzu bean cultivation, but growing them requires divine water for irrigation, and it's not easy to condense divine water. So no one knows how much the yield of senzu beans can actually be increased. We can start by trying to plant a few." Shaya revealed a brilliant smile and said enticingly, "As long as the cat sage is willing to expand the planting area of the senzu beans, the yield will surely improve to some extent. Moreover, once the cat sage realizes the importance of the senzu beans, it is believed that in the future, even if Yachirobe wants to eat them, the cat sage will no longer hand them over to him for wasteful consumption as in the original story." The reason Shaya was able to obtain so many senzu beans this time was actually because the cat god didn't understand the importance of senzu beans. Everyone knows they are treasures. How could they be given away so casually? After saying goodbye to the cat god, Shaya left the Kalen Tower and returned to the temple. Upon returning to the temple, Shaya suddenly slapped his forehead. He suddenly remembered that he seemed to have forgotten to ask the cat god about the ultra-divine water. That was something that could unlock potential, and it would be too regrettable to miss out on it. He then shook his head again, thinking it was probably not a good idea. The ultra-divine water didn't seem like a safe thing. For ordinary people, the ultra-divine water is poison. It stimulates potential in a very overbearing way. In the original story, Sun Wukong nearly died, and it was only due to his Saiyan bloodline that he managed to survive. Shaya even suspected that it was precisely because Sun Wukong had consumed the ultra-divine water and later used the Kaioken at high loads multiple times that led to his heart being worn out prematurely, resulting in viral heart disease. To be honest, as a warrior race, how could the core of a Saiyant's body, their heart, just fail? Any individual with extremely high combat power would be largely unaffected by ordinary foreign pathogens. Their immune systems are extraordinarily powerful. As soon as pathogens enter the body, they're devoured by immune cells in the bodily fluids. Yet Sun Wukong actually contracted viral heart disease, which was likely due to some reasons that created weaknesses in his body. Although it was merely speculation, Shaya felt it was better to be cautious. If he were to seek convenience now and leave hidden danger for the future, that wouldn't be good. There are many ways in the universe to unlock potential. Perhaps in the future, he could go to Namek and ask the Grand Elder there to help unlock some potential. That would have no side effects at all. Could the ultra-divine water be the divine water the cat god uses to nurture the sins of beings? Shaya stayed in the temple, lost in his thoughts. Chapter 20. A year later in Shilling had not yet come out of the hyperbolic time chamber, and Shaya was floating alone in midair, trying to comprehend a state of clarity like the sky, as swift as lightning. It is said that the location of the temple has exceeded the height of Earth's atmosphere, existing in a special subspace. This area has been enhanced by divine power, and without true ability, one cannot approach the temple. In the vast emptiness of the cosmos, a hemispherical building, bright red and reminiscent of Incan culture, floated there all alone. Due to its high altitude, there were not many clouds around, and the air was extremely thin. In the center of the temple was a row of magnificent, resplendent halls, with several rows of plants on either side that seemed somewhat plain compared to the opulence of the halls. In the middle was a wide plaza. At this moment, Shaya's body was floating in midair, his eyes closed, his expression serene, and there was not a trace of disturbance on his face. There was no wind around, but the distant plants seemed to be swayed by some external force, leaning in one direction. Shaya let out a long breath, exhaling a mouthful of stale air. He opened his eyes, lightly placing his toes on the ground, and sighed. I intended to simulate Bobo's state of mind to enhance my martial arts realm. But his realm is profound, and the more I think about it, the more complex it seems. Speaking of which, it seems that the divine attendants in the Dragon Ball world far surpass the deities they serve. Except for the East Kaishin's attendant, Jebet. Both Bobo and the Angel Whis are stronger than the gods they serve, and to some extent, they have all played the role of teachers. The god of destruction had received guidance from Bobo when he first stepped into the temple, and Beerus was taught directly by Whis. What exactly are these divine attendants? If they're so powerful, why are they just attendants? As he pondered, Shaya couldn't help but feel a bit of a headache. Then he realized and smiled faintly. Why am I thinking about these things? No matter their reasons for existing, it seems to have nothing to do with me. Forget it. I should just practice a bit longer. But just then, the atmosphere around him suddenly stagnated, followed by a tearing sound as if a silk ribbon had been ripped apart. Shaya was momentarily stunned, and, before he could react, an overwhelming, terrifying aura suddenly descended upon him, rolling in like a colossal mountain collapsing from the heavens, shaking the earth, and causing the entire temple to be engulfed in this wave of energy. In the face of this aura, Shaya's proud power felt a tinge of humility, and his battle-hungry bloodline trembled. Shaya was momentarily taken aback, because he was too familiar with this presence. Shilling had emerged, and her aura had become so powerful. It felt just like when he faced Shilling transformed into a giant ape. The gap had widened so much. Shaya's expression was a mix of shock and excitement, with the blood in his veins boiling uncontrollably. It was amazing. The training in the hyperbolic time chamber was so effective, or rather, it should be credited to Bobo's guidance. Shaya. Shilling's voice echoed from the corridor as a small girl emerged from one side of the temple. Her long hair flowed gracefully like clouds. Her arched eyebrows and bright eyes sparkled like stars and the moon, perfectly adorning her face. Her flower-like face was crystal clear like jade, and although her body had not yet fully developed, she already showed the initial soft curves of a young girl. Is this Shilling? Looking at the little girl in front of him, who was about 2 meters tall, Shaya was momentarily stunned. The girl who once followed him had unknowingly grown up. But thinking about it, it made sense. They were already over 7 years old when they came to Earth, and with a year spent in the hyperbolic time chamber, Shilling was now over 8. Plus, Saiyan females developed earlier, so it wasn't surprising. Shilling, your power has increased so much all of a sudden. Standing next to Shilling without suppressing his aura, Shaya felt a strong sense of pressure. If calculated in terms of combat power, this energy was probably close to 10,000 points, which would be considered peak power even on Vegeta. Upon hearing this, Shilling proudly lifted her head, her delicate face filled with pride. Of course. I'm already much stronger than you now. Hee, enjoy it while you can. When I come out of the hyperbolic time chamber, I'll definitely be stronger than you. Shaya retorted nonchalantly. He wouldn't let Shilling's words get to him. Knowing he had a massive supply of senza beans, allowing him to train recklessly. In the original story, Son Goku was able to increase his combat power to 180,000 in just a month on Namek. Shaya acknowledged he couldn't match Goku's extraordinary abilities, but he was confident he could multiply his own strength several times. We'll see about that. Shilling huffed arrogantly when she didn't receive praise for her progress, turning her face away. "You're becoming less cute," Shaya remarked, tugging a strand of Shilling's hair and whispering in her ear. Saya's actions made her very angry, and she said loudly without politeness, "What's lovable or not, talk to me when you surpass me." This guy, Ling, was becoming more and more like a Saiyan, but compared to other Saiyans, she was much better. It seems that the influence over the past few years has had some effect. Shaya chuckled to himself, rolled his eyes, and stopped teasing her. He said, "Ling, I just got something good from Master Cat. Here's a bit for you. You need to use it sparingly." As he spoke, Shaya took out a small pouch tied with a string, which contained dozens of senza beans. "What is this?" Ling opened it and saw some dried beans. "These are senza beans. No matter how serious the injury, as long as you're not dead, one bean can restore you to your peak condition, and you won't need to eat for 10 days. "Really?" Upon hearing this, Ling's eyes lit up, and she snatched the small pouch filled with senza beans, happily stuffing it into her pocket. Then she asked with confusion, "If you gave me all these senza beans, do you still have some left?" After receiving the senza beans, she hesitated a bit. These senza beans sounded like valuable items that could save lives at critical moments. If she took them all, wouldn't Shaya have none left? Shouldn't she return some? Seeing Ling's indecision and her pained expression, Shaya smiled and said, "Don't worry. I've kept some for myself. You need to take good care of those. They're very precious." "How could they not be precious?" He only had about 70 to 80,000 of them. Ling nodded vigorously, looking very moved. Shaya smiled, looking quite pleased. He didn't tell Ling how many senza beans he actually had, because if she found out he was hiding so many, the little girl would definitely turn against him, demanding her feelings back. "All right, whatever you want to say, let's talk after I come out of the hyperbolic time chamber. We'll see how you act so arrogantly in front of me then." "Ugh," Ling frowned, playfully sticking out her tongue, then looked at Shaya's departing figure with a hint of anticipation on her little face. Chapter 21. Major Breakthrough. "Mr. Bobo, it's my turn to go in now." Arriving at the entrance of the hyperbolic time chamber, Shaya said to Bobo, who was standing at the door with a silly expression, while taking out dozens of senza beans from his space to prepare for himself. "Well, since Mr. Shaya is ready, please come in with me. However, I need to clarify one thing beforehand. Bobo will only be responsible for guidance. The actual training will require you to explore on your own." Bobo suddenly reminded as Shaya approached the door. "I understand that the master leads you in, but training is up to the individual," Shaya replied with a casual smile. As they spoke, the two stepped into the hyperbolic time chamber. With a bang, the door closed behind them, completely separating the two spaces. Having the powers of time and space, Shaya was particularly sensitive to changes in time and space. Just as the door of the hyperbolic time chamber closed, he keenly caught a trace of time and space's aura. The reason why it is called the hyperbolic time chamber, and not just a time chamber, is probably related to the human spirit. The original builders of the hyperbolic time chamber may have referenced the difference in the flow of time on a mental level compared to reality, combined with the application of time-space energy to create this chamber. Could it be that there were experts in time and space among the ancient deities? Shaya pondered quietly. Of course, the time and space structure of the hyperbolic time chamber is not flawless, although it is stipulated that a person can only enter twice in their lifetime. This applies to most people. For those powerful enough to break through the barriers of time and space, such restrictions are meaningless. For beings as strong as Super Saiyan 3 or Majin Buu, the rules of the hyperbolic time chamber are quite pale, as their strength is already sufficient to break the limits of space. This is the principle of overcoming all methods with sheer force. So, is there a space that even Super Saiyan 3 cannot break through? Shaya had a sudden thought. He was very confident in his time and space abilities, believing that as long as he continued to research, he could eventually develop a flawless time and space prison, which would be perfect for imprisoning or sealing enemies. However, it was still too early to talk about this, and Shaya shook his head, dismissing the idea. As Shaya and the others continued forward, they passed through a narrow corridor and came into view of a vast white space. This was a giant space with hot, low pressure, and 10 times the gravity. They were in a 2-story temple, a place where practitioners usually eat and sleep, but even such a magnificent temple seemed very small in the vast empty space. In the hyperbolic time chamber, the usual food consists of water and dry flour, stored in the pantry inside. Bobo reminded them. Hearing Bobo mention food, Shaya suddenly remembered. The hardest part of training in the hyperbolic time chamber is not the temperature fluctuations day and night or the loneliness, but the torment of having no food. The only food here is water and dry flour. As a Saiyan, how can one live without fish and meat? No wonder Goku couldn't stand it after just a few months when he first entered the hyperbolic time chamber. If it weren't for the threat of the androids to Earth, he probably wouldn't have come back in. Food is very important. Perhaps the god who built the hyperbolic time chamber only prepared some water and flour because there was no way to preserve food. This is commonly known as dry rations. In the following days, Shaya began his training under Bobo's guidance. At this time, in the large square, all was white, and two people stood in the center of the square. I have learned about your previous training methods from Shilling. Although they are rough, they do have some effect. Kalen should have already taught you to maintain rhythm in battle and reduce unnecessary movements. Shaya nodded. The kind immortal believed that we had already grasped the essentials well. Then, you can continue to adapt in this space for a while. Before that, let me elaborate on the spirit of martial arts. Bobo, as always, lacked expression, but Shaya could feel his goodwill. He nodded slightly, and then saw Bobo expounding on his understanding of chi and mindset like a martial arts master. Bobo must be a formidable philosopher. This was Shaya's feeling after listening. Bobo's guidance was very comprehensive, addressing his shortcomings step by step. Due to the significant temperature differences in the time chamber, the thin air, and the gravity being 10 times that of the outside world, wearing the weighted clothing had a particularly large impact on Shaya. The movements he once considered perfect inevitably showed flaws at this moment. Here, all are superfluous. The punches are not decisive enough. This is where the use of chi should be restrained. The mind should be calm, the body should be still while in motion. The chi should flow smoothly. Bobo observed Shaya's movements from the side, occasionally giving pointers, and Shaya understood intuitively, constantly adjusting his actions. Tried to achieve a state of lifting weights as if they were light and a mind as tranquil as still water. In fact, Shaya was already an outstanding martial artist, just lacking guidance for future direction. With Bobo's guidance at this moment, he quickly absorbed the nutrients to make up for his deficiencies. Time flew by. Every day, Shaya was growing, and soon a year had passed in the spirit time chamber. Shaya still wore his bright orange heavy suit, standing upright with his legs straight and floating in the air. His arms were crossed over his chest, and he lowered his head deep in thought, with beads of sweat continuously dripping from his forehead. A circle of transparent energy radiated outwards around him, creating a mirage-like effect that subtly distorted the entire space. Boom! A white wave of energy suddenly erupted, a cold, fierce wind swirling up the dust floating around, creating a cyclone of momentum. Deep, dark red spatial cracks suddenly appeared, stretching outwards in all directions, resembling bloodthirsty snakes flicking their tongues, their bloody dark red color sending chills down one's spine. Not far away, Bobo looked on in a daze. And at the moment the spatial cracks appeared, a hint of shock crossed his calm eyes. Taking a deep breath and opening his heart to feel the new power, Shaya satisfiedly retracted his energy. As he did so, the deep cracks in the space began to disappear, gradually healing under the restoration of the space, quickly returning to its original state. The vast and empty space regained its calm after Shaya withdrew his energy. The previous scene was like a phantom coming and going quickly, leaving no obvious trace in the time chamber. The precise establishment time of the mental time chamber is no longer traceable, apart from the double-decker palace for living. It is empty, shrouded in white, and the living conditions are harsh. Although it cannot be compared to the extreme environments of the universe, it is a good place for cultivation, especially at critical moments, a great place to gain training time. In the central area of the vast and hot square, Shaya stood motionless, eyes closed as he adapted to his own power, breathing in and out, very simple and natural. Like a tender sprout about to break the ground. It only needs a little sunlight and a bit of dew to thrive. P.S. Please give me some recommendation votes. There will be another chapter later. Chapter 22, 12,000 Battle Power. Seeing Shaya still in meditation, Bobo did not disturb him, but sat down at a distance. The space inside the mental time chamber is vast. Although Shaya's previous commotion caused localized damage, it did not affect the overall stability of the entire space. To be honest, truly breaking the spatial structure of the mental time chamber would require him to reach the level of Super Saiyan 3 at the very least. The previous appearance of the spatial cracks seemed grand, but that was merely an illusion created by spatial superpowers, at most opening a small dimensional layer within the mental time chamber, which does not count as breaking the void to establish new rules. After all, his current power is still far from the level of Majin Buu. In Shaya's understanding, the Dragon Ball world is a realm where the strong are abundant. While there may not be gods walking everywhere, it is an undeniable fact that strong individuals are as common as dogs. What qualifies as a strong person varies by time period. However, one thing is certain. Those top-tier gods, if not careful, might emerge from some corner of the unpredictable universe. Who knows why they remain unnoticed? There are not many gods, but one can be fatal. The Dragon Ball world is very dangerous, as falling behind, even slightly, can lead to elimination. Therefore, Shaya dislikes being forced to train passively due to threats from enemies. That does not align with his character. He prefers to seize the initiative and surpass everyone before enemies appear. Some may consider this a form of psychological inferiority or a paranoid delusion stemming from a lack of self-confidence. But in fact, it has nothing to do with confidence. Since he already knows the Dragon Ball world is dangerous, working hard only when the fire is at his eyebrows would be foolish, right? To live better and more comfortably in this world, becoming strong is an absolute self-requirement. The strongest enemies in Dragon Ball are Frieza, Cell, and Majin Buu. And perhaps later on, beings like Beerus the Destroyer and Zeno will also be included. Knowing the strength of the opponents, he has no reason to sit and wait. The first challenge Shaya will face is the destruction of Planet Vegeta in a few years, when he will confront the first major boss of the Dragon Ball world, Frieza. Of course, to avoid drawing Frieza's attention and to gain time for growth, Shaya could choose to avoid this battle, postponing it for a few years. Knowing the enemy while being hidden, calculating with foresight, he could decide all operations himself, enjoying the freedom of choice. At this moment, he no longer regards King Vegeta as a small character. The sky above the temple remained tranquil as always, the azure sky appearing spotless as if just washed by rain, with thin white mist rolling in the distance, elegantly floating around the red temple. On the white stone-paved square, 2 rows of coconut trees stood alone on either side of the temple. Not far away, a small girl tirelessly swung her fists and feet, her fierce movements breaking through the air with a series of buzzing explosions, the leaves rustling as the swirling wind suddenly overwhelmed the tree trunks on both sides. Suddenly, Shiling's expression changed slightly, her beautiful brows furrowing as her silky black hair danced in the wind. This energy, Shaya, is out, Shilling murmured to herself, a hint of joy creeping across her face. Sure enough, when she looked towards the entrance of the temple, she saw an orange figure indeed appearing there, Shaya walking towards her with a smile on his face. But as he got closer, Shilling frowned, realizing that his height had once again surpassed her. Look at you, all sweaty, your hair is sticking together. Shaya smiled and gently touched her face, naturally placing one hand on her shoulder and giving her a half embrace affectionately. Shilling immediately became displeased, opening her mouth to speak but sensing the vast, surging energy from within Shaya. Her expression turned somewhat complicated and with a cold face. She said softly, Shaya, release all your energy and let me see just how strong you have become. Char was taken aback for a moment, looking at the young girl's delicate and beautiful yet incredibly serious face. He secretly thought that Shilling actually had such a competitive personality and shook his head helplessly. After walking a few steps away to maintain a certain distance from Shilling, he began to unleash his power. Wow! Shaya suddenly exerted his power, and an oppressive aura abruptly appeared in the temple. The entire temple, including the Kyrinta below, began to tremble slightly, looking as if it could collapse at any moment. A white light hovered just inches from his skin, and a faint golden glow enveloped his body. The stone slabs on the ground creaked and trembled, seemingly unbound by gravity, as if they could float away at any time. Enough! Shilling shouted. With a slight sense, she realized that Shaya's momentum had completely surpassed her own. She took out an energy detector and put it on her ear. After pressing the start button, the energy quickly transformed into a set of data before her eyes. 12,862. Over 12,000 battle power. Shilling was secretly astonished, not expecting that after a year of training in the hyperbolic time chamber, Shaya had surpassed her by so much. She only had a battle power of 9,600, which she had been proud of for a long time, and now she felt a bit embarrassed thinking about it. She had heard that King Vegeta's battle power was just over 10,000, so did that mean Shaya was already on par with King Vegeta? Her brother was already the strongest among the Saiyans. Shilling felt a bit dazed, her heart trembling suddenly, as an inexplicable sense of pride surged within her. However, to cover up her little thoughts, she cleared her throat and pretended to be aloof, saying, "Humph, the energy has increased a lot. But I wonder how it will be in actual combat. You better not just talk without practicing, or you'll expose yourself. How about we practice?" Shaya teased. "No way. Who wants to practice with you?" Shilling's tone faltered, and she shouted in frustration, but felt a bit guilty, which made Shaya laugh heartily. "Come on, you two, stop arguing. To be honest, that kind of aura just now really made me feel cold all over." "Your progress is truly remarkable," the Supreme Kai said as he walked over, leaning on his staff, and looked at Shaya and Shilling with a faint smile. "Don't let their bickering fool you. Their relationship is actually very good." Chapter 23. Eating all the delicacies the Supreme Kai couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. In just a few days, the other party's strength had become incomparable. Could it be that aliens have such good talents? It hasn't been long, and their power has increased so quickly. It's quite frightening. Haha, thanks to Mr. Bobo and the others' guidance these past few days, otherwise we wouldn't have improved so fast, Shaya said cheerfully, glancing at Shilling beside him. By the way, Shilling's tail also needs the Supreme Kai's help to take care of it. Tail? When Shaya mentioned the tail, Shilling finally shifted her gaze to behind Shaya, surprised to find that his tail had disappeared without her noticing. Shaya explained, "The magic of the celestial deity is amazing. It's like a switch that can seal away the tail. According to our current philosophy of keeping everything simple in our training, having a tail is more of a burden, so it's better to seal it away." Shilling blinked her eyes to show she understood, but isn't cutting off the tail a bit painful? Shaya smiled, grabbed her fluffy tail, and waved his hand to cut it off. During this process, Shilling frowned slightly and shot him a glare. Then the god, imitating the way he sealed Shaya, cast a spell to seal Shilling's Saiyan tail as well. The god was quite willing to do this, as it was just a simple task for him, and he knew that the more the other party accepted his help now, the more they would try to assist when Earth faced difficulties in the future. Earth would still have many places that would rely on them in the future. After sealing the Saiyan tails, Shilling curiously moved around and found that it did not affect her strength. In fact, she felt lighter when performing her techniques. So she smiled contentedly. "All right, it's time for us to go." With his aura retracted and combat power compressed to about 800 or 900, Shaya bid farewell to the god and Bobo, then took Shilling's hand and jumped down from the temple, penetrating through the dense clouds below. They greeted the cat sage when they reached the Korin Tower. Shaya and the others continued down the slender tower, and soon the Korin's sacred land unfolded before their eyes along the horizon. "Where are we going now? Aren't we going back to Selma Planet?" Looking at the endless dense forest, Shilling frowned and turned to ask. Shaya gazed into the distance with his pitch-black eyes, a hint of something different shining in his far-off gaze. He shook his head. "No, life still needs a balance of work and rest. Solely focusing on cultivation won't bring better insights. We've been practicing independently for so many years. It's time to experience the communal life of humanity. Who knows? It might help with our energy growth. Plus, I've heard the food on Earth is incredibly delicious. I plan to live here for a while. What do you think?" "Sure." Since Shaya said so, I naturally have no objections, Shilling replied. They had lived on Selma for so many years without interacting with civilization, so it was better to take this chance to experience life on Earth and the delicious food. In fact, the latter was the most important. However, before that, they needed to obtain some money for living expenses. Fortunately, Shaya knew of a place buried with a large amount of gold and silver treasures, specifically the pirate treasure vault that Sun Wukong had entered with General Blue of the Red Ribbon Army when dealing with them. Although it had been many years since that storyline, the treasures should have started accumulating by now. He immediately took Shilling's hand and activated his teleportation ability, and the two vanished from the Shrine of Chiron. After significantly increasing his strength, Shaya's spatial abilities had also improved, making teleportation much easier to perform. However, while his time-related powers had awakened earliest, they had yet to make any breakthroughs and were still stuck in place, perhaps due to the more mysterious nature of time abilities. In the northern hemisphere of Earth, Shaya and Shilling appeared in midair above a vast expanse of blue ocean. "Is this where the treasure you mentioned is?" Shilling asked skeptically as waves crashed around them. "Of course. I saw it clearly from the temple. It should be around here," Shaya casually replied as he began searching based on his recollections. After flying around the entire sea area for a few weeks, he roughly determined the location. Then he dove down, plunging into the sea with a splash, and quickly found the entrance to the treasure based on his memories. Upon entering the pirate treasure vault, They found that the various traps set by the pirates were still quite rudimentary. After avoiding these traps, they easily reached the underground chamber where the gold and silver treasures were stored. Indeed, several shining treasure chests piled up inside were the spoils of the pirates' plundering. Looking at the large pile of gold and silver treasures before him, Shaya grinned and waved his hand, creating a rift in the air that sucked all the treasures inside. After finishing everything, he clapped his hands and said, "Let's go to the city and exchange this gold and silver for currency. I'll treat you to delicious food. I tell you, no one in the entire universe understands gourmet food better than Earthlings. The food on Earth is simply amazing. What are we waiting for? Let's hurry up." Clearly, the temptation of delicious food immediately touched the girl's heart, urging him to leave. From then on, a rumor spread in the food scene of Earth about a young couple who crazily swept through multiple restaurants, only leaving when the kitchen staff collapsed from exhaustion, leading many establishments to refuse to promote buffets for years. However, the two instigators were currently sitting with satisfied expressions, devouring a mountain of food. The sounds of clinking chopsticks and clattering plates ringing in their ears, with 2 stacks of plates piled high on their table. "Boss, another serving of roasted pig, please. Give me another plate of mixed noodles. I want a serving of roasted leg of lamb." Char Aznable shouted loudly while extending his tray, but upon hearing their cries, the restaurant owner trembled and stepped forward, sweating coldly, and said, "Dear guests, we really have run out of ingredients. How about you check out other restaurants?" Char's expression darkened as he saw the restaurant owner sweating profusely. He waved his hand and said, forget it. You're running a business, yet you haven't even prepared the ingredients." Yes. The restaurant owner wiped his sweat and nodded obsequiously, secretly thinking to himself, "What you two have eaten is enough for us to operate for 7 days. After settling the bill, Char and Shilling walked out of the restaurant. The owner watched their departing figures and finally couldn't help but collapse onto the ground. A nearby waiter hurried over to help him, but the owner pushed the waiter's hand away, angrily saying, "What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and clean up, close the restaurant. I won't open for a week, no, not even a month. I just want these 2 little ancestors to leave quickly." For more than 10 days, Char and the others stayed in the city, trying out all the restaurants. Every time they walked in, the restaurant staff looked as if someone had died, their faces filled with despair. It wasn't that they didn't want to make money, but it was simply too exhausting to serve such customers. Furthermore, as soon as they arrived, other customers could not be accommodated. And if this continued, how could the business survive? "Shilling, don't you think I'm right? The food on Earth is the most delicious." The girl nodded vigorously. The recent period of indulgent eating was the most enjoyable she had ever experienced since birth. "Char, can't you store things in the dimensional space? Why not try to see if you can store food?" Her reminder sparked a realization in Char. His spatial superpower could indeed be used to store food. "Let's hurry to shop for supplies. Once we leave Earth, we won't have such delicious food anymore." So, for a while, they busied themselves with food procurement. It turned out that Char's spatial superpower could indeed store food, and time inside was almost at a standstill. Food wouldn't spoil no matter how long it was kept. This heightened their craving for food, and their money kept being spent. Finally, 2 months later, all the money they obtained from the pirate treasure was used to buy food, enough to last them for 3 to 4 years of gluttony, filling Char's private space. It's worth noting that Saiyans have huge appetites. It's hard to imagine just how much food that really is. Chapter 24. Wutai Do. One day, on a beautiful island, towering green mountains stood in the center, surrounded by numerous small hills. This island is a modern city, with the ocean breeze bringing the unique dampness of the sea to the island city. The clear blue sea merged with the sky, creating a shimmering scene where the sea and sky looked like one. Here, one could see the blue sea and clear sky and hear the sound of waves crashing. On a bluestone path lined with blooming peach blossoms, the red petals resembled the smile of a beautiful girl, bringing a fragrant and serene atmosphere. Walking on this tranquil and beautiful path, Shilling couldn't help but wear a joyful smile. She shouted to the person beside her, "Look how beautiful the scenery is here. Should we settle down here? We could stay for a while after completing our missions." The reason she liked this place so much was likely due to the delicious food of Earth and the scenery before her. Then let's settle down." Shaya shrugged his shoulders, thinking that it was fine as long as she was happy. Ever since Shilling grew up, she had become increasingly disobedient to him. After coming out of the hyperbolic time chamber, she even stopped calling him brother and just referred to him by his name. Sigh. Children grow up and become more independent. Shaya reflected. Standing at the peak of the mountain and looking down at the entire island, he suddenly realized that this island seemed familiar. as if he had seen it somewhere before. However, this was his first time on Earth, so if it felt familiar, it must have been from the original work. Shaya found a bookstore and bought a guidebook about island cities, finally discovering the relevant information about this island city. Isn't this the small island where Sun Wukong trained under Master Roshi? Shaya was surprised. Although it was called an island, it was actually just a peninsula, with part of it connected to the mainland. There weren't many famous islands in the original work. The first was Kame House, where Master Roshi lived. The second was the small island where Sun Wukong and Krillin farmed and delivered milk while training after enrolling under Master Roshi. The third and fourth were Papaya Island, the venue for the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament, and Southeast Island, the venue for the 23rd Martial Arts Tournament. And then there was the small island in the southern city that appeared later in the Android saga. If this was the island where Sun Wukong and the others would train in the future, then Kame House must be nearby. What a coincidence! Shaya unconsciously revealed a smile at the corner of his mouth. He didn't expect that his casual stroll would bring him near the island where Master Roshi lived. However, he had no intention of disturbing Master Roshi. Firstly, he had basically accomplished his purpose for coming to Earth. He had plenty of Senza beans and cultivation methods, so there was no need to meet Master Roshi. Secondly, even if he did meet Master Roshi, with the old man's frail power, it wouldn't benefit him in any way. So he simply chose to ignore him. To satisfy Shiling's request, Shaya then cleared a piece of land on a hillside of the small island and built a simple wooden house using timber. As the sun rose, the sunlight was bright and cheerful. The warm rays of sunlight bathed the ground covered in green stones, and between the blades of grass, the mist swirled, refracting a colorful spectacle onto the sunlight. The rosy peach blossoms resembled the smiling face of a maiden, giving the entire small island a charming glow. A green, low hill rose up, with a path made of blue stones winding down along the slopes. A stream seeped from the rocks between the peaks, nourishing the water plants on both banks before converging into a babbling, clear spring. Ah, it's been so many years since I last came to Earth, and I didn't expect technology to have developed so impressively now. In a shaded area on the hillside, beside a stone bench, an old man with silver hair and a white beard, dressed in a white martial arts uniform, was smiling as he looked at the vibrant life scene below the mountain. On the upper left corner of his white martial arts uniform was the character Wu written in red. However, what was strange was that a golden halo floated above the old man's head. It was the halo of the deceased, indicating that this old man was actually a soul from the underworld. The underworld is a very mysterious place. It connects to heaven and hell, and there is a magical snake path leading to the higher dimensional King Kai's planet. Souls that arrive in the underworld, regardless of how powerful or prominent they were in life, must go through the judgment of King Yama. After King Yama's judgment, the virtuous may have the chance to ascend to heaven, while the wicked will be cast into hell. And those who are neither good nor evil will immediately reincarnate. Only those who achieved great deeds or possessed noble character in life can have a halo, indicating their qualification to ascend to heaven. This white-haired old man's identity is quite extraordinary. He is the martial arts grandmaster Wu Tai Do, who defeated the Demon King Piccolo 300 years ago and saved the entire world. He is also the master of Master Roshi and Master Crane. 300 years ago, after sealing the Demon King, Wu Tai Do died from exhaustion. With his accomplishments, he could have ascended directly to heaven, but he ultimately chose to remain in the underworld. Today marks the day Wu Tai Do returns to the human world, after which he will reincarnate. Upon returning to the human world, Wu Tai Do did not seek out his two disciples, Master Roshi and Master Crane, but instead wandered silently between cities, unknowingly arriving at this coastal small island city. Looking at the prosperous and peaceful scene of the human world 300 years later, Wu Tai Do's heart was filled with joy, especially knowing that his two disciples had established their own schools and become great martial arts figures. At this moment, two figures on the other side of the mountain path caught his attention. They were a boy and a girl, both quite young. From them, Wu Tai Do sensed an invigorating aura that stirred his blood. Little friends, may I ask which sect you belong to? At such a young age, you possess such power? Following the voice, Shaya turned in surprise, only to see a silver-haired old man smiling at them. Who is this old man? The energy within him is even stronger than that of the gods. Sensing the profound power emanating from the old man, Shaya was momentarily stunned. This aura was already close to a battle power of 6,000. He didn't expect there to be such a master on Earth. Seeing the large character Wu on the old man's martial arts uniform and the ethereal golden halo above his head, Shaya's expression changed as he seemed to have guessed the old man's identity. Could it be Master Roshi's master, Wu Tai Do? Indeed, only Wu Tai Do on Earth could possess such power. It seems he hadn't given up on cultivation even in the underworld. Shaya was certain. Those who achieved great deeds in life have the chance to cultivate with a physical body after death, but this is rare. Based on Wu Tai Do's current situation, Shaya judged that he possessed a physical body. It would be normal to reach a battle power of 6,000 after cultivating in heaven for 300 years. Is this old man really Wu Tai Do? Now, it was Wu Tai Do's turn to be surprised. He didn't expect that there would still be someone who could call his name. He was somewhat astonished. Little friend, actually know my name? Chapter 25. Time to go back. Shaya did not respond, but simply laughed and pointed at the sky, leaving it up to the other party to guess whether he was referring to the heavenly realm or outer space. As expected, Wu Tai Do understood and nodded, mistakenly believing that Shaya and the others had come down from the heavenly realm. If they were from the temple, it wouldn't be strange for them to know his name, as it must have been told to them by deity. Looking at the youthful appearance of the two in front of him, Wu Tai Do couldn't help but exclaim, I never expected that in this era there would still be such talents practicing in the temple. It seems that martial arts on Earth has not declined. Wu Tai Do was aware that the deity rumored to reside above the Kalen Tower was a very mysterious existence. 300 years ago, in order to defeat the Demon King Piccolo, he had climbed the Kalen Tower and developed the Mafuba technique with the Cat Hermit, who had mentioned that even higher deities resided in the temple above the Kalen Tower. At that time, Wu Tai Do had already concluded that the deity was a very powerful being, completely unaware that he had already surpassed the deity by a significant margin. Seeing that Wu Tai Do misunderstood his origins, Shaya smiled and did not explain. After exchanging a few words with Wu Tai Do, they bid each other farewell. Both were extremely profound martial artists, and they had roughly sensed each other's depth, due to the vast difference in their strengths. Shaya was only slightly surprised by Wu Tai Do's power and had lost the desire to fight. As for Wu Tai Do, having experienced countless battles, he had no intention of making a move. Besides, today was the last day of his existence, and knowing that there were such experts on Earth was already enough for him. After Wu Tai Do left, Shilling took out some snacks from her backpack and said while eating, that old man is really strange. Not only is his aura much stronger than that of Earth people, but he also has a weird halo on his head. Shaya shot her a glance and explained, that's because he's not a living person at all. He is someone from 300 years ago, and he just happened to return to the living world today, and we ran into him. Wait, do you mean that old man came from the underworld? Shi Ling exclaimed in surprise, her mouth agape, forgetting to eat her snacks due to her astonishment. How could it be fake? That old man is called Wu Tai Do, a great martial artist who saved the Earth 300 years ago. Just think about it. After practicing in the underworld for so many years, how could he possibly be weak? Shaya looked at Shi Ling with a smile, then explained to her again about how the souls of mortals enter the underworld after death and are judged by King Yama. He particularly elaborated on the standards for the righteous going to heaven and the wicked going to hell. Surprisingly, death is not the end. Souls must still undergo judgment by King Yama. So, what will happen to us Saiyans after we die? Most likely, we'll end up in hell. Shaya shrugged and said, Saiyans work for Frieza, committing acts of arson, robbery, and plundering, and according to the rules of the underworld, such people will all go to hell after death. After hearing this, Shilling couldn't help but widen her eyes, looking very surprised. However, considering the actions of the Saiyans, if souls were truly judged, they would probably all end up in hell. Therefore, if one wants to avoid going to hell in the future, they either have to maintain a balance of good and evil and then be reincarnated, or they must ensure they never die, in which case King Yama naturally cannot judge them. Shaya humorously remarked, then I should do too many bad things in the future. Shilling thought for a moment. For her future, she should minimize unnecessary killings. However, this would make her feel restless, and as for what Shaya said about guaranteeing never to die, she just took it as a joke. What puzzled her was why Shaya seemed to know everything, even though he was just a kid like her. Regarding Shiling's doubts, Shaya wouldn't provide too much explanation. He couldn't let others know about his origins from another world, especially not before he had sufficient power. So he shifted the topic. By the way, we have been on Earth for over 6 months now. We have done everything we needed to do, and our goals have been achieved. It's time to return to Planet Vegeta. Are we going back? Shilling was a bit excited. Having left Planet Vegeta for so many years, she couldn't wait to return. As expected, once the topic was opened, Shilling's attention was immediately diverted, and Shaya secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that he shouldn't act as if he knows everything in the future, as it would raise suspicion. Yes, After being out for so many years, it's time to go back. However, once we return to Planet Vegeta, remember to hide your combat power so as not to attract others' attention, Shaya said. Shilling nodded. At that moment, she was no longer the ignorant little girl from years ago. Having been by Shaya's side for so long, she naturally understood the principle that the nail that sticks out gets hammered down. However, she felt a bit reluctant to leave Earth all at once, but what she would miss the most were the various delicious foods on Earth. She wouldn't care much about anything else. So she leaned slightly closer to Shaya, resting one hand on his shoulder. Shaya also casually placed his hand on her slender waist, and the sensation of the girl's body came through his palm. A hint of a floral fragrance lingering at the tip of his nose. He held his breath and focused. His spatial superpower had already activated. After a brief flash of blurred light, the two of them had left Earth. Unlike the clumsy state he had been in when he first arrived on Earth 6 months ago, Shaya was much more composed this time, clearly more skilled at using teleportation. With a vast amount of energy backing him, activating teleportation had become much less difficult. He jumped back through the planets one by one, and half an hour later, Shaya and Shiling's figures appeared on the distant Selma planet. Returning to the familiar Selma planet, Shaya took a deep breath. Although teleportation was convenient, it consumed significantly more energy compared to the teleportation of the Atlanteans, and it was certainly not comparable to that of the Jebit. Shaya pondered to himself. His teleportation superpower required not only prior knowledge of the location of a target area, but also a substantial amount of energy for spatial transfer. It lagged far behind the Atlanteans' method of simply locking onto the target's presence. However, once his strength reached a certain level, he would surpass that of the Atlanteans. In the future, I could integrate the Atlantean teleportation into mine. Perhaps the combination could reach the level of Jebit's teleportation. Shilling, let's go back and get the spacecraft. Shilling nodded. Shaya used her instant transmission to return to the place where they had originally landed. It was still the familiar little valley. But compared to how it looked when they left, the vegetation here was much denser. It wouldn't be long before this place could recover to its former lush forest appearance. Returning to the valley after more than half a year, Shaya couldn't help but feel a bit sentimental, although they had only been gone for half a year. Considering the time spent in the hyperbolic time chamber, they had actually experienced a year and a half. In terms of power, from over 2,000 battle power when they left Selma Star to nearly 13,000 battle power now, his strength had increased several-fold. P.S. If you have recommendation votes, please cast one. Chapter 26. Return to Vegeta. Star opening the entrance of the cave, Shaya pulled out 2 large spherical spaceships from inside. Pressing the button on top, with a puff, the hatch of the spaceship opened. The quality of the Saiyan spaceships was indeed good, even after so many years. The interior of the spaceship still looked as good as new. Changing the route inside the spaceship to return to Vegeta's star, the alarm on the ship began to beep, and then the machine started its self-check. Shilling, adjust your power level to 850 battle power, and then change it to over 900 when we arrive at Vegeta's star. Shaya instructed. Okay. Shilling nodded seriously. Controlling her power level was very easy for her now, and she quickly adjusted her energy to around 850 battle power. Shaya watched her movements and nodded, then adjusted his own combat power. Now they were 8 years old, and by the time they reached Planet Vegeta, they would be nearly 9. At that time, achieving a combat power of 900 with intermediate warrior qualifications would be impressive, but at least it wouldn't attract too much attention from others. Alright, let's head back now. See you on Planet Vegeta. The two of them each climbed into their spacecraft. Since these spacecraft were a common type used by Saiyans, even adults wouldn't feel cramped inside. Pressing the button on the spacecraft, the cabin door slowly closed, and then the spacecraft emitted a slight tremor as a tremendous force suddenly pressed down, propelling the spacecraft out of the atmosphere of Selma Star in an instant. Watching the cerulean planet grow farther away, Shaya slowly closed his eyes and entered a state of sleep, and he would not wake up until they reached Planet Vegeta. 7 months later, surrounding them was a vast darkness, with stars emitting a charming pale white light, shining through like tiny diamonds scattered across a black surface, revealing a touch of flawless serene beauty. In a massive star system, a gigantic dark red planet slowly orbited. This dark red planet was Planet Vegeta, originally named Planet Zephyr, which the Saiyans had seized from the Zephyrians. Now renamed Planet Vegeta, it had become a well-known base for the Saiyans in the universe. The spaceport on Planet Vegeta was still bustling with activity, with spherical spacecraft continuously taking off and landing. Suddenly, 2 more spacecraft quickly penetrated the dark red atmosphere and landed at the spaceport. Under the guidance of the controllers, the spacecraft accurately touched down at the landing point. After the cabin doors opened, two figures stepped out. After many years, Shaya and Saiyan had returned to Planet Vegeta. At this moment, the spaceport was crowded with people, with Saiyans returning from missions and those waiting to execute tasks, while the crowd also included many aliens with long noses and big eyes. Most of these aliens were slaves captured like the Dodorians, while some were subordinates sent by Frieza from the headquarters planet to assist the Saiyans in daily management. After all, the technological quality of the Saiyans was not high. Apart from combat, they did not possess much advanced technology. It was like barbarians facing the creations of an advanced civilization. Many high-tech devices still required specialized aliens to operate. Of course, it was unclear how many of these aliens were sent by Frieza to monitor the Saiyans. Shaya, I just contacted my parents with a communicator. They are waiting for us at home. At the edge of the spaceport platform, Saiyan pressed the button on her energy detector on her ear, her cheeks flushed with excitement. This device not only detected the energy intensity contained in living beings, but also served as a communicator. All right, let's go back right away. Shaya glanced at her and chuckled, knowing that Shilling was extremely excited because she was about to meet her parents. In truth, he was just as excited. It had been over 5 years since they left Vegeta, and although a year and a half of that time was spent in interstellar travel, it had indeed been more than 5 years since they last saw Aunt Rebecca and Uncle Edry. So, the two of them crossed the platform and headed towards the spaceport exit. Shilling's home was located in the prosperous area of Vegeta, belonging to the upper-class residential district, and it was not far from the royal city. However, it would take some time to reach Shilling's home from the spaceport. Due to the need to hide their combat power, Shaya and the others couldn't fly at full strength, nor could they use instant transmission to speed up their journey. Traveling at a normal flying speed, they crossed most of the city and landed in a bustling residential area. As they navigated through the green pathways of the residential district, with vines entwined and trees swaying, they caught a faint fragrance in the air. Familiar childhood scenes flashed through their minds. And soon they arrived in front of a standalone 2-story house, which was Shilling's home. Compared to the other houses around, Shilling's home was considerably larger. Knock, knock, knock. After a few knocks on the door, the electronic panel emitted a cheerful sound. The door opened, and a figure quickly darted out, tightly hugging Shaya before he could even react. Shilling, Shaya, you finally came back. Let Mom take a look. Oh, you've grown so much. Mom missed you so much. Although Rebecca seemed to lack eloquence, her arms clearly expressed her emotions. As a warrior race, female Saiyans were just as strong as their male counterparts, and when they went wild, they were even more formidable, especially someone like Rebecca, who was a high-level warrior and had once been a member of Edry's team. Although she hadn't gone on missions in recent years, her formidable strength was not to be underestimated. Being embraced by Rebecca felt like being ensnared by countless incredibly tough ropes. Both Shaya and Shilling stiffened, unable to move. Of course, with their current strength, breaking free would be easy, but they had no intention of doing so. Ahem, Aunt Rebecca, you should let us go now. If you keep holding us like this, we're going to suffocate. Shaya rolled her eyes and said helplessly, Yeah, Mom, please let us go. Oh, right. Look at me. Come on, let's go inside and talk, Rebecca responded, realizing the situation and a bit embarrassed as she quickly let go of them and ushered them inside. Once inside, Rebecca began to ask the children about their lives over the past few years, and Shilling focused on the key points while sharing. Whenever she reached an important part, Shilling would act it out with great expression, and although Shaya found these actions somewhat clumsy and funny, Rebecca still occasionally gasped in surprise. Even though her daughter's descriptions were lacking in vividness, she still listened attentively. P.S. Please give me some recommendation votes. Chapter 27. Vegeta has been born. Shaya stayed by the side, listening attentively, his expression calm with a faint smile on his face. The things Shilling described were edited. She didn't mention anything about going to Earth to train. This was something they had agreed upon beforehand. After all, they had left Planet Vegeta for so many years and were not clear about many situations. It would be better to wait until they understood the current state of Planet Vegeta before telling them. Mom, you won't believe it. There is actually a moon on Selma. That night, a huge full moon was moving through the clouds. When I went outside, I saw the full moon and then transformed into a giant ape. Oh no, did you lose your mind? I did lose my mind. Shilling spread her hands innocently. But luckily, Shaya reacted quickly at that time. He cut off his own tail first, and then he cut off my tail too, but in the end, he still got seriously injured. Shaya told me that my fighting power at that time increased tenfold. Shilling laughed and recounted what happened back then. You know, if it weren't for Shaya being decisive at that time, the the consequences would have been unimaginable. Rebecca held Shieling in her arms, continuously pinching her small face, causing Shieling to struggle. Xia, you must have fought very hard after transforming, right? Rebecca let go of Shieling and asked with concern. Shaya nodded, recalling the situation from back then and still feeling a sense of dread. He sighed and said yes. That battle was the toughest one I fought after arriving on Selmastar. If I hadn't seized a glimmer of opportunity at the last moment, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Even so, I was still injured and laid down for several months. Rebecca nodded in agreement. The Saiyan Great Ape transformation is indeed a double-edged sword. It is great for fighting enemies, but it can also easily harm our own people. Therefore, when attacking advanced planets, it is often led by high-level warriors. In critical moments, these high-level warriors can transform into great apes to launch an attack. At that time, low-level and mid-level warriors must retreat, or they will only become cannon fodder. By the way, where's Uncle Edry? Didn't he say he was at home, too? It's been so long since we got back, and I haven't seen Edry's figure, Shaya asked curiously. Oh, there's still a bit of work at the training squad. He'll be back soon, Rebecca replied. Shaya nodded in understanding. Since the Edry team disbanded, Edry had been a coach in the training camp, primarily responsible for training young children with the potential to become elite warriors. He often took these kids out to carry out simple missions. Of course, it was the Saiyan children who took action, while Edry was responsible for their care. This also reflected the difference in how Saiyans treated intermediate and elite warriors. Back then, Shaya and the others spent 3 years directly in the training camp before being sent out on missions, and they certainly didn't have such good treatment. They chatted for a while longer, and then Rebecca began preparing dinner. At this time, Edry also finished work and returned, seeing his daughter and nephew after many years. Edry's slightly tanned face broke into a smile as he walked over to examine them closely, saying, "Ha, it's been a while, little ones. You've both grown and gotten stronger. Little Shaya, you're looking more and more like your father." "Daddy," Shilling exclaimed happily. "Uncle Edry, all right, haha, you're finally back. It's good to see you safe." Edry laughed heartily, shouting with joy. He knew that the mission on planet Selma was not simple at all and that dangers were easy to encounter there. He originally thought the kids would take longer to complete their mission, but they returned in just over 5 years. The fact that both children returned safely indicated that they had passed the test, which made Edry very happy. The initial trial missions for Saiyans are extremely crucial, as they directly impact future developments. One step at a time, he had also successfully completed the trials back then and gradually became the captain of the Edry team. He patted Shaya and the others on the shoulder, took out a simple energy detector from his pocket, placed it on his ear, and said, "Come, let me see how much your combat power has reached." With a smile, Edry pressed the switch of the detector, which beeped, and the data appeared. 962, 987. Looking at the numbers displayed on the detector, Edry was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. "Wow, impressive. Your combat power is quite high. With this kind of combat power, you can hold your own even against elite warriors. Not bad at all. Maybe our family will produce some remarkable individuals in the future." Although he had roughly guessed their combat power wouldn't be low from Shaya and Shiling's safe return to Planet Vegeta, seeing the accurate readings from the detector still filled Edry with surprise. After all, his daughter and nephew were not yet 9 years old, and they already had nearly 1,000 in combat power. Their future was limitless, and they would surely become outstanding warriors. I've been talking so much that I'm hungry. Eating well is a prerequisite for Saiyans to fight. Rebecca, hurry up and serve the food, Edry said, taking on the role of the head of the family and inviting everyone to eat. The battle at the Saiyan dining table was exceptionally fierce. During dinner, the 4 Saiyans fought over food, immediately putting on an intense contest. The clattering of plates echoed as food rapidly disappeared from the table at a visible rate. The scene was truly moving, and due to the speed of the competition, a few afterimages even faintly appeared. If martial artists from Earth saw this, they would surely remark that this was also a form of training. The amount of food consumed by a Saiyan family in a day was astonishing. Without a dedicated food supply system, Planet Vegeta would soon fall into chaos due to food shortages. Therefore, there were specialized aliens responsible for food supply on Planet Vegeta. After dinner, in the living room, the family of 4 sat around the sofa. Edry was holding a flat data receiver, browsing through the day's information while planning the training schedule for the camp, all the while listening to Shieling chatter about her great achievements. Rebecca sat quietly beside them, occasionally introducing Shaya to the situation on Planet Vegeta. Xia listened intently, because he needed to understand the current situation on Planet Vegeta to make better plans. Through his subtle probing, Edry and Rebecca shared with him and Shieling what had happened on Planet Vegeta over the past few years. From Edry's description, Zaya learned that the overall situation on Planet Vegeta had not changed much. They were still assisting Frieza in conquering other planets. While they were not committing atrocious acts, they were still causing panic among the target planets. Of course, there had been some significant events on Planet Vegeta in recent years, such as the birth of King Vegeta's son, the Saiyan Prince Vegeta, over a year ago. Although Zaya was not surprised by this news, his expression grew serious because he knew that with Vegeta's birth, the date of Frieza's destruction of Planet Vegeta was one step closer. Edry spoke with a hint of envy, recounting that when Vegeta was born, the scanner detected an astonishing battle power of 280, making him an exceptionally rare high-level warrior. King Vegeta was overjoyed and named his child after Planet Vegeta, hosting several days of banquets in the palace to celebrate Vegeta's birth. Moreover, just over a year had passed, and Vegeta's battle power had already surged to an incredible 420. This level of talent was rarely seen in Saiyan history. Prince Vegeta was truly a remarkable genius, and it was likely that he would reach a battle power of 1,000 in just a few years. Edry sighed, having never seen a Saiyan with such potential. And given that he was the prince, it was clear that King Vegeta had a worthy successor. As he spoke, Edry glanced at his daughter and nephew. Although these two children were also quite outstanding, they still paled in comparison to Prince Vegeta. Zaya and Shieling would reach a battle power of 1,000 around the age of 9, while Prince Vegeta might achieve it by 5 or 6. A 3-year difference meant a world of difference in the future. However, despite his reflections, Edry maintained a smile. After all, compared to the other Saiyans of the same generation, they were still quite exceptional. How could he compare his children to a prince? The levels were entirely different. If Zaya and the others could surpass him and reach a battle power of 10,000 in the future, he would be grateful. At that moment, Edry was completely unaware that Zaya and the others' abilities far exceeded his imagination, and the ultimate goal he set for his children would end up being a misunderstanding. If he were informed of this now, one could only wonder what expression would be on Edry's face. Chapter 28. The Future of the Saiyans Vegeta. After hearing Edry's sentiments, Zaya's eyes narrowed. The birth of Vegeta meant that the destruction of Planet Vegeta by Frieza was not far off, possibly within the next 2 or 3 years. He recalled the original story. When Planet Vegeta was destroyed, Vegeta was about 5 or 6 years old, most likely 5. Next, Zaya needed to pay attention to the situation of Bardock's family. Based on his calculations, Goku's older brother Raditz would probably have been born around this time as well. Goku was born on the day Frieza attacked Planet Vegeta, but what troubled Zaya was that Bardock's family did not live in the area where he currently was, meaning he would not be able to learn about them anytime soon, which posed a bit of a problem. Moreover, Vegeta was indeed one of the top geniuses among the Saiyans, having such high battle power at birth. In a few months, his battle power should surpass 500. TSK. Having 500 battle power at just over 2 years old. If this continued, he might reach 1,000 battle power before the destruction of Planet Vegeta. No wonder Frieza took him as a hostage to study Super Saiyans. Shaya silently calculated. If the plot continues to develop like this, by the time Vegeta reaches adulthood, his power will definitely surpass 10,000 battle power, which is not much different from the original story. In other words, his butterfly effect has not yet stirred any changes in the plot. Of course, this is certain, as his background is insignificant among the Saiyan population, especially since he left Planet Vegeta at a young age, so the impact he could make is indeed limited. Comparing his own training, Shaya felt a bit emotional. Vegeta's starting point is much higher than his own, but the time it takes for both of them to reach 1,000 battle power is almost the same. Shaya broke through 1,000 battle power at just over 5 years old, and in the original story, Vegeta was also able to defeat the Cybermen at that age. The time difference in their breakthroughs is negligible, but in reality, Shaya should be ahead as he trained up from a power level of less than 100. After that, the gap between them widened significantly. Thanks to Shaya's experiences of going to Earth and training in the hyperbolic time chamber, his battle power had already surpassed 10,000 early on, which is at least a feat Vegeta would achieve only after reaching adulthood. If he hadn't chosen to go to Earth and had gone directly back to Planet Vegeta, he might have already been targeted by King Vegeta and others by now. In his heart, Shaya secretly pondered and felt proud of his foresight. Life doesn't have so many assumptions. Even if King Vegeta wanted to deal with him and eliminate him to maintain his rule, it would depend on whether he had the capability to do so. By the way, Uncle Edry, what do you think of Frieza's attitude towards the Saiyans? Shaya consciously asked. Edry was clearly caught off guard by Shaya's question, looking at him in surprise. After a moment of thought, he frowned slightly and said, King Frieza is truly the emperor of the universe. The Saiyans have always benefited while working under King Frieza, but his attitude towards us is very indifferent, even somewhat disdainful. Edry was a perceptive person. The reason the Saiyans could align with Frieza was more about mutual needs. The Saiyans were warlike and needed the various networks woven by Frieza's great power, while Frieza valued the Saiyans' fighting desire, using them as tools. To say there was any emotional connection between the two was certainly unrealistic. Edry had seen through Frieza's nature early on and knew that in the eyes of the Cosmic Emperor, the Saiyans were merely insignificant pawns. However, he did not expect that Frieza's attitude towards the Saiyans was not just disdain. There was a madness and evil within him, even a desire to personally destroy them. What worries me is that King Vegeta has always been full of dissatisfaction with Frieza's oppression over him. I'm afraid that King Vegeta will ultimately lead the Saiyans in a rebellion. Edry suddenly stopped there. This topic was no longer suitable to continue. Shaya looked at Uncle Edry in surprise, not expecting this seemingly rough man to be able to peel back the layers and see the essence of the problem. Such talent is rare among Saiyans. What if King Vegeta really did launch a rebellion? Rebecca asked anxiously, claiming that the Emperor of the Universe could truly achieve final victory with the power of the Saiyans. If they won, that would be fine, but what if they failed? Would the Saiyans still have a place to survive? If we can't win, we can escape. Schilling said nonchalantly. Don't say such foolish things. How can Saiyans flee without fighting? Would that still make them Saiyans? Edry scolded with a frown. However, Shaya felt that Schilling was right. As long as there are green mountains left, why need not worry about firewood? He should remind Edry and Rebecca, which would also help him in future actions. So, he thought for a moment and said, but I heard that Frieza has always harbored ill intentions toward the Saiyans. The reason he keeps us around is just because he fears that a legendary Super Saiyan might emerge among us, threatening his rule. The legendary Super Saiyan, haha, that's just a legend. Edry smiled and shook his head in disbelief. Although such rumors had always circulated among the Saiyans, no one had ever seen a Super Saiyan. And over time, fewer and fewer people believed in the legend. However, you are not wrong. Saiyans and Frieza ultimately cannot coexist. King Vegeta must have been preparing for a long time, Edry murmured. Unfortunately, they did not know Frieza's true strength, and this rebellion would ultimately fail. The result of that failure would be the destruction of Planet Vegeta. Shaya's mind was filled with countless thoughts. The next day, the sun was shining brightly. After a comfortable sleep in his bed, Shaya got up early and began exercising in the backyard. Although this low-intensity workout didn't really help him much, he still performed each movement meticulously, as if it had become a habit. Soon, Schilling joined in, and the two of them sparred back and forth, having a great time. A strong whirlwind swept through the backyard, bending the surrounding plants gently. After a while, the sun rose high, and the two stopped their movements, standing in place, breathing calmly and evenly, with no redness on their faces and no panting, as if they hadn't engaged in any intense exercise at all. The little bit of movement they just did wasn't even enough to count as a warm-up. Rebecca was still inside preparing breakfast, and a delicious aroma wafted in. Schilling's eyes lit up at the smell, and she ran off to the kitchen, leaving Shaya behind. What a greedy cat! Shaya murmured softly, and after Schilling left, he sat quietly on a stone bench in the backyard, closing his eyes to meditate. Zing zing dang dang. A series of bell sounds came from nearby. Hey you, is Master Edry home? A proud voice called out. Shaya opened his eyes, and a glimmer of brilliance flashed in his dark pupils. In his line of sight was a small figure dressed in a compact combat suit. Hey, I'm asking you a question. Are you listening? The figure sounded a bit impatient, and their voice became sharp. If you want to ask me something, be polite. I won't answer you with that attitude, Shaya said as he continued to close his eyes, showing no intention of engaging with the other person. The figure's tone faltered, and then with a cold snort, they proudly declared, Humph, I see now. You must be that intermediate warrior from Master Edry's house. Let me tell you, I'm a senior warrior, someone you cannot offend. If it weren't for you guys, Master Edry would have already taken me out on a mission today. It turned out she was the Saiyan child led by Uncle Edry, just a little brat. Chapter 29. Mel Shaya glanced at the other person. It was a very young little girl, probably around 2 years old, with long hair, messily tied back and draped over her shoulders. Her delicate little face was currently looking at him with an expression of pride and disdain. Is this child among the Saiyans with high warrior potential? As mature as ever. He shook his head, uninterested in messing around with such a little girl, and said, Uncle Edry is in the house. You can go find him yourself. Oomph. The little girl huffed with a cold face, her proud little face almost tilting up to the sky. Then she walked past him without a glance, completely disregarding Shaya. With his mouth agape, Shaya stared in astonishment at her departing figure, clicked his tongue, and suddenly found it a bit amusing, saying, Whose child is this anyway? She has such a high opinion of herself. After sitting in the yard for a while, feeling some heat from the sun, Shaya got up and walked toward the house. In the kitchen, Rebecca had already prepared a sumptuous breakfast. Shilling was quietly sitting at the dining table, already holding her bowl and chopsticks, happily devouring the food in front of her. When she saw Shaya come in, she glanced at him and then continued to focus on finishing her meal. In no time, the mountain-high food was completely gone. Where is Uncle Edry? Why hasn't Teehee come out? Finding a seat, Shaya casually picked up a piece of roasted meat and asked. Rebecca came over with a plate of food and said, because the previously scheduled task plan was delayed for a few days, his students came to find him, and he is still arranging tasks for them now. Students? Shaya recalled the proud little girl from earlier. She must be the one Rebecca was referring to. Since he and Shilling had completed their mission on Planet Selma and returned to Planet Vegeta, Edry had postponed the training schedule for the next few days, planning to spend quality time with his children at home. That seemingly self-important guy, is he really Dad's student? There's nothing remarkable about him. So what's there to be proud of? After finishing her breakfast, Shilling wiped the grease off her mouth with a napkin, her eyes filled with disdain. It was obvious she had already met that little girl and didn't like her at all. She was also a proud person, but she simply didn't show it in front of those around her. However, her innate arrogance made it intolerable for her to be treated with such an attitude, especially when the other party's strength was far inferior to hers. To be honest, with Shilling's current strength, she could only look down on others. There was no one who could look at her that way. That little girl's glance had clearly displeased her. That kid Mel's is a genius. Her combat power exceeded that of her peers at birth, and her evaluation was only slightly lower than Prince Vegeta's, making her an extraordinary talent. What's rare is that she takes her training very seriously, and Edry is quite satisfied with this student, even though her personality is a bit proud. She's actually a very good person, Rebecca said with a smile. The strong have privileges. The strong are naturally superior to the weak, and Rebecca firmly believes in this. So Mel's attitude towards others seems completely normal to her. Mel's? Shar whispered a few times. The name is quite nice. After hearing Rebecca's description, Shar gradually gained some understanding of the little girl named Melis. She was another genius. As long as she didn't fall halfway, her future achievements could be significant. It's just that she was born at the wrong time, destined to be born when Planet Vegeta would be destroyed. If she fell, she would be nothing. A genius will only be remembered and celebrated by others if they ultimately become a strong person. After muttering a few words, he continued eating breakfast, putting the name that might vanish in time out of his mind. Before long, Melis walked out of Adriel's room, and as she passed by Shar, her dark eyes glared at him fiercely before she left with a look of reluctance. What is going on? I don't think I did anything to provoke her. Shar rolled his eyes in exasperation. What's the matter? No manners at all. Shilling exhaled, her tone somewhat angry. Don't blame her. The child is upset with me for postponing her training schedule and is throwing a tantrum, Adriel said with a smile as he sat down at the dining table. Clearly in a good mood. With two exceptionally intelligent children and a gifted student, and his own strength not being lacking, Adriel had little to feel troubled about. Regardless, she shouldn't take it out on me. Shilling slammed the table in annoyance. This resulted in the whole family bursting into laughter. Such a warm scene was rare among Saiyans. After breakfast, Shilling helped Rebecca busy herself in the kitchen, but from Shar's perspective, it was merely creating more trouble. In the living room, Adriel sat on the sofa with one leg crossed, holding a pot of hot drink. He smiled and said, Shar, you haven't lived on Planet Vegeta for many years. Coincidentally, my training tasks have also been postponed these days. How about I take you to explore the nearby urban area? Once the new tasks come down, you want to have as much time. Nodding in agreement, Shar asked, Uncle Adriel, do you know what our next task is? Adriel thought for a moment and replied, according to convention, after the first task, there will be some scattered extermination tasks. They will arrange a few other Saiyans for you based on the situation to form a new task team. With your performance, you might directly become the team leader. By the way, have you submitted your previous task? If not, you should submit it at the administration office later. Actually, we haven't done that yet. Shaya shook his head. As soon as they returned to Planet Vegeta, they went straight home and did not submit their mission to the task management office at all. The Saiyan task mechanism had been running for so many years that it had its own reasonable management system. Even the spacecraft left at the spaceport would be handled by specialized aliens, so there was no need for them to worry. Edry nodded and said, "The first mission for Saiyans is the most challenging. Many low-level and mid-level warriors never returned because of their first mission, which is also called a survival mission. It's a brutal test. Only those Saiyans who have passed the first survival mission can be called warriors. Even those with high-level warrior qualifications must also undergo blood training, but it will be conducted under the guidance of us retired instructors." As he spoke, Edry's voice was filled with a cold aura. Shaya listened carefully, and through Adley's description, he gained a more intuitive understanding of the brutality among the Saiyans. The Saiyans adhere to the principle of survival of the fittest, a belief that is ingrained in their very bones. Before Adley's team was wiped out, both Adley and Rebecca followed this rule. But after the team's destruction, especially after Shieling and Shaya joined this family, their indifference began to melt away little by little. Chapter 30. Taji People. Planet Vegeta, located in the southern star region of the North Galaxy, was originally named Planet Plant, later renamed Planet Zuffle, and after being conquered by the Saiyans, it was changed to Planet Vegeta. It is a dark red, giant, rocky planet. Planet Vegeta is divided into several sections, with the most prosperous being the section where the royal city is located. The Saiyans are a minority race. The total number of native Saiyans and those on missions is less than 1 million. The district where Shaya and his companions are located is a well-known, bustling area, and there are particularly many Saiyans living here. Over the next few days, under Edry's guidance, Shaya and Shieling wandered around various places in the district. He remembered this kind of life only from his childhood and hadn't experienced it in years. The blue sea and sky allowed him to hear the sound of the waves crashing. The bright sunlight penetrated the dark red atmosphere and shone on him, making Shaya feel a scorching heat akin to the blazing sun. His feet sank into the colorful shell sand, producing a rustling sound, with a delicate yet somewhat prickly texture that offered a long-lost sense of comfort to someone fatigued. This was a remote beach located in the southern part of the city. Due to its secluded location, there weren't many people around, and the surrounding area had well-preserved natural scenery. That day, Shaya casually visited the nearby mission management office to submit the mission he had completed on the Selma planet. It was a 3-story hemispherical building, supported by 12 snow-white stone pillars like strong warriors holding up the structure. Between every 2 pillars, there was a large glass-colored door, and the 12 doors were arranged in a circle, allowing a view of the busy scene inside through the pristine glass in the middle. Since there were not many Saiyans to begin with, and the mission management office had several branches, there was only a short line in front of Shaya when he arrived. Before long, it was their turn. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of knocking on the wooden board. "No need to knock, we can hear you." A somewhat impatient alien in charge of registration poked his head out, his green eyes sparkling like 2 gems, radiating a piercing deep light. He was an alien with a long, pterosaur-like beak, with green irises and no whites in his eyes. He had 6 slender arms that were extremely flexible, almost as if they had no bones. Without turning his head, he continuously operated the high-tech equipment behind him, his movements fluid and mesmerizing, yet not chaotic at all. The aliens at the mission management office were Tajians dispatched from Frieza's headquarters, skilled in operating various high-tech devices and belonging to an advanced technological civilization. However, their unpleasant personalities and harsh way of speaking made them unpopular among the Saiyans on Planet Vegeta. "Hey, I want to submit a mission. Name, mission number?" The long-beaked Tajian emitted a buzzing, formulaic inquiry, his harsh voice sounding very unpleasant, like a rooster being choked. The Tajian's attitude was not good, and his tone was stiff, as if he looked down on them. Shaya frowned and honestly said, "Executor, Shaya, Shieling, Task ID XL85661, Extermination Mission on Selma Planet." Hearing Shaya's response, the 6-armed alien quickly began typing on the instrument, and soon retrieved the task list from the database. Looking at the task details displayed on the screen, the Tajian alien let out a harsh, mocking laugh. It's actually a super limited extermination mission. I didn't expect you to be quite capable. TSK. You actually managed to come back alive after completing the mission. Well then, Saiyan Brat, your mission has been registered. Someone will come to verify it next. Alright, remember to collect your new task record in 5 days, or else if you miss it, it will just be your own bad luck. The Tajian alien waved its tentacles and spoke arrogantly, its attitude always making people uncomfortable. How can you speak like that? Shilling was a bit furious at the Tajian alien's attitude, immediately frowning and coldly questioning, while a chilling light flashed in her eyes, and a strong, killing intent spread out from her. The temperature in the entire hall dropped several degrees. Shilling, don't be reckless. A warm little hand covered her head, causing her killing intent to dissipate. Why? Shilling looked at Shaya in surprise, but saw him shake his head, so she reluctantly reined in her anger. Ugh, damn Saiyan monkeys. The Tajian alien cursed inwardly, but didn't dare to speak it out loud. Compared to the other aliens captured by the Saiyans, the Tajian aliens in the management office certainly had more confidence. After all, behind them was the great King Frieza. They were sent by King Frieza to manage Planet Vegeta. The Tajian aliens considered themselves the direct subordinates of King Frieza, unlike those self-important Saiyans. In the hearts of the Tajian aliens, these Saiyans were merely uncivilized, savage monkeys, at most serving as thugs, and in King Frieza's eyes, the Saiyan status was nowhere near theirs. However, when faced with the Saiyan's fury, the Tajian aliens could only yield. After all, facing an angry Saiyan, their little strength was simply not enough, and even if they were killed, it would probably be in vain. King Frieza wouldn't punish the Saiyans for just one of them. Let's go, we'll come back in 5 days, Shaya said as he walked out of the task management office. Humph. Shilling snorted coldly, turned back, and glared fiercely at the Tajian alien before following him out. Once the pressure surrounding them disappeared, the Tajian alien let out a sigh of relief, feeling a wetness on its back, and cursed, damn Saiyan monkeys. One day King Frieza will make you pay. Humph. I'll remember this, and I will definitely collect it with interest in the future. Humph, just you wait. Thinking of King Frieza's terrifying, invincible power, a sense of pleasure rose in the Tajian alien's heart. It seemed to envision these savage Saiyans meeting a gruesome end under King Frieza's terrifying power. After leaving the management office, Shaya no longer needed to worry about the next steps, although these Tajian aliens looked down on the Saiyans with arrogance. They didn't dare to openly violate the work assigned by Frieza. The management office personnel would naturally verify the mission's completion. The clear sea water crashed against the beach, and the warm sunlight felt extremely comfortable, but Shaya's good mood was disrupted. Shaya, why did you stop me just now? Those aliens' attitudes are disgusting. They should all be killed. Shilling, with a puzzled expression and clenched fists, said that if Shaya hadn't stopped her, she would have definitely acted. There were many aliens on Planet Vegeta, but she had never seen anyone so irritating. Shaya let out a breath and changed his mood, saying, there's no need. They're just weaklings after all. The Tajian people looked down on the Saiyan's barbarism, and he also looked down on the Tajian people's weakness. When Planet Vegeta was destroyed, they wouldn't think of escaping either. P.S. The setting regarding the number of Saiyans in Galactic Patrol Jack has not been adopted in this book, just a notification. Chapter 31. Edry's precautions. So, how about it? Were you disgusted by the Tajian people's attitude? Shaya felt someone pat his shoulder and turned to see that it was Uncle Edry who had come over. Edry smiled and said, actually, you guys don't need to pay attention to what those Tajian people say. Those guys always have such foul mouths. If it weren't for the fact that they were sent from Frieza's headquarters, they would have died countless times on Planet Vegeta due to their unreasonable attitude toward Saiyans. Well, it's better to avoid them if possible, to avoid bad luck. Edry's words were filled with disdain for the Tajian people. However, the other party's backing was Frieza, and they controlled the communication channel between Planet Vegeta and Frieza's planet, so many orders needed to be conveyed through them. Therefore, the Saiyans had to temporarily tolerate the Tajian people's arrogant attitude. But this debt would eventually need to be settled, and the Tajian people were still unaware that they were digging their own graves, continuing to act arrogantly towards the Saiyans. So you know about the Tajian people's style, huh? After hearing Uncle Edry's words, Shaya couldn't help but roll his eyes. No wonder they sent us to submit tasks while they went swimming. They simply didn't want to see them. By the way, I'm going to take Mers out on a mission tomorrow, and I might not be back for a long time. If you have any questions about tasks in the future, you can ask Rebecca. She has completed many high-difficulty missions in Edry's team and can provide you with references. Edry explained in detail. Okay, got it. Don't worry, if we don't understand something, we'll ask Mom. In response to Edry's instructions, Shaya and Shilling naturally agreed. As Edry often took teams out for training missions when they were younger, often being away for several months, so they were used to it. Which planet is Uncle Edry going to this time? And how long will it take to come back? Shaya asked. Edry estimated and said, this mission is relatively close to Planet Vegeta on the nearby Red Rock planet. It should take about a month round trip. A month, that's pretty fast. Shaya pondered to himself. The Red Rock planet is very close to Planet Vegeta, requiring only a few days of flight time to reach. It is the closest life planet to Planet Vegeta, so it is naturally under Saiyan control. Thus, Red Rock is also one of the few training bases for nurturing young Saiyans. Of course, these training bases are designed for high-level warriors. Ordinary low-level and mid-level warriors wouldn't receive such treatment. Uncle Edry, I have something for you. After pondering for a while, Shaya took out a small brown bag from his pocket and, under Edry's puzzled gaze, put dozens of dried senza beans into the bag. Shilling quietly watched from the side and immediately understood Shaya's intentions when she saw him take out the senza beans, her delicate face breaking into an enchanting smile. What is this? Edry asked, a bit confused, as he took the small bag. At this moment, Shilling jumped out to urge Edry to quickly accept the senza beans, exclaiming, "Dad, you must keep this safe. It can save your life at a critical moment." Now Edry was even more confused. He looked at these seemingly dry and flat little things and wondered if they were some treasure that made his daughter so anxious for him to take them. Shilling explained, "These are called senza beans. No matter how serious the injury, as long as there's still a breath left, eating one will instantly restore you to peak condition. They're really good." Then she reiterated the specific effects of the senza beans. There are actually such miraculous things in this world. Edry was surprised upon hearing this. Looking at the beans in his hand, he didn't doubt the truth of Shilling's words, but he realized the significance behind these unassuming little beans. As a seasoned Saiyan warrior who had faced life and death many times, he understood very well the value of a medicine that could quickly heal injuries on the battlefield. It was akin to gaining an extra life, and at critical moments, it could even influence the entire situation. Without hesitation, he carefully accepted the small bag of senza beans and stored away. Then, Edry said seriously, "We should keep the senzu beans a secret. The fewer people who know, the better, as it could lead to endless trouble. Money can move people's hearts, especially for something that can save lives at crucial moments." Shaya knew this principle without Edry needing to say it. His intention in taking out the senza beans was simply for the sake of those close to him, and he didn't plan to leak it on a large scale. After all, while the senza beans in his possession seemed plentiful, they were still limited. Every bean used meant one less, and he had to be frugal. He would not be stingy with his loved ones, but there was no way for others to get them. "Okay, only the three of us know about the senza beans, and I don't plan to share it. I just think the current situation of the Saiyans is very dangerous. King Vegeta's actions will only further exacerbate Frieza's impatience with us, and by then, the Saiyans will be in real danger." This wasn't the first time Shaya had mentioned Frieza's potential malice towards the Saiyans. After hearing his words, Edry couldn't help but become serious. Better to believe it than to not. He pondered for a moment and said, "If Frieza really intends to take action against the Saiyans, with their strength, they definitely won't be able to cope. It seems we need to find a good escape route. By the way, those energy detectors are actually equipped with listening devices. It's clearly not good for the Saiyans." Shilling, who had been listening for a long time, jumped in at this moment. "Regarding the detectors, if you find a slightly knowledgeable alien in high-tech, they can easily discover the listening devices." "What did you say? They installed listening devices on the detectors?" Upon hearing that Frieza had actually installed listening devices on the energy detectors used by the Saiyans, Edry wasn't foolish and immediately realized the seriousness of the situation. What does Frieza want? Does he really not trust the Saiyans at all? Edry's expression darkened, and the surging energy within him involuntarily erupted, like the center of a hurricane, stirring up waves around him, and the originally calm sea surface suddenly became turbulent. Waves crashed against his face, and his long black hair danced in the wind. Shaya looked at everything in surprise. From the overwhelming aura emanating from Edry, it was clear that his combat power had reached at least 8,000, which was quite rare. After a long while, Edry sighed deeply and dispersed his aura, bringing everything back to calm, as if the earlier scene was just a fleeting dream. Chapter 32. New mission. If Frieza really installed listening devices on our detectors, then his hostility towards us Saiyans must have existed for a long time. Our every move is likely under his surveillance. Edry's expression darkened, and after some thought, he waved his hand at Shaya and Shilling, saying, "I understand this matter. It is serious, and you two kids shouldn't get involved any further. I will verify it with Rebecca." The journey continued in silence, with Edry focusing on the future of the Saiyans and not asking Shaya where he got the senza beans. Upon returning home, Edry and Rebecca entered a room together and didn't come out until nightfall. When they did, both of their faces were not good, appearing worried. The next day, as dawn broke, Edry had already taken his student, Melis, on a spacecraft away from Vegeta to Red Rock Star for training missions. Of course, another purpose was to try to contact some more rational Saiyans to discuss the future of their race. He first thought of his old comrade from back in the day. They first needed to understand the true extent of Frieza's power. If they couldn't even assess their opponent's strength and recklessly attempted a rebellion like King Vegeta, the outcome would surely be tragic. A war concerning survival must be conducted with knowledge of both oneself and the enemy. In this regard, Shaya could provide help, but he couldn't tell them directly. Saiyans are proud and sometimes stubborn. If he directly told them that Frieza's power was so great that he could destroy the entire Saiyan race with a mere wave of his hand, they would believe it better to fight to the death rather than prepare to retreat. Not to mention that Shaya couldn't clarify his source of information. Even if he did, they would naturally think that Saiyan warriors only die on the battlefield and would never retreat in the face of danger. The idea of preserving the Green Mountains means there's no need to fear for firewood might only be understood when they personally sought out the answer and witnessed Frieza's despairing power. Only then, with a bit of guidance from Shaya, would they genuinely decide. In the distance, mountains rose and fell, seemingly endless. The sun quietly peeked out, its rays shining through the dense mist in the forest, refracting into a kaleidoscope of colors. After last night's light rain, droplets clung to the leaves, and when the wind blew, the water droplets slid off, splashing fine mist into the air. The vibrant green leaves unfurled gracefully in the thick forest, shimmering in the hazy atmosphere, full of life. In Shiling's home, in a hemispherical training ground. This was a place where Saiyans usually trained, measuring over 10 meters in length and width. The half-arc walls were built with the most advanced alloy materials, and a layer of special energy-absorbing paint was applied on top, designed to absorb excess energy emitted during training. The entire training ground appeared shiny and modern, yet it wasn't glaring. This was a very ordinary training room, lacking additional air, temperature, or gravity control devices. Most cosmic beings' training grounds were like this. They had not yet realized the importance of those seemingly trivial factors on training effectiveness. At this moment, on both sides of the arch training room, defensive biorobots had fully activated, their red single eye flickering with a terrifying crimson light. 2 energy emitters on their chests were fully charged, emitting a faint blue glow. In the center of the training ground, 2 small figures rapidly darted through the space, engaging in intense combat while also dodging sudden attacks from the biorobots. Their speed was so fast that afterimages continuously flashed around them, and in the blink of an eye, they exchanged dozens of blows. The biorobots operated according to a certain pattern, firing blue energy beams from their chest-mounted tubes, which intertwined in midair to form a massive net. Like fishing, heading towards the 2 individuals in the center. The bodies paused slightly in midair, gracefully changing their trajectories, avoiding the energy beams at impossible angles. Shaya looked at the girl in front of him with ease, his eyes filled with amusement. Shilling's delicate face wore a serious expression. Although it was just a normal spar after lowering her energy, Shaya's stance still revealed to her a different kind of martial artist, effortlessly exuding a magnificent aura. Whoosh! Shaya's figure disappeared from in front of Shilling, and her eyes darted around, closely following his movements. A fist suddenly appeared at Shilling's waist. Her eyes sparkled as she slightly leaned back to avoid the punch aimed at her waist. The strong wind from the impact struck the ground, producing a series of thudding sounds. Her slender body flickered, dodging a series of attacks from her opponent, which came in waves, fierce as wolves, continuously roaring. Shilling retreated a few dozen meters, then straightened her posture and dove towards Shaya. Shaya's eyes flickered, intently watching Shilling's movements. Bang! Shilling's fist came at him, but unfortunately, her punch was intercepted by Shaya's elbows. Observing Shilling's unpretentious and decisive attacks, Shaya couldn't help but nod, then quickly launched his own assault on her. Ding ding ding. A series of urgent bells echoed in the training ground, as dozens of biorobots seemed to receive instructions simultaneously, all moving toward the walls of the training area. A silver arc suddenly opened a gap, and several biorobots disappeared into the shining silver wall. Rebecca quietly watched from the side, and when she saw Shaya and Shilling finish their training and walk out of the area, she handed them 2 towels and smiled. Here, wipe off your sweat. I didn't expect that you 2 could attack each other while dealing with 32 biorobots at the same time. You know, each of those robots has an energy level exceeding 800. Being able to achieve this shows that your combat power is approaching 1,000. Just 1,000 combat power, but still quite far off. Shaya wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, If it weren't for suppressing my aura, even a small movement wouldn't cause a single drop of sweat to fall. By the way, Mom, has our new mission been arranged? After opening a bottle of water and taking a sip, Shilling asked in a clear voice. Rebecca smiled, took out a form, and handed it over. Look, this is your new mission. It's to eliminate a primitive tribe on Dahlia Star. The mission level is intermediate, so you need to form a Saiyan team. It lists the members of your team. Shaya took the form seriously, furrowing his brows slightly before quickly relaxing. Dodoria was a planet close to being a mid-level planet, with a power level similar to that of Selma, where they had completed a mission last time. However, this time the Task Management Office required them to arrange a Saiyan team to enter Dodoria. These missions were directly assigned by Frieza's headquarters based on the situation of the Saiyans. Although the Tajians in the Task Management Office were quite annoying, they would never dare to go against Frieza's orders and certainly wouldn't embellish the task description. Chapter 33. Who is the captain? A mid-level mission means the native life forms there have combat powers nearing 1,000. Shilling's voice sounded a bit lazy. In fact, these low-level battles no longer excited her. Rebecca frowned. Her daughter's attitude was unacceptable as it could cost her life at any moment. She scolded, Shilling, don't get complacent just because you completed the Selma mission. The tasks issued by the management office are carefully considered. Since this time a Saiyan team is needed for the mission, Dodoria may not be ordinary. If you let your guard down, it could easily lead to trouble. Feeling uneasy, she also reminded Shaya, you need to keep an eye on her. Yeah, I will look after her. Shilling put away her nonchalant attitude. While Dodoria might not pique her interest, she couldn't show too much carelessness. Subsequently, Shaya and the others packed their gear and headed towards the assembly area after bidding farewell to Rebecca. In the outskirts of the city, far from the high-tech buildings, it was a plain. It was about 100 kilometers from the urban area and even farther from the spaceport. Although it wasn't the heart of the continent, the environment here was not good. The predominant hue was a dull yellow, and the riverbed had cracked open in several places due to dryness. When the wind blew, scattered tumbleweeds rolled around aimlessly. In the vast, desolate plain, a few straight, unbranched trunks stood tall, branching out into a spherical canopy of leaves only after reaching several meters high, resembling giant lollipops from a distance, which are the most common plants in the desert. Under a bushy tree, a large patch of shade shielded them from the scorching sun. In a cool corner, a few Saiyans gathered, 2 males and 2 females, all dressed in dark brown combat suits, appearing to be around 11 or 12 years old. Hey, Balit, who do you think our captain is this time? A somewhat thin Saiyan shouted. Balit, the Saiyan being addressed, shot him a glare and replied rudely. How would I know who the captain is, Rita? You better not drag me down during the mission, or I don't want to be held back before we even complete it. Oh, how can you say that? My power level has reached 750. If anyone is going to drag their feet, it's you, useless Balit. The thin Saiyan Rita taunted. You. Balit got angry and stood up, his robust body lunging at Rita, grabbing his tail, and they began to wrestle. Enough, you two settle down, or don't blame me for being rude. A cold voice interrupted as a tall girl stepped forward, her clear eyes glinting with icy intensity, and a powerful aura surged towards them. Oh no, Atasia is angry? She is definitely angry. We can't provoke her. Balit and Rita immediately shivered, releasing each other and freezing in place like mice facing a cat. Atasia was undoubtedly the strongest among the 4, with a combat power of 840, making them wary of provoking her. After giving them a cold glance, Atasia turned to another girl beside her and asked, Jolene, do you know anything about the captain? The girl named Jolene shook her head. Besides the captain, the other members were not clear about the selection of Saiyans for the mission. Jolene said, I don't know, but I heard Shakta is also participating in this mission. Shakta, that guy is also part of this mission? Everyone was taken aback. Even Atasia gasped. Compared to the genius Shakta, Atasia's power level seemed a bit lacking. They were all Saiyans from the same training camp, and Shakta's reputation as a genius was already well known back then. At the age of 12, exceeding a combat power of 900 was not particularly outstanding, but among their peers, it ranked at the top. They also felt relieved. The higher the captain's strength, the higher the success rate of the mission would be. Otherwise, with their current combat power, they would find it difficult to handle a mid-level task. It must be him. Otherwise, how could this mid-level task be completed? Rita clapped his hands, confident in his guess. It wasn't that they were underestimating themselves. With just their 4 combat powers, the extermination task on Dodoria was indeed too challenging for them. Just then, they saw a figure flying in from the distant horizon, also a Saiyan wearing a brown combat suit, with a tall stature, determined eyes. and a mane of hair standing up. It was Shakta, the one they had been discussing. As soon as he landed and saw the 4 Saiyans before him, a hint of dissatisfaction flashed in Shakta's calm eyes as he said in a deep voice, "Why is it just you 4 in this team? Where's the captain?" Upon hearing Shakta's question, everyone was visibly taken aback. What was going on? Wasn't Shakta their captain? Raida asked in surprise, "Shakta, aren't you the captain?" "Of course not. I want to know who the captain is too," Shakta replied coldly, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. He was also curious about who would be leading them. "How could it be? If you aren't the captain, then who is?" Balit said incredulously. The genius figures in their age group were well known, except for Shakta. There were many other candidates. Could it be Igila, Kale, or Pabinlais? Atasia shook her head beside them, saying, "It can't be them. I know they are all on other missions now. Could it be someone from a higher class than us?" Jeline suggested. Everyone's eyes lit up, and they looked at Jeline appreciatively. Yes, besides the members of their training camp, it was possible that someone from a higher class could be the captain. The extermination task on Dodoria was highly challenging, and there could even be powerful enemies with combat powers exceeding 1,000. It would be entirely normal to assign a higher class Saiyan as the captain. They didn't consider candidates younger than themselves. Deep down, they didn't believe that there would be such strong warriors among the mid-level fighters younger than them. Moreover, Shakta was already a standout among their age group, and the differences in their qualifications were minimal, making it hard to break the age gap. But what if the reality was exactly the opposite of their expectations? Chapter 34, I am your captain. However, the captain has not yet appeared, and their speculation cannot be confirmed, so they can only continue to wait. Shakta also found a shady spot to sit down, but he kept a distance from Balit and the others. Since everyone knew his personality, they did not pay him any mind and continued to discuss the task at hand. As they chatted, the topic diverged to their training progress, leading to a round of competitive banter and insults. Shakta watched the animated conversation from a distance, his brows slightly furrowed, thinking, do these guys not understand the importance of this mission at all? I wonder who will be the captain. I hope their strength isn't too lacking. It is common for Saiyans to form squads to carry out missions, which improves task completion efficiency. As they grow older, intermediate warriors will form specific teams before reaching adulthood. Once such a team is established, it will not easily disband unless unforeseen circumstances arise, and it will last for a long time. This means that Shakta and the others will be members of the same squad in the future, and at this moment, Shakta certainly hopes that the strength of his squad won't be too weak. Shaking his head slightly to cast aside these thoughts for the time being, Shakta let out a small sigh, then lay back on a cracked stone, gazing lazily at the sky. The sky was a brilliant red, with a smooth atmosphere free of wrinkles, and a few clouds tinged with rosy hues floated together, changing shape with the gentle breeze. As the wind blew, the clouds began to roll, casting irregular shadows on the ground from the sunlight above. Suddenly, Shakta noticed 2 black dots appearing on the distant horizon. He pushed himself up with his arms and stood up elegantly, at which point Atasia, Balit, and the others also noticed the situation. Hey, someone is coming. Atasia's melodious voice rang out. Could it be the captain? Jeline murmured, her expression showing a hint of anticipation. Shakta ignored the voices around him, squinting his eyes to look into the distance, trying to see the appearance of the newcomers. As they got closer, he realized that they were actually 2 small Saiyans, 1 male and 1 female, clearly younger than them. Why are there 2 kids? Could they also be part of our squad? Looking at the 2 people appearing before them, Raida exclaimed in surprise, his face showing an incredulous expression. That is unlikely. The task management office wouldn't be so reckless, right? Balit said uncertainly. But look, they're clearly coming towards us. Hiss, they really are. Finally, amidst the disbelief of everyone, Shaya and Shieling landed steadily, not far in front of them, and all signs indicated that the 2 before them were indeed members of their squad. Is the management office joking? They actually sent 2 kids over. At this moment, Shaya wore a faint smile, taking in everyone's expressions without missing a beat. He walked up to them and called out in a deep voice, Shakta, 12 years old. Combat power, 925. Atasia, 12 years old. Combat power, 840. Raida, 12 years old. Combat power, 750. Jeline, 12 years old. Combat power, 788. Balit, 12 years old. Combat power, 738. Shaya reported everyone's names and battle powers one by one. Knowing the names and battle powers of the squad members is a privilege that only the captain possesses, so that means he is the captain. The Saiyans all looked incredulous, especially Shakta, whose expression suddenly turned very ugly, his cold eyes glinting menacingly. Damn it, these two people who are clearly younger than him are actually their captain. Shakta clenched his fists, his fingers turning a bit white from the pressure, and his body trembled slightly with anger. His voice was cold and harsh. You are our captain? Let me make it clear, I will not accept a weakling as our leader. Adishia glanced at Shakta. Although she didn't say it outright, her eyes also flickered, clearly indicating she felt the same way. While she might not be the most outstanding among her peers, she was still exceptional and would not stoop to following someone so much younger than them. Seeing Shakta and Adishia take this stance, the others couldn't help but nod in agreement. To become their captain, one must be strong. Shaya's smile slightly faded. Knowing the Saiyan temperament, he didn't find their reaction strange. On the contrary, if he had shown no strength and they still recognized him as their captain, that would have been unexpected. However, being underestimated was really unpleasant. Sure enough, to get these Saiyans to obediently acknowledge him as their captain, he needed to demonstrate some real power. With that thought, Shaya's smile returned, wide and bright. Beside him, Shilling watched quietly and, seeing Shaya's expression, also smiled, though her grin was unsettling. That's right, I am your captain, Shaya said calmly as he walked over to Shakta with his hands behind his back, raising his face in a pretentious manner. Shakta opened his mouth, instinctively sensing something was off. Just as he was about to say something, a tremendous force struck him in the abdomen. He looked down in disbelief at the fist that had appeared there, followed by a wave of excruciating pain. His body shot out like a cannonball, flying several hundred meters away. Thud, thud, thud. Shakta's body flew backward, crashing through several bushes before slamming into a rock formation, creating a large hole and embedding him deep into the rock. The suddenness of the scene left everyone stunned. Shakta had been ambushed. With an angry roar, Shakta broke free from the rock, a surge of energy exploding from him, instantly shattering the entire rock formation. Finally regaining his senses, he was furious, beyond imagination. His hair was disheveled, his eyes bloodshot, and with a fierce glare, he dove toward Shaya. Seeing Shakta's irrational behavior, Shilling shook her head slightly, mocking, ignorance breeds fearlessness. With such little power, he dares to attack Shaya. He truly doesn't know how to die. Just enough to teach him a lesson would suffice, Shaya thought to himself, as Shakta's image grew larger in his eyes. After all, he was a member of his team, and he didn't want to go too far. Clang! With a casual motion, he summoned energy from within, and a bright energy sphere appeared in his palm. The crystalline energy sparkled, its water blue hue giving it a somewhat cute appearance. However, the hissing sound it made as it disturbed the air and the slightly distorted light around it indicated that this water blue energy sphere was anything but ordinary. Shaya sneered and hurled the energy sphere toward Shakta, seemingly driven by instinct, just as the beautiful energy sphere was about to land. Shakta regained his senses and quickly dodged to the side. Boom! The energy sphere detonated beside Shakta, and the scene that unfolded was unforgettable. The blue sphere exploded in the center, and orange flames erupted like a sun, scorching the earth as the explosive shockwave sent Shakta flying, allowing him to escape the most dangerous zone. Boom! The ground cracked, and sand flew everywhere. As the brilliant light and deafening roar faded, the earth seemed to have been baptized by hundreds of small nuclear bombs, transforming into an unrecognizable landscape. The ground split open, and terrifying energy waves spread beneath the surface, creating concentric rings of fractures above. Just when everyone thought it was all over, boom! The ground suddenly collapsed without warning. Wisps of smoke accompanied by bubbling sounds rose from the molten lava below. So powerful! Hiss, that's terrifying! Everyone stood in shock, gazing at the scene before them. Their eyes filled with awe when they looked at Shaya. No one had expected this seemingly small guy to unleash such a fierce and intense attack in an instant. Simply shocking. Could this guy be a monster? This thought involuntarily crossed everyone's minds. Especially Shakta, who had narrowly escaped, stood dazed, still processing the heart-stopping scene replaying in his mind. Large beads of sweat forming on his cheeks. P.S. It's a new week again. Please vote for me. Chapter 35, Departure. So, do I now have the qualification to be your captain? Shaya said with a grin, radiating the aura of a successful conqueror, his smile dazzling in the eyes of all the Saiyans present. Shakta shook his head to clear his thoughts and looked at the uneven, devastated ground, especially the deep pit, and bitterly shook his head. I always thought I was among the best of my peers, not much worse than those older Saiyans, but it seems I was too naive. Recalling the lightning-fast events that had just transpired, Shakta sincerely admitted, if even you aren't qualified to be captain, then who is? After giving Shakta a pat on the shoulder, Shaya laughed heartily. Haha, my name is Shaya, and from now on, our team's name will be the Shaya team. You're all members of the team. However, I must make it clear, once you join the team, you must follow orders or don't blame me for being rude. Rest assured, Captain, we will definitely obey orders. Shakta and the others exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. It was only natural for Saiyans to obey the strong, and as long as the captain's orders didn't directly lead them to death, they would strictly follow them. At the same time, a sense of excitement bubbled up within them. With such a powerful captain, would they not be able to enjoy the thrill of battle? With this thought, the faces of the Saiyans broke into wild smiles. The slight discomfort in Shakta's heart completely vanished. Saiyans are called a warrior race not only for their deep-rooted combative nature, but also for their impressive execution abilities. Saiyans are born mercenaries. As long as a mission is issued, they can complete it well. They don't pursue money, as it means nothing to them. They fight for the thrill of battle. Char had come to such a conclusion. Sometimes he wondered if the Saiyans were not employed by Frieza's forces, but instead accepted missions from legitimate organizations in the galaxy, such as the Galactic Patrol. Would they still have such a notorious reputation? Shaking his head to dismiss these unrealistic thoughts, he then said with a serious expression, Next, I want to explain the details of this mission. You all probably know that our destination for this mission is Planet Vegeta. His gaze swept over each team member, and upon hearing the mention of Vegeta, Shakta and the others' expressions turned serious. This was a planet close to being a mid-level planet, which meant that accidents could happen at any time. If that were the case, apart from me, Shilling, and Shakta, the rest of you would face significant risks, especially Raida and Balit, whose battle powers are the lowest. You need to be extra careful. Yes, Captain, we understand, everyone replied seriously. Seeing that everyone was listening intently, Char felt quite relieved. At this moment, he pointed to Shilling and introduced her. By the way, this is my sister Shilling, also a member of our squad, and her battle power is not any less than mine. Of course, this was after suppressing her battle power. Shakta and the others turned their attention to Shilling, their eyes filled with admiration, especially Atasia and Jelen, who, as fellow female Saiyans, envied Shilling for having such battle power. I wonder how old the captain and Shilling are now, and what their battle power is, asked the tall Atasia, who at 12 had already entered puberty. Her wavy hair flowing in the wind, her feminine features becoming prominent, making her the most mature-looking among the Saiyans. With a cute smile, Shilling's crisp voice rang out, Xia and I are about to turn 9. As for battle power, Xia has 1,000, and I have 970. Since returning to Planet Vegeta these past few days, they had increased their battle power by over 10 points. Although her voice was not loud, those two impressive numbers struck like thunder, immediately stunning Atasia and the others. 1,000 battle power, 970 battle power, and they're only 9 years old? The few Saiyans looked at them in disbelief, but the earlier terrifying power still lingered in their minds, forcing them to accept that all this was real. You only have 9 years and possess such battle power. Are you really just mid-level warriors? You can't be high-level warriors, right? Balit exclaimed exaggeratedly, being the one with the lowest battle power among them, having only reached 738 at 12. This comparison was quite embarrassing. Not to mention, I don't think even high-level warriors would have such exaggerated numbers. Raida lamented in sympathy. In fact, considering their current strength, they weren't doing poorly. Once they entered puberty, their power would soar, and, as adults, they would surely reach over 2,000 battle power, placing them in the middle among mid-level warriors. However, compared to some prodigies, it was somewhat discouraging. Shakta smiled wryly. I originally thought reaching over 900 battle power at 12 was outstanding, but compared to you guys, there's no comparison. Yeah. Atasia and Jelen nodded repeatedly, agreeing with Shakta's words. Unbeknownst to them, the bond among the Saiyans had deepened significantly. With solid walls like Xia and Shilling, the small gaps between them seemed trivial, and they united against a common enemy. In a subtle way, they had already regarded Xia as a great genius akin to Prince Vegeta. All right, we should set off. I believe the spaceport has prepared our spacecraft, Xia said, looking at them, his tone already bearing the authority of a captain. Right, we should get going. I can't wait any longer. The Saiyans chuckled lightly and then soared into the sky towards the spaceport. Half an hour later, the 7 had entered the vicinity of the spaceport. They landed one by one and, following the guide's directions, found the place where their spacecraft was parked. On a cleared platform, 7 spherical spacecraft, each 2 meters in diameter, were neatly arranged on the recessed landing spots. Opening their respective spacecraft, they all climbed inside. Once the cabin doors closed, Xia's voice came through the communicator. Then let's set off. Wishing the Xia squad good luck on our first mission. Set off. Set off. The voices of everyone echoed through the communicator, and then the 7 white spheres glowed with a layer of white light before suddenly accelerating rapidly away from Planet Vegeta, embarking on a month-long interstellar journey. Chapter 36. Planet Madalia. The long journey time passed in the blink of an eye, and a month had gone by. Surrounding them was a vast darkness, with stars emitting enchanting pale white light, transparent and sparkling like tiny diamonds dotted across a black canvas, showcasing a touch of flawless, serene beauty. A flash of light flickered, and in the deep, tranquil space, this flicker was incredibly eye-catching. As they closed the distance, 7 spherical spacecraft gradually emerged from that bright light. In the grand scale of the universe, the distance between planets was extremely vast, even the closest ones spanning countless light years. However, thanks to the powerful technology of cosmic civilization, interstellar travel in the Dragon Ball world was significantly more convenient, allowing them to cross several star regions in just a few days or even months. Several star regions away from Planet Vegeta, a brown planet orbited around the yellow dwarf star at the center of its solar system. On Planet Madalia, within a dry riverbed, a deafening roar echoed as several red glowing spheres pierced through the clouds and crashed down. After the thunderous impact, a massive cloud of dust rose, blotting out the sun. Due to the lack of moisture, the dust lingered for a long time, forming heavy clouds. Shortly after, 7 figures emerged from an unknown depth of the circular impact crater. Rida floated in the air first, covering her mouth to disperse the dust in the air. The scorching heat of the sun penetrated through the thin atmosphere, creating a burning sensation on her skin. Rida wanted to catch her breath, but was choked by a gust of hot air, quickly leading her to cough. Shaya, Shieling, and the others soared into the air, taking a look at the sparse shrubbery around them, and found it strikingly similar to the barren environment on Vegeta. Madalia is a rocky, solid planet with a brownish hue. Due to the long-term lack of water supply, most areas are in a desert state, making it quite an uncomfortable place. A gentle voice broke the silence. Atasia, who had done her homework before coming, expressed her dissatisfaction with the surrounding environment. It was hot, high pressure, and lacked moisture, which was very damaging to a girl's skin. Shieling and Jillian immediately responded. They looked around, but found no signs of life. Shakta, with a serious expression, said, "The environment here is so harsh. It's hard to imagine it being a planet close to a mid-level one. Nature operates on the principle of survival of the fittest, and often, the harsher the conditions, the more resilient the life that emerges." Shaya squinted slightly, a barely noticeable smile appearing on his face, and then pressed the button on the energy detector. The electronic sound beeped, and information about Madalia appeared. Southeast, 170 kilometers. Battle power, 920. Due south, 56 kilometers. Battle power, 568. Due south, 167 kilometers. Battle power, 869. Everyone also turned on their energy detectors, but they were quickly startled by a series of dazzling data. At that moment, the small display was flooded with green numbers. Damn, it's so exaggerated. Shakta's heart jolted, and he couldn't help but curse under his breath. This was the first time he encountered such a situation, and they had no choice but to manually set the lower limit for energy detection. This way, they filtered out most of the data and could see a bit more clearly. However, even so, apart from Shaya and Shieling, the others were still stunned. They found that even after filtering, the data displayed in the frame still had a lot, often clustering in groups of 3 or 5, with that small cluster of bright points gathering dozens of energy sources. This was a social group. Jillian lost her usual calmness, her voice trembling. Even though Saiyans are combative, they feel anxious when facing an absolute disadvantage. The life on Madalia consists of primitive tribal races, living in social groups, and once one of them is angered, they will face the crazy retaliation of the entire tribe. Shakta's face was equally grim. Although there weren't many in that small cluster of data that could truly pose a threat to them, the sheer number was overwhelming. One could imagine that when fighting an evenly matched opponent, they would also have to face the attacks of dozens of slightly weaker opponents, which was terrifying. Since they were divided into tribes, there should be hostile relations among them, which at least gave us an opportunity. Analyzing the current situation, Atasia couldn't help but furrow her brows. The information they had was too limited, and many things couldn't be analyzed. Hee, anything said now is superfluous. Let's split up and eliminate those isolated primitive natives first. Char pondered for a moment and divided the team into groups. Shilling and Shakta have the strongest powers and can act separately. Baelite and Rueda have the lowest combat power, so they will team up with Atasia and Jelen. Everyone should be cautious during the operation and avoid provoking those powerful, social indigenous people. After we eliminate the isolated indigenous individuals, we will regroup here. Yes. Understood, Captain. Then let's go. Several members of Char's team responded loudly. The weakest, Balit and Atasia, formed a group, while the second weakest, Ryder and Jelen, formed another group. Char, Silly, and Shakta, due to their sufficient strength, each formed their own group. The 5 groups quickly determined 5 different directions as their targets and rushed off. After everyone set off, Char quietly closed his eyes to sense the auras on the planet Dahlia, then flew towards the area with the strongest aura. The blazing sun hung high in the sky, scorching the earth. On a desolate and lifeless plateau, there were few signs of life. Only a few dry bushes swayed in the arid soil. Shaya flew swiftly, radiating a pale yellow light. Whoosh! A beam of light swept past, leaving a faint, translucent glow like jade. He was gradually getting closer to his target. The sensed auras became increasingly distinct, and suddenly he thought, there's a master, no, not just one. Sensing the powerful auras coming from ahead, Shaya made a slight adjustment and flew straight towards them. As he approached the target, he realized he had flown beyond the edge of the desert. There were now visible patches of vegetation, and further away, signs of water sources were beginning to appear. Shaya sensed dozens of powerful auras ahead, each close to 1,000 in combat power. 978, 945, 984, the corners of his mouth curled slightly upwards as he smiled lightly. Although this level of combat power was merely an appetizer to him, it was undeniably the pinnacle of strength on the Dahlia planet. Then let's start with you. After a flash of light, Shaya's body appeared above those energy sources. It was a small primitive tribe, and the indigenous people looked like half-evolved apes, with sharp fangs gleaming with a dazzling light, their bodies covered in a layer of greenish fur, and their lower bodies draped in coarse animal skins, clearly showing a certain level of civilized awareness. When the natives saw the figure suddenly appear in the sky, they let out low growls that sounded like a mix of language and beastly roars. P.S. It's the new book period. If anyone has recommendation votes, please cast a vote. Chapter 37. Slaughter. This small tribe had only a few dozen natives, yet it was the most powerful tribe in the vicinity. They occupied the best geographical position on the desert plateau and were also closest to the water source. For a long time, they had been invincible. Anyone who entered their territory would face brutal slaughter, and over time, few tribes dared to challenge them. At this moment, when Shaya appeared, they were using rather primitive methods to cook the corpse of a nearby tribe's native. One thigh was already roasted and smelled delicious, and they were dividing it to eat. From the gaping wound on the head of the corpse, it was clear that it had suffered a heavy blow in life. The appearance of Shaya instinctively made these natives feel a sense of crisis. He was wearing a dark brown soft armor that shimmered faintly, looking very luxurious, something that had never been seen on the planet Dahlia. These primitive natives did not know what a combat suit was. They were simply stunned by his magnificent attire. Cooking their own kind for food truly showed how barbaric they were, even inferior to beasts. At least dogs do not eat their own kind. But you are even worse than dogs. Zaya's eyes turned cold as he suddenly realized that the native dogs of his past life were truly good companions to humans, far more noble than these savage indigenous people. The natives did not understand Zaya's words, but they seemed to sense that he was speaking ill of them, so they let out deep, guttural roars into the air in an attempt to intimidate him. However, who was Zaya to be frightened by a few unknown roars from the natives? When they saw that their low growls could not scare him away, the natives became visibly enraged. They abandoned their tasks, and soon, dozens of massive figures leaped into the air, surrounding Zaya completely. Each of these natives stood over 3 meters tall, their enormous bodies looming before Zaya, creating a sense of oppression and giving the illusion of big bullies picking on a smaller one. The natives emitted low, angry growls, their voices loud and brutal. As they roared, a tumultuous flow of air surged forth, and the hot, thick atmosphere instantly became turbulent and boiling. It was as if a small boat was sailing in the ocean, where just moments ago, the waters were shimmering and calm, but in the next moment, the sea suddenly turned turbulent, with towering waves threatening to swallow the drifting boat and pull it to the depths below, a scene both thrilling and terrifying. Unfortunately, Despite the terror of the situation, Zaya stood unwavering at the center of the storm. The energy was too dispersed, and he was unable to utilize it effectively. Although he had nearly 1,000 battle power, he feared he could not unleash even 900 in a real fight. He scanned the rapidly shifting atmosphere around him with indifference, maintaining a calm expression on his face. With his current vision, he could easily discern the flaws in these primitive natives. Thus, he gently raised his palm and stirred the air. An overwhelming aura instantly emanated from Zaya, then exploded outward with the force of thunder, causing the ground to tremble and fierce winds to swirl. Even using only 1,000 battle power, skillful application was enough to trigger various weather phenomena. Faced with the terrifying aura suddenly erupting from Zaya, the dozens of primitive natives all had their pupils contract and involuntarily took a couple of steps back. But soon, recovering from their shock, they pounded their chests and let out long howls, their tusks grinding against each other, producing a harsh, squeaking sound. The natives exchanged fearful glances, suddenly huddling together in a bizarre formation, then roared in anger. At that moment, a strange scene unfolded. Centered around the huddled natives, the sound waves transformed into visible ripples, shaking the air in concentric circles. Simultaneously, dry tree trunks and stones seemed to be twisted by great force, lifting off the ground with a rustling sound. Following this was the sharp crack of branches being uprooted, flying through the air along with the stones. Waves of energy surged forth, a fierce storm of energy with the potential to devour anything in its path, continuously expanding outward. Shaya watched the primitive people's actions with surprise, then shook his head. Unfortunately, their methods relied solely on brute strength. Lacking any technical skill, these primitive natives had not learned how to utilize the energy within them, and during battles, they often resorted to the most savage ways to attack their enemies, which was the least effective and most exhausting. Compared to the beasts on Selma Star, they were far inferior. Beasts fought based on instinct, and their powerful combat abilities only made them more terrifying, but these primitives were lacking in that regard. No matter how strong they were, if they couldn't hit their enemies, it was all in vain. It seemed that this mission was not as difficult as imagined. Zaya secretly pondered, his expression becoming very relaxed. He originally thought that completing the extermination task of the Dalians without exposing his true combat power would take some time, and he was prepared to spend a long time on it. However, during the actual battle, he realized that these primitive natives were truly foolish. They possessed strong physical power, but did not know how to use it. With such a naturally gifted physique, if they were given a few thousand years to develop their own martial arts, it might not be impossible for them to advance to a higher planetary level. But now, they were destined for annihilation. Whoosh! His gaze, like an eagle, fixed tightly on those primitive natives, a glimmer of brilliance appearing in his dark eyes. Zaya's deep-colored eyes showed no ripple, as if they were a black hole in the universe, quietly swallowing everything. Huh! Char raised a low roar, his aura surging higher and higher, ultimately locking in at a power level of 1,000. Such a high combat power was more than enough to deal with these natives. With a cold gaze fixed on the natives, his body suddenly moved rapidly, and a whirlwind of attacks followed. The natives instinctively sensed a threat approaching. The breath of death trembled their nerves, and they all exclaimed in shock, scattering like birds and beasts. Not a single one could escape. Shaya's eyes narrowed, and his youthful, handsome face revealed a cruel smile. In that moment, the Saiyans' bloodthirsty nature was exposed. Countless afterimages suddenly appeared in midair, while his true self quickly captured the fleeing trajectories of the natives. Amidst the flashes of lightning and thunder, he struck out with his palm, bang, bang, bang. With every punch, a primitive native lost their ability to move. The overwhelming disparity in strength pierced the psyche of the natives, as they endured one violent impact after another, like a high-speed projectile, on the verge of exploding from the immense force. It's time to end this, Shaya murmured softly, finding little value in this battle. Merely a one-sided massacre. He raised one hand above his head, fingers spread wide, and with a slight exertion, a glowing energy sphere began to gather. A crimson halo enveloped the surface of the energy sphere, resembling a beautiful little sun, radiating intense heat. That was a signal for death. Whoosh, the energy descended. A thunderous roar erupted like thunder, and the sky was suddenly shrouded in a powerful energy, appearing particularly gloomy, as a tremendous pressure blotted out the sun, distorting the air like a lens, obscuring the scorching sun above. Wisps of green smoke lingered, and debris covered the ground. When the smoke gradually cleared, the last oasis on the plateau had vanished, leaving behind a massive circular pit with a diameter of a kilometer and an unknown depth. Looking at the lives he had personally destroyed, Shaya felt no ripple of emotion, as if he had merely killed a few insignificant ants. He was not a compassionate person, as he was simply carrying out a mission. To the strong, the weak were like gods high above. To ensure that no higher deity existed above him, one must strive to become a deity themselves. Having eliminated one target, Shaya left the nearly desertified plateau and moved towards the next target. There were indeed many powerful life forms on the planet Motalia. Before long, another native life form appeared in his sight. It was a tall giant with only one eye, standing over 70 meters high like a towering wall, its muscular body exhibiting immense, explosive power. This giant reminded Shaya of the Cyclops he had killed alongside Saiyan on Selma Star, possessing a similarly robust and towering physique. But this giant was even more upright than the one they had dealt with back then. With a combat power of 1020, it was probably the strongest life form on this planet. Floating hundreds of meters in the air, Shaya confidently speculated. Times had changed. A mere combat power of 1,000 was no longer something he regarded with concern. Even if he stood there and let the opponent attack, it might not be able to break through his defenses. Chapter 38. Almost complete, as day and night reversed and time passed. 7 days had gone by in the blink of an eye. During these 7 days, Shaya flew over every continent on this planet, and almost every powerful life form he discovered faced annihilation. If he were to go to the underworld, he would surely end up in hell, which was not in line with his original intentions. Still at that dry riverbed, the 7 huge craters caused by the spacecraft's impact remained. Shaya sat cross-legged on the white shell of the aircraft, waiting for a long time without any team members gathering. Under the scorching sun, the air temperature had reached 50 degrees. He sent a signal to each team member using the communicator, then retreated into the spacecraft to rest, where the temperature was consistently stable. About 10 minutes later, 6 team members returned to the riverbed. Upon arrival, a few of them greeted Shaya and began chattering excitedly, clearly having discovered the natives' rough application of energy, especially Baelite and Rida, whose faces were glowing with excitement as they gestured animatedly, indicating their good mood. At the beginning, when they first received the intermediate task, they had been the most nervous, but after a few days of fighting, they had clearly regained their confidence. Rida, I tell you, this time I single-handedly killed many primitive natives with a combat power of up to 800, at least 20 or 30, Baelite said proudly, clearly pleased with his achievements. Rida, who was relatively slender, scoffed, TCH, are you satisfied with such results? You're really useless, Baelite. If it weren't for Atasia's protection back then, you would have been scared out of your wits. Who said that? I personally killed a native with a combat power of 850. If you don't believe me, ask Atasia, right? Baelite retorted, his face turning red as he sought validation from Atasia. Atasia turned her face away without even looking. Ha ha, see, you got exposed. Rida laughed, as if winning over Baelite was a significant achievement. Baelite, unwilling to back down, spat and angrily said, don't talk about me. You're also relying on that girl, Jillian. What's so impressive about that? In a few years, I could easily take you down. That's different. My combat power is on par with Jillian's. Our cooperation is what truly counts, while you're just holding us back, Rida said proudly. At this moment, Shakta couldn't bear to watch any longer. After all, they were familiar faces from the same cohort. Their behavior in front of a new captain was simply embarrassing. He snorted coldly and said in a frigid tone, do you think this is impressive? Don't you have any ambition? It's a disgrace for Saiyans like you to exist. With that, both Baelite and Rida fell silent. Shakta's authority had been built up since training camp, and as soon as he spoke, they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Atasia's eyes glimmered as she looked at Shaya. Captain, what should we do next? Should we take the opportunity to eradicate the primitive tribes here? After pondering for a moment, Shaya replied, well, it's obvious that the primitive natives of Motalia do not have a grasp of energy utilization, which is a significant advantage for us. Under this advantage, even Baelite can single-handedly kill opponents stronger than him. We need to make good use of this. But why did the Task Management Office classify this as an intermediate task? I feel it doesn't meet the standards at all. Jillian, a relatively quiet female Saiyan with a sharp mind, pointed out. This is easy to understand. The aliens assessing the planet's level do not personally arrive at the surface. They only use energy detectors to survey from outer space, so they don't know the specific conditions of the planet. That is why the task level is set so high. We've hit the jackpot this time. Atasia smiled slyly, her cute and delicate side shining through. But anyone who truly underestimated her as an ordinary fragile girl would certainly remember the Saiyans' violent side for a lifetime. Shaya, what should we do next? Saiyan asked, staring at him. Shaya rested his chin on his hand and said, at present, we have an absolute advantage. In the past few days, we have already destroyed the vast majority of isolated natives and small primitive tribes. Next, we will target some larger tribes, which will be significantly more challenging. Here is the plan. I will team up with Shilling, and you five, Shakta, will form a group. I want you to destroy all the primitive tribes on the planet Dahlia within 5 days. Shaya's voice issued cold task instructions. Yes. All the Saiyans accepted the orders with serious expressions, and then set off in the direction where a large number of primitive tribes were gathered, according to the data displayed on the energy detectors. After Shakta and the others left, Shaya and Shilling flew together for a while before parting ways. They had initially teamed up to conceal their strength, but with their abilities, there was no need to act together. Shilling, you head north. There are over 300 energy signatures gathered there. By the way, if you need to use energy above 1,000 battle power, it's best to turn off the detector. Shaya advised with concern before they departed. Got it. Shilling replied softly, then accelerated north without looking back. Watching her disappear in that direction, Shaya smiled and then changed his direction to head toward his own target. The extermination mission on planet Dahlia seemed to be extremely difficult, but in practice, both Shaya and Shakta discovered it was not so hard after all. The task was surprisingly manageable, Shaya thought calmly, a slight smile curving his lips. This meant he could save a lot of time and not waste precious moments on this desolate planet. When a Saiyan team executes a mission, the first mission is coordinated by the Mission Management Office, which selects team members and appoints a suitable person as the captain. For subsequent missions, the captain has a certain degree of autonomy in choosing tasks. This means that after completing the mission on planet Dahlia, Shaya, as the captain of the Saiyan team, could select tasks based on his own needs. This didn't hold much value for ordinary Saiyan teams, as they could only adjust the intensity and duration of the tasks. After all, what mission didn't involve combat? Saiyans just needed to enjoy the thrill of battle. However, Shaya was different. He had his own pursuits and hoped to become a strong warrior as soon as possible. Fortunately, he had several methods of becoming stronger in his mind. Chapter 39. Members of Team Edri. After coming out of the room of spirit and time on Earth, Shaya's battle power had broken through to over 12,000. After more than a year of steady accumulation, he had solidified his foundation, and it was time to unleash this potential and make another breakthrough. Now, he urgently needed a gravity device, preferably one that could simultaneously alter parameters such as temperature, air pressure, and gravity. This required the assistance of advanced technology civilizations. Although there were many technologically skilled aliens on Planet Vegeta, Shaya truly didn't dare to use them, as they were loyal to either Frieza or King Vegeta. He feared that once the gravity chamber was built, they would betray him immediately. The gravity chamber needed to be constructed as soon as possible. The next mission should be one related to a high-tech planet. Shaya pressed his hands against his temples and gently rubbed them a few times. He had so many senzu beans in his hands, and it would be a waste if he didn't practice in the gravity chamber. With the combination of the senzu beans and the gravity device, along with his Saiyan physique, Shaya could already envision his power surging to new heights. His heart burned with anticipation, eager to finish the mission and return to Planet Vegeta. 5 days later, they were back at the same place where the spaceship had crashed. Several Saiyans gathered once again. By now, they had completed the extermination mission on planet Dahlia, and there were no life forms with battle powers exceeding 100 left on that planet. Although only a little over 10 days had passed, they had experienced countless battles. And despite the challenges, planet Dahlia was close to being a mid-level planet. The enemies faced by Shakta and the others were not much weaker than they were. So after a series of battles, they had genuinely increased their battle powers. Among them, the Saiyan with the lowest battle power, Barrett, had reached 810, an increase of 70 points, while the strongest, Shakta, had directly broken through to 1030, mainly due to the strength of his chosen opponents. Such improvements in just a few days had lifted the spirits of the group, and even Rita and Barrett, who usually engaged in verbal sparring, joked with each other like good friends. Shaya looked at everyone with satisfaction, seeing that they all had rosy faces and were chatting and laughing with each other, and couldn't help but smile slightly. All right, this mission has been successfully completed. Everyone's combat abilities have been improved accordingly. We should return to Planet Vegeta. Yes, it's time to go back. Violet said with a pleading expression, "Captain, next time you have to choose a better mission. You know, I was so worried before. Afraid we wouldn't complete the task. Hee. I don't have any particular demands for the mission, and I'm really looking forward to the next one with the captain." Atasia said with her head held high, her wavy hair flying in the wind, her tall figure and charming smile giving her a somewhat mature demeanor. Jelen stood quietly to the side without speaking. The hot air had left some sweat on her cheeks, but her shining eyes indicated that she was also looking forward to the next mission. "Don't worry, the next mission will definitely not disappoint you." Shaya smiled, and after speaking, jumped onto the spherical spacecraft located in the center of the impact crater. These spacecraft were half buried in mud, their surfaces rough, with some areas already charred. "Let's go. Back to Planet Vegeta." Schilling cheered and jumped down after him. The remaining few exchanged glances and also entered their own spacecraft. Soon after, 7 white spheres soared into the sky, accelerating in a straight line to a very high speed within a few seconds, whooshing away from the gravitational pull of Planet Dodoria, heading deeper into the quiet universe. 1 month later, Planet Vegeta. The stars were dazzling, with countless stars hanging high above. At this moment, one side of Planet Vegeta was in darkness, and Shaya's team of 7 emerged from the spaceport, heading straight for the nearest mission management office. It was still the same half-spherical 3-story building, and the same ill-tempered Taji people. After submitting the mission from Planet Dodoria, the team members prepared to part ways. "Captain, I live in the northern part of the city. Just contact me directly using the communicator if you need me," Shakta said seriously before leaving. After this mission, he had completely acknowledged Shaya, who was 3 years younger than him, as the captain. Not every Saiyan has leadership potential. Those who truly possess commanding abilities not only need to be powerful, but also calm and composed as a basic quality. Shaya had precisely managed everything throughout this mission, which was evident to all. A captain who understands strategy is a key factor for a team to last. Jelen and I live nearby, very close to the captain's home, Atasia said as she adjusted her combat suit and hooked her arm around Jelen's neck. Jelen whispered back. Only Rida had a gloomy face, saying, "I'm the one who lives the farthest away, and it will take me a long time to fly back." Well then, see you all later. Let's contact each other for the next mission." Shaya laughed heartily, took Shiling's hand, said goodbye to everyone, and then flew towards home. Since it was already night, the entire residential area was exceptionally quiet. Other than the bright lights swaying in the darkness, there was only the delicate rustling sound of insects. Upon returning home, Shaya was surprised to find that the lights in the hall were still on. In the living room, besides the Adlif couple, there were also 2 men and 2 women, 4 Saiyans. Shaya recognized those Saiyans. They were former members of the Adlif team. According to the family hierarchy, Shaya should call them uncles and aunts. Rebecca looked a bit surprised to see Shaya and Shiling return, asking, "Weren't you supposed to be on a mid-level mission? How come you're back so soon?" "Of course, we have already completed the mission," Shiling said proudly, then shouted to the 4 Saiyans in the room, "Uncle Baluk, Aunt Liza, Uncle Parody, Aunt Alice, hello." Shaya greeted each of the 4 people one by one. These individuals were once members of the Adley team, and after the team disbanded, most of them took positions in the training camp, making them absolutely trustworthy. The Adley team originally had 13 members, but many years ago, during a mission, they were ambushed by hostile forces and suffered heavy losses, with 6 members killed and 4 seriously injured. Among the Saiyans who died was Shaya's parents. The team had lost more than half of its members, and afterward, Adley disbanded the team. Little Shaya and Shiling have grown up so much. I heard that you completed your survival mission, and still Haven T had the time to see you. I didn't expect you to have grown so big. Alice stepped forward and opened her arms to hug the 2. Alice was a petite female Saiyan with a slender figure and a long strand of hair that resembled a ribbon. Due to the long adolescence of Saiyans, she looked as vibrant as a young girl, even in her 30s. She seemed to want to express her care, but her actions came off as direct and rough, reminiscent of a tomboy on Earth in a past life. Aunt Alice, Shiling complained, feeling somewhat breathless as Alice's soft chest pressed against her. Alice chuckled and finally let her go, though one hand still tightly clung to her shoulder. The others also greeted warmly, with Baluk nodding coldly, like an iceberg, simply acknowledging them. Chapter 40. Disclosure. As former members of the Adley team, Baluk and the others had a very close relationship with the Adley family and often visited in the past. However, the gathering tonight felt somewhat unusual. "Hey, what are you uncles discussing here so late?" Shiling's eyes darted around as she ran to the female Saiyan named Liza, her little face pressing closer to Liza, The others exchanged glances, and their expressions were not very pleasant. Shilling frowned, her eyes sparkling with thought. Shilling, you go back to your room first. Shaya stays. Adderley instructed. Oh, seeing that she had no part in the discussion, Shilling pouted at Shaya and obediently ran back to her room. With a loud bang, the door closed, and the living room fell into an eerie silence. The few people sat around a coffee table, and no one spoke. What's wrong? Shaya asked with a smile. Adderley sighed. Didn't you say that Frieza installed a listening device on our energy detector? So we went out to investigate during the mission. And the results? Shaya remained calm, but his heart stirred as he already knew the answer. It seems that the Edry team gathered here to discuss countermeasures. Sure enough, Edry nodded heavily. We did detect listening devices on the energy detectors. At this moment, a male Saiyan named Parati suddenly slammed his fist on the table, creating a dent in the alloy surface with a loud bang. Parati spoke in an agitated tone. If it weren't for Edry taking us to verify this, we wouldn't have known that that bastard Frieza has been monitoring every move of the Saiyans. This shows he has never had any good intentions towards us. Alice glanced at Parati with a hint of disgust, referring to Frieza, whom they Saiyans were loyal to. Edry nodded and said, That's not my biggest concern. Although Frieza is suspicious of us Saiyans, he won't take action immediately. The real problem is that if every move of the Saiyans is under his control, then he must be fully aware of King Vegeta's rebellious thoughts. Sigahink, Lizishrag developelessly. With his cunning, King Vegeta is bound to lose this time. Even more unacceptable is that, aside from the rebellious forces of King Vegeta, the vast majority of Saiyans trust Frieza immensely and even admire his power. Now, even if we spread the news, not many will believe it, and doing so might directly escalate the conflict between the Saiyans and Frieza, putting us in a difficult position. Baluk's expression was cold, but he voiced the tricky reality. Making the news public is definitely not an option, as it could provoke Frieza to take action against the Saiyans. However, since Frieza is fully aware of the Saiyan situation, even knowing about King Vegeta's plans for rebellion, why has he not taken any action? Doesn't he fear the strength of the united Saiyans? Rebecca asked in confusion. Yeah, if he knows the Saiyans will rebel, why is Frieza still indifferent and taking no action? Is he really waiting until the Saiyans initiate a rebellion before he acts? Is it to maintain a reputation and not discourage his subordinates among the aliens? No. With Frieza's ruthless and brutal nature, he wouldn't care about the feelings of those insignificant beings. Edry and the others shook their heads. They had seen Frieza from a distance while on a mission. His cold, bloodthirsty gaze pierced their souls like a sharp blade, leaving a profound impression. Frieza is definitely a madman and a cruel person. Perhaps he possesses absolute power that makes him fearless. Alice leaned against the wall, looking serious. Is it because of the Ginyu Force? Everyone thought of Frieza's most powerful support, the Ginyu Force, which is undeniably strong, even more so than the Saiyans, and is well known throughout the universe. Do you know how powerful Frieza's combat ability really is? Suddenly, Shaya said lightly. Everyone was taken aback. They certainly knew Frieza was strong. Being called the Emperor of the Universe means he must have some serious skills. But nobody could specify just how strong he was, because no one had ever seen Frieza fight, or rather, those who had witnessed his strength were already dead. Just how strong is Frieza? This question loomed as a huge shadow over everyone. If they couldn't even figure out how strong their opponent was, then there was no talk of resistance. Shaya, do you know something? Edry looked over, his intuition telling him that Shaya might know something, especially since he was the first to bring up the issue of the listening devices, giving him a 90% certainty. Yes, I know a bit about Frieza's power. His strength is definitely beyond your imagination. Before that, Uncle Edry, I have a question for you. How much do you know about Frieza's ace team, the Ginyu Force? Edry shook his head. I haven't seen the specific strength of the Ginyu Force, but I've heard that each member has at least 10,000 combat power. The Ginyu Force is a super special unit selected from elite warriors in the universe, each possessing unique skills and immense strength. In the realm of cosmic civilization, 10,000 combat power is already an impressive force. So far, there are not many Saiyans whose combat power exceeds 10,000. Each of them is a seasoned super warrior, a crucial cornerstone for the Saiyans to establish their significant reputation in the universe. They rarely leave Planet Vegeta except when attacking high-level planets. Looking around the vast starry sky, one could see that the primary forces in the universe are still relatively low. There aren't as many high-level planets as one might imagine. Life forms with combat power exceeding 5,000 are already quite rare, mostly existing as rulers on a single planet. In fact, many planets don't even have beings with over 1,000 combat power, which places them at the bottom tier of the universe. In the original story, when Vegeta first arrived on Earth, his combat power was only over 18,000, but at that time he could already rampage through the universe with very few opponents. While there may be some powerful beings hidden in the depths of a universe, capable of devastating the world with a casual appearance, it cannot be denied that the primary forces of cosmic civilization are still relatively low. The Ginyu Force follows an elite route, with only 5 members, each possessing unique skills that cannot be ignored. The Saiyans are above average in the Milky Way and are feared in the North Galaxy, but compared to the Ginyu Force, they still fall short. As Frieza's trump card, the Ginyu Force's power is enough to look down upon all others. Without mentioning the strength of the other members of the Ginyu Force, just their Captain Ginyu has an astonishing combat power of 120,000. Shaya's voice was not loud when he said this, but his light words immediately stunned Edri and the others. My God, 120,000 battle power. Are you sure about this? Shaya, how could he have such high battle power? It's known that King Vegeta's power is just over 10,000, and even with the Great Ape transformation, it's barely under 100,000. Liz stared wide-eyed, looking at him in disbelief. 120,000 battle power. What kind of incredible force is that? For them, with only a few thousand battle power, it's a strength they wouldn't even dare to imagine. How could such a monster exist in the universe? If Captain Ginyu truly has such high battle power as Shaya claims, then he far surpasses all Saiyans. At that level, the number of individuals becomes meaningless. With a wave of his hand, he could annihilate all life on a planet. With the little power of the Saiyans, they're completely no match for him. Chapter 41. Frieza's terrifying power. There is no doubt about it. Captain Ginyu's battle power is indeed 120,000. Shaya stated with certainty. In the Namek saga, Ginyu Force member Geese clearly stated that the captain's maximum battle power is 120,000. Although that was over 20 years later, it might not be that high now, but it wouldn't be far off either. Shaya's confident attitude left everyone in silence. Adley's face darkened instantly. If the captain of the Ginyu Force already possessed such terrifying power, then how powerful would Frieza, their ruler, be? The weak obey the strong, and the strong dominate the weak. This is the unchanging iron law of the universe. It is clear that Frieza's power is absolutely above that of Captain Ginyu. There were no fools present, and soon everyone realized this, causing their hearts to tremble. They felt a chill run down their spines, and cold sweat began to seep out. At this moment, they couldn't care less about asking Shaya about his source of information, and the living room immediately fell into an eerie silence. After a long pause, Adley sighed. Shaya, just tell us how much you know. Shaya nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over everyone present, and a calm voice echoed. Frieza comes from a very rare race in the universe known as the Ice Demons. There are very few members of the Ice Demon race. They're frozen in ice right after birth and remain sealed until they reach maturity. As far as I know, there are only 3 Ice Demons in the Northern Galaxy, which are Frieza's family, and each one of them is a terrifying being capable of dominating the universe. Due to the immense power within Ice Demons that is difficult to control, they usually lower their combat power through transformations, which is quite similar to the Saiyans' Great Ape transformation. However, while Saiyans increase their combat power through the Great Ape transformation, Ice Demons suppress their combat power through transformation. Shaya shook his head, somewhat sighing. What a luxurious transformation. Adley and the others displayed looks of astonishment. Other life forms in the universe strive to increase their combat power, and transformation abilities are the result of species evolving in specific environments. However, Ice Demons have to suppress their combat power because their power is too strong, which is simply enviable. Looking around at everyone's faces, Shaya continued speaking, knowing that the next words would be a heavy blow to them. But if he didn't tell them the truth, given the pride of the Saiyans, Adley and the others might not agree with his upcoming plan. Frieza has a total of 3 transformation abilities. Each time he transforms back, his power increases several times compared to the previous form. In his normal state, Frieza's combat power is 530,000. Wait, did you just say Frieza's combat power in normal state is how much? Lisa asked in shock. I said, Frieza's combat power in normal state is 530,000. Hiss. A gasp echoed through the hall. Both Adley and Baluk were shocked by the data Shaya revealed. If Captain Ginyu's combat power had already made them feel powerless to resist, then Frieza's combat power now made them feel utterly despairing. A combat power of 530,000 in normal state, and each transformation is several times stronger, plus he has 3 transformations. Damn, how could there be such an extraordinary being? Wouldn't that mean the entire universe belongs to Frieza and his family? Lisa sighed in disbelief. Get lost. Doesn't that mean the Saiyans have no hope at all? The hot-tempered Parati had nowhere to vent his anger, his eyes wide open, veins bulging, and his bones cracking. The look also wore a grim expression, not saying a single word, clearly feeling terrible inside. This isn't even the worst part. Frieza is not the most terrifying among the ice demons. Frieza's father and brother, King Cold and Cooler, who rule the eastern and northern parts of the northern galaxy, are the truly terrifying ones. Compared to them, Frieza is like a child who has not yet grown up. He has potential, but has not yet matured. He has a father and a brother? Alice exclaimed. Yes, it is said that Frieza's father is indeed named King Cold, and he does have a brother named Cooler. Adley, being well informed, had indeed heard such rumors during his time as captain. Shaya nodded and said, let's not talk about Frieza's father, King Cold, for now, but rather about Frieza's brother, Cooler. He has the ability to transform 4 times. So I believe that King Vegeta's rebellion is destined to fail. The prospects for the entire planet Vegeta are bleak. The reason Frieza hasn't acted yet is probably because he thinks the timing isn't ripe. Once the time comes, the Saiyans will surely not escape destruction. What can we do? Who would have thought that the Saiyans, who once seemed to have a bright future, would suddenly be on the brink of extinction? This is hard for the members of the original Adri team to accept. So I think we must be prepared to relocate some of the Saiyans. After laying the groundwork, Shaya put forward his plan. The Saiyan race is very remarkable. Their bloodline power allows them to grow stronger when faced with strong opponents, constantly surpassing their physical limits. Although not all Saiyans possess such a talent, it is already quite rare. It would be a great pity if such a bloodline were to vanish along with Planet Vegeta in the universe. Shaya doesn't dare to say how ambitious he is, but he knows that in order to survive better in the universe, he must establish his own power, and the Saiyans are the foundation of his future. But the question is, since Frieza is so powerful, why was he cautious of the Saiyans from the very beginning? Alice asked in confusion. The Frieza clan has always feared the emergence of a golden Super Saiyan among the Saiyans, which indicates that Super Saiyans have the ability to confront the frozen demon head-on. Out of fear, they want to annihilate them. We need to preserve the Saiyan bloodline and not let the Saiyans disappear from the universe. Shaya has been open and candid. After understanding the situation on Planet Vegeta, he has made his own plans. He shared all the information he knew about Frieza, believing that under the pressure of a strong enemy, Adley and the others would listen to him. Although the Saiyans are proud, even to the point of arrogance, they would not foolishly rush into death knowing they have no chance of winning, right? Of course, it cannot be ruled out that such people do exist. But those individuals clearly would not be of any use to him, and Shaya did not expect that those stubborn individuals would join his camp. Chapter 42, on the desolate star, Adley couldn't help but frown, his already dark complexion becoming even darker. He understood Shaya's meaning. Preserving the Saiyan bloodline meant giving up the vast majority of Saiyans. There's a saying about geckos shedding their tails to survive, and what Shaya meant was to abandon the bulk of civilization, sacrificing the greater for the lesser. Only by doing this could a portion of the Saiyan survive. For Adley and the others, this choice was difficult to make because it went against the Saiyan education they received since childhood, conflicting with their spiritual beliefs. However, they had to admit that Shaya was indeed right. Frieza was the enemy standing in front of the Saiyans, an enemy who had never trusted the Saiyans from the very beginning and possessed despair-inducing power. Must we only choose to escape? That is the behavior of cowards. Baluk's face turned pale and then flushed, constantly changing. No, temporarily avoiding danger is definitely not a coward's act. Rather, having courage without strategy is the behavior of a real fool. Knowing that failure is imminent, why still make pointless sacrifices just to uphold the so-called Saiyan spirit? Shaya scoffed. Foolish. That is betting the entire future of the Saiyans, sacrificing the future of all Saiyans to fulfill one's own sense of righteousness. Does such righteousness have any meaning? No, not only does it lack any meaning, but it is also an extremely selfish act. Now is not the time for bravely resisting the enemy. The time to stand up against the enemy is when the gap between both sides is not particularly vast, but the gap between the Saiyans and Frieza is too great. so great that the Saiyans should not resist at all. Therefore, in Shaya's view, knowing it is impossible, yet still attempting it is foolish. If there's time to do this, it will be better to take a few more Saiyans away, at least allowing them to survive. The members of Adley's team suddenly changed their expressions, looking at Shaya in disbelief. They found that although his small face was youthful, he stared back at them with fearless eyes, causing their hearts to tremble. After a long sigh, Adley finally spoke. All right, perhaps what you said makes sense. He shook his head. For the continuation of the Saiyans, he could only sacrifice his own glory. Now tell us your plan. Baluk crossed his arms over his chest, looking inquiringly. The scene became quite absurd. Several adult Saiyans were actually asking a minor child. However, since Shaya had spoken those words, no one viewed him as a child anymore. We will evacuate, take a few potential and trustworthy Saiyans with us, and escape from Planet Vegeta. We need to find a safe place as a base for development, and then slowly plan our return. One day we will come back and make Frieza pay the price. But since Frieza can install eavesdropping devices on energy detectors, he surely has tracking devices on the spacecraft as well. Where can we escape to? Alice said with a worried expression. No need to think, the spacecraft must have been tampered with. Baluk replied with a cold smile. This issue did not require much thought. Adding to the fact that there are already so many aliens on Planet Vegeta, it's really hard to escape. Alice said with a mournful face, her beautiful chest slightly trembling with anger. The predicament that the Saiyans faced was truly one of internal and external troubles. Externally, Frieza could attack the Saiyans at any time. Internally, King Vegeta was eager to launch a rebellion, while the vast majority of Saiyans greatly admired Frieza. It was incredibly difficult for just a few of them to save the Saiyans. By the way, Shaya, how do you know so much? Rebecca asked with confusion. Everyone else also came back to their senses. Yes, until now, everything has been said by Shaya alone, and it may not necessarily be accurate, because I have superpowers. Shaya raised his head, smiled at them, and presented the reason he had long prepared. Superpowers. Nothing could be more convincing than that. In the world of Dragon Ball, superpowers do exist, and many races have the ability to predict the future, though the intensity and reliability of the predictions vary. You can predict the future? The members of Adley's team looked at him with skepticism. No, I can't predict the future. Shaya shook his head. But I have the ability of instant transmission, and there are races in the universe that can predict the future. I asked them. To be precise, they opened a part of the future for me, allowing me to know a limited future. All right, this reason is quite powerful. The problem is, who could tell if he was just making it up since it couldn't be verified? Moreover, instant transmission sounds like a very high-level ability. What Shaya said is true. At this moment, Shilling, who had been hiding in the room, eavesdropping, rushed out, stubbornly lifted her head, and stood firmly on Shaya's side. Shaya indeed has superpowers. This is something she has personally experienced. As for Shaya's claim about predicting aliens, since he said so, it must be true, which also explains why he seems to know everything. Uncle Edry, do you have any detectors here that haven't been installed with listening devices? Shaya suddenly asked. Edry didn't expect Shaya to ask this out of the blue, so he nodded and glanced at Rebecca. Rebecca immediately got up, went to the next room, and brought back a frame-style energy detector. We just had someone modify this detector, and the listening device has been removed. Shaya, what do you need it for? Just like Shilling said earlier, I accidentally awakened some superpowers while on a mission on Selma Star. After development, I can perform a skill called instant teleportation. Everyone, please hold hands and don't let go. Shaya shouted loudly to the stunned crowd. Although the members of Edry's team didn't quite understand, they still followed his instructions and held hands. Edry held Rebecca's hand, followed by Baluk, Parati, Alice, and Lisa, who also linked hands one after another. Shaya then took Shilling's hand, and with everyone connected, the 8 of them formed a circle. I'm going to activate instant teleportation now. Everyone must not let go. After Shaya finished speaking, he closed his eyes and began to activate his spatial superpower. With a swoosh, a whirlwind suddenly appeared, and the smooth space instantly seemed to be adorned with countless neon lights, flashing and shining with dazzling brilliance. With a thought from Shaya, the instant teleportation was triggered, and several people vanished from the hall. In the next second, on a desolate planet extremely distant from Vegeta, a cold whirlwind swept across the ground, carrying yellow sand and fine particles swirling in the sky. Having just endured an intense storm, the entire planet was in a state of chaos and disorder. This was a barren and lifeless planet, where powerful storms could strike at any moment. Strangely, despite the absence of life, there was a thick atmosphere enveloping the planet. On top of a towering hill, the fierce wind howled against the ground. Due to the temperature being below freezing for years, the surface soil had become as hard as steel. The rocks gradually cracked and loosened under the erosion of wind and frost. With just a slight tremor, large chunks of rock would break off and roll down mountain. Suddenly, a soft and silent light appeared on the hill. And then 8 figures materialized where the light had vanished. Alice felt a brief dizziness, and when she opened her eyes, she found herself confronted with a desolate and dim scene. Where exactly is this? How do we suddenly end up here? This was not the familiar sight she knew. It was definitely not Vegeta. Had they already left Vegeta? This was the desolate star, at least 10 days' journey for Vegeta. Baluk looked around, using his past experiences to roughly determine their location. The desolate star was a lifeless planet only a few days' travel from Vegeta, although there was air present. The harsh conditions often brought planetary-level storms, making it of little value to the Saiyans, not even qualifying as a transit station. Hence it had remained abandoned and uninhabited. Is this the ability of instant teleportation, bringing us here in an instant? Rebecca exclaimed in disbelief. Just a moment ago, they were chatting on Vegeta, and the next second they found themselves on the distant desolate star. It was known that even traveling by spaceship would take at least 10 days. Instant teleportation was such a miraculous ability. Chapter 43. Releasing energy suddenly, a flush appeared on Edri's face as he struck his palm with his fist, as if he had thought of something important. Shaya, how many people can you teleport at once? If we find a suitable planet for life, can you bring many Saiyans over? Edri's words reminded everyone. Yes, if we find an inconspicuous planet, we could quietly take away many Saiyans, right? But it all depends on whether Shaya has the ability to take a large number of people. The hearts of Edri and the others ignited with excitement, and they all looked at Shaya with hopeful eyes. Clearing his throat, Shaya indeed did not disappoint them. He raised a radiant smile and confidently said, I can now teleport 10 people at once, but I need to stop at a transit planet for rest, although the number of people isn't large. The distance of each teleportation is still quite far, and a spaceship definitely won't catch up. And as my power increases, my super ability will also become stronger. At this point, everyone laughed. Shaya can teleport a distance that would take a spacecraft several days to cover. Although he can only take a few people each time, that's still better than not being able to take anyone at all. Moreover, as Shaya's strength increases, his teleportation ability will also strengthen. With this in mind, Edri's worries eased a bit. For some reason, each member of Edri's team suddenly had a strange thought in their minds. Do Saiyans believe in gods? Perhaps they do. Perhaps they don't, but they believe more in their own strength. If the gods are stronger than them, then believing is fine, but if the gods are weaker, what use is belief? However, at this moment, with the mature Shaya's appearance, they suddenly felt a hint of reverence for the fate that seemed to be guiding them. Yes, just when the Saiyans were facing the crisis of extinction, a Saiyan with special superpowers like Shaya suddenly appeared. Could this be destiny? If so, then it truly is a blessing from the gods. It seems they can no longer regard him as an ordinary child. Edri thought to himself. Shaya obviously didn't know what Adrai and the others were thinking. At this moment, he was recalling the teleportation ability on Yadarat Star. It seemed that there was no limit to the number of people who could teleport together as long as they held hands, and there was no obvious distance limit, making it a very perfect secret technique. Sai, there's a difference between secret techniques and superpowers in essence, Shaya sighed. He must visit Yadarat Star sometime to learn that teleportation ability, but before that, he needed to know the spatial location of Yadarat Star. On the desolate planet, the cold wind howled, and the icy air moved at high speed. The fierce wind struck their faces, and black hair danced wildly. But every Saiyan present possessed a battle-hardened physique, and this slight harsh environment caused them no discomfort. By the way, Shaya, why did you ask me to bring the energy detector? Rebecca recalled the energy detector Shaya had mentioned earlier, so she held the frame-style detector in her hand. Aunt Rebecca, Uncle Adrai, there's something I've been meaning to tell you. Shaya's handsome face outlined a shallow curve. In fact, Shieling and I completed the mission on Selma Planet many years ago. The reason we didn't return to Vegeta Planet immediately was partly because we didn't want to stand out too much and attract others' attention. On the other hand, after discovering the super ability of instant transmission, Shieling and I went to other planets for training. Wait, you said you completed the mission several years ago. Doesn't that mean your combat power exceeded 1,000 a long time ago? Parati asked, his eyes widening. That's right. My combat power broke through 1,000 when I was just over 5 years old. At this point, Shaya admitted readily. His words immediately drew surprised looks from the elders. Even the usually cold Baruch glanced at him. Achieving 1,000 combat power at 5 years old. Is he still a mid-level warrior? The growth rate is simply astonishing and hard to believe. Even when compared to Prince Vegeta, it's not any less impressive. Because I was worried that returning to Vegeta planet so early would attract King Vegeta's attention, I ran off to train on other planets with shielding. After hearing this, Edry couldn't help but nod secretly, agreeing with Shaya's approach. Saiyans are known for their flamboyant nature, with even a little achievement. They want to boast about it and make sure everyone knows. However, there are very few like Shaya who understand how to hide their strength. Given the current situation on Vegeta planet, Shaya's decision to conceal his combat power was undoubtedly a brilliant move. It didn't attract King Vegeta's attention, nor did it draw Frieza's scrutiny. Edry couldn't help but curiously ask, "So your true combat power is not what you show? Then what is your combat power now?" "Let me say it." Seeing his father's surprised expression, Shilling proudly puffed out her chest and opened her arms with a proud look. "Actually, after Shaya and I left Selma planet, we went to a very beautiful low-level planet. Although the individual combat power of the humans on that planet is negligible, they possess a magical training method. By learning their martial arts, mine Shaya's combat power sword." "How did you avoid detection by the energy detector?" Lisa asked in a hoarse voice. This was also something everyone found puzzling. Energy detectors are designed to detect individual energy. What other methods could regulate it? In simple terms, energy detectors detect the energy leak from the surface of living beings. Shilling and I learned a type of energy called chi from that planet. Normally, we keep the chi contained within our bodies, and as long as the chi doesn't leak out, the detector won't be able to measure the energy on us. Shaya spoke seriously, and then he explained the concept of chi. However, just like the generational gaps that exist between different ages, no matter how many times Shaya explained it to them, Edry and the others could never truly understand what chi was. Their years of living habits had already formed their own energy operation patterns, which were difficult to change in a short time. Perhaps only those Saiyans with exceptional talent, like Vegeta, could grasp the application of chi in the future. Although they couldn't understand what chi was, it didn't hinder their perception of it. In short, it was a whole new and more profound theory. Shaya gently tapped one foot on the ground, and his body immediately soared into the air. The howling wind swept through his hair, causing it to flutter everywhere. He took a deep breath and then shouted down at Edry and the others, "Everyone, pay attention. I'm about to unleash all my energy." With that, he clenched his fists and crossed his arms in front of his chest, lowly shouting, "Ha!" In an instant, an overwhelming momentum erupted from Shaya, centered around him. At that moment, Shaya's body seemed like a gigantic magnet, attracting the surrounding rocks, which started to detach from the ground and float chaotically around him, spinning in disarray. The already violent atmosphere on the wasteland became even more chaotic, with the turbulent air mixed with an unparalleled, terrifying aura spreading out, igniting the ionized particles floating in the atmosphere, which slowly gathered into winding, serpentine streaks of brilliant lightning. Boom! A series of thunderous roars suddenly erupted in the sky, as violet lightning pierced through the dense and heavy clouds, leaving a beautiful, winding, bright trail in the sky. Beep, beep, beep. The energy detector sensed this power and immediately emitted a series of urgent electronic sounds, with the data on the screen rapidly climbing. 2,000, 3,000, 6,000. The data continued to rise. The expressions of Edry and the others changed from initial astonishment to seriousness, and finally to a bit of solemnity. Such data left them quite shaken. However, the readings on the energy detector showed no signs of stopping, continuing to climb. Could this still not be Shaya's true strength? How high was his combat power, and would it surpass 10,000? Edry looked at Shaya, who was enveloped in dense energy, and couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. Soon after 9,000, 10,000, Shaya's combat power quickly exceeded 10,000 and continued to rise without stopping. Both Edry and Baruch became unusually serious, their blood beginning to boil. Shaya was actually this strong. Alice's voice trembled slightly, her beautiful eyes beginning to sparkle. In the distant sky, Shaya shone like a newly risen sun, his terrifying aura overwhelming the entire continent. The ground trembled slightly, and the released energy attracted the ions in the air, emitting a crackling sound. Chapter 44. The Future of the Races. Boom! A massive fireball rose slowly. Shaya finally released all the power within him. This act of unleashing all his strength without restraint was a very enjoyable experience, and a faint smile appeared on Shaya's face. 14,000 battle power. Edri's voice trembled as he looked at the data displayed on the detector, his entire being in a state of shock. My God, little Shaya actually has such high battle power. This must be the highest known battle power among Saiyans. No Prince Vegeta or anyone else can compare. Alice covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes shining even brighter. When Shaya emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber during his training on Earth, his battle power had already reached 12862. After a year and a half, his battle power had now reached 14,000. This was already very close to the limit that the old energy detectors could measure. Since the battle power of various civilizations in the universe is generally below 10,000, an old-style detector capable of measuring 20,000 battle power was sufficient. 14,000. Parati appeared even more excited than Alice after seeing the data. He let out a loud roar, as if releasing all the pin-up aggression inside him. To have 14,000 battle power, then Shaya must be the #1 genius among Saiyans. Baluk muttered to himself, feeling an extraordinary shock, as if a small boat, lost in the ocean, suddenly spotted a lighthouse. At that moment, he no longer dared to underestimate this young Saiyan who was decades younger than him. Perhaps he was the true king of Saiyans. Baluk looked at him with a fervent, excited, mixed expression. Seeing that his strength had been fully displayed, Shaya felt a shift in his heart and withdrew his aura. He descended lightly, landing gently, and walked in front of everyone. So, how's my power? Good, good, good. Edri exclaimed excitedly, then recalled what Shaya had mentioned before about Super Saiyans. He had previously dismissed the ancient legends of Super Saiyans as mere myths from ancient times, but now, witnessing Shaya's godlike demeanor, and considering that Shaya had just turned 9 this year, he couldn't help but form a guess. Could it be that Shaya is the legendary Super Saiyan? If Shaya knew what Edri was thinking at that moment, he would definitely shake his head in disbelief. He was no Super Saiyan. The true legendary Super Saiyan had yet to be born. He was merely a step ahead of other Saiyans, far from being a Super Saiyan. Of course, Shaya was confident that he would eventually become a true Super Saiyan. Since Shaya has such high battle power, what about you, Shilling? Lisa noticed the eager little girl beside her. I certainly have high battle power too. Under the expectant gazes of several elders, Shilling puffed up her cheeks, a slight blush appearing on her delicate face, and then slowly began to rise amidst everyone's anticipation. Whoosh! Another strong whirlwind was generated, turning the entire atmosphere into a chaotic storm, like a witch's concoction. Beep, beep, beep. The detector began to vibrate violently, the displayed value continuously rising until it finally stabilized at 11,200. 11,200. Shilling has also surpassed 10,000 battle power. After recovering from his shock, Edri couldn't help but feel overjoyed. However, since Shilling's position was not as high as Shaya's and seemed to be intentionally flaunting her power, her aura was directed almost entirely at the members of Edri's team. Under such immense pressure, Edri broke out in a cold sweat, and he could only let out a loud shout, buzzing with energy enveloping his entire body to withstand Shilling's force. Thus, the detector showed another new energy source, but it was much weaker than Shaya's and Shilling's, only measuring 8,560 battle power. In order to resist the enormous pressure, the others also unleashed all their energy, and the 8 forces capable of destroying the planet erupted together, displaying an unmatched power. Baluk's battle power was 8,369. Parati's battle power was 8,095. Rebecca's battle power was 7,966. Lisa's battle power was 7,750. Alice's battle power was 7,457. All of them were qualified as high-level warriors, and their strength was not much lower than Edri's. In an instant, little suns lit up on the towering hills, and a fierce gale swept through, waves of energy crashing against each other, smashing through everything in their path with unstoppable momentum. Boom! The intense landslide. The towering hills could no longer withstand the erosion of the enormous energy and began to collapse. All right, everyone, withdraw your power. Shaya shouted to everyone upon seeing the situation around him. As soon as he finished speaking, the others successively withdrew their auras. But the residual effects of the storm continued to wreak havoc on the desolate planet. At this moment, Shilling happily approached Edri. Dad, how do you think my and Shaya's powers compare? You guys, as high-level warriors, are even weaker than us. It's really too pathetic. As she spoke, she revealed a disdainful expression. Edri couldn't help but chuckle, thinking that the latter part of her statement was what she really wanted to express. This girl is really getting a bit too proud. It's outrageous. However, thinking about it, both Edri and Rebecca were high-level warriors among the Saiyans, and having a daughter who was merely a mid-level warrior made it easy to imagine how insecure Shilling must have felt. Now, with her mid-level warrior status, she had suddenly surpassed her father, a high-level warrior, so she naturally felt very proud. It was a sort of comeback. How could she not show it off? Edri understood this reasoning as well, seeing the sparkle in his daughter's eyes. He cleared his throat and gave her a few compliments to save face. Then he turned to Shaya and said seriously, "Little Shaya, the hope of the Saiyans may lie with you. If you have any thoughts in the future, just let us know. That's right, whatever decisions you make, we will definitely support you." Baluk nodded slightly, indicating his stance. The other members of Edri's team also expressed their support, especially Alice, who was the youngest in the team and liked Shaya and Shilling the most. She was very happy that Shaya could grow strong. Shortly after, Shaya used instant transmission again, and in a short while, they returned to their home on Planet Vegeta. Next, they needed to discuss how to preserve the living forces of the Saiyans under Frieza's watchful eye. First, we need to choose a place to evacuate, far from Frieza's control, preferably somewhere distant from the frozen demon clan's influence, Edri said thoughtfully while sitting on the sofa. After evacuation, the Saiyans can't just stay on one planet. They need to develop, so we must choose a place beyond the reach of the frozen demon clan's forces. In a vast universe, there are countless planets, scattered like tiny grains of sand across the black canvas of the starry sky, forming a beautiful and brilliant moving picture. There are countless planets suitable for life, and many of them exist within the northern galaxy. The only unfortunate thing is that most of the northern galaxy has been devoured by the Ice Clan. Except for a few areas, if Adri and the others want to find a suitable planet, they may need to leave the northern galaxy. Well, we can handle the matter of the planets. Shaya and Shilling's primary task is to enhance their combat power. Baruch's voice was cold, like ice. Adri and the others nodded. The universe is a place where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, and what the Saiyans need most right now is strength. Having a super strong warrior to protect their clan can deter many threats. If the Saiyans had sufficient strength now, they wouldn't have been forced away from their homeland by Frieza. Shaya and Shilling just happened to have an enviable new starting point, and their main task now is to improve their combat power. By the way, regarding the personnel for evacuation, you need to be very careful in your selection. We can't take many people with us, and it's best not to attract the attention of King Vegeta and Frieza when making choices. Otherwise, everything we've worked for will be in vain, Shaya reminded. Since they want to quietly take away a portion of the Saiyans, it must not be widely known. Otherwise, the pressure from King Vegeta and Frieza will wear them out, not to mention the pursuit they would face if discovered. We will carefully screen the personnel. The group looked serious and nodded solemnly. P.S. It's inconvenient to update while out, so there is only one chapter today. Tomorrow we can resume. Today's chapter is quite lengthy. Chapter 45, Training on the Desolate Planet. Screening personnel is a meticulous and serious matter. First, they must be rational enough to see the current situation clearly, so as not to leak information before everyone has evacuated. Secondly, these individuals should try to stay out of the sight of King Vegeta and his men. This immediately rules out most of the high-level warriors and particularly talented Saiyans. Among 1 million Saiyans, high-level warriors account for less than 1%, and each one is a precious resource. Most of these exceptionally talented Saiyans are already on King Vegeta and Frieza's lists and are under special scrutiny. To minimize the impact, these individuals cannot be evacuated. Of course, Adri and the others cannot take none. That would greatly deplete the Saiyans' potential. They just need to be stricter in selecting personnel compared to low and mid-level warriors. If necessary, they might even have to fake the deaths of a few to take them away. Additionally, there is the issue of the gender ratio among the Saiyans, which relates to the reproduction of their race. Although Shaya himself doesn't care much, Adri and the others take it very seriously and have to consider it. In any case, being able to take away 2,000 to 3,000 people would already be quite good. The total population of the Saiyans is less than 1 million, and the disappearance of a few thousand clan members will definitely attract King Vegeta's attention. So Adri and the others need to be particularly cautious in their actions. Alright, let's leave it at that for now. Next, everyone should subtly contact those who can be evacuated and be careful not to leak any information. Who knows when King Vegeta will launch a rebellion? We don't have much time. Adri sighed somewhat. Having hope is better than having none. Baruch's face was serious, as if everyone owed him a lot of money. At this moment, his heart felt like a powder keg, ready to explode at any time. A proud Saiyan having to flee is an insult to him. All of this is because of Frieza. Frieza, we will make you pay for this sooner or later. 10 days later, on a desolate planet, the biting cold wind whipped up a storm of dust, and the sky was obscured by heavy clouds, presenting a murky yellow hue. At that moment, a deafening roar echoed. The ground shook, and a massive orange-red mushroom cloud suddenly rose from the distant horizon. The mushroom cloud was large and intense, like a bright sun suddenly appearing, instantly illuminating the area for dozens of kilometers. The shock wave swept through, hitting the towering mountains first. The hardened earth, as tough as steel in the cold wind, immediately crumbled under the powerful shock wave, with large rocks collapsing and rolling down, each weighing several tons. In the dim view, two blurred figures were flying rapidly, one large and one small, constantly changing positions and attacking each other, suddenly disappearing and reappearing, striking from the sky to the ground and back again. Every time they clashed, a wave of destructive energy erupted. A large area of energy glowing with a blue light pierced the air, leaving bright trails in its wake. Ha ha, this is exhilarating. It's been a long time since I've fought so freely. The older individual's battle suit was already torn and tattered, with blood-red wounds appearing on his skin. Despite being battered, there was no sign of pain on his face. Instead, he was exhilarated by the thrilling battle. The younger figure fared somewhat better, but still looked disheveled. Uncle Adri, you truly are still in your prime. Hee. Fighting really is the best training. Shaya's face was flushed, and the blood in his body flowed, as if boiling. Ha ha, of course. I'm still young. But if you hadn't T-suppressed your combat power, I might have been defeated in just a few moves. Adri laughed heartily, making large movements that caused his wounds to ache, but he didn't mind. Here, Shaya tossed a senza bean over. Catching the thrown senza bean and putting it in his mouth, he bit and swallowed it. Instantly, a surge of energy began to work within him, healing Adri's wounds and restoring his spirit to its peak state. This small bean is truly miraculous. I feel reluctant to use it. Adri felt a bit pained, having squandered a precious senza bean on such minor injuries. Shaya laughed and said, "Isn't using the senza bean during training just the right way to unleash its power?" Uncle Edri, how much has your battle power increased? Clenching his fist and feeling the abundant strength within him, Edri smiled with satisfaction and grinned. It's almost 8,800 now. Hee. I've actually increased my battle power by more than 200 in just 10 days, something I couldn't even dream of before. Xayah smiled. Indeed, the previous training methods of the Saiyans mostly relied on the most rudimentary techniques to enhance combat power, and the results were evidently poor. Now, combined with the cultivation methods taught by Xayah, the foundation that Adrai had accumulated previously suddenly erupted, allowing him to make such significant progress in just 10 days. However, Xayah knew this was temporary. Once Adrai consumed this foundation, his growth rate would slow down again. Unfortunately, the theories you mentioned about Chi are too profound for me to understand. Adrai scratched his head in frustration. His habitual thinking had formed a fixed mindset, and he couldn't change it in an instant. Chi is something that needs to be instilled from a young age. Otherwise, it's hard to grasp. By the way, after patting the fine sand scattered on his battlesuit, Xayah took out a large bag of senza beans from the dimensional space, significantly more than he had given to Adrai last time. Take good care of these senza beans and distribute them to Uncle Baruch and the others when you have time. Adrai took the bag and looked inside. It contained over 100 senza beans. He exclaimed, "So many senza beans? I suspect you're hiding even more." Hee. Not too many, not too many. Uncle Adrai, please don't tell Shilling. Otherwise, she will definitely pester me for senza beans again. Thinking of Shiling's greedy demeanor towards senza beans, Xayah felt that if she found out, he would lose a large number of them. That's not my concern. You explain it to her yourself. Smiling as he put away the senza beans, Adrai didn't stop the playful antics between the two little ones and even welcomed their close relationship. Uncle Adrai, which civilizations in the universe excel in high technology, preferably those that can create large training rooms? The requirement to be able to create large training rooms is no small feat. Adrai thought for a moment and said, if we're talking about the highest technological level in the Northern Galaxy, it would be the Galactic Patrol Organization. However, they have never been fond of us Saiyans, and we rarely contact them. Other technologically advanced planets are either under Frieza's influence or belong to other hostile forces, making them hard to find. Shaya couldn't help but furrow his brows upon hearing this. The Galactic Patrol Organization is indeed technologically advanced, but they have always prided themselves on maintaining peace in the galaxy and do not have a good relationship with the Saiyans, who disrupt the order of the Northern Galaxy. Other factions are also aware of the importance of technological civilizations and have sent people to conquer them early on. Now, most of these technological planets belong to Frieza's forces and opposing factions, making them quite hard to find. Chapter 46, The Role of Chi. By the way, there is one planet that is quite famous, but it has just suffered a natural disaster, so I'm not sure if there is still any life left. Adley suddenly thought of a planet, but he was a bit uncertain. What planet? It seems to be called Vegeta Star, and there is a humanoid technological race on it, which is very far from Vegeta Star. Adley said that the management office originally planned to send Saiyans to conquer it, but later heard that there was a very severe tectonic movement on Vegeta Star, so the mission was cancelled. Shaya murmured to himself, asking, how advanced is their technology? This is unclear, but it should be quite high. When the mission was assigned, it was categorized as a high-level task, and I believe the mission management office wouldn't make a fuss over nothing. That's true. Shaya couldn't help but nod. Now, finding a planet skilled in technology in the galaxy is not easy. Regardless of the situation there, he felt it necessary to go and take a look. Perhaps there is still life existing. Next, Shaya exchanged a few questions about cultivation with Adrian and shared their combat insights. After all, Adrian's extensive battle experience is what Shaya lacks the most. On the other side of the desolate star, another apocalyptic scene unfolded with lightning flashing and yellow sand swirling. In the center of the dense storm, several scarlet-purple lightning bolts connected heaven and earth, soaring like dragons and roaring like tigers, an unstoppable force descending from the sky. The tail of the scarlet-purple lightning dragged a ghostly blue glow, instantly narrowing the distance between heaven and earth amidst the chaotic currents. In the storm, Shi Ling and Rebecca breathed heavily, briefly pausing before erupting into intense clashes again. Two blurred figures made brief contact in an environment so dim that even light couldn't penetrate. Each distant strike instantly igniting extraordinarily fierce battles. The brilliance burst forth, the storm shattered into pieces, and the dazzling radiance illuminated the surroundings as if stars had fallen. When Shaya and Edri arrived, a fierce storm was erupting ahead. Tiny stones flew past like bullets, thud, thud, thud. Suddenly, the ground before them was filled with small holes. The deep and dense voids surrounded by tiny, unknown depth holes had turned the stones into flowing, scorching lava due to intense friction. However, Shaya and Edri were not frightened by the scene before them. Once the battle gradually subsided, they waved their hands to disperse the thick smoke lingering in the air. Haha, your combat power has improved again. But Shieling, you still lack combat awareness during battles. You need to make combat your instinctive reaction. Edri's sharp eyes saw through his daughter's flaws at a glance. Although Shiling's combat power was indeed high, her biggest weakness was her lack of combat experience, especially in life-and-death battles. This was extremely fatal. In usual situations, she could easily handle those weaker than her, but when facing opponents of equal strength, she would lose more often than not. Not to mention, when facing stronger opponents, just staying alive would be a great achievement. Rebecca took out a magic bean and ate it, and the rich vitality immediately restored her. She smiled and said, Shilling's starting point is set too high, and most of her usual opponents can't match her, which actually hinders her from maximizing her combat potential. Shaya and Shilling listened carefully, as this was their greatest shortcoming. The training on Earth had allowed them to tap into the hidden potential within their bodies, resulting in a rapid increase in combat power. However, this also meant they lacked the combat trials of struggling on the brink of life and death at each stage. There are gains and losses. Shaya and the others now needed to make up for this as soon as possible. Traditional Saiyan power enhancement is extremely brutal, especially after adulthood, where nearly every bit of combat power is gained through battle. This means they face danger at every moment, making it a very harsh training method that constantly squeezes the potential between life and death. Most races in the universe adopt this method of cultivation. The Saiyans, known as a warrior race, are particularly extreme in this aspect, giving them ample combat experience and the courage to face life and death. In contrast, training on Earth appears much more elegant and restrained, and is closer to nature. Qi, according to Taoist beliefs, is a part of nature, representing the foundation of all things, and is a very abstract concept. It encompasses both the spiritual and physical aspects, nourishing the body and developing potential. These are two entirely different paths of cultivation. Xia had a suspicion in her heart. In the original work, Sun Wukong was able to surpass his limits time and again, and besides facing life and death challenges multiple times, The cultivation of his energy played a crucial role. Otherwise, why were the Saiyans on Planet Vegeta, each with talents surpassing that of Sun Wukong, so few able to break through a battle power of 100,000? If one were to say that their number of battles was less than that of Sun Wukong, it would probably not hold water. Shilling listened attentively to the teachings, occasionally nodding secretly. In the past few days, her battles with her mother after lowering her battle power had been very beneficial to her. Afterwards, Shaya took everyone to use instant transmission to return to their home on Planet Vegeta. It was already nearing evening. After enjoying a hot bath in the bathroom, all the fatigue washed away instantly. As Shaya walked to the living room, drying her wet hair, she noticed Shilling sprawled on the sofa in a small casual outfit. Her little legs kicked up, lazily lying there with a snack in her mouth. The little girl was completely unconcerned at home, her body barely covered, revealing a large expanse of fair, tender skin. Smack! Shaya playfully slapped the girl's bottom, and Shilling immediately jumped up, covering her rear while shooting a fierce glare at Shaya. "What are you doing?" "Hey, dinner will be ready soon, and I need to tell you something." "What is it?" Shilling asked irritably, feeling offended that she was slapped, as if she were still a child. Char glanced over and casually moved her body aside a bit, then sat down next to her. "In a few days, we will be executing a new mission, so I plan to find a task close to the Fedaya planet. During the mission, I will leave to scout Fedaya. I need you to take care of the mission-related matters." "Fedaya planet?" Shilling's beautiful eyebrows arched slightly. "Are you planning to build a training room?" "Well, it's not just about the training room. If the Fedaya people have enough value, I plan to subdue them." Char directly expressed his thoughts. He trusted Shilling the most and had nothing to hide. If Char plans to establish a force in the universe in the future, then researchers are indispensable. Saiyans are a simple-minded warrior race, and it is clearly unsuitable for them to engage in scientific research, which is when specialized technological aliens are needed. He immediately set his sights on the Fedaya people, who had not yet been subdued by other forces. Shilling understood the importance of the matter, so she patted her chest and nodded, saying, "Don't worry, leave the mission to me." Chapter 47. Choosing a new mission tonight was deep. During dinner, Char took out the food he had procured from Earth from the dimensional space. The family faced a mountain of food and feasted heartily. The stacked food quickly disappeared, and soon only a few empty plates and scattered remnants of bones remained. All that food was consumed by the four Saiyans. "Ah, so comfortable. Shaya, this food is really delicious." Rebecca leaned back in her chair in a very unrefined manner. After eating the food Char brought, she had lost all interest in the food on Vegeta. "And Rebecca, I don't have that much food. You need to save some," Char said with a wry smile. The little bit of food he brought from Earth could originally last 3 to 4 years, but in just a few days, they had consumed 1/10 of it. The appetite of adult Saiyans was surprisingly large, and he regretted bringing out so much food. "If this continues, my food will be consumed quickly. Am I going to have to go back to Earth to get more food?" Char thought secretly. Was it a bit too much to go to Earth for such a trivial matter? After dinner, Adley came over with a stack of documents detailing the tasks related to the Fedaya people and the Fedaya planet. "Shaya, here are the coordinates of the Fedaya planet. The nearest task point is only about 7 days away. Additionally, these are several tasks that are relatively close," Adley said as he handed over a task list published by the Task Management Office. Shaya roughly flipped through the list of tasks, made a quick comparison, and said, "Well, let's choose the task of gathering the star. The intensity of that task is just right for our team." Edry nodded and handed over the information on the gathering star task. "This is also good. As if the Saiyans don't execute tasks for a long time after forming a team, it will raise suspicion. You can also test the team members. They might become the foundation for you in the future." Edry knew that after some Saiyans evacuated in the future, it would definitely be led by Shaya. First, only he possesses the ability to teleport, so it can be said that all Saiyans' lives were saved by him. Second, Shaya has the highest combat power among all Saiyans, and Saiyans only obey the strong, making it suitable for Shaya to be the new leader. And at that time, he certainly cannot do everything himself. He will need to build his own team. The several Saiyans in the same team are all intermediate warriors, and if they perform well, they will be the best choice. In fact, Edry's diligent help to Shaya is not only because he is his nephew and adopted son, but more so for his daughter Shilling. Now both of them are the most outstanding warriors among the Saiyans, and coincidentally, one is male and the other is female. In Edry's mind, if Shaya can be with Shilling in the future, it would be a perfect match. Of course, how it will end up still depends on their own intentions. Shaya nodded slightly. He was preparing to do so. Shakta and the others were the first group of Saiyans he had interacted with, and he found their personalities acceptable. Although they exhibited some of the typical arrogance of Saiyans, he considered these minor issues unimportant, as long as they met his requirements in various aspects. He was ready to invest fully in their training. The next day, the sky was hazy. A thin mist covered the living area like a light veil, creating a dreamlike atmosphere. Early in the morning, Shaya sent the new mission information to all team members via the communicator and requested them to gather at the designated location as soon as possible. Soon after, Atasia arrived at the meeting point first. Upon seeing Shaya and Shilling, she greeted them and then began to chat happily with Shilling. Since it was all girl talk, Shaya had no interest in listening and found a rock to sit on, patiently waiting for the other team members to arrive. The second to arrive was Shakta, who flew over wearing a new-style, sleeveless battle suit and politely greeted Shaya when he reached him. "Captain, sorry to keep you waiting." "No problem, we just got here." Char was also smiling as he responded. Shakta was a very proud Saiyan, with a personality similar to Baruch from Edri's team, equally rebellious. Once Saiyans like them submit, they will serve wholeheartedly without any complaints. "Haha, we're going out on a mission again. I've been waiting for this for a long time. And this time, I must show you all the strength of Lord Balit." The loud shout came from the burly Balit, whose strength was not high, but his words were quite bold. He often bickered with Raida. Just make sure you don't cry out in pain later." Adishia, having finished talking with Shilling, walked over and couldn't help but mock him upon hearing Balit's arrogant tone. Adishia, why do you say that? I'm a man, and I will definitely be very strong in the future." Balit's face immediately fell. He didn't dare to retort against Adishia. Shortly after waiting at the designated location for a moment, Jelen and Raida arrived one after another. After a brief exchange, the group, led by Char, set off towards the spaceport. They then boarded a spacecraft heading for the target planet, Longju Star. Longju Star was located in the southeastern part of the North Galaxy, very close to the eastern region of the North Galaxy. The spacecraft would take over 2 months to arrive, because it was located at the junction of 2 regions. Fidaya Star had not been clearly consumed by other forces. The long journey passed in a flash, and the dark brown target planet was now within reach. Char and the others gradually woke up from their sleep state. 7 scorching fireballs pierced through the atmosphere and crashed down. The massive shockwave upon impact instantly kicked up a cloud of dust. As the dust gradually settled, 7 small figures appeared near the impact point. After arriving at Longju Star, Char looked at Shilling and instructed, "Shilling, the next task is up to you." After receiving Shilling's response, he walked alone into the dense rainforest and quickly disappeared from sight. Watching Char disappear, Shilling came to her senses and said to Shakta and the others, "This mission isn't very difficult. It's mainly a test for you. So neither Char nor I will intervene. You can fully showcase your skills." Shilling calmly spun a lie for Char, framing this mission as a test for Shakta and the others. This was also one of the key reasons why Char chose Longju Star as the target among many options. "So that's why the captain disappeared. It's a test for us. Then we won't hold back." Balit suddenly realized and clapped his hands, speculating that Char was likely hiding somewhere to assess their performance. "Ha ha ha. Then I must perform well and fight to my heart's content." Raida laughed loudly, raising an eyebrow at Balit, who naturally became furious, and the two faced off again. "You two, when will you take things more seriously?" Adishia looked over helplessly. "However, since the captain chose Longju Star for the test, we must not let him down. Indeed, we have quite a gap compared to the captain. We need to work harder." Shakta thought to himself, and his eyes sparkled with fighting spirit. Jelen also made up her mind. Shakta and the others had no doubts at all because Char and Shilling's combat power was indeed far beyond theirs. Since they were members of the same team, it was very likely they would receive special training targeting them. If their combat power didn't improve, it would be difficult to arrange tasks in the future. Shilling watched them all brimming with fighting spirit and smiled slightly, then found a comfortable spot to set up a hammock and lay down. Chapter 48. The Fidaya people on the other side. After breaking away from the team, Char passed through the dense primitive rainforest, casually using a few key blasts to deal with several local beasts that attempted to attack him. He carefully observed the surrounding environment and, after confirming there was no one around, began to adjust his mind and activate instant transmission. 7 days of travel away from Longju Star. A small silver-gray, celestial body orbited the sun in a periodic motion. The outer ring of the celestial body was surrounded by 2 interwoven silver halos. and the same bright color made Fidaya's star appear as a massive pearl adorned on two intersecting planes, looking exceptionally magnificent from afar in the starry sky. The two interwoven silver halos were actually two space corridors that orbited the planet at a 90-degree angle, constructed with the highest technology by the Fidaya people. However, at this moment, these two grand silver serpents were slightly tilted, with several alloy joints having collapsed and sunk, and from time to time, intense explosions could be heard, with red flames and wisps of smoke continuously rising from the space corridors. On the surface of Fidaya's star, large blocks of rock floated chaotically above the mantle, with scorching lava emitting hot steam. Lava flows thousands of meters high could be seen shooting up into the sky, falling from the sky as lava rain, quickly inundating the ground and flowing back into the mantle through the low-lying areas of the plates. The geological disasters on Fidaya's star were shockingly severe. Char was stunned by the scene before him. This was no geological disaster at all, but clearly the result of a massive object colliding with the planet. No, if it were an extraterrestrial body colliding, the advanced technology of the Fidayan should have detected it long ago. Yet the sight before him indicated that the Fidayans hadn't even had time to react, and the surface had already been destroyed like this. Shaya's mind was filled with doubts, and he quickly ruled out the possibility of an asteroid impact from outer space. A mutation in the Earth's core wouldn't occur so rapidly either. Someone must have launched an attack on the planet Fidaya. Shaya suddenly realized that the scene before him must have been caused by a tremendous energy shock. What kind of energy shock could cause such massive destruction to a planet? It's important to note that Fidaya is a large, hard-shell planet, and any weak point has been reinforced with advanced technology. Yet even so, it has still been devastated to this extent. Char's expression became serious. To cause such massive destruction, the attacker's power must be considerable, likely above 10,000 battle power. In the universe, 10,000 battle power is a watershed. Below this level, even large-scale attacks can at most exterminate species on a planet, but completely destroying an entire planet is not so easy. Only an attacker with a battle power above 10,000 can inflict such severe damage on the planet Fidaya. Moreover, beings like Frieza, with a full power strike, can erase an entire planet from the universe. Zaya couldn't help but smile wryly. He had only wanted to recruit a group of high-tech talents as his subordinates, but he didn't expect to encounter such a situation. However, this was also a good thing, as facing a great danger could reduce the difficulty of recruitment. Zaya then began to seriously perceive the energy reactions on the planet Fidaya. Soon, he sensed thousands of weak life forces on this planet. These should be the indigenous people of Fidaya, the Fidayan, who were also the target Zaya was looking for. The energy of the Fidayan was very weak, flickering like tiny candles in the face of the violent forces enveloping the entire planet, ready to be extinguished at any moment in the apocalyptic storm. Besides these local energy reactions, he also sensed several hundred very powerful auras. Each of those auras was above 1,000 battle power, with a few even reaching 3,000 battle power. Fidaya had indeed been attacked by an external force. After a while, Zaya opened his eyes, revealing a look of understanding on his face. Suddenly, from even farther away, an exceptionally strong aura entered Zaya's sensing range. That aura, Char's expression suddenly became serious, and that aura felt extremely cold to him, as if he had suddenly detected a massive ice block. The feeling made him sense a chill even from thousands of kilometers away. When evil presence, the intensity of that aura was actually above mine, at least 20,000 combat power. Shaya was taken aback. This was probably the most powerful energy he had encountered since entering the Dragon Ball world. Moreover, around that energy, there were dozens of other energies with battle powers exceeding 1,000. It seemed that this planet had already been targeted by others, but why, after so long? Had they not exterminated the natives of the Fidaya planet? Were they searching for something? A multitude of questions flashed through his mind, and Shaya immediately suppressed his own energy. He had to be very careful now. He must not be discovered by them. As he passed through the shattered city, which was continuously spewing lava, Shaya's figure appeared in an open square in the capital of the city. At this moment, the huge sculpture that used to stand in the center of the square had toppled over and broken into several pieces. This was once a vast and magnificent open square, but now it was covered in ruins, and the majestic atmosphere of laughter and joy was nowhere to be found. Standing in the square, a sense of desolation and melancholy arose. Here, Shaya felt no signs of life. The people who once lived here had already left. It seemed that everyone had fled from this place. Shaya stopped in his tracks, sensing a large gathering of energy 300 kilometers to the northeast, along with an energy source with a combat power exceeding 1,000 that was wreaking havoc. The weaker lives were gradually diminishing. Inside a massive metallic shelter, numerous small Fidayans were hiding in their bunkers. Outside, a scaled alien in traditional battle attire, with a tubular energy launcher strapped to its arm, unleashed waves of dark red energy from the device. Boom! A huge gash was blown open in the metal shelter, exposing thousands of Fidayans right under the alien's gaze. Ah, so you were hiding here. It was easy to find you. If you obediently reveal the location of the ancient warriors, perhaps I will be lenient and let you go. The alien spoke arrogantly, its scaly skin making a hissing, harsh sound. The Fidayans stepped back in fear, their faces filled with terror as they looked up at the alien in the sky. We really don't know anything about the ancient warriors. Please let us go. At least spare these children. A figure that looked like a leader stepped forward, pleading. The alien snorted, flicking its long tongue like a lizard. You lowly little dwarfs dare to deceive the wise Lord Zetaxi with lies. I tell you, Lord Shambua has already informed us that you Fidayans know the whereabouts of the ancient warriors. The alien, named Zetaxi, suddenly exploded in rage. Zetaxi is a clever being. Lord Shambua has already said so. Chapter 49. Time to send you on your way, boom. An energy wave brushed past Shaya's cheek, striking over 100 Fidayans with the weapon held by Zetaxi, instantly taking their lives. We really don't know the whereabouts of the ancient warriors. The leader looked at his kin who had perished without a trace, his eyes filled with sorrow. But the alien did not believe him. Zetaxi supported the energy launcher on its arm, its golden lizard-like eyes showing a hint of anger. You foolish little dwarfs dare to deceive Lord Zetaxi with lies. Oomph. You said you didn't know about the ancient warriors? Then, as you wish, all of you shall die. Saying this, it aimed the energy launcher at the surviving Fidayans. Dark red light flashing at the muzzle. No, the leader shouted in panic, wanting to explain, but it was already too late. The dark red flash shot out from the muzzle, a massive wave of destructive energy flying towards them. It's over. The Fidayans closed their eyes in despair. Adult Fidayans holding their young children close, covering their eyes with their hands. Boom! A loud explosion echoed, the ground shaking for several seconds. But the anticipated pain did not come. The Fidayans opened their eyes in surprise and saw a handsome young man with black hair standing like a sturdy mountain before them. The wave of tremendous energy was sent flying by the boy's punch, but no one could see how the boy had appeared before them. Who are you? The sudden appearance startled Zetaxi, especially since the other had deflected the energy wave with a single punch. Zetaxi hurriedly raised the energy launcher to aim at him, but involuntarily took a few steps back, relying only on external weapons at a critical moment. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Shaya's mouth, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. Then he turned to sweep his gaze across the terrified Fidayans. They were a subhuman species with blue skin, standing less than a meter tall, with very short ears resembling little fleshy balls, and a pair of small black horns protruding a few centimeters from the sides of their heads. When Shaya turned his gaze towards them, the frightened Fidayans showed panic on their faces, looking timid and afraid to meet his eyes. Hee, surprisingly timid. Shaya chuckled lightly. After encountering a great disaster, these Fidayans had become extremely sensitive like startled birds. Get lost. Seeing that the other party did not regard him at all, the lizard man Zetaxi angrily cursed. But being not too low in intelligence, he dared not show his true emotions after sensing danger. Instead, he cleverly used an energy detector to scan Shaya's energy. This scan was revealing. He found that the data displayed on the detector was only 540. Zetaxi's eyes lit up. A sense of superiority surged up, giving him a newfound confidence. Haha, I thought you were some expert, but it turns out you're just a little brat. Today, being caught by Lord Zetaxi is your bad luck, Zetaxi declared arrogantly. Then, swaggering forward, as he approached Shaya, Zetaxi looked down from above with his golden lizard eyes, casually placing the energy launcher against Shaya's head with a disdainful expression. As soon as Lord Zetaxi fires, I can kill you. So go ahead, try it. A flash of brilliance appeared in Shaya's eyes, and a faint smile spread across his face. In an instant, he vanished from his original spot. Then a cold, indifferent voice came from behind Zeta Shi. The voice was chilling and devoid of any emotion, reminiscent of a death sentence issued by the King of Hell, exuding a strong aura of menace. What is going on? Zeta Shi was taken aback and quickly turned around. only to realize that the figure that had been right under his nose had disappeared without a trace and had reappeared behind him. Not good. Zeta, she felt a chill run down his spine, his scales standing on end, and the muzzle of the energy launcher on his arm immediately swung towards Shaya's location. Boom! A dark red energy orb shot out from the muzzle, and when it struck Shaya, it made a muffled sound as if it had hit a thick wall, instantly dispersing into a cloud of red smoke. Seeing that he had hit his target, Zeta, she's tone became arrogant again, not knowing when to quit. This is the consequence of opposing Lord Zeta, she. But soon, Zeta, she's expression froze again. As the smoke cleared, a small figure emerged completely unscathed. Cough, cough. Shaya coughed lightly twice while covering his mouth, waved his hand to disperse the surrounding dust, and pointed at his battle suit, saying, hee hee. It seems the power of these energy cannons isn't enough. Look, even my battle suit hasn't been damaged. Zidasai looked at the slightly charred spot on Shaya's battle suit where the energy cannon had hit, unable to believe it, and shouted loudly, how is this possible? The energy cannon in my hand has a power of 2,000 battle points. How could you be unscathed? Very simple. Because my strength is far above yours. As soon as he finished speaking, Shaya's figure moved like a gust of wind, quickly appearing in front of Zidasai, and gently tapped his chest with both hands. Boom! A tremendous force came, and before Zidasai could react, his body shot out like a cannonball, just fired. He crashed into the wall dozens of meters away, creating a large hole in the wall, with falling debris burying him. A miserable scream escaped Zidasai as wounds erupted all over his body, and he struggled to rise from the rubble in a disheveled state. Fearfully raising his head, he saw a pair of dark eyes looking at him as if he were an ant. A chill surged from his feet to his brain. He suddenly felt his throat dry, opening his mouth but unable to say anything. He will be killed. Zidasai screamed internally, but his body was completely out of control due to fear. You can't kill me. I am a subordinate of Lord Shambo. If you kill me, Lord Shambo won't let you go. Zidasai shouted in desperation, bringing up his backer in hopes that the other party would spare him for Lord Shambo's sake. Shambo? Hearing that Zidasai's backer was actually Shambo, Shaya was slightly taken aback. Could it be that the powerful evil aura he sensed was from Shambo? Remembering the description of Shambo in the original work and combining it with the aura he sensed, it seemed that the one who launched the energy attack on Planet Vegeta was undoubtedly Shambo. But why was Shambo, who usually stayed with Dodoria beside Frieza, here on this remote planet Vegeta? Was it to follow Frieza's orders? Shaya couldn't help but begin to speculate. Yes, my lord. I was ordered by Lord Shambo to capture these Fidayans. Zidasai carefully observed the expression of the other party and, seeing that he seemed to know Lord Shambo's name, immediately felt like he had grasped a lifeline, hurriedly nodding and spilling everything he knew. After listening, Shaya asked, what is Shambo attacking the planet Vegeta for? Is it under Frieza's orders? Upon hearing Shaya directly mention King Frieza's name, the alien broke out in a cold sweat and stammered, why yes. King Frieza ordered us to search for the traces of the legendary ancient warriors on planet Vegeta. Legendary ancient warriors? After listening, Shaya nodded slightly and couldn't help but ponder alone. This ancient warrior was something he didn't quite understand. Could it be something like the legendary Super Saiyan? He knew that what was presented in the original Dragon Ball world was merely the tip of the iceberg related to the main characters, while the universe was vast and boundless. Perhaps there were many secrets yet to be revealed in deeper realms. The Lord Zatasi cautiously called out, fearing that speaking too loudly would upset the other party. Oh, I almost forgot about you. Shaya came back to his senses and smiled brightly, saying, well, it's time to send you on your way. Chapter 50, Sean will wait. What did you say, my lord? Zatasi doubted whether he had misheard. Shaya repeated, I said it's time to send you on your way. Once you reach the underworld, go enjoy yourself in hell. As he spoke, a powerful aura suddenly erupted from Shaya, transforming into waves of trembling energy. In this boundless sea of energy, the unfortunate lizard alien appeared like a solitary boat in a storm, completely overwhelmed and submerged by the vast energy without the slightest ability to resist. No. With a deafening explosion, Zeta 6 was reduced to a mere dust in the air. After the smoke cleared, Shaya turned his gaze towards the Fidayans without a second thought. At this moment, the Fidayans were utterly stunned. They were intimidated by the absolute power displayed by Shaya, unable to believe that the alien who had just been flaunting in front of them had turned to dust in an instant. This level of power was beyond their capacity to resist. They could only comply with his demands. They hoped this lord would not make excessive demands. The Fidaean leader sighed sadly, wondering what disaster had befallen Fidaea's star, and why such powerful aliens kept appearing on their planet. Are you natives of Fidaea's star? Shaya's voice was not exactly cold, but the aura of a strong individual made the weak Fidaeans dare not meet his gaze. The Fidaean leader stepped forward cautiously and answered, "Yes, Fidaea's star is our home planet. Are you the leader here?" The Fidaean leader hesitated for a moment before nodding. You could say that. In fact, he was not the true leader of the Fidaeans. Their actual leader had perished long ago. So loosely speaking, he was now the head of the Fidaeans and had some authority. I heard your technology is very advanced. Can you create a training room that alters gravity? Shaya's voice became gentler, and his tone was not as harsh as before. The Fidaean leader was taken aback for a moment and quickly replied, Yes. We Fidaeans are born scientists, and we excel at technological manufacturing." At this point, the Fidaean leader probably realized Shaya's intentions. So he tried to demonstrate the value of his people, hoping to preserve their lives. Of course, he did not dare to conceal or exaggerate anything to Shaya, as it concerned the survival of the entire Fidaean race. Shaya was very satisfied with the response from the Fidaeans and said, "You see, the planet Fidaea has already caught the eye of the cosmic emperor Frieza. If you stay here, you will only face a dead end. Now I give you a choice. Obey my commands, and I will let you Fidaeans survive in the universe." This was a difficult decision, a choice between immediately following their home planet to its doom, being exterminated by the aliens here, or listening to the words of the young man before them and submitting to him. The leader of the Fidaeans showed a troubled expression. This was a choice that concerned the survival of their entire nation, and he couldn't make a decision at that moment. Shaya did not disturb him, but instead found a place to sit down and quietly wait, believing that the leader would make a clear choice. Refusal could lead to extinction, while agreement would mean the entire tribe would become vassals. Sweat appeared on the forehead of the leader of the Fidaea people as he looked at the young and old faces in his tribe. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, "My lord, we are willing to submit to you, only asking that you preserve the bloodline of the Fidaea people." A wise choice, Shaya praised, revealing a radiant smile. "Rest assured, I will take you away from the Fidaea planet. By the way, besides those here, do you have other kin?" The Fidaea people in front of him numbered just over 10,000, far from the number a civilized tribe should have. "Yes, my lord. This is only 1% of our population. Due to the sudden geological disaster, the vast majority of our kin lost their lives, and those who survived have all hidden in underground shelters to escape the pursuit of the aliens. If necessary, I can summon them. Hiding is useless. The other side has energy detectors, and gathering together makes it easier for them to locate you." Shaya shook his head. So they have energy detectors. No wonder they can find us. What should we do now?" The leader of the Fidaea people suddenly panicked. Char said, "You should have a spaceship, right? I'll cover you, and you should leave planet Fidaea immediately on the spaceship." Char knew that if the Fidaeans were given enough time, they would be fully capable of boarding a spaceship and leaving the planet Fidaea. However, the geological changes came too suddenly, leaving them no time to react. Here, Char had to admire those extraterrestrials. They were indeed professionals, delivering a sudden blow to the Fidaeans from space before invading the planet, causing them to lose most of their ability to resist. "All right, I understand. Everything is troubling you, my lord," the Fidaean leader said with a look of surprise, suddenly feeling that this great person in front of him was truly wonderful. Perhaps it wasn't a bad thing for the Fidaeans to submit to him. In another part of Fidaea, thick smoke rose slowly from all over the continent, and the sky was covered with dark clouds, all of which were haze formed from the smoke. In a city ruin where dirt and stones were scattered chaotically, the continental plates had cracked open, and a deep, bottomless fissure ran through, as if rivers and glaciers had been abruptly cut in half by a giant knife. On a relatively flat piece of land, a disc-shaped brown spaceship was docked there. The bottom of the spaceship had several thick black steel claws violently rooted into the hard rock like beasts in the wilderness. Looking at its shape, it was a disc-shaped spaceship specifically for high-ranking members of Frieza's forces. Not far from the spaceship's hatch, a handsome man sat elegantly at a small table, sipping tea. He had long dark green hair, tied into a braid at the end, and appeared dignified. His behavior was very gentlemanly, but his cold eyes revealed a cruel and ruthless side. He was Shamber. Shamber had helped Frieza commit many evil deeds, and along with Dodoria, he was one of Frieza's subordinates, second only to the Ginyu Force in combat power among Frieza's many subordinates. This time, Frieza sent him to investigate the legends of ancient warriors on Fidaea. At this moment, An extraterrestrial standing next to Chamber noticed a slight change in the energy detector's frame. He pressed the detector a few more times and then turned to Chamber, saying, "Lord Chamber, I just detected that one of our troop members' energy suddenly disappeared." Before his energy vanished, a series of intense fluctuations appeared on the energy detector's frame, but they weren't very high and quickly disappeared. "Oh," Chamber gently put down his teacup, appearing very interested. He crossed his fingers under his chin and asked, what was the combat power of the troop member who disappeared? Zeta's, a low-level troop soldier, has a combat power of around 1200. After equipping with an energy launcher, he can exert an energy combat power of 2000. The officer investigated and reported. That makes it interesting. It seems that the indigenous combat power of this Fedaya planet doesn't exceed 15. Chamber's lips curled into a bloodthirsty smile. Yes. Ha ha ha. It seems a little mouse has sneaked in. Lord Chamber, could this be the legendary ancient warrior we are looking for? An extraterrestrial voiced an opinion. No, no, no. Chamber shook his finger and said, if the ancient warriors that King Frieza is looking for only have this little combat power, then King Frieza wouldn't be so concerned about this matter. Well, convey my orders. All members must immediately head to the location where the energy appeared. I haven't played the game of cat and mouse in a long time. A trace of evil light flashed in Chamber's dark golden pupils as he ordered everyone to fly towards the location where Char had appeared. Chapter 51. Encounter in the ruins of a city in the western part of Fedaya. Traces of collapsed buildings were everywhere. Trees used for landscaping along the roads were cut off at the waist, their broken branches and leaves scattered on the ground. When the wind blew, the leaves and debris swayed, and the air was filled with a pungent smell. On a road covered with cracks and breaks, a large group of people was stumbling forward. The originally smooth and beautiful mechanized road had cracked into segments, with fissures densely spread like a spiderweb, and sparks continually emerged from the cracks. Occasionally, a violent explosion would occur, and a fireball would rise. Watching the once prosperous city become unrecognizable, all Fedayans were filled with sadness, and their feelings of unwillingness as the weak lingered in their chests. Dakla, is your Fedayan spaceship nearby? Char asked the Fedayan leader in a calm tone. Yes, my lord. It will be there soon. That spaceship was originally an emergency backup and is docked in the underground dock ahead. The Fedayan leader named Dakla hurriedly answered upon hearing Char's question. Due to the sudden attack of the extraterrestrials, the Fedayans had not reacted in time, and disaster had already befallen them. Thus, the ships docked at the spaceport, and large fortresses were destroyed in the first instance. And now the only ship capable of taking off on Fedaya was that backup ship for special situations. You all speed up. Those extraterrestrials have energy detectors, and if we slow down, we will be discovered. Char frowned slightly as he looked at them. Yes, yes. Dakla was startled and hurriedly nodded, then shouted for everyone to speed up. Having experienced the struggle on the edge of life and death, these Fedayans were already filled with fear of the extraterrestrials under Frieza. As soon as they heard that the extraterrestrials might pursue them, they all exerted their utmost strength to quicken their pace. Not long after, Dakla led everyone to an area away from the city. Unlike the ruins of the city, this place was surrounded by green trees. Here, the forest was densely packed, with rows of trees over 10 meters high arranged in an orderly manner, surprisingly unaffected by the continental plate's rupture. My lord Char, beneath this forest is an underground base made of alloy, and that backup spaceship is docked below. Dakla pointed to the neatly arranged forest ahead and said. Char made a slight nod, squinting his eyes as he understood. It turned out that the entire forest was built on top of a massive alloy structure base. No wonder it was unaffected by the movements of the continental plates. You all need to hurry into the base. If you delay, things may change. Yes, sir. All the Fedayans quickly got busy, rushing towards the entrance of the base under the direction of a few strong young Fedayans. In no time, more than 10,000 Fedayans had entered the base. Next, these Fedayans would complete the overall debugging and maintenance of the backup spacecraft inside the base. This was no small task, but fortunately, almost every Fedayan was a scientist, making equipment maintenance as easy for them as drinking water. Shaya wandered around the base for a while, and also saw the spaceship that the Fedayans hailed as the last hope. It turned out to be a giant spaceship over 10 kilometers long, radiating a silver-gray sheen. From the bottom and surrounding areas extended more than a dozen mechanical arms made of alloy, making it look like a huge white monster from a distance. When he saw it for the first time, he was also shocked by the advanced level of Fedayan technology. The Fedayans seemed particularly fond of the silver-gray color, as both the planet and the space corridors adopted this hue, and even the spaceship was this color. It was a miracle that the Fidayans, possessing such advanced technology, still had such weak physical strength and had not yet been conquered by other forces. Shaya thought to himself. Fidaya Star was located at the junction of the eastern and southern regions of the North Galaxy. It was precisely because of its position at the boundary of the two regions that Fidaya Star had not been clearly swallowed by other forces. However, in the end, Fidaya Star could not escape the fate of being conquered. It was truly strange. With the intelligence of the Fidayans, it was impossible for them to have no sense of alertness at all. Shaya shook his head in confusion. Logically speaking, the Fidayans had developed in this universe for so many years, so they could not be unaware of the darkness in the cosmos. Why did they have no preparations to respond? Dakla, what was the ancient warrior mentioned by that alien before? Shaya directly asked Dakla. Dakla showed a puzzled expression and shook his head, saying, I'm not very clear about that either. It seems to be a super warrior developed by our Fidayan ancestors in ancient times, but specific information has long been lost due to the passage of time. It's ironic that the super warriors created by the ancestors to protect the nation ultimately became the source that nearly destroyed the Fidayans. Shaya let out a faint sigh and fell silent, thinking that this ancient warrior should be similar to a bio-warrior like the androids. The Fidarians, like the Saiyans, may have forgotten the ancient legends due to the migration of their people. However, this is a good thing. When the Fidarians face life and death, it will be easier for him to subdue them. Suddenly, Shaya's expression changed as he sensed dozens of powerful auras approaching them, one of which was exceptionally cold and strong, towering over the others like a grand mountain. This was the aura of Shambo. Char's expression became serious, and he furrowed his brows, saying, I never expected that Shambo would come here in person with a team. Dekra, immediately get everyone inside the spaceship and activate all the defense systems of the base. Char decisively issued the command to Dekra without hesitation. Sir, what happened? Dekra noticed something was wrong from Char's expression and recalled what Char had mentioned before about the opponent having an energy detection device. Could it be that aliens are attacking? Dekra's face turned pale at once. Shaya nodded. Shambwa is bringing his alien subordinates here, and they are expected to arrive in 3 minutes. Don't ask too much. Just execute my orders immediately. The cold voice echoed in Dokra's ears. Upon hearing that the enemy would arrive in 3 minutes, Dokra felt weak all over. Yes, my lord. I will arrange it immediately, he replied with a trembling voice. After seeing Dokra run off, Shaya leisurely looked up at the sky and, with a moment of movement, arrived at a location more than 300 kilometers away from the underground base, which was the only route to the base. Shaya plans to intercept Shambo here. Shambo, let me see just how much power you possess as Frieza's right-hand man. Without any fear of the strong, Shaya feels his blood boiling, his whole being in a state of excitement. In the blink of an eye, 3 minutes passed. From a distance, dozens of figures flew over, and at the forefront was the handsome man with dark green hair, Shambo. When he saw the black-haired boy standing in the way, Shambo waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to stop, and then observed the opponent with great interest. Who exactly is this boy? A cold, ruthless smile appeared on Shambo's lips as he floated in mid-air with his arms crossed. With so many humanoid races in the universe and the minor differences between them, and since Shaya was wearing the most popular battle suit in the Northern Galaxy, Shambo couldn't immediately determine which race Shaya belonged to. TSK. I hope this boy can bring me some amusement. Shambo looked at Shaya with interest, a faint smile appearing on his handsome face. Chapter 52, The Great Battle with Shambo. Lord Shambo, this is the energy response detected by the device when Zetas disappeared, but I don't know why the energy intensity shows only 540 battle power. An alien beside him pressed the energy detector and reported the data. Boy, you shouldn't be a Fidaya alien, right? Can you tell me how you managed to kill that Zetas with your abilities? Shambo's movements were graceful, and his voice calm and dignified, like a well-educated noble gentleman. If one didn't know his true nature, it would be easy to be deceived by his acting. You mean that lizard man? If you want to know, why don't you try it yourself? Zaya wore a faint smile on his face, but inside he was extremely alert. He knew that there was still a significant gap between him and Shambwa. The reason he chose to confront Shambwa head-on despite knowing he was at a disadvantage was that Zaya had his own motives. First, to test the extent of his power compared to the mainstream experts in the universe. Second, to disrupt Shambwa's deployment and buy more time for the Fidayans. After all, the Fidayans were the first group of subordinates Zaya had recruited, and it would be a pity if they were wiped out here. Of course, the more critical reason was that Zaya possessed the ability to teleport. At crucial moments, this was his life-saving tool. If possible, Xayah would very much like to have a good battle with Shambwa. Saiyans can only grow better through real combat. Ha ha ha. Indeed, ignorance breeds fearlessness. Young man, you should know that not everyone is as easy to talk to as I am. Shambwa chuckled lightly, his tone very calm, as if he were not angry at all. But the evil glint hidden beneath his golden pupils was already stirring. Hee hee. Xayah let out a cold laugh, becoming fully alert, with his internal energy subtly mobilized. Whoosh! A sharp whisper tore through the air. Shaya chose to strike first. His figure suddenly disappeared from sight, followed by a series of crackling sounds of fighting. The aliens around Shambwa let out a chorus of painful wails, then fell directly from the sky. At that moment, the energy detector emitted a rapid alarm sound, and the data on the lens flickered quickly before returning to normal. Due to Shaya's incredibly fast movements, the average person could hardly see what he was doing, so the scene might have seemed somewhat inexplicable. However, Shambwa saw everything clearly. Clap, clap, clap. Applause erupted. Shambwa chuckled lightly while gently clapping his hands and cheering loudly. He was the only one present who had seen all of Shaya's actions, so he knew that his alien subordinates stood no chance against him. It seemed he had a step in himself. Ha, great skills. Young man, you are much stronger than my soldiers. I wonder if you would be interested in joining the Frieza force? I can personally recommend you to King Frieza, Shambwa said calmly to Shaya. Hee hee, I'm not interested in being Frieza's lapdog. What a pity, Shambwa said, unfazed, covering his mouth and shaking his head in apparent regret. He casually walked up to Shaya and continued, since you are unwilling to serve King Frieza, then I'll have to kill you. Char's expression was serious. Just from the way Shambwa was standing, he felt a tremendous sense of pressure. Boom! Shaya no longer hid his strength, and the power within him surged wildly, instantly forming a thick, blurred aura around him. The air emitted a low, buzzing sound, and the local atmosphere even experienced slight distortions. The energy detector on Shambwa's ear beeped continuously, with the data climbing steadily, finally stabilizing at 14,500. Wow, it actually reached 14,500. Shambwa looked surprised. What race are you? Could you be a Saiyan? No, that's impossible. Saiyans can't have such high combat power. Shambwa speculated about Shaya's race. Although Shaya looked just like a Saiyan could not possess such combat power at a young age. Moreover, there was no characteristic Saiyan tail behind Shaya. Suddenly, with a swoosh, Shambwa vanished from sight. Shaya cautiously sensed his surroundings, his gaze following Shambwa's figure as it moved, quickly pinpointing Shambwa's location. He threw a punch, but as his fist was about to connect, Shaya felt something was off. The punch actually missed. An afterimage. Shaya's expression hardened as he turned around, retreating in a fluid motion, then carefully examined and judged the situation. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss to one side and swiftly moved his body away. Bang! Shambwa's fist whizzed past him, and a violent gust slammed into the ground, causing the earth to convulse violently. A massive pit formed over a kilometer radius, filled with deep ravines and disfigured terrain. As for the aliens that Shambwa had brought, they had long been tossed away by the intense shockwave generated by the battle. That was close. Shaya soared into the sky, looking at the ground that had turned into a crater, feeling a lingering fear. He thought, you actually dodged my attack. At such a young age, you're quite impressive. It seems I can't let you live. Unbeknownst to him, Shambwa had already arrived above Shaya. When did this happen? Shaya was taken aback, and his pores tightened as he assumed a defensive posture. Shambwa smiled elegantly, but suddenly clenched his fists and delivered a fierce blow to Shaya's head. A wave of dizziness struck Shaya's brain, and his body quickly began to fall. Just before hitting the ground, Shaya unleashed a burst of energy towards the ground, using the rebound to stabilize himself. At that moment, Shambwa followed up and launched a relentless assault on Shaya, who could only defend passively, quickly becoming covered in scars. Boom! 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 Char and Amuro exchanged blows, attacking each other with one punch after another. Due to their high-speed movement, only two fleeting shadows could be seen flashing. The battlefield kept expanding, with mountains, lakes, forests, and grasslands being destroyed, large areas of land devastated. Shaya stopped, panting heavily. After the brief battle, he had already exhausted much of his stamina. While Shambwa only had some damage to his combat suit and was basically unharmed, his breathing still calm. One was in a sorry state, the other graceful. The difference between them was clearly evident. The gap was indeed not small. With a loud smack, he delivered a powerful blow. Shaya's body rapidly plummeted. Boom! A massive mushroom cloud suddenly rose from the already cracked earth, thick dust obscuring the sunlight, plunging the entire land into darkness. A deep pit appeared on the ground, and Shaya propped himself up with one hand, kneeling in the center of the pit. Haha, not bad, good resilience. Shangbo twisted his neck, the bones cracking. With a whoosh, his figure vanished again, kicking towards Shaya's abdomen. Shaya's expression was extremely serious as he caught the kick with both hands, but in an instant, he was kicked away, flying far off. If it weren't for his body's strong resilience, that kick would have broken his hands as well. The gap was too large. Feeling his entire hand still numb, a thought flashed through Shaya's mind, and he let out a whoosh. Shaya wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and instantly teleported away from the battlefield, observing Shangbo from a great distance. The initial clash had made him acutely aware of the significant gap between himself and Shangbo. Without using his superpowers, he was completely no match for Shangbo. Shangbo's current fighting power was close to 20,000, which was over 5,000 more than his own, a gap that was hard to bridge. Up until now, Shangbo had been taking it lightly and hadn't gone all out. If he still had his tail, perhaps he could transform into a great ape for battle. But that was merely a thought. Although the great ape transformation could enhance his combat power, there were too many uncertainties, and more importantly, it would expose his identity as a Saiyan. He knew that the great ape transformation had a serious drawback. Its massive size made it difficult to move quickly. It was like the muscle-bound transformation of a Super Saiyan. While energy levels increased and the strength of single attacks rose dramatically, speed could not keep up. This might not be a problem in lower-level battles, but in high-speed combat, it could be fatal. If the opponent's speed was fast enough, there would be countless ways to kill his great ape self, with cutting off the tail being the simplest and most direct method. In martial arts, there is nothing that cannot be broken, only speed that cannot be surpassed. Rather than saying the great ape transformation is an offensive technique, it would be more accurate to describe it as a defense based on brute strength. However, when faced with a true master, this defense is full of vulnerabilities. Shaking his head to cast aside these useless thoughts, Shaya began to focus entirely on preparing for battle. Shangbo's figure quickly appeared before him, and his expression showed some confusion. Strange, how did you get here? I couldn't capture your movements at all. Guess. Shaya replied with a hearty laugh, revealing a row of white teeth. Shangbo smirked, disdainfully licking his lips, his handsome face finally showing some impatience. He had played enough of the cat-and-mouse game. It was time to unleash his full power and see how much punishment his opponent could take. Chapter 53. You can't envy this, seeing the change in Shangbo's expression. Shaya also shifted his demeanor. He knew that Shangbo was no longer in the mood to play. Now, he had to strike first and seize the rhythm of the battlefield before Shangbo could react. Otherwise, he would have to face Shangbo's serious side, which he could not handle. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a deep blue light shone in Shaya's dark eyes, indicating that he was about to activate his spatial superpower. At the same time, Shangbo keenly sensed a hint of danger. His heart skipped a beat, but he quickly raised an eyebrow and chuckled lightly, amused by his own inexplicable tension. As a prominent figure under King Frieza, Shangbo had experienced countless scenarios. This was merely a kid in front of him, and he could deal with him in 3 minutes. No, 1 minute. With that thought, he prepared to send the kid on his way with a mocking expression. However, just as he was about to make his move, an unexpected event occurred. Shangbo suddenly realized that the surrounding air had become incredibly thick, and even taking a breath felt like being pressed by an external force. It was a powerful, binding force from the space. What's going on? Shangbo frowned, his expression growing serious as his body was firmly locked in midair, making any movement incredibly difficult. It felt as if countless invisible chains were binding his arms and legs, rendering him immobile. What the hell is happening? Why can't I move? Shangbo's expression changed drastically. He suddenly sensed something was wrong. Losing his usual composure, he glared at Shaya and said, "Kid, did you do this?" "Correct answer. Now, enjoy the feeling of being trampled," Shaya said expressionlessly as he floated in front of Shangbo, a brilliant smile on his face. No sooner had he spoken than his expression turned as cold as icy water in winter, and he launched an attack on Shangbo. His palms pushed forward continuously, creating countless afterimages of his hands in the air, and nearly 100 blazing energy blasts shot forth from his palms, swirling like silver serpents and exuding a terrifying aura. Each energy blast had the power to destroy a medium-sized city. Boom! 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 Countless energy blasts tore through the air, reaching Shambo in an instant, striking his body directly. In that moment, numerous dazzling light spots rose into the sky, illuminating the dark clouds as if it were broad daylight. Energy bullets! Shaya made a decisive move. Softly shouting, with one hand raised, a bright, dazzling energy ball formed in his palm, then shot out like an arrow, its speed creating a sharp, explosive sound from the friction with the air. Shangbo was pinned in midair, only able to stare as the energy ball grew larger and approached him. Soon, the energy ball directly hit its target, and in the blink of an eye, a massive mushroom cloud rose. The explosion generated a tremendous shockwave, and the sky was filled with indistinct ripples that spread in all directions, clearing away the dust that had obscured the sky. Ah! A tragic scream echoed. As the smoke gradually cleared, Shangbo's injured figure finally emerged. At this moment, he looked extremely disheveled, his dark green hair messily draped over his shoulders, his armor in tatters, and not a single part of his body was intact. His arms hung straight down, and from their twisted appearance, it was clear that his bones were broken. Ah, damn it, I will never let you go. The tragic roar was filled with boundless hatred. As the right-hand man of King Frieza, Shangbo had never suffered such humiliation, even when facing the Jinyu Force. He had spoken to them on equal terms. Shangbo deeply regretted it. Had he known the opponent possessed superpowers, he wouldn't have toyed with him. If he had killed him before he used his powers, he wouldn't have to endure such humiliation. Very well, you have successfully enraged me. The more Shangbo thought about it, the angrier he became, and he could no longer contain his fierce expression, letting out a loud roar as his aura began to intensify. Shangbo also had the ability to transform, but he really didn't want to use it unless absolutely necessary. A glimmer of light flashed in Sharia's eyes as he noticed a slight tremor in the space ability that bound Shangbo. A sense of unease filled him. He could already feel Shangbo's energy rising, and against the rise of his energy, his spatial superpower seemed to be struggling to contain him. The strength of the superpower was not enough. Shaya understood the root of the matter. Although his spatial superpower was gradually enhancing with the increase of his own strength, his combat abilities still needed improvement. When facing truly powerful opponents, superpowers were not of much use. Soon, cracks appeared in the sky, writhing and struggling like tadpoles, which was a disturbing signal. Then came a series of crisp sounds as the sky, like a smooth mirror, suddenly shattered, and countless translucent fragments turned into dazzling specks of light, disappearing into the space. Shaya's body trembled, and a wave of nausea surged in his heart. His spatial superpower had actually been broken. In the place where the space shattered, an ugly, toad-like alien stood there, blood flowing continuously from its limbs and head, covered in shocking wounds. Shangbo, after transforming, had finally broken through Shaya's superpower. But now, he was in such a miserable state that there was no image left to speak of. Bastard, today I will make you wish you could live, but can't die. The ugly face was exceptionally twisted, and a curse from the abyss emanated from Shangbo's mouth. At this moment, although Shangbo was covered in wounds and both arms were already broken, the suffocating aura he radiated pressed down on every cell in Shaya's body like a mountain. 25,000 battle power. This was almost double Shaya's own battle power. It was indeed worthy of Shangbo after his transformation. No wonder he could break through his spatial restraints. Resisting the pressure from the sky, Shaya laughed maniacally, his blood boiling. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Accompanied by the surge of momentum, Shangbo's muscles tensed, and a series of low, rumbling sounds echoed, his two golden eyes fixed on Shaya, the pressure following closely behind. What a powerful aura! Shaya's heart suddenly jolted, momentarily shaken by the momentum displayed by Shangbo. A fierce storm swept in, forcing him to raise his arms in front of his forehead, his body swaying like a floating weed in the strong wind. Break through, Shaya yelled, forcefully swinging his arms to part the raging wind, then letting out a low roar as his entire body erupted with power. Suddenly, both of them vanished at the same time, only to reappear together in the next moment. Shangbo, filled with rage, leaped forward, the shockwave generated by his violent kick creating a whistling sound as it cut through the air. With a loud bang, Shangbo struck out with one leg, and in a split second, Shaya crossed his arms sharply, absorbing the heavy blow from Shangbo's leg. Boom! The ground suddenly collapsed. A tremendous force transmitted through Shaya's arms, and the recoil sent his body staggering back several meters. Shaya was in excruciating pain, blood spraying from his throat. In terms of strength, he was clearly at a disadvantage. Shangbo's simple strike had left him severely injured. Ha ha ha, D. Shambwa laughed menacingly, closing in without hesitation. He kicked again with his other leg, and with a loud bang, Zaya was hit once more, flying through the air like a cannonball. Boom! The ground cracked upon impact, smoke billowing up. Just as Zaya hit the ground, he sprang up, charging through the thick smoke towards his opponent. Crackle, crackle. The two fought relentlessly between the sky and the earth, a violent whirlwind spreading out like a tidal wave. As they exerted all their strength, the entire Fedaya planet trembled slightly. In the distance, the aliens who had narrowly escaped stared in shock at the chaotic battle between Zaya and Shambwa, their energy detectors having long been overloaded and burned out. My God, they are truly despairingly strong. The aliens, pale-faced, glanced at each other, trembling, always ready to flee the battlefield. Ha, is that all you got? If so, I'm really disappointed. Shambwa taunted while fighting. Throughout the battle, Zaya remained at a disadvantage. To be precise, he was the one being beaten, rarely managing to land a successful attack on Shambwa. Although Shambwa had lost both arms, the nearly double energy gap was insurmountable, and in no time, he was covered in injuries. This is not good. The difference in combat power is too great. With a loud crash, Zaya was slammed from high above into the ground, landing in a massive pit. Even the slightest movement sent pain coursing through his body. He had a rough idea of the power he could unleash and had gained insight into the abilities of high-level cosmic beings. So, it was time to eat a senza bean. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Zaya revealed a strange smile, and then he vanished from sight, Shambwa's latest thunderous strike missing him completely. In a place far from the battlefield, Zaya calmly pulled a green, flat bean from his pocket and stuffed it into his mouth. After chewing it, the miraculous senzu bean instantly restored him to peak condition, healing all his injuries. The senzu bean was indeed an essential item. Shaya moved his hands and feet, and compared to before, his combat power had significantly increased, his body filled with an excellent state of strength. Shambo's head was bleeding, having long lost the calm elegance he had at the beginning. He looked at the fully restored Shaya with wide, incredulous eyes, his gaze filled with disbelief, as he shouted in anger and sorrow, "Why have your injuries healed so quickly?" Shambo was deeply hurt and filled with resentment. Why did this small human possess so many miraculous abilities? It was one thing to have such high combat power, but he also had an inexplicable superpower that had severely injured him. After breaking free from the opponent's superpower, he originally thought he could defeat him, but unexpectedly, this guy was surprisingly resilient. Now he had fully restored to his peak condition. Shaya looked at Shambwa with an innocent expression and smiled. "You can't envy this." Then, a blue light once again rose in Shaya's eyes. Compared to the deep blue light when he activated his spatial superpower before, this light was purer and more beautiful, like a sparkling blue crystal. Chapter 54. The Death of Shambwa. Shaya's lips parted slightly as he coldly uttered a few words. Time pause. Yes, Shaya could no longer wait. There was a significant gap between him and Shambwa. This gap seemed insurmountable, but who said that battles must be determined by combat power? This was not a friendly spar, but a matter of life and death, so all means were permitted. Suddenly, the entire planet transformed into a blue world, and everything on the planet Vegeta was paused. This was the second time Shaya used his time superpower against an enemy. The first time was against the giant ape transformed by shielding, and this was the second. The time superpower was different from the space superpower, and over the years, there had been no significant improvement. With Shaya's current combat power, he could only pause time for about 3 seconds, and the duration would decrease depending on the strength of the pause target. Sure enough, after bringing Shambwa, whose combat power reached 25,000 into the time pause, the energy within Shaya was rapidly depleting. It was estimated that he could only pause time for a maximum of 2 seconds. Only 2 seconds. Shaya instinctively deduced the limit of the pause. But that was enough. With a rough estimate in mind, Shaya's body transformed into a streak of light, and in the blink of an eye, he was before Shambwa. In the icy blue world, everything except Shaya was frozen. In midair, Shambwa was frozen in a state of shock, his ugly toad-like face blankly staring ahead. Due to Shambwa's overwhelming energy, Shaya, with his current abilities, did not dare to be reckless, so he made no unnecessary movements. He directly extended his hand and placed his palm on Shambwa's heart. A cold glint flashed through his eyes as Shaya's fingers curled and exerted a slight force, rapidly gathering energy from within him to his palm, which immediately lit up with a dazzling and blinding color. A buzzing vibration ensued as an energy ball was continuously compressed in his palm. Hiss! The vast energy was finally condensed into a bright white flash the size of a peanut, surrounded by strands of ghostly blue electric arcs. Crackle. The electric arcs flickered continuously. This tiny white flash contained more than half of Shaya's total energy, and after extreme compression, its power was increased by more than 100 times. He believed that with this small flash of energy, if unleashed, it would be sufficient to destroy all matter within a diameter of 10 kilometers. Shambwa, you can go die. A cold voice rang out as Shaya looked at him expressionlessly. Crash! The icy blue world suddenly shattered. At that moment, Shambwa regained his senses. For him, time had not paused at all. It was just that the enemy, who should have been standing before him, had inexplicably vanished. A sense of foreboding arose from deep within, and subconsciously coming back to his senses, Shambwa felt an inexplicable shiver. Puffed. A beam of light the thickness of a pinky finger pierced through his chest and exited through his back. A sudden, intense pain twisted through his heart as Shambwa slowly lowered his head, only to meet Shaya's dark, cold eyes. How did he get in front of me? Shambwa incredulously opened his mouth, looking down to see that his heart was charred black, hot blood gushing out with the smell of cooked flesh. His heart had been pierced. Shambwa couldn't believe it. For the vast majority of beings in the universe, having their heart pierced meant a common fate, death. Shambwa's physique was not robust enough to survive after having his heart pierced. How could this happen? Shambwa's eyes widened in shock. He didn't understand how this little guy opposite him had accomplished this. Moving his throat, a stream of blood burst forth from his throat. Due to lack of oxygen, his brain uncontrollably spun into dizziness, and his lips moved slightly, his words filled with deep unwillingness. I never thought I, Shambwa, would die at the hands of an unknown nobody. You can only blame yourself for being too arrogant, Shaya coldly replied. There were far too many coincidences that allowed him to defeat Shambwa. If Shambwa hadn't underestimated him from the very beginning, playing a cat-and-mouse game, and instead had gone all out from the start, Shaya might not have had the opportunity to activate his superpower. Ha ha. Yes, I was too arrogant. Cough, cough. I'm not willing to accept this. But King Frieza will not let you go. Shambwa spat out a mouthful of blood, his consciousness beginning to blur. He never expected that as an important confidant of King Frieza, he would die on such an unknown planet. Boom! Shambwa's body began to swell, and in a violent explosion, his flesh was turned to ashes. Char sighed. The lion's struggle against the rabbit was with all its might. Underestimating the battlefield was utterly unacceptable. Shambwa's fate rang alarm bells for him. No matter what kind of strong opponent he faced, he had to maintain at least a minimum level of vigilance. As Shambwa said, he died unjustly if it weren't for his previous carelessness. If it weren't for Shaya possessing various strange superpowers, if it weren't for Shaya taking a magic bean at the last minute, the outcome might have been different. Unfortunately, Shambwa had no ifs. Dozens of kilometers away, those aliens who followed Shambwa saw their high-ranking master perish at the hands of a young boy. All of them were dumbfounded. They stared blankly ahead, and the scene fell into silence for a moment. After a while, a hairy alien finally reacted, exclaiming in shock, Lord Shambwa is dead. Oh, Lord Shambwa is dead. With each shout, panic spread rapidly. These aliens screamed, looking at Shaya with fear in their eyes, then fled in all directions. But Shaya would not allow them to escape. Dealing with such weaklings with combat power of 1 or 2,000 required little effort. With a flash, Shaya appeared in front of the aliens, saying, You've done enough bad things. It's time for you to go to hell with Shambwa. As he spoke, he gently waved his hand through the air, and the sky began to cooperate. Boundless energy spread out in a mysterious ripple. The bodies of these aliens immediately froze in place, bizarrely trapped in midair. Swish! Dark red. Deep cracks appeared in the air, then opened like a giant beast, swallowing one after another, quickly pulling dozens of aliens into the cracks. Each of these deep cracks was made of spatial fragments, and the sensations inside were unbearable. Before long, these aliens were all ground to dust by the power of space. Done, wrapped up. Shaya clapped his hands, and the deep cracks immediately vanished, landing on the ground that had been ravaged by the previous battle. The scorched earth looked like it had just endured countless heavy nuclear bomb explosions, with huge, uneven craters scattered around, some with diameters reaching thousands of meters, and hot lava gushing from the center. After Shambwa's space attack and the fierce battle with Shaya, the tectonic plates of the Phidias star had completely loosened and were expected to inevitably slide into the mantle soon. This planet would remain in a hellish state for a long foreseeable time, no longer suitable for life. After resting for a while on a boulder half the height of a person, Shaya fully recovered his energy and then sensed the presence of other aliens lingering on Phidia's star. In addition to the aliens who had flown over with Shangbo, there were about a few dozen aliens scattered across the planet, some of whom had combat powers reaching 3,000. To eliminate the roots, Shaya thought for a moment and then teleported to those aliens' side. When these aliens saw Shaya suddenly appear, they treated him as prey, completely disregarding him, all eager to take action themselves. The outcome for these aliens was naturally predictable. They were all thrown into the spatial cracks by Shaya. In a matter of minutes, all the aliens on Phidia's star were killed by Shaya, losing over 100 soldiers from the Frieza force, especially with the high-ranking officer Shangbo among them. How would Frieza react upon hearing the news? Shaya thought to himself, feeling a bit amused. However, given Frieza's temperament, he probably wouldn't feel a shred of sadness. But anger was certain. Imagining Frieza's furious expression as he smashed a wine cup made Shaya genuinely happy. Chapter 55. Frieza's reaction returning to the underground base of the Phidia people. They were still busy maintaining the spaceship, and the scene was bustling. Shaya found a quiet place to lie down and rest. Lord Shaya, you're back. Those aliens didn't trouble you, did they? Dakla approached with a fawning expression. In fact, Dakla had been very worried when Shaya went to confront Shangbo and the others. The terrifying images of the ground shaking and the sky changing were still swirling in his mind, as if the sky had been torn apart. The horrific scene, reminiscent of the apocalypse, was deeply etched in his memory, hard to erase. Dakla had never seen such a terrifying sight, and it scared him to death. He couldn't help but sweat for Shaya, fearing that he might not be a match for those aliens. At this moment, the only hope for the Phidia people rested on Shaya. If even Shaya couldn't defeat those aliens, then the Phidia people would face extermination. Those aliens were too powerful, so powerful that Dakla couldn't help but sweat for Shaya. He couldn't imagine what hope the Phidia people would have if Shaya lost. Now, seeing Shaya return safely, Dakla finally relaxed, letting out a long breath as his anxious expression turned to one of joy, hurriedly approaching him. Those weaklings were my opponents? Shaya glanced at Dakla, coldly retorting. It wasn't arrogance. He knew clearly that to win over the Phidia people, he had to demonstrate his strength, making them believe that following him was the right choice. As for those aliens, they naturally became stepping stones to solidify his position. Dakla was slightly stunned after hearing this, and a chilling aura immediately made him shiver. However, instead of being frightened, he was enveloped by a sense of joy. From what Lord Shaya said, have those aliens already been taken care of? That's right, it must be so. Dakla couldn't help but be a bit dazed. Then his eyes brightened, wanting to speak, but finding his words stuck in his throat. What's wrong? Shaya smiled fondly. Lord Shaya, earlier there were sudden, intense explosions across Phidia's star, and the whole planet was shaking. I don't know if it was due to your battle with the enemies, Dakla cautiously inquired, paying close attention to Shaya's expression. Yes, those explosions were caused by the energy colliding with the crust during my battle with the aliens. Shaya admitted without denying it. Just as I thought. Dakla's pupils suddenly constricted, revealing a look of horror on his face. He had never imagined that a human could unleash such terrifying power with just their body, surpassing what technology could achieve. Dakla's breathing became a bit rapid. Lord Shaya. Then what was the final outcome? I already said it, of course I won. There are no aliens left on this planet. Shaya glared at him displeased, casually waving his hand, and added, I just didn't expect the enemy to be so weak. They all fell to the ground before I even warmed up. Hiss. Such an answer was hard for Dakla to accept. The weak Shaya referred to were the very culprits who had destroyed Phidia's star. Suddenly, an uncontrollable wave of excitement surged from his heart. Tears filled his eyes, and he collapsed on the ground, crying out loud while shouting, Great! Those invaders are all dead. Lord Shaya avenged us. Our deceased kin can finally rest in peace. All right, your kin will find peace, Shaya said, raising an eyebrow and casually comforting him. When Doker's emotions calmed down, he frowned and said, Although I have eliminated all the aliens that invaded Phidia's star, it is regrettable that due to the collapse of the crust, Phidia's star is no longer suitable for life. No, Lord Shaya, it is already remarkable that you were able to kill those invaders. Thank you. Thank you for avenging us. Doker suddenly stood up straight, solemnly bowed to Shaya, his expression serious and earnest. Shaya calmly accepted Dakla's greeting, knowing that he was not only receiving Dakla's gratitude at this moment, but also the loyalty of the Phidarians. However, these aliens were merely the vanguard under Frieza's command. Once they received the information from his side, they would undoubtedly send even more terrifying enemies. So Dakla, you must hurry to gather the remaining Phidarians and quickly check the condition of the spaceships. We need to leave planet Vegeta before the second wave of aliens arrives. Yes, my lord. Dakla nodded vigorously, his small body seemingly infused with boundless energy as he emotionally began to command his people to start their busy work. The evacuation of personnel was inherently a cumbersome and complex task. Whether it was the accounting of remaining personnel or the debugging of spare spaceships, it was a huge project, especially with the uncertainty of when the second batch of invaders would arrive. Time was of the essence, and they had to seize every moment to leave planet Vegeta as soon as possible. Regarding the subsequent complicated evacuation work, Dakla made detailed divisions of labor, and Shaya observed everything with satisfaction. The Fidarians were also working very hard. After Shaya eliminated the aliens led by Shanbua and avenged the ethnic hatred of the Fidarians, their admiration for Shaya had risen to a whole new level, and they became even more loyal and supportive of him. The Fidarians often communicated with external cosmic civilizations and had some understanding of the temperament of strong, compared to other powerful beings in the universe. A kind, strong man like Lord Shaya undoubtedly impressed them the most. In the North Galaxy, at Frieza's headquarters, a giant planet transformed by technology. Against the backdrop of the deep and splendid universe, stars glimmered like brilliant pearls, orderly arranged and running tightly along their designated orbits. The Frieza headquarters was the central hub for the entire force. The defenses here were impeccable, with advanced cosmic technology wrapping the entire planet tightly, like a copper wall and iron bastion, making it impossible for even a fly to enter. In the vastness of space, numerous space fortresses revolved around the frozen planet like bastions, with huge dark cannons on both sides, each with a diameter of several dozen meters, emitting a chilling light in the dark starry sky, like ancient beasts continuously roaring and growling. At this moment, inside the luxurious palace, beside a translucent porthole, Frieza stood contentedly, one hand behind his back, holding a wine glass in the other, leisurely drinking while his crimson eyes quietly observed the scenery outside the porthole, a cruel glint flashing in his cold gaze. Mr. Dodoria, I've heard that the Saiyan King Vegeta is busy rebelling. What do you think I should do about those Saiyans? A cold, hoarse voice rang out as Frieza handed the wine glass to a nearby attendant and then curiously asked Dodoria. Those Saiyans really don't know what's good for them, each one more arrogant than the last. If it weren't for their fighting power still being somewhat useful, I would have sent my men to destroy their planet Vegeta long ago, Dodoria sneered, unable to stand the proud nature of the Saiyans. Hee hee, Frieza chuckled, a wicked smile on his lips. Don't be hasty, Mr. Dodoria. After a while, we'll eliminate those Saiyans, and then I'll let you see the most beautiful fireworks in the universe. Yes, Lord Frieza. Dodoria's face lit up with excitement. Every time he saw the splendid spectacle produced when Frieza destroyed a planet, he felt invigorated. Oh, by the way, I heard that King Vegeta had a son a few years ago. His talent seems quite good. Is he called Vegeta? Frieza asked. Yes. How shameless to name his son after the planet. King Vegeta has quite the ambition. Dodoria, in a sinister smile, said, You should have that Vegeta brought to the Frieza headquarters soon. As you command, my king. Just then, the palace doors burst open, and a purple-skinned alien tumbled in. Crawling as he reported, Lord Frieza, there's breaking news from Planet Vegeta? Oh, what news? Has Mr. Shanbua received news of the ancient warriors so soon? Frieza said casually. No, it's not that. The alien wiped his sweat, his voice trembling. Explain clearly what is going on, Dodoria scolded. The purple alien shivered, nervously stating. The latest news from the command center says that Mr. Shanbua encountered a formidable enemy on planet Vegeta and has already lost all his troops. Mr. Shanbua's energy signal has also disappeared. With a bang, Frieza's tail struck the attendant beside him, the wine glass falling to the ground and shattering, red wine splattering everywhere. Frieza's expression changed slightly, his crimson eyes flashing with a cold, demonic light, his voice chilling. What exactly happened? Clarify the situation. Mr. Shanbua led over 100 warriors from Frieza's legion to planet Vegeta to search for clues about the ancient warriors, but just an hour ago, the command center detected a sudden high energy response on planet Vegeta. Then Mr. Shanbua's signal disappeared. It is estimated that Mr. Shanbua has already sacrificed himself. How is that possible? Mr. Shanbua's fighting power reached 25,000 in peak condition. Could it be that he didn't have time to transform? Dodoria asked in shock. As one of Frieza's high-ranking aides, Dodoria knew that Shanbua's true strength far surpassed his own. How could he possibly fail on a small planet like Vegeta? The detector lost contact after monitoring that Mr. Shambwa had already used all his power. As he spoke, the purple alien himself found it hard to believe. After a brief moment of astonishment, Frieza quickly regained his composure, a wicked smile on his lips. Interesting, truly interesting, that someone could kill Mr. Shambwa. Haha, this person's strength must not be inferior to that of the Ginyu Force. The purple alien stood cautiously, not daring to make a sound, his heart pounding. At this moment, Lord Frieza was undoubtedly extremely displeased. Yes, Frieza was indeed very displeased. He felt no sorrow for Shambwa's death, only an infinite rage at the provocation to his pride. To him, Shambwa's death was a challenge, aside from his father King Cold and his brother Cooler. Frieza had never suffered a loss. His subordinates could not be killed at will by others. Mr. Dodoria, that planet Fedaya, should be just a low-level planet, right? Frieza's calm voice carried an undercurrent of murderous intent. Dodoria immediately replied, yes, the Fidarians are just ants with combat power not exceeding 15. But such a planet, labeled as ants, had led to Mr. Shambwa's demise. Frieza murmured, could it really have been the ancient warriors of the Fidarians, as the legends say? Mr. Dodoria, immediately send a command to the Ginyu Force, instructing them to rush to Planet Vegeta at the fastest speed. I want to see what kind of power that so-called ancient warrior possesses. If there was one thing Frieza feared, it was the ancient legend of the so-called Super Saiyans that had been passed down from the Ice Clan since ancient times, and the recent rumors about the ancient warriors of the Fidarians. He dispatched the Ginyu Force to investigate, using them as bait to test the strength of that ancient warrior. Chapter 56 Departure at the same time that Frieza issued his orders, on a distant planet in the North Galaxy, in a cold and damp rainforest. Captain Ginyu had just received the command from Lord Frieza to immediately head to the southeastern planet, Fedaya. A white-haired alien tapped on the communicator and reported to Captain Ginyu beside him. Captain Ginyu chewed on some meat, spat out a piece of bone, and asked while chewing, Fedaya? That seems to be just a low-level planet. There's no need for us to take action ourselves. GIs, contact Frieza's headquarters and ask why Lord Frieza issued such orders. Yes, Captain. The white-haired alien named GIs responded and quickly got in touch with Frieza's headquarters, soon learning the reason. Captain, I found out the reason. It turns out that Shambo, who was close to Lord Frieza, was killed on Fedaya. Shambo, the one who was highly trusted by the Lord, that guy is dead? The tall alien Bart, known for his speed in the Ginyu Force, was surprised and showed a hint of glee. The Ginyu Force was Frieza's ace team, comparable to Kvila's robotic troops, and naturally looked down on Shambo, who always followed Lord Frieza around but had little combat power. Yes, in the eyes of the Ginyu Force members, Shambo was just a minor character with little fighting ability. It was especially memorable that in the original story's Namek saga, Vegeta, who successfully killed Shambo in his transformed state, suffered greatly at the hands of the lower-ranked Riku in the Ginyu Force and almost lost his life. This shows that the Ginyu Force could be called an ace team, and every member should not be underestimated. Interesting, Shambo actually died on a low-level planet. Perhaps we might encounter something interesting on that planet. Ginyu stroked his chin, stood up, and his stout purple body resembled a small mountain, exuding a heavy sense of pressure. The two black horns on his head reflected bright rays of light under the sunlight. The four eyes of Guldo, too large and too small, were still munching on food. Seeing that the captain seemed interested in Planet Fedaya, he put down his food and asked, So are we leaving now? It will take at least 2 months to get to Fedaya from here. I'm afraid we won't make it. GIs frowned. Who cares if we make it or not? It's a mission assigned by Lord Frieza. We just need to arrive. Bart said indifferently. After all, they as aliens had long lifespans and didn't mind spending a month or two. Most of their power was accumulated over time. As for avenging Shambo, they didn't care. Then let's go. We can't keep Lord Frieza waiting. The members of the Ginyu Force laughed heartily. Under Lord Frieza, as long as they could act freely, they didn't care about anything else. Southeast of the North Galaxy, Planet Fedaya, due to its short 7-day travel distance from the planet Longju, where Team Shaya was on a mission, Team Shaya was nominally also under Frieza. To prevent Frieza from dispatching troops from nearby planets to Planet Fedaya, Shaya ordered the Fedayans to complete all evacuation work within 7 days and then immediately launch their spaceship to leave Planet Fedaya. Time flowed like water, and the 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. The spaceship's debugging was completed as scheduled. At this moment, the underground base had gathered all 157,000 Fedayans from various parts of Planet Fedaya. This number was extremely limited only accounting for a tiny fraction of the original population of Fidayans. But it was all that remained. Looking at the drastically reduced population of his people, Dokura's heart bled, and his hatred for Frieza's army deepened a bit more. He glanced at the nearby Lord Shaya, straightened his expression, and respectfully said, "Lord Shaya, all surviving Fidayans have gathered here. We can leave planet Fidaya now." Dokura was very grateful to Lord Shaya for giving them 7 days to rescue his people. He knew that the time of a strong person was extremely precious, and Lord Shaya had wasted 7 days here for them, which was a great kindness. If it weren't for those 7 days, the number of survivors who could reach the underground base would have been even smaller. Well then, let's set off. Char Aznable waved his hand lightly, looking calmly at the massive silver spaceship before him. The ship, over 10,000 meters long, never failed to impress, no matter how many times one saw it. Yes, Dakla's expression was serious. With Char's command, the underground base erupted with urgent buzzing sounds, and red alarm lights began to spin, illuminating the area in a crimson glow. All the Fidayans reacted swiftly upon hearing the alarm, orderly entering the spaceship under the commander's arrangements. Buzzing, the green forest above the base trembled, likely the last remaining patch of green on Fida. As the continental plates were bombarded with high-energy attacks time and again, the stable crust had been completely deformed. Earthquakes, tsunamis, and volcanic eruptions occurred continuously, each more powerful than the last, turning the entire planet into a hell on Earth. Crack! The forest began to undulate. From a distant high altitude, the once flat forest began to bulge in the middle, then cracked open a gap. Along this gap, 2 rows of the Earth tilted upwards, slowly opening like a grand door. About 10 minutes later, a massive door over 20,000 meters long and over 10,000 meters wide swung open. The ground began to tremble, and the green forest finally succumbed to gravity, sliding apart to reveal the silver-white alloy structure of the doors. Immediately, a thunderous roar followed. The sound of engines igniting filled the air, and a huge, silver-gray spacecraft ascended slowly, accelerating rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, had left the atmosphere and entered outer space. Clatter! On the silver, small, celestial body, 2 mutually perpendicular space corridors began to twist and deform. The violent explosions at the junction caused the space corridors, representing the pinnacle of Fidayan technology, to break into several segments at that moment. Some of the broken sections fell into the atmosphere, some disappeared into the starry sky, and some floated aimlessly in orbit. It was as if they were witnessing the splendid civilization of the Fidayans slowly fading away. All right, Dakla, next you will find an uninhabited planet for resupply, and then give your all to study the gravity chamber. I hope to see your results soon. Yes, Lord Char, we will do our utmost. Dakla responded loudly, his body tense. The history of the Fidayan planet had become the past. Now, they would follow Lord Char for development. He believed that under Lord Char's leadership, their Fidayan civilization would surely rise again. Chapter 57. Return to the hollow star in the blink of an eye. The Fidayan civilization's spaceship had been traveling in space for a month. In the serene and deep cosmos, a giant silver-gray spaceship darted through the vast starry sky like a dragon. In the spaceship's control room, the Fidayans diligently searched for suitable planets to dock, their eyes fixed on the display screens. Soon, a light yellow planet appeared on the screen, and with a few operations, it was projected onto the large screen. Along with the planet's data, a light yellow rocky solid planet, 2 billion years old, 300 kilometers in diameter, with severe climate storms, unsuitable for long-term life. This was a relatively small, solid planet, and its atmospheric environment was bizarre and changeable. It seemed it could only serve as a temporary docking point. Dakla quickly calculated the energy requirements for the spaceship based on the data on the screen. This place is far from Fida, and the Frieza army won't find it here anytime soon. We will land the spaceship on that planet for resupply. The Fidayans were a highly advanced technological civilization. They could transform even the minimal life-supporting conditions through technology. Unfortunately, such technology couldn't be applied on their home planet, as Fida had already come under Frieza's gaze. After deciding to use this place as a base, you will continue the design of the gravity training room and get it done as soon as possible. The cabin door opened, and Char walked in wearing a brand new combat suit. This was the latest design from the Fidayans, elegant and noble in appearance. The pure white material hugging his body, able to change size with his movements, minimizing obstruction during combat. Lord Char, Dakla respectfully bowed, a hint of joy appearing on his blue-skinned face. The preliminary design of the gravity training room has been completed. Once the spaceship lands, we can organize the scientists for production. The preliminary design of the gravity chamber allows for a maximum adjustment of up to 500 times standard gravity. And we have also added functions to regulate temperature, pressure, and humidity. Char was very satisfied with the arrangements for Dakla and happily said, "All right, then I'll leave the gravity chamber matters to you. After the spaceship lands, I will temporarily leave. You all should be careful to hide your tracks. And if anything comes up, inform me through the communicator." Shaya estimated that Shakta and the others have been carrying out their mission on Longju Star for more than a month, and they should be close to completing it. He would also be returning to Vegeta Star with Shilling and the others. The reason he felt so at ease leaving was not only because he trusted the loyalty of the Frieza force, but more importantly, he had secretly installed spatial coordinates on the spaceship, ensuring that he could return without worry about a rebellion from the Frieza force after his departure. Of course, Shaya still trusted Dakla and the others. As long as the Frieza force worked diligently for him, Shaya would definitely provide them with a brilliant future. "Yes, Lord Shaya," Dakla responded loudly, his eyes shining with determination. Char nodded and then exited the main control room. Soon after, as a shadow that obscured the sky was cast down, a giant spaceship over 10 kilometers long landed on the ground. The violent tremors lasted for quite a while, compressing the soft soil and rocks flat, causing the earth to sink more than 10 meters. Immediately after, countless engineering robots flew out of the spaceship like a swarm of locusts, beginning the foundational construction on the nearby continent. Shaya stood on the lookout, observing the busy scene of the Fidarians and engineering robots, nodding in appreciation. After giving Dokura instructions for the next tasks, Shaya vanished before Dokura's astonished eyes. On the planet of the Cavern Stars, in a primitive jungle, upon returning to the mission planet, Shaya carefully sensed the auras of all members of Team Shaya and found that their combat abilities had improved to varying degrees over the past month. With a sudden teleportation, Shaya appeared beside Shilling. After more than a month apart, Shilling seemed to have matured quite a bit. She was lying on a hammock, snoring, with a beautiful, fair thigh hanging down from the hammock without any concealment. Perhaps sensing a strong aura approaching, Shilling immediately sprang up from the hammock, her eyes opening as a glimmer flashed in her gaze. "Shaya, you're back." Seeing that it was Shaya, Shilling exclaimed in delight and was about to leap over. But then she suddenly sensed the energy emanating from Shaya. Squinting her eyes, she asked in confusion, "How come your combat power has increased so much in just a month?" She remembered that Shaya's combat power was just over 14,500 a month ago, and it had surprisingly risen so much in such a short time. The sensitivity of aura perception is even more acute than that of energy detectors. Although Shaya had fully restrained his energy, a trace of energy inevitably leaked out, and this leaked energy was something he could not disguise. It was like a super expert with a combat power of 10 million. No matter how much he restrained his power, the external display of energy would at least show over 10,000 combat power, because that was something he could not hide. The higher the energy, the more energy would leak out. Of course, this does not mean that experts cannot hide all their auras. There are certainly experts who can completely conceal their presence. Like Beerus, the god of destruction, he can surely achieve that. But that is still not at the level Shaya can currently access. This is a long story. Shaya smiled as he approached Shilling. Although the battle with Shambo seemed to have favored him, and he even managed to defeat Shambo in the end, the dangers in between were not for outsiders to know. If it weren't for his spatial abilities allowing him to escape the battlefield at the edge of life and death, and at a critical moment, popping a Senza bean, who would live and who would die was still uncertain. Anyway, Shaya was very clear that he had been on the brink of death several times. However, the battle with Shambo also brought him great gains. Not only did he subdue the Fidarians, but his combat power also surged significantly. Conservatively estimating, his current combat power had already reached 18,000. After hearing Shaya's account, Shilling looked surprised, not expecting such exciting events to occur in just a month, and that Shaya's power had suddenly surpassed hers by so much. Feeling a bit unconvinced, Shilling pouted and said, "So, does this mean the Fidarians will soon finish building the gravity chamber?" "That's right. If all goes well, it shouldn't take long. Once we get the gravity chamber, I won't lose to you," Shilling said disdainfully. Now, among the Saiyans, only Shaya could provoke her competitive spirit. She didn't care about the others. "Then you better work hard," Shaya replied. "By the way, how's Shakta and the others' training going?" Speaking of serious matters, Shilling became serious. They have also improved to varying degrees this month. I had them slow down their task progress and secretly taught them some of the mysteries of energy. The strongest, Shakta, has already reached 300 combat power. Shaya nodded secretly. At just over 12 years old, he already possessed a combat power of 1,300. By the time he reached adulthood, he could easily surpass 3,000 combat power, making him outstanding among intermediate warriors. Chapter 58, Sedimentation. Next, Shaya chatted with Shilling about training. At this point, Shaya's combat power had already surpassed Shilling by a significant margin, and his perspective had broadened, leading to different insights. The training methods on Earth emphasized the simultaneous development of body and mind, incorporating some Taoist life philosophies, all of which require practical experience to comprehend. As the saying goes, a leaf obstructs the view of Mount Tai, and stuffing both ears with beans prevents one from hearing thunder. Different periods come with their own limitations, especially for the weak, who find it more challenging to grasp the essence of strong. At this time, having a strong individual present to teach can help avoid many detours. As night approached, Shaya summoned Shakta and the others. These young Saiyans had solidified their strength after a period of training, especially under Shilling's intentional and unintentional guidance. Notably, Shakta's south power was already close to that of an adult Raditz. When they saw their captain, who hadn't appeared for a month, Shakta, Atasia, and the others showed curious expressions. However, they didn't inquire about Shaya's whereabouts over the past month, as they assumed he had hidden himself to assess their abilities. I am very pleased with everyone's performance over the past month. Oh, even Bailit and Rida have reached a combat power of 1,000, Shaya joked, looking at everyone. Bailit's face immediately fell, and he complained, "Come on, Captain, even you are making fun of us." "Exactly," Rida chimed in. Char smiled faintly and looked at them seriously, saying, "I'm not trying to belittle you. You should know that your current combat power is something that even many low-level warriors may not achieve after reaching adulthood. You're still so young, and your future achievements are limitless. Does this mean we have a real chance to match high-level warriors in the future?" Seeing the captain praise himself, Rida and Bailit stroked their chins, looking as if it was only natural. Although they were at the bottom of Shaya's team, they were still not bad compared to other intermediate warriors. After encouraging his teammates a bit more, Shaya turned to Shakta and said, "The mission at Longju Star is almost complete. I don't plan to take on any missions for a while. After you return to Vegeta, you should also take some time to settle down. Constantly seeking battles can sometimes be counterproductive. Why? Saiyans become stronger through battle. Fighting is where the fun is," Bailit said with a puzzled expression, and even Atasia and G-Line looked a bit downcast. Not having any fights to engage in is just too boring. Shaya watched and couldn't help but smile. Indeed, Saiyans are a combative race. Even female Saiyans are just as aggressive. He then said, "Shilling should have taught you how to cultivate energy, right? I want you to master the energy within you in 1 year. I don't expect you to control it with precision, but you should at least be able to use it freely. However, do those things really matter? Isn't it a bit too focused on details?" Atasia asked with confusion. Things like breathing and rhythm during battle, are those trivial matters really useful in combat? Shouldn't fighting be about going all out? Having to control your breathing while fighting is just too torturous. Shaya shook his head. The foundation must be solidified before we can make better breakthroughs. However, just as Atasia wanted to say a few more words, she suddenly caught Shaya's glare and immediately suppressed the words that were on the tip of her tongue. Although Shaya was several years younger than her in age, Atasia felt a certain fear towards him deep down. She couldn't understand why she was afraid of him, probably because the captain's combat power far exceeded hers. In fact, it wasn't just Atasia. Even Bailit, Rida, and Jelen felt a faint sense of fear towards Shaya. Among them, only Shakta nodded seriously after listening. In his view, Shaya and Shilling's strength was not solely based on physical factors. Otherwise, with the talent Shaya and Shilling had displayed, they would have long reached the standards of advanced warriors. But in reality, they were not advanced warriors. Chi is a profound and complex subject that requires systematic learning. What Shilling taught them was merely a small part of Chi control methods. The deeper aspects were beyond their understanding. Shakta was filled with gratitude that Shaya and the others were willing to impart such advanced training methods to them. After mastering the new training methods, he felt that the future was bright, and surpassing those advanced warriors was not just a dream. "We will ensure we achieve the captain's goals." Atasia thought for a moment, stood at attention, and made a serious statement. "That's right. Who says that intermediate warriors can't surpass advanced warriors? When the time comes, those advanced warriors will be in for a surprise." Bailit and Rida were unwilling to be outdone, and even the usually quiet Jelen expressed her determination. Each of them was filled with ambition, as if there was a fire burning fiercely in their chests, eager to accomplish great things immediately. Shaya and Shilling exchanged glances and nodded in succession. By the time their achievements drew the attention of other Saiyans, it was probably not long before the destruction of Planet Vegeta, and Shaya wouldn't have to be so cautious anymore. After a silent night, the next day, as dawn broke, a thin mist enveloped the damp rainforest, and the wind brushed against their faces, quickly dampening their hair tips. After doing a final cleanup on the planet Delongju, Shaya and the others took off in their spacecraft. For a long time afterward, Shaya's team stopped executing missions, and the team members practiced on their own to solidify their existing powers. 2 months later, the spacecraft entered the space domain of Planet Vegeta. After departing from the spaceport and bidding farewell to his teammates, Shaya and Shilling returned to their home in the bustling area. It was just lunchtime, so under Adeli's scorching gaze, Shaya skillfully pulled out a large amount of food from Earth from the dimensional space. Seeing that the food in the dimensional space was dwindling, Shaya contemplated whether he should go back to Earth to stock up on some more. After a hearty meal, Shaya sat on the sofa in the hall, chatting with Adeli and Rebecca about his experiences over the past few months. Shilling found a comfortable spot next to Shaya and casually read a magazine. Upon learning that Shaya's battle power had reached 18,000, Adeli and Rebecca looked at him with surprise, their gazes becoming increasingly satisfied. Shaya then inquired about the situation regarding the evacuation of planets. This choice of evacuation planet was quite important, as it related to the survival of the Saiyan race. When this issue was mentioned, Adeli shook his head and said, "We have used all our connections to find a suitable planet for Saiyans to survive. But the results have not been ideal. Most planets are not suitable as evacuation planets for Saiyans. There are indeed many planets in the North Galaxy that can support life. So many that they are countless, because the territory of the North Galaxy is simply too vast. However, the number of planets suitable for the Saiyan race to survive decreases significantly, as Saiyans are a warrior race. For them, combat is essential, sometimes even more important than life itself. This means there must be a wide range of planets suitable for battle nearby. Moreover, and more importantly, they must not attract the attention of Frieza's forces or the Frost demons, making such planets very hard to find. With Adeli's connections, it would take time to locate one. Perhaps only by leaving the North Galaxy could they find a suitable planet for Saiyans to survive, Shaya thought to himself. With this in mind, he suddenly said, "By the way, I currently have a group of Fidayans skilled in technology under my command. With their expertise, they might be able to help us find a suitable planet for Saiyans to survive. I'll have them look into it." "That would be perfect." Adeli breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Having a civilization proficient in technology under Shaya was much easier than their search for planets. He continued, "In the past 6 months, we have secretly contacted a group of Saiyans, and currently, over 1,000 Saiyans have joined us." "Only over 1,000? Shaya frowned slightly, dissatisfied with this number. There were over 1 million Saiyans in total, yet only a little over 1,000 believed in them. Rebecca explained, "To avoid attracting the attention of King Vegeta, we narrowed the scope of our contacts. These people were all selected from our familiar circles." Shaya suddenly realized that, indeed, they had not even managed to evacuate the planet yet, and it was truly difficult to widely promote Frieza's evil intentions. Otherwise, they would easily face total annihilation. Most of the over 1,000 selected Saiyans were comrades that Adri and the others had previously interacted with and fought alongside. There was another detail. Recently, King Vegeta had been dispatching personnel more frequently, which was likely a signal that they needed to accelerate their search for a suitable planet. Adri did not know the exact timing of King Vegeta's rebellion, so he furrowed his brows, feeling that their time was running out. In contrast, Shaya was much less worried because he knew that Frieza would attack Planet Vegeta when Vegeta was about 5 years old. Calculating this, it meant that King Vegeta would not rebel in the short term, giving them another 2.5 years. In the following days, Shaya and Saiyan stayed at home to solidify their foundation, doing basic exercises every day. During this time, Adri's student, a boy named Mels, came to visit them 2 or 3 times. Of course, each time he came, he had a disdainful look towards Shaya and the others, his little face filled with arrogance. However, Shaya was impressed by Mel's exceptional talent. At just over 2.5 years old, his combat power had already reached 440, much higher than when Shaya had just come out of the training camp. No wonder this little brat looked down on him. And so the days passed, until one day, they received a message from the distant light yellow planet that the gravity training room had finally been completed. Upon receiving the news from the Fidarians, Shaya immediately used instant transmission to rush to the remote light yellow planet. After a few jumps, Shaya's figure appeared in the Fidarian's temporary base. Dakla, take me to see how the gravity training room is. The control room door opened, and Shaya hurriedly approached Dakla. Lord Shaya, Dakla was surprised that Shaya had arrived so soon after receiving the news. He was filled with awe at Shaya's mysterious ability to appear out of nowhere. When it came to the gravity room, Dakla's face was filled with pride, as it was the result of months of research by their Fidarian scientists. Lord Shaya, please follow me. Dakla respectfully bent down and led the way to where the gravity room was stationed. The two passed through a long, transparent corridor filled with scientific significance and soon arrived at a massive assembly workshop more than 100 meters high. Inside this giant workshop, 7 large hemispherical gravity training rooms were neatly arranged. These gravity rooms were large, exuding a dark golden metallic luster, and their height almost reached the roof of the assembly workshop. The 7 gravity rooms stood together like 7 majestic little mountains, giving off a sense of oppression. Dakla pointed to the 7 gravity rooms, his words filled with pride. These 7 gravity training rooms have a diameter of 100 meters and a height of 90 meters. According to your requirements, the maximum adjustable gravity inside these rooms is 500 times standard gravity. Additionally, they can adjust to 1,000 standard atmosphere pressures, with the temperature control within plus or minus 80 degrees. Furthermore, to facilitate training, the interior of the gravity rooms also includes separate washing spaces, dining areas, and living spaces, all occupying a small area. There are also 100 small robots specifically designed to assist in training, which can change speed and attack density according to the user's needs. You did very well. I'm very satisfied with these gravity rooms. Listening to Dakla's detailed introduction, Shaya looked at him appreciatively, his eyes growing brighter, wanting to experience it immediately. Thank you for the praise, Lord Shaya. Dakla bowed, looking somewhat flattered, his blue skin appearing slightly flushed with excitement. You may leave for now. I want to experience the effects of the gravity room. Yes, Dakla replied respectfully and exited the room. Shaya nodded slightly. After Dakla left, he took a few steps to the front of the gravity training room. Looking up, he found that these gravity training rooms were indeed quite large. Standing nearby, the imposing feeling was even more pronounced. In front of these massive gravity rooms, Shaya's figure looked as tiny as an ant, and the contrast was very obvious. Shaya pondered for a moment and approached a gravity chamber marked with a giant number 1. He saw 8 steel columns, more than 2 meters in diameter, extending down from 4 directions of the gravity chamber, anchoring the entire massive structure to the ground. Pressing the button at the entrance, a soft humming sound followed, and a vertical circular platform descended from the body. Shaya stood on the floating platform and entered the interior of the gravity training room. The interior space of the training room was extremely spacious, divided into 2 levels. The lower level was relatively small, mainly consisting of washing areas, dining areas, and living spaces. The upper level was the real training room, a vast space with a diameter of 100 meters and a height of over 80 meters, making it look like a giant arena. The ground was marked with shallow scratches like stone slabs, and both the floor and walls were made of a special alloy that could withstand extremely high energy impacts. Walking up to a control panel, Shaya began to adjust the parameters of the training room according to the numerical symbols on it. He first entered the value of 15 in the gravity section. The moment the number was confirmed, the training room suddenly hummed, and a tremendous downward pulling force acted on him. It really is 15 times the gravity. After sensing the effect for a moment, Shaya nodded slightly in affirmation. Now the gravity in the entire training room had reached 15 times the standard gravity, just like when he trained in weighted clothing on the Earth Temple. Next, Shaya adjusted the temperature, air pressure, and other parameters one by one. After experiencing it, he was very satisfied with the gravity training room's effects. In many ways, the gravity training room created by the Fidayans had exceeded his original requirements. Although it took several months to manufacture, it was all worth it. After leaving the gravity room, Shaya called for Dokra. Sir. Yes, Dokra. I am very satisfied with the gravity chamber created by your Fidayans. I called you here because I have another matter to instruct you. After generously complimenting them, Shaya began to speak with a serious expression. Please go ahead, Lord Shaya. Dokra straightened up, leaning forward in a listening posture. Currently, in the North Galaxy, Frieza's power is overwhelming, and with King Cold and Kvila supporting him, the situation is not very favorable for us. Therefore, I want you to use all means to find a habitable planet. Of course, it should be as far away from Frieza's influence as possible, Shaya said with a very serious expression. Now is not the time for a direct confrontation with Frieza. His strength is still far too lacking, and he can only temporarily avoid his edge. Lord Shaya, actually we Fidayans have a complete star map of the galaxy obtained from the Zypher people, and we might be able to find a suitable planet from it. Dodoria suddenly said, The Zypher people? Haven't they already been wiped out? Shaya asked in surprise. The Zypher people once lived on Vegeta with the Saiyans, but were exterminated by the Saiyans a long time ago. Chapter 60. A battle power of 120,000. This star map is several hundred years old. The Fidayans have not planned to leave their home planet, so this star map has been stored in the Central Intelligence Database. Dodoria explained, his mood becoming very low whenever he thought of his home planet. However, the trajectory of celestial bodies usually changes little, so this star map should still have reference value. After hearing the news, Shaya was somewhat surprised. Like a traveler who had wandered in the desert for several days, suddenly finding an oasis with no water or food, and immediately had the idea go to explore it. Dodoria, organize a team for selection right away, and inform me as soon as you have results. I will go for an on-site inspection. Yes. After giving Dodoria a few more instructions, Shaya left the temporary base of the Fidaya people, and of course, he was accompanied by the 7 large gravity training rooms. To transport these 7 pieces of equipment, Shaya exerted every bit of strength he had. In the end, he had no choice but to move them one by one, taking about an hour to transport these gravity rooms from the Fidaya base to the barren planet near Vegeta. At this time, night was gradually falling on Vegeta. Shaya asked Edri to gather all the members of the Edri team. Shaya, why did you call us here? As soon as he entered, the loudest among them, Pilati, shouted. Following him were Baluk, Alice, Liza, and others. Knowing that Shaya's thoughts were as mature as an adult's and no longer viewing him as a child, Baluk asked calmly, Shaya, did you call us here for something important? Char smiled lightly and greeted them one by one, then nodded and said, That's right, this matter is indeed quite important. I had the Fidayans create something before, and it's now completed. I'll take you to see it. I think you'll really like it after you see it. Is it the gravity chamber you mentioned before? Liza asked in confusion, but she guessed the answer immediately. Can that gravity chamber really enhance our combat power? Baluk frowned. The few of them, as high-level warriors, hadn't improved their combat power in many years. They had envied how quickly Adri and Rebecca's combat power had been rising recently. It definitely can. Char revealed a row of white teeth, his face beaming with a radiant smile. But you also need to be prepared. A sudden increase in combat power can attract unnecessary attention. That's fine, we just need to try it out to see if it really can increase our combat power. We can use it later after we leave Vegeta. Char nodded, then signaled everyone to hold hands and prepare for teleportation. The members of the Edri team had experienced teleportation several times, so they were naturally familiar with it and quickly formed a circle. In the next moment, the teleportation was activated. On the wasteland planet, yellow sand filled the air and the weather was strange and unpredictable. The climate on the wasteland planet was very similar to that of the temporary base on Fidaya, with both having extremely harsh conditions. But the weather on the wasteland planet was even more extreme, with lower temperatures. Looking up and shielding their foreheads with their hands, Edri and the others were somewhat surprised by the sight before them. They saw 7 towering buildings resembling mountains, their dark golden hues radiating a shimmering brilliance. 8 thick steel claws, like powerful giant arms, were deeply embedded in the soil, anchoring the 7 majestic structures to the ground, against the backdrop of the yellow sand. This scene appeared overwhelmingly imposing. Shaya, is this the gravity chamber you brought back? With surprise covering her mouth, Shieling ran to the front of the gravity chamber, her small hands touching the thick support columns, which were quite large, with diameters of at least 2 meters. Shaya looked at their surprised faces and then briefly mentioned the technical parameters of the gravity chambers. Shaya, talking about this is useless. It's better to let us experience it ourselves. All right. He opened the door of one gravity chamber, marked with the number 2. Adley and the others followed Shaya inside. The space inside was actually very spacious. Even several people could train simultaneously without any issues. Uncle Adley, I'll start with 15 times the gravity. As soon as he finished speaking, Shaya adjusted the parameters of the gravity chamber. Suddenly, a tremendous pulling force acted on them. Adley and the others' expressions changed slightly, but they didn't say anything. The 15 times gravity didn't pose much pressure for them, and soon they adapted. Baruch said in a deep voice, "Increase the gravity further." Char said nothing more and continued to increase the gravity. As the gravity gradually increased, The faces of Adlai and the others grew paler, and their bodies began to tremble slightly. It was now 25 times the normal gravity. Shaya knew that 25 times gravity was already the limit that Edri and the others could withstand, so he did not raise it any further. After all, aside from him and Shilling, even the strongest fighter present, Edri, had not broken through 10,000. After Shaya released the gravity, Baruch let out a long sigh, his entire body still trembling slightly. It really is a different experience. I feel that once I adapt to 25 times gravity, my combat power will definitely surpass 10,000. Edri looked astonished. It seems this gravity chamber is indeed a treasure that aids in training. Uncle Edri, you can train under 25 times gravity for now. Higher gravity can wait until we leave Vegeta. That's right. On Vegeta, Saiyans with a combat power of 10,000 are very rare, but they do exist. High-level warriors like Edri breaking through to 10,000 would only cause a stir, and it wouldn't make King Vegeta feel threatened. Shifting his gaze to the eager Shilling, he saw the little girl looking at him with an innocent expression. Shaya smiled and said, Shilling, just go ahead, but remember to take it step by step. Don't set the gravity too high all at once. Be careful not to affect your growth. Got it, Shilling replied with a roll of her eyes, then happily ran off to start her training. Next, we each trained, and the lower level of the training room had supplies that could sustain us for a while. Soon, everyone found their gravity chambers, and Shaya went to gravity chamber number 1, ready to start his formal training. In the original story, Son Goku adapted to 100 times gravity in just 6 days while heading to Namek, and his combat power suddenly broke through to 90,000. This was a crazy way to squeeze potential, and he almost lost his life several times during the process. Shaya wouldn't be as reckless as Goku. He had plenty of time, so he arranged a gradual training process for himself. He started with 35 times gravity, setting the air pressure to 10 times atmospheric pressure. He calculated in his mind, but when the powerful gravity truly took effect, Shaya realized he had underestimated it. His whole body creaked as if it were filled with lead, greatly limiting his ability to move. But he could still endure. With a determined look in his eyes, Shaya gritted his teeth and persevered. He began training with simple push-ups and running, gradually adapting to the 35 times gravity environment. Time passed quickly. Several months later, after Shaya had been in the gravity chamber for over a month, Edri and the others gradually adapted to 25 times gravity. They then activated the auxiliary training robots to begin sparring practice. Another 2 months passed, and after experiencing injuries and fighting again, their Saiyan potential was finally unlocked, and their combat power broke through 10,000. For them, who were already close to 10,000, this slight breakthrough was significant, especially considering their combat power had stagnated for a long time. It felt like a great door had been opened. After that, they stopped training and began to stabilize their existing combat power. If they continued training, it could likely raise suspicions with King Vegeta, which Edri and the others did not want to see. As time passed, after adapting to 35 times gravity, Shaya made some adjustments and, after resting for a few days, charged towards 40 times gravity. At the same time, auxiliary training robots joined the training process, starting from 1, then 5, then 10, gradually increasing. And soon the arena was bustling with all 100 auxiliary robots. A year later, in the barren plains, 7 towering civilized structures stood in a neat row. The dark golden shells had accumulated a thick layer of yellow sand from the wind and sun exposure. Inside one of the gravity chambers, the gravity was set to 120 times, and the air pressure was adjusted to 30 times. Due to the harsh environment, the entire room was a suffocating dark red color. In this exceptionally harsh environment, a black-haired boy was vigorously swinging his arms, diving, and moving laterally, continuously performing basic training, with beads of sweat pouring out like fine rain as his body moved violently. With a thud, the gravity engine shut down, and the room immediately returned to normal. Opening the door to the lower level, Shaya stepped out holding a wet towel. After enjoying a hot bath, all his fatigue was swept away in that moment. The effects of the gravity chamber were evident. After spending over a year adapting to 120 times gravity, although he did not reach Goku's insane speed, he had undergone a complete transformation. 120,000 combat power. Feeling the abundant strength flowing within him, a faint smile appeared on Shaya's lips. Chapter 61, 4 Planets. 120,000 combat power. This meant Shaya had reached the top of the cosmic power hierarchy, belonging to the very few who had the ability to dominate a region. But then Shaya reined in his smile. Now was not the time to be complacent. The situation before him remained quite severe. Frieza would likely launch an attack on the Saiyans in about a year, and there was not much time left. It seemed he needed to hurry and find a planet for evacuation. Thoughts flashed through his mind, and Shaya quickly shifted his focus to the galaxy map mentioned by the Saiyans, wondering how the selection was going. He would go ask about it shortly. Turning off all the power to the gravity training chamber, Shaya walked outside. The sky outside was a dull yellow and a cold, desolate wind swept the sand into the air, hitting the metal exterior of the gravity chamber with a tinkling sound, leaving faint marks of erosion on the dark golden shell. Due to long exposure to the harsh environment, the area below 1 meter of the gravity chamber had already been buried by yellow sand. After checking the conditions of several gravity chambers, Shaya found that only Shiling's chamber was still humming with a low engine sound. This girl is really diligent. Shaya chuckled lightly. It seemed Shiling wasn't planning to come out until she surpassed him. This wouldn't do. Shiling was still so young, right at the stage of growth and development. What if this affected her future development? Shaya doesn't want the adorable little Shiling to suffer from poor development in the future. Besides, cultivation is a gradual process. After many bursts of power, a period of accumulation is needed to ensure long-term stable progress. Take the Saiyans, for example. After each battle, their battle power may not increase significantly, but the foundation they build up is substantial. So when they're on the brink of death, this accumulated foundation can burst forth, allowing the Saiyans to make rapid progress after surviving. Conversely, if there hasn't been enough accumulation, even if one faces death multiple times, the recovery may not lead to much improvement. The reason is that while the mechanism for potential explosion is activated when facing death, one might find themselves in a predicament where there's nothing substantial to explode. In fact, the continuous chi refining practice on Earth follows a similar principle. The methods may differ, but they ultimately lead to the same goal. Shiling has been training in the gravity chamber for such a long time that her foundation is almost exhausted and needs some time to settle. Thus, Shaya opened the door to Shiling's gravity chamber and walked in. The upper training room was filled with a dark red hue, and the air was hot and stifling. In the center, a slender young girl was sweating profusely, struggling to perform various exercises, throwing punches, jumping, and diving. The special training outfit made of unique material had been torn into strips in the harsh environment, barely covering Shiling's body. When Shaya approached Shiling, an immense gravity was applied to him. 100 times the gravity. Shaya frowned slightly, thinking that Shiling really didn't know her limits. This clearly exceeded her physical capacity and could easily lead to injury. He then walked calmly to the control panel and gradually reduced the gravity engine until it was completely turned off. The entire room immediately returned to normal. Shiling glanced at him, her hair tips soaked with sweat, and collapsed directly onto the floor, gasping for air. Taking out a senza bean, Shaya fed it to her, looking displeased as he scolded. "Didn't I tell you to act according to your abilities? Look at you, you almost lost half your life. But I only have 90,000 battle power right now. If I don't do this, I'll never catch up to you," Shiling said, her bright eyes seriously fixed on him, showing a determined expression. Shaya was momentarily speechless. Knowing the other person's strong-willed personality, he reached out a hand and rubbed the top of her head vigorously until Shiling unhappily pushed his hand away. He then spoke gently, "From now on, you will share a gravity room with me. If I don't keep an eye on you, you might get into trouble again." Shiling's eyes flickered, and she seemed to think of something, her pretty face turning slightly red. She obediently lowered her head and replied. After that, Shaya instructed Shiling to take a shower first. Shiling hesitated for a while, looking around before heading to the bathroom. This girl actually knew how to be shy. She had been so carefree before. Shaya shook his head in disbelief, but soon remembered Shiling's slightly developed body, realizing that she had grown up and was no longer the little girl who could cling to him without a care. Not long after, Shiling came out wearing a bathrobe, her damp hair cascading down her back. Having just taken a shower, the mist from the bathroom added a touch of haziness to the young girl's delicate figure. After changing clothes, Shiling naturally leaned closer to him, and Shaya instinctively supported her shoulder, wrapping an arm around her waist, feeling the soft and delicate touch in his embrace. He then activated his teleportation ability and returned to his home on Planet Vegeta. After having lunch with the Adrai couple and discussing the recent situation on Planet Vegeta, Shaya used his spatial abilities to arrive at the base of the Saiyans. After more than a year, The results of Dodoria selection were finally out. In the main control room of the Fidaean spaceship, Lord Shaya, after more than a year of analysis and summarization by Fidaean scientists, a total of 4 planets meet the criteria for evacuation, Dodoria said, pointing to the galactic map displayed on a large screen. On the screen, a large map of the galaxy was projected, and 4 red dots stood out brightly on the enormous arms of the map, representing the results of over a year of research by Fidaean scientists. The 4 planets were Qingran star located in the western galaxy, Dodoria star in the southern galaxy, Hongshan star in the eastern galaxy, and Tadaya star, also in the eastern galaxy. Please introduce these planets, Shaya said seriously. Yes. Dodoria bowed and continued. First, Qingran star is a medium-sized planet located on the outskirts of the western galaxy, with 34 of its land area inhabited by a low-level civilization called the Shilu tribe, which is not very advanced. The star map on the screen changed to show a light blue planet, which was the Qingran star that Dodoria was introducing. Dodoria star is a giant planet located in the northern part of the southern galaxy, approximately 80 times the size of Planet Vegeta, and there are no obvious signs of civilization. It is still in a primitive state. Hongshan star is located in the northwest of the eastern galaxy, near the center of the galaxy, and it features a rare double-planet structure, orbiting together with a planet called Maishan star around a young central star. Tadaya star is a planet in the southern part of the eastern galaxy. Char Aznable listened attentively. The vastness of the planets in the universe was endless, like a sea of stars. Just the planets in the northern galaxy were countless, not to mention the entire Milky Way. These 4 planets were selected by the Fidaean people after more than a year of research, carefully considering various factors from the vast sea of stars. Truly a selection of the best among the best. Shaya was very satisfied with these 4 planets, and as a place for the Saiyans to evacuate, they couldn't be more suitable. Moreover, there were few other forces interfering in the surrounding star regions, making it the best place for the Saiyans to recuperate. Considering the travel distance, Shaya preferred the planets Dodoria in the southern galaxy and Hongshan in the eastern galaxy, as these 2 were the closest to the center of the Milky Way. Dodoria, please give a brief introduction about the situation on Hongshan. Shaya pondered for a moment and said, As you command. The large screen immediately changed, and a sky-blue planet appeared in the center of the screen, resembling the Selma star that Shaya had visited before, with equally beautiful and enchanting colors. On an orbit not far from Hongshan, another ice-blue planet appeared, which was Hongshan's companion star, Maishan. Dodoria introduced, Hongshan is a small sky-blue planet with a diameter of 768 kilometers. The ocean area accounts for about 67, and the remaining 33 include some polar glaciers. The area suitable for habitation only accounts for 21, making it a primitive ecological planet without civilization. Interestingly, although Hongshan is small in size, it has gravity far beyond what an ordinary planet should have, about 12 times the standard gravity. Therefore, despite its small size, it can pull the larger Maishan into orbit with it. By the way, Dodoria paused here. Although there are no traces of civilization on Hongshan, there is a human race called the Maishan people living on Maishan. They are about 1.7 meters tall when fully grown, with a lifespan of about 100 years. Overall, they belong to a low-level planet. This sounds a lot like Earth. Shaya glanced in surprise, thinking quietly in his heart. Speaking of which, all 4 planets are very suitable as evacuation points, with no large forces nearby. However, after listening to Dodoria's description, Shaya favored Hongshan even more. Not only because of Hongshan's geographical location, but more importantly, the structural composition of Hongshan. If Hongshan were chosen as a place for the Saiyans to evacuate, they would not only obtain a primitive ecological living planet, but also have a nearby planet of human civilization, which might be beneficial for the growth of the Saiyans. Chapter 62. Hongshan star. Although Shaya was very fond of Hongshan, a specific choice of which planet to select would still need to be determined through detailed exploration. After leaving the base of the Fidarians, Shaya directly teleported to Hongshan, located in the northwest corner of the eastern galaxy. Hongshan is situated in the northwest part of the eastern galaxy, very close to the center of the Milky Way, so he needed to jump several times along the way. Fortunately, Shaya's power had made tremendous progress, and his spatial abilities had also undergone a qualitative leap. Previously requiring 10 teleports, now only 2 to 3 were sufficient. After several jumps, Shaya's figure disappeared from the northern galaxy and appeared in the distant eastern galaxy star region, which was already under the jurisdiction of the East King. In the dark and deep black starry sky, young stars burned brightly, and on the habitable zones suitable for life, a small sky-blue planet continued its ancient and unchanging orbit. like a dazzling pearl shining with a bright glow. That was Hongshan. Not far away, another ice-blue planet, much larger in size, revolved around Hongshan. That was the other planet in the Hongshan double-star system, Maishan. Although larger in size, its mass was not as great as that of Hongshan, thus creating a peculiar scene in a universe where a large planet and a small planet rotated together, with the center point surprisingly near the side of the smaller planet, making the scene quite strange. Wrapped in the power of space, Shaya briefly lingered in the universe and then flew towards Hongshan. As he penetrated the clear blue atmosphere, an endless sky-blue ocean came into view. A gentle breeze rippled across the sea, creating delicate waves, while schools of fish in the ocean looked like brown silk ribbons. A giant sea beast leaped out of the water, opening its massive jaws with a splash, causing dozens of meters-high waves to rise, breaking the tranquility of the ocean. 12 times the gravity, slightly larger than Vegeta, Shaya compared. Floating steadily in the air, he took a breath of the air on Hongshan, which was moist and carried a fresh scent. Suddenly accelerating, a bright light flashed by like a startled swan, leaving a faint shadow in the air that quickly disappeared at the horizon. Ahead was land. Shaya looked at the silhouette appearing in front of him, feeling a bit joyful. He continued to advance into the mainland through the wide coastline, where the rolling mountains began to rise gradually, transitioning from hills to basins, and then from basins to plateaus, showcasing exquisite and varied beautiful scenery. In the dense forest, the pines and cypress were lush, and the towering mountains created layers of peaks. In the valleys and mountain paths, various wild animals traversed through the woods, hovering over a strange peak. Shaya saw an ecological scene before him and thought to himself, the climate and scenery of Hongshan are quite similar to Vegeta, with some slight modifications. It could be made suitable for the Saiyans to live. According to the system simulation of the Fidarians, the climate of Hongshan remained relatively constant throughout the year, a result of the combined effects of the planet's rotation, the double star's rotation, and its orbit around the sun, continuing to fly around the equator of the planet. Shaya became increasingly satisfied with this planet. Looking up at the sky, a bright blue celestial body hung there, and with a teleport, Shaya arrived at the nearby companion star, Maishan. On Maishan, Shaya saw a different landscape. The ice-blue hue was the main tone here, with various unseen tiny organisms dyeing the mountains and oceans a snow-like blue. And even the leaves in the continuous forests leaned towards an icy color. The ice-blue leaves emitted a shimmering luster under the sunlight, making it feel like being in a fairy tale world with an indescribable beauty. This scenery is truly enchanting. Shaya was a bit surprised at the sight before him. Not long after, he stepped into the human civilization area on Maishan and met the humans living there. These humans looked almost identical to Earthlings, but their eyes and hair were a vibrant green, with a gem-sized crystal growing between their eyebrows. From the gem, Shaya sensed a rich life force. They actually concentrate their life energy in the crystal. A bit surprised, Shaya did not expect that the humans of Maishan had developed such a unique civilization and way of life. It should be noted that having such concentrated characteristics of civilization makes it very easy to find weaknesses, much like the Saiyans' tales, which are both an advantage and a disadvantage. After a moment of reflection, he set these thoughts aside and arrived at the city where the Maishan people lived. It was a small town, not very large, with walls made of compacted earth and stone, forming a beautiful and quaint home. The architecture of the Maishan people was very primitive, featuring bamboo houses, wooden cabins, and unique small buildings, giving off an ancient feel, yet the tools used were filled with modern implications. The level of civilization was still in the electrical era, quite similar to Earth in his past life. Shaya looked at the familiar scene before him, feeling a deep sense of emotion, finding everything fresh and new. After staying in the double-star system of Hongshan for a while and getting a general understanding of the situation there, Shaya set off to explore the other 3 planets. He first went to Dodoria's, which is also located within the Easter Galaxy. This is a relatively primitive and desolate planet. Although it's quite old, it has not developed any large civilizations. The reason Dodoria's was listed as a candidate planet is that there are no major powers in the vast area surrounding it, aside from some lower and mid-level planets. However, after viewing the scenery of Red Mountain Star, Shaya's interest in Dodoria's waned. Over the next few days, he also visited Qingran Star and Dokala Star, but none of them particularly satisfied him. After careful consideration, Shaya ultimately chose to evacuate the Saiyans to Red Mountain Star in the Eastern Galaxy. That night, Shaya gathered Edri and the others and personally took them to Red Mountain Star. Edri and the others were quickly captivated by the scenery of the twin stars and felt very pleased with Shaya's choice of this planet. If it weren't for the slightly stronger gravity than Vegeta and the slightly more beautiful scenery, I would have thought I was on Vegeta. Rebecca exclaimed in surprise as she looked at the beautiful scenery before her, clearly satisfied with the pristine landscape of Red Mountain Star. Edri smiled and said, "The distribution of power here is also quite good. Aside from mid and lower level planets in the surrounding star regions, there aren't many high-level planets. What's rare is that there are no external powers intervening, making it the perfect place for the Saiyans to thrive. I think it's mainly because this place is close to the center of the galaxy. The headquarters of the Galactic Patrol is nearby, and combined with some mysterious and unknown rules, ordinary ambitious individuals will be deterred from coming here." Shaya explained with a smile. The center of the galaxy holds a very special position in the Milky Way, unlike the four major galaxies in the east, west, south, and north, which can have hundreds of star regions. The star domain of the galaxy center is quite small, but its status is extremely unique. The four major galaxies are each governed by the four kings of the regions, while that small area in the galaxy center is directly controlled by the Great King. The Great King has many powerful subordinates, and ordinary forces indeed do not have the courage to interfere, as they simply lack the strength. By the way, Uncle Edri, how many Saiyans have we contacted now? When it came to serious matters, Edri's expression turned serious, and his dark face showed some relief. Now more than 3,000 Saiyans are planning to follow us. Although most of them are low-level warriors with their addition, the Saiyan bloodline will not be cut off. With the existence of Hongshan Star, the Saiyans basically have a place for reinforcements, and Edri's mood has improved a lot. Shaya nodded. More than 3,000 Saiyans is not a small number. As for qualifications, there's no need to worry about that at all. We have more advanced training methods and equipment. The issue of qualifications is actually not so important anymore. At this point, Adelie and the others all laughed. Chapter 63. A girl grows up. Qualifications are a mysterious thing, and among the Saiyan race, they are clearly reflected in the differences in bloodlines. Higher-level warriors naturally possess better qualifications and have a greater chance of breaking through under the same training methods. This is the theory, but before using the gravity training chamber. Or rather, before being exposed to the training methods spread by Shaya, who would have thought that Adelie and the others could one day break through 10,000 battle power? Even if they had that ability, they wouldn't have expected to break through so early. From this perspective, even though this evacuation consists mostly of lower-level warriors, the actual strength they can display is by no means inferior to that of the original Saiyan race. The only shortcoming might be the future breakthroughs. After all, there are fewer high-level warriors, and it will be a long process to gradually select better bloodlines from among the many lower-level warriors. Indeed, we can't understand the Chi training theory that Shaya has, but its effects are obvious. If this training method can be popularized in layers, the Saiyans will definitely usher in a very glorious era. The usually taciturn Baluk nodded quietly, feeling somewhat excited. Ever since learning that Shaya and Shiling's battle powers had broken through to 120,000 and 90,000 respectively, Baluk was not only amazed, but also began to pay special attention to Chi training, secretly regarding it as the treasure for the rise of the Saiyans. Of course, such a miraculous training method cannot be popularized all at once. They need to be selective, and only suitable individuals can be taught. Watching Adelie and the others chat enthusiastically, Shaya and Shiling exchanged glances, sensing something different in each other's eyes. While the training of Chi can infinitely enhance the Saiyan foundation, no one can say to what extent it can truly improve. Shaya estimates that raising the general Saiyan level to the stage of 100,000 battle power is already the limit. Beyond that, it will depend on the individual's potential. However, if they can reach that level, it would already be an unprecedented opportunity for the Saiyans. 100,000 battle power is extremely rare among individuals in the universe, let alone an entire race. If the overall level of the Saiyans can reach 100,000 battle power, they can definitely be considered a peak race. As for Shaya's own goal, it certainly cannot be limited to just this level of battle power. What he wants is to break through to Super Saiyan as soon as possible. This cannot be achieved simply by training Chi. It also requires various opportunities and challenges. In the original story, both Son Goku and Vegeta became Super Saiyans after going through tremendous hardships. Of course, we cannot count Son Goten and Trunks, as they clearly inherited excellent genes and lack the struggle that comes with becoming a Super Saiyan. Shaya knows that breaking through to become a Super Saiyan is very difficult. but he is confident in himself. Since coming to the Dragon Ball world, Shaya has set a goal for himself that goes beyond simply staying at the level of a Super Saiyan. He aims to reach a higher level, like that of the god of destruction Beerus. Uncle Edry, I think after a period of transformation, Red Mountain Star will soon be suitable for Saiyans to live in. Should we move the first batch of people over? Shaya said seriously. Edry nodded. That's right. The relocation shouldn't be delayed. The situation on Planet Vegeta is becoming increasingly complicated, and I feel that King Vegeta is already restless and wants to start a rebellion. It's best for us to move people over as soon as possible. I'll contact them when we get back and arrange for them to move to Red Mountain Star in batches. Then Baruch, Rebecca, Alice, and others expressed their opinions, suggesting that they should start the evacuation work soon. All right, I'll arrange for the Fidarians to build living quarters as soon as possible to ensure that the Saiyans can live here safely. Shaya continued, by the way, I plan to have all the Saiyans live on Red Mountain Star in the future, while the Fidarians will move to the nearby Mysian Star. That's definitely fine. The conditions on Red Mountain Star are good, and it's the best choice, Edry agreed. One more thing, we Saiyans are a battle-loving race, but I hope everyone can restrain themselves a bit and not turn our new home into a chaotic mess. Shaya couldn't help but ring the alarm for them. At this point, both Edry and Baruch frowned. This is indeed a big problem. Given the Saiyan character, it would be hard for them not to stir things up. We can only try to restrain them as much as possible, they stated. Nodding slightly, Shaya knew that restraint was merely a temporary measure. Simply suppressing them wouldn't work. However, with no clear solution now, they could only proceed this way for the time being and think of other methods later. After that, everyone returned to Planet Vegeta. Shaya then went to the Fidarians to arrange for them to control the spaceship heading towards Red Mountain Star. However, with the technological level of the Fidarians, it would take at least over 2 years to cross from the northern galaxy to the eastern galaxy. This was too time-consuming. So for the preliminary construction on Red Mountain Star, Shaya had to use his instant transmission ability to bring a batch of Fidarian scientists and some equipment to Red Mountain Star first. When the Fidarian scientists witnessed Shaya bringing them to the distant Red Mountain Star in just a few teleports, their eyes were filled with admiration, as if they had already regarded Shaya as an all-powerful deity. Alo, you guys start by building a living area that can accommodate 3,000 people along the island continent, especially focusing on the food supply system. Shaya instructed a short Fidarian scientist. The Saiyans have a tremendous appetite, so preparations can't be delayed. This scientist, named Alo, is the assistant to Dokra. Since Dokra needs to manage the Fidarians, he could only send his assistant to Red Mountain Star. Yes, Lord Shaya. The short Fidarian Alo stood up straight, his voice loud, with his blue skin taut. Shaya was very pleased with his attitude. And then he saw hundreds of Fidarians driving huge machines to clear the way through mountains and build bridges over water, working energetically on the construction. In a short time, a flat and wide construction site was established, and then larger and more precise machines began to operate. Amidst the rumbling sounds, huge machines swung their thick steel arms to compact the foundation, causing the ground to tremble with each movement of these machines. These Fidarians truly are born scientists. Although they are short in stature and their individual strength is not high, they are very well suited for this mechanized operation. No wonder they were able to establish 2 magnificent space corridors on their home planet. A few hours later, as the sky gradually darkened, the outline of a small living area capable of accommodating over 3,000 people had already taken shape. Shaya inspected the area and found no issues, so he used instant transmission to leave Red Mountain Star. He entrusted the construction here to a Fidarian named Iluo, believing he could complete the task. Upon returning to Vegeta Star, he discovered that Edry and the others were not home. Only Shilling was alone in the training room doing some basic exercises. It seemed she had taken Shaya's words to heart and stopped insisting on using the gravity room for training. Dad and the others went out to contact the others. Shilling wiped the sweat from her face, her delicate features slightly flushed from exercise. Handing her a wet towel, Shaya said, Actually, you don't need to rush your training so much. It's good to relax a bit. Shilling squinted and smiled, but I don't want to fall too far behind you. Shaya smiled, pointed at her head with his finger, and then dragged Shilling to sit on the sofa. With both hands, he gently kneaded the joints of the girl's neck, saying, You little girl, don't be so tense. It's easy to hurt your body. Come, let me knead you a bit to relax your bones. The technique of relaxing the bones was the best choice for easing one's mood. In his previous life, Shaya was influenced by an old traditional Chinese medicine neighbor and had some skills in this area. Under Shaya's kneading, Shilling comfortably squinted her eyes. and the joints all around her made crisp popping sounds. Before long, Shilling had fallen into a deep sleep, feeling very comfortable. This little one is so competitive, he thought as he gently picked her up and walked toward the bathroom. The girl's soft body naturally sank into his arms. After removing her outer clothing, she was soon left in only a simple undergarment. Shaya took a towel, soaked it in clean water, and prepared to wipe her down. However, what he felt was the smooth, curvaceous beauty of Shilling's slender body. Little Shilling had already started to develop. Shaya was taken aback. His habitual thinking had always regarded Shilling as a child, so he didn't find it strange even when giving her a bath. But now he suddenly realized that she had already grown into a young girl. He was unsure whether to continue washing her. After all, it was a girl's body, and it didn't seem right for him to do this. Remembering the little one who had always followed him like a little shadow had unknowingly grown up. A different emotion surged in his heart. Whatever, it's not like he hadn't seen her body before. Shaya shook his head, picked up a wet towel, and continued to gently wipe the young girl's smooth skin. After finishing, he carried her to the bedroom, gently covered her with a sheet, and closed the door as he went out. Shaya did not notice that after he left the bedroom, Xiang's closed eyes suddenly opened, looking at the door as it closed. She let out a small sound and pulled the bedsheet over her fair, porcelain-like face, revealing only her star-like eyes, blinking. Chapter 64. The first batch of evacuation in the evening. As the sky darkened, the Adriel couple returned from outside, weary from their travels. Upon entering the house, they saw Shaya sitting in the living room, holding an e-reader and checking information about Planet Vegeta. Adriel approached with a faint smile and said, "Shaya, we have already contacted a group of Saiyans here. They are scheduled to gather in the desert 2,000 kilometers to the west in 2 days. How about you?" 2 days? Shaya put down the e-reader and thought for a moment, saying, "The Fidayans have already started building living quarters on Red Mountain Star. It should be completed in 2 days. Then we will start the first batch of evacuation in 2 days." Once Adriel heard that everything was fine on Shaya's side, his expression became a bit excited as he said, "The situation on Planet Vegeta is becoming increasingly unclear. The longer we stay, the more danger we face. I still think it's best to take decisive action and evacuate some Saiyans as soon as possible." Shaya nodded and said, "All right, then we'll start the evacuation in 2 days. I'll have Hongshan Star prepare." "Hey, where's Shilling? It's been a while since she came back, and she still hasn't come out," Rebecca asked. As usually that girl would have rushed out by now. She was doing her training earlier. Now she's tired and sleeping in the room, Shaya replied with a gentle smile. While picking up the water kettle and straightening a few cups that were upside down on the coffee table, then filling them one by one. "That girl doesn't know her limits. What if she hurts herself?" Rebecca frowned and said, "As a senior warrior, she understood that training needs to be balanced. Constantly pushing for quick improvement is like a compressed spring that can easily lose its rigidity and never regain its elasticity." To be honest, Rebecca was a bit worried about her daughter's obsessive dedication to training. After all, the child was still so young and in a critical period of growth and development. Excessive training is never good. On the other hand, Edri appreciated their daughter's fighting spirit, saying it was good that Shilling had such drive. Her rapid improvement is unmatched by many Saiyans. "Rebecca, you don't need to worry too much about it." Hearing this, Rebecca shot Edri a glare, as if questioning whether Shilling was truly his daughter. Afterward, Rebecca reminded Shaya a few more times to keep an eye on Shilling, and Shaya naturally agreed wholeheartedly. However, there was something a bit strange about this situation. Clearly, they were Shilling's parents. Why did they need him to manage her? It made it seem as if they were handing Shilling over to him, which was quite casual for parents. At night, the flames blazed on the stove in the kitchen, and a rich, enticing aroma wafted out. Rebecca prepared a feast, and since Saiyans have a huge appetite, every meal requires a large amount of ingredients, making this the busiest time for Rebecca. Whenever Saiyans launched large-scale operations, it posed a significant challenge for logistical support. Aside from the aliens, there is also a group among the Saiyans specifically responsible for handling meat, just like Goku's mother, Jine, in the original story, who was in charge of this task. "Shaya, the meal is ready. Go call Shilling over to eat," Rebecca said as she came out of the kitchen holding a large bowl of food, slamming it down on the table, and then spoke to Shaya. "Okay." Shaya responded with a sound and put down what he was doing as he walked towards Shilling's room. He knocked on the door, and upon entering her room, he saw Shilling lying on her side on the small bed, clutching the quilt with both hands. Her white underwear and her soft, pink thighs were exposed, and one foot was hooked under the blanket pressing down on the quilt. She looked like she was hugging a large pillow, and her lazy appearance was quite unrefined. Smiling, He walked to the side of Shiling's bed and gently patted her face to wake her up, saying, "Aunt Rebecca asked me to come and get you for dinner." "Oh, you go out first. I'll change my clothes." Shiling opened her eyes, stared at Shaya for a moment, and then suddenly wrapped herself in the quilt, calmly instructing him to leave. Seeing this, Shaya clicked his tongue and smiled, saying, "What are you hiding? Actually, I want to tell you that when I bathed you before, I already saw your body completely, so covering up now is useless." Shiling's movements paused for a moment. Then she rolled her eyes dramatically, but stopped wrapping herself in the blanket. She threw the entire blanket towards Shaya and shouted loudly, "I'm going to change clothes now. Get out quickly." "Ha ha." Shaya laughed as he tidied up the quilt and placed it neatly aside. "Shiling has grown up and doesn't cling to me like before. I'm heading out now, so hurry up and change your clothes." With that, he walked out of the room, closing the door behind him. At dinner, Shaya and the others were devouring the food on the table, while Shiling occasionally stared at Shaya in a daze and then buried her head to eat. Looking quite amusing, time flew by, and 2 days later, 2,000 kilometers west of Planet Vegeta, there was a desolate Gobi desert. Even in spring, the scorching sun beat down, giving a fiery sensation on the skin. It was now noon, and over 100 Saiyans had gathered in a hot oasis from all directions. Occasionally, a few black dots flew in from the horizon, and soon, more than 200 Saiyans would gather in the oasis. These Saiyans ranged from old to young, mostly organized by family units, with low-level warriors being the majority and only a few mid-level warriors. These individuals were carefully selected members of Edri's team, with combat power generally between 2,000 and 3,000, which was quite ordinary among the 1 million Saiyans on Planet Vegeta. Their absence wouldn't cause much of a stir. Edri counted the number of people, and, seeing that the agreed personnel had all arrived, stepped forward and clapped his hands. The scene immediately fell silent, and everyone quietly awaited Edri's orders. Under the shade of the trees, Shaya observed this scene and thought to himself that Edri held significant prestige among these people. This was not a bad thing. At least it meant there was someone to keep these Saiyans in check, saving the trouble of having to suppress these unruly individuals. The first group is all here. I believe everyone knows what we are about to face. Our departure this time is not an escape, but a means to preserve the Saiyan bloodline. One day, we will return stronger. Edri encouraged everyone with a few words and then turned to Shaya, saying, "How many can you take at once? Should we split up and come back a few times?" "No need. I can teleport over 100 people at once." "I'll take everyone to the first jumping star first," Shaya replied, walking over with a serious expression on his face. Nodding lightly, Edri knew Shaya was always measured in his actions, so he didn't say much more. He then addressed all the Saiyans present. "In a moment, Shaya will activate his teleportation ability, so please hold hands and form a circle." "Ah, we need to form a circle?" The Saiyans were skeptical, but since they had come this far, they certainly trusted Edri. Under his guidance, they began to move. Soon, over 200 people formed 2 large circles, which at first glance looked a bit like children playing a game, creating a rather comical scene. Shaya nodded and walked up to a group of people. Then, amid everyone's astonished gazes, a ghostly blue light shone in his pupils. Suddenly, dust flew up, and 100 or so people in the circle vanished without a trace. Oh no, they disappeared. That child's superpower could actually make so many people disappear. The scene became somewhat chaotic as the remaining 100 Saiyans looked at each other in confusion, and murmurs erupted among the crowd. Chapter 65. Arrival in the Saiyan branch. Edri smiled as he observed everything in front of him, his dark cheeks appearing somewhat flushed. From now on, their branch of Saiyans would embark on a vast journey, perhaps becoming the only Saiyan group in the future. A few minutes later, a flash of light appeared, and Shaya reappeared before everyone. Since the first jumping star was only a 12-day journey from Planet Vegeta, he could quickly make a round trip using instant transmission. "I have sent those people to the first jumping planet. Now I will take you there." With the earlier scene in mind, the remaining Saiyans felt a sense of anticipation. At Shaya's command, they quickly formed a large circle again. In fact, some of the smarter ones among them had already begun to sense Shaya's uniqueness. Although he still looked like a child, the ability to wield such a miraculous superpower could not belong to an ordinary kid. Could it? The way these Saiyans looked at Shaya was filled with not only amazement, but also a burning desire. How wonderful it would be if they could have such magical powers too. Shaya observed their gazes and simply smiled faintly. He knew that to make these Saiyans truly obey his commands, there was still a long way to go. Haste makes waste. He did not possess the innate kingly aura, so who would bow down to him upon seeing him? In reality, that was simply impossible. The rebellious nature of the Saiyans was a mark imprinted in their blood as a warrior race. Although they appeared fearless, deep down, Saiyans revered the strong. As long as one demonstrated sufficient power, they need not worry about disobedience. And power was precisely what Shaya was most confident in. Following suit, Shaya used instant transmission to relocate all the remaining Saiyans off Planet Vegeta. A few hours later, the first batch of evacuated Saiyans successfully arrived at Red Mountain Star in the East Galaxy. Continuously using instant transmission, even with Shaya's abundant energy, he was exhausted. Originally, using the Frieza spaceship for transport would have been the most efficient method, but the distance was too great. The spaceship would take over 2 years to arrive. It seems he would have to consider other ways to transport people to Red Mountain Star in the future. After this instant transmission, Shaya pondered quietly. Upon their arrival, the Saiyans hadn't had time to celebrate when the 12 times gravity of Red Mountain Star overwhelmed them without any mental preparation. Fortunately, Saiyans were naturally adapted to 10 times gravity, and each one was quite strong, so although they felt a bit uncomfortable under 12 times gravity, they managed to endure and soon adapted. However, some of the weaker Saiyans were breathing heavily, indicating that they would need some time to acclimate. When everyone arrived at the living area, the scenery before them left them somewhat astonished. Not far ahead, an ecosystem capable of supporting 3,000 people had been completed. From a distance, it appeared to be a miniature city nestled among the mountains, and surrounding it, countless construction teams were vigorously expanding the city outward. Within the city, large, hemispherical buildings stood uniformly, each a standard 4-story structure. The living area included training zones, living quarters, and leisure areas, greatly meeting the various needs of the Saiyans. Here, Shaya couldn't help but admire the high technology of the Friezans. A small city had risen from the ground in just a few days, and the efficiency was truly astonishing, almost unbelievable. Shaya used the communicator to summon Arrow, asking him to introduce the situation of the living area to the Saiyans. This Red Mountain Star will be our new home, and I hope everyone can protect it well. After Arrow finished his introduction and stepped down, Adri stood up and solemnly warned everyone that he was the only high-level warrior present. Among these Saiyans, Adri had the highest combat power, was also the most authoritative person. Mr. Adri, rest assured, we will definitely protect our new home. Yes, we can't let it end up like Planet Vegeta. Adri glanced at everyone and then said seriously, now that you are here, I can tell you that in the future, the Saiyans of Red Mountain Star will sever ties with those of Planet Vegeta, and your new leader will be Shaya, who is standing beside me. Seeing everyone discussing among themselves, Adri cleared his throat to draw all eyes to him. Of course, some may question why I chose Shaya as your leader. Is it simply because he possesses the instant transmission ability? While that is one factor, more importantly, it is Shaya's combat power. I believe he has the ability to lead us. Adri scanned everyone before releasing all the pressure he had built up. Instantly, an overwhelming force enveloped everyone, causing those Saiyans with only 2,000 or 3,000 combat power to turn pale. What a powerful sense of oppression. This force is not much weaker than that of a peak warrior like King Vegeta. They couldn't believe how strong Mr. Adri had become. Since all energy detectors had been destroyed early on, these Saiyans could only estimate Adri's combat power based on the oppressive feeling. I can tell you that my current combat power is 11,600. Moreover, all members of Team Adri have combat powers above 10,000. Adri retracted his aura, but his statement was like a huge rock thrown into a calm lake, instantly causing the Saiyans present to erupt in excitement. My goodness, does that mean the Saiyans of Red Mountain Star will have 6 warriors with combat powers exceeding 10,000? Planet Vegeta only had about 20 after so many years. Since Mr. Adri is so strong, why does he want his nephew to be the leader? Some Saiyans raised doubts, instinctively denying the possibility that Shaya's combat power could surpass Adri's, as it seemed too unbelievable. Shaya's superpower could be considered a rare talent, as there are quite a few people in the universe who awaken superpowers despite being from ordinary backgrounds. They merely viewed Shaya as a lucky individual who had awakened a superpower, without considering his combat strength. However, what Adri said next hit them like a bolt from the blue. I made Shaya our leader not because he is my nephew. To be honest, while I consider my combat strength acceptable, it pales in comparison to my children. At this point, Adri displayed a radiant smile and proudly stated, a flickering candle cannot compete with the sun and moon. Since we Saiyans value strength, the leader should naturally be the strongest among us. and Shaya's combat power has already reached 120,000, making him the most powerful among the Saiyans. What? 120,000 combat power? You can't be serious. How can someone have such high combat power? Everyone felt a shockwave in their hearts, all wide-eyed and doubting whether they had misheard. If Edri's earlier statement had merely stirred the waters, this moment was like igniting a massive bomb, flattening the entire lake. They heard correctly. Shaya possessed 120,000 combat power. As Edri spoke, he gave Shaya a knowing glance, and Shaya understood he was trying to build him up to solidify his position as the Saiyan leader. In fact, Shaya did not want to be the center of attention like this, but to subdue these unruly Saiyans. The simplest and most straightforward method was to crush them with combat power. So, Shaya nodded and stepped forward without hesitation. The terrifying aura spread like a tidal wave. The sky seemed to freeze at that moment, and the scattered leaves were torn to shreds by the overwhelming pressure. Accompanied by a buzzing sound, Shaya's entire body radiated a deep, crystalline light, and his hair slightly lifted in the wave of energy. At that moment, the gravity of Red Mountain Star seemed to vanish, and debris and dust floated off the ground, while the earth suddenly cracked open with countless fissures. Everyone's faces turned pale, their bodies trembling under the immense pressure. Yet their eyes burned with intensity. Chapter 66. Dragon Ball time flew by quickly, and 2 months had passed in the blink of an eye. In the North Galaxy, on Earth, the weather was clear, the sun was shining, and the dawn light illuminated the land, showcasing a beautiful and vibrant scene. Everything looked so wonderful. In a continuous range of steep mountains in the northern hemisphere, a figure suddenly darted through the forest. The figure moved swiftly, sometimes appearing and sometimes vanishing, at times clearly in front of him, but in the blink of an eye, reappearing on another mountain peak 100 meters away. The Bowsy Mountain should be nearby. Shaya raised his head to look at the towering peaks ahead, feeling serene in his heart. Here, the mountains stood tall, the environment was tranquil, and the rugged ranges were densely distributed, with only a narrow mountain path leading deep into the mountains. Due to its remote location, few people traveled here, and gradually it became a paradise for wild animals. 3 years later, Shaya returned to Earth just as Planet Vegeta was about to be destroyed, of course, with his own purpose. For the past 2 months, Shaya had tirelessly shuttled between Planet Vegeta and Red Mountain Star, finally relocating over 3,000 Saiyans to Red Mountain Star, allowing the Saiyan lineage on Red Mountain Star to take shape. However, at this time, the Saiyan group on Red Mountain Star mainly consisted of low-level warriors, with only a few high-level warriors like Edri, making them seem quite shabby compared to the Saiyans on Planet Vegeta. Although this wouldn't affect the future development of the Saiyans on Red Mountain Star, the scarcity of high-level warriors indicated a thin foundation, and enhancing the Saiyan bloodline would require more time. The simplest way to enhance the Saiyan bloodline was to directly transfer high-level warriors from Planet Vegeta. However, the issue was that there were not many high-level warriors on Planet Vegeta. Each one was an important resource for the Saiyans, and their sudden disappearance could easily attract King Vegeta's attention. While Shaya could disregard King Vegeta's attitude, he had to consider the measures Frieza might take if he found out. It's better to be cautious. Shaya thought about it and focused on the Dragon Balls on Earth. Undoubtedly, using the Dragon Balls to wish for a portion of the Saiyans to be relocated to Red Mountain Star was a very good idea. Of course, Shaya would not transfer too many Saiyans over. Each slot would be carefully considered. At this time, ensuring internal stability among the Saiyans was extremely important, as a stable environment would allow them to recuperate and return to their peak state. However, there was another problem. The current era was somewhat early, and the main story of the Dragon Balls had not yet begun. Bulma had not grown up, and the Dragon Radar naturally did not exist. Therefore, before collecting the 7 Dragon Balls, Shaya had to prepare the Dragon Radar first. He needed to obtain a Dragon Ball, and then have the Frieza Force measure the wavelength emitted by this Dragon Ball. With the technological level of the Frieza Force, they should be able to manufacture the Dragon Radar quickly. In the original work, there are only 2 Dragon Balls with known locations. One is the 4-star ball that Son Gohan picked up from the valley, and the other is the 2-star ball in Bulma's family warehouse, located in a primitive forest near Bowsy Mountain. Shaya's figure swiftly moved through the underbrush, then stood on a bare rock, looking around and calming his mind to sense the surrounding atmosphere. At that moment, rustling sounds came from not far away where some jackals, tigers, and leopards were hidden in the jungle, glaring at Shaya with fierce eyes. Roar! A deep beast's roar echoed through the forest, startling a flock of dark birds. Seeking death, Char's gaze sharpened, and an overwhelming aura instantly spread out like a dragon emerging from the sea, a wave of energy being casually released. Following that, a thunderous roar erupted, and the forest was crushed in patches, while wolves and beasts emitted low growls, timidly fleeing. After chasing away a few small cats, Char chuckled lightly and continued towards the mountain. Soon after, he emerged from the forest and reached a slightly flat hillside, where he saw a winding stone path stretching upward along the slope. At the foot of Baozi Mountain, a small square house made of bricks and blue stones stood in the shade of trees not far away, exuding an eastern charm. Haha, I've finally found it. The aura is not far away, coming this way. It will be better to wait here for a moment. Shaya finally smiled as he looked at the tranquil and elegant surroundings, unable to help but exclaim, Son Gohan really knows how to choose. He lives in such a leisurely place. Bao Mountain is located in a remote area, with beautiful and serene surroundings, and the air is filled with a refreshing fragrance. As the eldest disciple of the martial arts master, Master Roshi, Son Gohan is also an outstanding martial artist. So it's natural for him to choose a place suitable for cultivating oneself. Hey, young man, what brings you to such a remote place all by yourself? An elderly voice called out from behind. An old man appeared, carrying a load of firewood down the mountain. He was dressed in traditional Chinese clothing, with a rosy complexion, wearing a hat, and his white beard made him look like an otherworldly immortal. I came here to look for something called Dragon Ball. It's an orange crystal ball embedded with red stars. I wonder if you have seen it, sir? A crystal ball with stars? Son Gohan touched his forehead and pulled out a crystal ball from his pocket. Is this the one? The crystal ball had 4 golden red stars embedded in it, the 4-star Dragon Ball. Yes, this is exactly the Dragon Ball I was looking for. I wonder if you could lend it to me? I promise to return it once I'm done using it, Shaya said sincerely, gazing at the 4-star Dragon Ball in Son Gohan's hand. So this thing is called Dragon Ball. I found it in a valley a few years ago. If you want it, I'll give it to you, Son Gohan said, handing over the 4-star ball. Thank you so much. Shaya's attitude became very enthusiastic as he readily accepted the Dragon Ball. Although the Dragon Balls on Earth are created by the gods, the patent belongs to the Dragon God Salam, as they utilize the principle of refraction, allowing the red stars inside to be seen from any angle. It's nothing. Since you came to find it, you must need it, Son Gohan said with a smile, completely unconcerned about the Dragon Ball. Son Gohan's attitude made Shaya feel respect. This is the spirit of a true martial artist. After obtaining the 4-star ball, Shaya no longer disturbed Son Gohan's meditation and quickly left Bao Mountain, using instant transmission to arrive at the bustling city of West Capital at the foot of the mountain. At this time, there were still more than 10 years until the story began, but West Capital, as one of the top super cities on Earth, was already very prosperous. Speaking of West Capital, the most famous company is undoubtedly the Capsule Corporation, which has risen rapidly in recent years. Founded by Dr. Briefs, this company has swept the world with its magical capsules in just a few years. In West Capital, almost everyone knows the name of Capsule Corporation and Dr. Briefs. After casually asking a passerby, Shaya found Bulma's home. Skipping past the guards of the luxurious villa, Shaya leaped into an old warehouse. After searching in the warehouse, a shiny orange crystal ball came into view. Counting the stars on it, there were 2 stars. This is a 2-star Dragon Ball. He took out the 4-star ball from his pocket and placed it next to the 2-star ball. The 2 Dragon Balls seemed to be mysteriously attracted by some kind of power, starting to hum and shine with a golden light. After successfully obtaining the 2nd Dragon Ball, a joyful smile spread across Shaya's face, and with a flash of instant transmission, he left Earth, on the spaceship of the Fidaean people. The ship was traveling at high speed through the universe, gradually approaching Red Mountain Star. A burst of colorful light made the void suddenly blur. Shaya stepped out of the void, appearing on the spaceship. Thanks to the spatial mark he had left early on the ship, even at high speeds, Shaya could accurately find his position in the universe. Lord Shaya, in the main control hall, Dokra was directing the technicians to handle various parameters when he suddenly spotted Shaya and immediately stepped forward to greet him. Chapter 67. Searching for the Dragon Ball, Shaya nodded at Dokra and handed over 2 Dragon Balls. Here are 2 Dragon Balls. You need to arrange for someone to study them immediately. I hope you can manufacture the Dragon Ball radar as soon as possible. Although the original work did not mention how long it took Bulma to create the Dragon Ball radar, Shaya believed that with the extraordinary wisdom of the Fidaean people, it shouldn't be too difficult to create the radar. Yes, I will arrange for a team to conduct the research right away. Dokra, with a serious expression, took the Dragon Balls from Shaya's hands. As soon as the two Dragon Balls touched, they began to hum and flicker. Dokra had never seen such a magical object, and curiosity flashed in his eyes. He quickly summoned the best scientists on the ship to study the Dragon Balls together. Although Dokra did not know what these two Dragon Balls were, seeing Shaya's great concern for them made him realize the importance of the matter. Therefore, Dokra took this research very seriously and decided to personally oversee it. After all, the Fidaean people were now under Shaya's protection, and they needed to play their part at critical moments to demonstrate their value. After obtaining the Dragon Balls, he immediately gathered the scientists to conduct round-the-clock research, hoping to submit an answer that would satisfy Shaya as soon as possible. The Fidaean people, known for their technological prowess as a cosmic civilization, proposed a series of research directions regarding the various characteristics of the Dragon Balls within just a few days. After discussions, they decided to start researching from the aspects of wavelength and optics. This research direction was very close to Bulma's approach in inventing the Dragon Ball radar. As the Fidaean people worked tirelessly day and night, 15 days passed by. During this time, Shaya came to inspect the progress of the Dragon Ball radar's manufacture. Seeing the Fidaean scientists working so hard that they seemed to forget to eat and sleep, he quietly left. Finally, on the 22nd day, good news arrived. The Fidaeans' Dragon Ball radar was successfully developed. Upon hearing the news, Shaya immediately teleported to Dokra's research room. However, when he saw the state of Dokra and the others, he was taken aback. A group of Fidaean scientists looked disheveled, emaciated, and with bloodshot eyes sunk deep in their sockets, clearly exhausted from their efforts. Lord Shaya, this is the Dragon Ball radar you need. Dokra's tone was excited as he held out the freshly completed Dragon Ball radar, the color of his cheeks deepening with enthusiasm. Shaya nodded, took the Dragon Ball radar, and examined it. It was a detector the size of a bowl, and the Saiyan display screen showed a grid of light green squares marked with fence-like lines, each square representing an area. Notably, the detection map displayed on the screen was not a flat surface, but a three-dimensional spherical projection. As he moved his finger across it, the spherical simulation above the display began to rotate like a globe. At the top of the central axis of the Dragon Ball radar, there were two buttons to adjust the size of the detection area. During our research on the Dragon Balls, we discovered that when they were placed together, they emitted a segment of special coded electromagnetic waves. By capturing these electromagnetic waves, we created this Dragon Ball radar. However, considering that the distribution of Dragon Balls might span the entire planet, we designed the radar display to project a planetary model, displaying the detection results on a three-dimensional spherical simulation, and allowing the simulation to change direction with a finger swipe was a very user-friendly design. Pressing the switch on the Dragon Ball radar, the spherical simulation immediately lit up with a sparkling glow. As the map continuously zoomed in, the spherical pattern increasingly resembled a flat surface, and finally, two shining points appeared at the central origin in the void. These were the two Dragon Balls in Shaya's hand. Although it was in the universe, this Dragon Ball radar still defaulted the environment to a planet, which was a minor flaw, but it was not significant. With this detection radar, the speed of collecting Dragon Balls could be increased by hundreds or thousands of times. Shaya pondered silently. He was very satisfied with the performance of the Fidaean people, so he generously praised Dokra. You've done very well. As a civilization skilled in technology, being able to create the Dragon Ball radar in such a short time is impressive. I'm very satisfied. After receiving Shaya's praise, Dokra and the other Fidaean people felt like they had just eaten a chilled watermelon on a hot summer day, all their pores relaxing at once, feeling that the hard work of the past few days had not been in vain. My Lord Shaya, you are too kind. It is our honor to serve you. Don't worry, I will remember your contributions. With that, Shaya smiled at the Fidaean scientists, nodded at them, and then disappeared from the spaceship using instant transmission. Earth. Shaya's figure appeared in a vast plain filled with bizarre rock formations. Pillar-like rocks rose from the ground, forming small hills, while the central rocks gradually weathered in the wind and frost, creating hollow, unique shapes. After arriving on Earth, Shaya eagerly took out the Dragon Ball radar, pressed the button, and immediately heard a series of beeping sounds as 7 shining dots appeared on the spherical simulator of the radar. At the origin point, representing the radar itself, 2 bright dots clustered together. There was a Dragon Ball 500 kilometers to the east. Glancing at the dots displayed on the radar, Shaya soared into the sky, turned around, and quickly disappeared into the horizon. It was a plateau suffering from severe soil erosion, where the harsh conditions left almost no vegetation, making it unsuitable for large numbers of living beings to survive. However, some life forms managed to endure in this environment. Roar! With an angry roar, Shaya saw a gray dinosaur chasing after a wild dog, its massive body pounding the ground like a small mountain, causing the earth to tremble in waves. It was truly a scene filled with untamed primal wildness. Glancing at the dinosaur, Shaya lost interest and walked away in another direction. His priority was to find the Dragon Balls, and unless he got hungry, he had no interest in the dinosaur. Whoosh! Shaya's figure flickered, and he had already appeared hundreds of meters ahead, quickly arriving at a thicket. It should be nearby. Shaya surveyed the surrounding environment, searching for places where the Dragon Ball might be hidden. However, after searching for a long time without finding any trace of the Dragon Ball, a wind blade cut through the air, and Shaya sliced through the dead bushes, delving deeper into the thicket. After clearing away nearly half of the bushes, Shaya finally saw a glimmer among a cluster of bushes. Found it. With a leap, he landed among the bushes, where an orange-red Dragon Ball was wedged between the branches, reflecting the sunlight. As he pried the branches apart and took the Dragon Ball in his hand, Shaya looked closely and realized it was a one-star Dragon Ball. The mission was going smoothly. This was the third Dragon Ball. Shaya happily stored the Dragon Balls in the dimensional space and took out the Dragon Radar to search for the next Dragon Ball. Beep beep. The radar displayed signals for 4 other Dragon Balls. The nearest one was over 1,000 kilometers away, but Shaya used his instant transmission ability and arrived in the blink of an eye. It was a quiet mountain village. Caw! Crows called out from the branches and flew past. The small village was surrounded by mountains, and due to the lower terrain, a thin mist lingered in the areas not fully illuminated by sunlight. A gentle breeze brushed against his cheek, bringing a hint of coolness that quickly dampened the tips of his hair. The search for the 4th Dragon Ball went very smoothly. Shaya found a 6-star Dragon Ball in a bird's nest. When he placed the 4 Dragon Balls together, they shimmered with golden light, flashing at a certain frequency, resembling stars in a clear night sky, which was quite beautiful. All right, it seems one of the Dragon Balls is with Master Roshi. Shaya slapped his forehead, suddenly realizing, in the original story, when Bulma and son Wukong first searched for the Dragon Balls, they traded with Master Roshi to obtain a 3-star Dragon Ball. Since so much time had passed, he had actually forgotten this detail. Shaya took out the Dragon Ball radar and checked it. He might need to make a trip to Kame House to retrieve the Dragon Ball from Master Roshi's neck. I recommend my other 2 books. The first one is a completed book titled Metamorphosis, The Cycle of Reincarnation. This is a very thought-provoking sci-fi novel involving time machines, world lines, and other concepts. In the later stages, it involves time travel and requires some brain power. Synopsis: the protagonist, Su Yuan, suddenly transforms into a girl overnight and reluctantly integrates into life with her new identity. However, just as life settles down, a bigger wave is stirred. Su Yuan and her companions accidentally discover a special signal from the emerald gem she wears, which leads them to decipher time-space theory. Just when they're ready to produce a world-line detector and begin researching time machines, an unexpected incident occurs. At a critical moment, Su Yuan suddenly finds she has the ability to briefly reverse time. To save those around her, she repeatedly uses her ability to turn back time, jumping across various world lines. But the stubbornness of history always disappoints. Until Su Yuan returns home and is shocked to discover that there is actually a time machine in her basement. This book has a well-structured narrative, focusing on plot details. The first several 100,000 words mainly set up the story, the middle progresses into the main storyline, and the later part wraps it up, maintaining a coherent thread throughout. Note: Metamorphosis. The Cycle of Reincarnation has just been released from the Black Room, and to avoid going back, I have modified about 100 chapters, shortening the total length by 30 to 40,000 words. So it's best to read it on the starting point. The second book is currently being updated, titled Super Starry Sky Civilization. This is a hard sci-fi novel that emphasizes the objective development of physics. At least I think it qualifies as hard sci-fi. Synopsis: Earth is not the only planet with life. In the universe, there are many planets that have given birth to intelligent life. In the classification of civilizations, Earth is just a weak civilization that has just entered the secondary level. One day, Zhou Chun, a graduate student from the University of Chinese Academy of Sciences, acquires a dilapidated fleet from outer space and becomes the new commander of this fleet. However, he learns that the solar system has been exposed to the fangs of a barbaric third-level civilization that is approaching Earth. To continue the legacy of civilization, Zhou Chun has no choice but to take some people and leave Earth, seeking hope for humanity's survival in the vast universe. Our goal is the stars and the sea. Inside the massive flagship, the leader gazes at a yellow dwarf star projected on the virtual screen and smiles easily. The 55878 star system is finally within reach. Commander, the 55,878 star system was still in the primitive civilization stage 1,000 years ago. Even with the technological explosion, it is still a very low-level civilization. The civilizations of the 55,878 star system are destined to become our vassal civilization. Chapter 68, Wishing to the Dragon. After making up his mind, Shaya flew back up high, heading towards the next target. With the help of a more advanced Dragon Ball radar, he quickly found the 5th and 6th Dragon Balls in the primitive forest and the Gobi Desert, one of which was the 7-star ball found in the Bull Demon King's castle in the original work. After gathering 6 Dragon Balls, Shaya immediately flew towards the location of the last Dragon Ball. According to the description in the original work, Kame House should not be far from the small island city where Shaya once encountered Master Roshi. It can be reached by speedboat. Suddenly, with a whoosh, after a brief flash of light, Shaya appeared above the ocean thousands of kilometers away. The Azure Sea was vast and tumultuous, with giant waves crashing wildly. Shaya took out the Dragon Ball radar, checked the position, and then flew towards Kame House. Soon, a black dot appeared on the ocean where the sky and sea met. It was a small island swaying on the ocean, and as he got closer, he found that the island was only about 100 square meters, with only a small pink house and a few coconut trees scattered on it. I finally found Kame House. Looking at the outline of the small island ahead, a smile appeared on Shaya's face, and with a whoosh, he accelerated towards Kame Island. At this moment, on Kame Island, the sea breeze was blowing and seabirds were singing. The gentle sunlight cast down a warm feeling. Under the coconut trees, dappled light fell like star dust from the sun. Master Roshi, wearing sunglasses, lay on a sun chair, comfortably napping while holding a porn magazine in his drooping hand. What a pleasant scene. Just then, a sudden gust of wind arose, swirling sand and gravel, instantly obscuring the view as the coconut trees swayed in the fierce wind. What's going on? What a strong sea breeze. Master Roshi woke up from his nap, looked at the scene of the fierce wind sweeping the island, and after a few glances, showed no reaction and continued to lie down to rest. In the ocean, such sea breezes were too common and did not draw Master Roshi's attention. It wasn't until the evening that Master Roshi realized that the crystal ball he always wore around his neck was missing, leaving only a hemp rope hanging there. Or could it have been lost? Master Roshi thought for a moment, but couldn't remember and didn't pay it much mind. However, he had worn that crystal ball for over 100 years, and losing it suddenly still made him feel a bit reluctant. A few dozen kilometers away from Kame House, on a desolate little island, Shaya took out the 7 Dragon Balls and placed them on the ground. As soon as the 7 Dragon Balls touched each other, they immediately emitted a golden light, and with each flicker, there was a faint sound resembling the voice of the dragon. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The Dragon Balls flickered in a rhythmic pattern. Looking at the glowing Dragon Balls on the ground, I felt an excitement that was hard to suppress. Although I had been in the Dragon Ball world for 11 years, it was my first time truly summoning the dragon. Come fort, dragon. Shaya took a deep breath and shouted at the Dragon Balls, then quietly waited. In the original story, summoning the Eternal Dragon seemed to involve shouting like this. Although it felt a bit cheesy, the effect was outstanding. Sure enough, with Shaya's call, the 7 Dragon Balls began to flicker faster and more urgently. Soon, a large mass of dark clouds floated in from the horizon, instantly covering the entire sky and plunging the surroundings into terrifying darkness. Boom! Thunder roared in the darkness, and golden lightning flashed like angry dragons, weaving through the black clouds, striking down straight. The thunderous roar was deafening, as if it were the end of the world. The golden light emitted by the Dragon Balls grew larger and brighter, resonating with the golden lightning in the sky. The Eternal Dragon was about to appear, containing his excitement. Shaya stared without blinking. He had only seen the Eternal Dragon's appearance in the animation before, and seeing it in person was still so grand and magnificent. Roar! A dragon's roar echoed. A torrent of golden light surged out from the 7 Dragon Balls, winding its way into the sky, merging with the lightning above. And a tremendous dragon's roar resounded through heaven and earth. In the sky, the green dragon circled continuously in the dark clouds, finally looking down with eyes glowing red. Human, state your wish. I can fulfill any wish you desire. Shaya looked at the dragon, adjusted his emotions, and said, Dragon, I have a list of Saiyans here. My wish is to transfer all the Saiyans on this list to Red Mountain Star in the East Galaxy at the moment of Vegeta Star's destruction. As he spoke, Shaya raised a thick book in his hand, looking expectantly at the dragon. This list contained the names of over 10,000 Saiyans, a culmination of much effort from Edri and others. Each Saiyan on the list was deemed qualified for evacuation to Red Mountain Star after discussions, but for various reasons. They could not leave early. If so many Saiyans were to be evacuated at the last moment, even Shaya's immense abilities would not allow for a single evacuation. At this moment, the power of the Dragon Balls from Earth was needed. Of course, the die-hard supporters of King Vegeta and Frieza's admirers were naturally excluded from the list, which already eliminated most of the Saiyans on Vegeta Star. The remaining ones were some who were indecisive or had conflicting personalities, ultimately narrowing it down to a mere 12,000. Given the significance of this matter to the lineage of Saiyans on Red Mountain Star, Shaya took it very seriously and quietly awaited the dragon's response. However, the dragon hovered in the air, remaining silent for a long time. Just when Shaya thought his wish could not be fulfilled, the dragon spoke. Its loud voice echoed in the sky. "Human, because your wish involves future events, I cannot grant it immediately. However, I can bestow the power of the Dragon Balls upon those Saiyans. When Vegeta Star is destroyed, this power will activate automatically. But this is limited to those who are alive. If those Saiyans are already dead at the time of Vegeta Star's destruction, the power of the Dragon Balls will not activate." The dragon's response aligned with Shaya's intentions. So he said, "Dragon, please grant my wish. It is quite easy." The loud voice rang out, and then the dragon's eyes emitted a red glow. Shaya knew that it was the dragon Shenron using the power of the Dragon Balls. As for how many people would reach Red Mountain Star in the end, it depended on whether they could survive until the destruction of Vegeta Star. "Ulmans, your wish has been granted, so goodbye." After saying this, Shenron's spiraling body transformed back into the 7 Dragon Balls, then spun in the sky a few times before preparing to fly to various parts of the world. At that moment, Shaya, who was already prepared, jumped high and activated his space superpower, catching the soon-to-fly-away Dragon Balls, the 2-star ball, 4-star ball, 3-star ball, and 7-star ball. When he took a look at them, the 4 Dragon Balls had already turned into white stones, and it would take a year for them to return to their Dragon Ball form. Shaya chuckled nonchalantly, casually slicing open a rift in the air and tossing the Dragon Ball stone into it, planning to return the Dragon Ball to Son Gohan and the others later. As the main mission on Earth was accomplished, Shaya felt in high spirits. He then toured various places on Earth and stocked up on a large amount of food before leaving the planet. Chapter 69. King Vegeta, Planet Vegeta, Royal Palace. A magnificent palace illuminated brightly. The ivory-white stone walls were unadorned, revealing alternating masonry patterns under the lights. The bold and rugged style looked not chaotic, but rather imposing and grand. The Saiyans, as a warrior race, disdain triviality and pretentiousness. They need such a majestic aura that can swallow mountains and rivers. In the palace hall, a red carpet extended forward from the entrance of the palace to the throne. On a throne elevated by several steps above the hall, King Vegeta sat in a dark red, ornate battle suit. Resting one hand on his head against the armrest of the throne, eyes closed in thought. The armor on his chest gleamed like white jade, with a faint glow flickering, looking very luxurious. Suddenly, King Vegeta opened his eyes and called his aide nearby, asking, "Pewter, how is our personnel preparation going?" Pewter, a muscular bald Saiyan and a high-ranking warrior responsible for all affairs in and out of the palace, replied, "My king, we have gathered over 200,000 Saiyans who have responded to your call and are willing to fight to the death against that Frieza guy." Pewter's eyes gleamed with fierce light, and his words were filled with excitement. "Only 200,000 Saiyans? That's too few. Have the others forgotten the pride of the Saiyan race? Frieza is not someone easy to deal with. Look at how many of those who once followed him are left now. The Saiyans cannot perish at his hands." King Vegeta suddenly stood up, his tone angry and dissatisfied, his dark brown hair standing tall, a tremendous aura sweeping through the entire palace in an instant. Although King Vegeta was ambitious, he was dedicated to the entire Saiyan race and did not want to see their decline. Years ago, during a great battle with the Zafirians, the Saiyans seized Planet Vegeta, but the reconstruction faced great challenges. It was at that time that Frieza's forces appeared before the Saiyans, attempting to hire them. Looking back now, accepting Frieza's employment was indeed a huge mistake. King Vegeta had felt for many years that Frieza's surveillance over the Saiyan race was gradually intensifying. In King Vegeta's view, this was absolutely an insult. As a warrior race, Saiyans could accept dying on a battlefield, but could not accept being raised and managed like livestock. So long ago, King Vegeta began to build up strength, waiting for the moment to confront Frieza. However, many in the Saiyan race did not understand, and a considerable number of Saiyans even developed a sense of admiration for Frieza, which King Vegeta would not allow. He could permit them not to participate in the rebellion, but he would not allow them to stand on the enemy's side. After King Vegeta's rebellion succeeded, these individuals would need to be dealt with. Is there anything else? My king, recently I have discovered that someone is secretly engaging in small maneuvers, seemingly plotting something. Peter flipped through the documents in his hand, despite his strong physique. He was very perceptive and quickly caught wind of the subtle movements of Ader and the others. Is there such a thing? King Vegeta's gaze sharpened. Peter, investigate this matter thoroughly for me. Yes. Peter straightened his chest and answered loudly before turning and walking out of the palace. In the splendid palace hall, only King Vegeta sat on the throne with his eyes closed, unaware of what thoughts were running through his mind. A few days later, Peter returned to the palace, holding a thick list of missing persons. My king, the investigation is complete. This is the list of Saiyans who have mysteriously disappeared from Planet Vegeta over the past few months. It seems they have left Planet Vegeta. Oh, they were able to disappear from Planet Vegeta without anyone noticing. Did the Taijin not find out? King Vegeta's eyes suddenly brightened, a half-smile on his face as he asked. The Taijin controlled the transportation tools for Planet Vegeta, and all spacecraft leaving Planet Vegeta were documented with them. King Vegeta was already dissatisfied with the Taijin. If it were not for not wanting to attract Frieza's attention, the Taijin would not have survived on Planet Vegeta. It seems they did not leave by spacecraft. Peter was also puzzled. Without taking a spacecraft, how did these people leave Planet Vegeta? Who are these people that left Planet Vegeta? Mainly low-ranking warriors, and about 100 mid-level warriors, with only 5 or 6 high-ranking warriors leading them. Only these useless individuals? King Vegeta glanced through the list. A look of disdain and mockery immediately appeared on his face as he destroyed the list with an energy wave. Forget it. Let us not worry about them for now. Remove their names from the Saiyan records. These people are not worthy of being called Saiyans. Our main focus now is on building up strength. It's not wise to create unnecessary complications. We will deal with these people after the decisive battle with Frieza. Seeing King Vegeta destroy the list, Peter was unsure of what the king was thinking, wanting to speak but hesitating multiple times. Logically, such rebellious intentions should be dealt with first. But King Vegeta did not do so. Instead, he removed their existence from the Saiyan records. Perhaps in King Vegeta's mind, he was leaving a way out for the Saiyan race. If he successfully rebelled against Frieza, those Saiyans who left Planet Vegeta would naturally meet their end. But if he failed, those individuals might be the last hope of the Saiyan race. Yet this hope was placed on a few weak, low-ranking, and mid-level warriors, which seemed like a desperate gamble. For months later, on a bustling street on Planet Vegeta, people came and went in a continuous flow, each wearing simple battle suits and carrying bags filled with various food supplies. The shops on both sides are run by peculiar-looking aliens, as Saiyans are not suited for business aside from fighting. One day, Shaya went shopping alone, walking from the east end of a street to the west, buying only a few daily necessities. Passing by a jewelry store, he remembered that Shilling seemed to have no accessories so far, so he thought about buying her some. After glancing at the store from outside, he walked in. Inside, most of the displays were earrings, pendants, and other accessories, as well as belts and brooches. Shaya looked around and, not knowing what Shilling would like, decided to buy a few pretty ribbons, pendants, and bracelets. After all, he still had plenty of task points, and if he didn't use them, they would be useless when Planet Vegeta was destroyed. While Shaya was packing up the jewelry for payment, the enthusiastic alien in charge of marketing came over, carefully placing each piece into exquisite little boxes and wrapping them with silk ribbons. He chuckled, hoping Shilling would like these items. After receiving the packages, he walked out of the store and soon saw a small figure swaying toward him, holding something resembling a candied fruit. Chapter 70, God of Destruction Beerus. Is it her? When Shaya recognized the visitor, he was momentarily stunned, then his eyes narrowed slightly. The person staggering over from the opposite side was none other than Edri's student named Mel's. After observing the other person for a moment, Shaya noticed that Mel's energy had almost reached a combat power of 850. Oh my, what a surprise! At such a young age to possess such high combat power. No wonder she has always been so arrogant. If you remember correctly, Edri's student was not even 5 years old, right? TSK. Such combat power is quite rare, even among advanced warriors. It is said that Vegeta could already deal with the androids when Planet Vegeta was destroyed. Mel's talent is probably on par with Vegeta's. Among her peers, Only Vegeta could surpass her. Fortunately, Mel's is a girl. If she were a boy, she definitely wouldn't be able to live as freely as she does now. However, someone with potential like Mel's is surely already on King Vegeta's training list. Shaya smiled lightly, as it wasn't his concern anyway, and turned to leave. However, Mel's had already recognized Shaya from the crowd and was waving at him from a distance. Shaya pretended not to see and walked in the opposite direction. That guy actually pretended not to see me. Mel's lovely eyebrows furrowed slightly, and she pouted in dissatisfaction. Quickly chasing after him and blocking Shaya's path, her beautiful eyes glaring at him. You, how dare you pretend not to see me? Do you know who I am? Oh, isn't this Miss Mel's? I'm in a hurry to get back. Could you please step aside? You. Mel's was very angry at Shaya's perfunctory attitude. She grabbed Shaya's sleeve and said with a serious expression, "Let me tell you, if you weren't Master Adrian's nephew, I wouldn't even bother with you." Saying this, Mel's proudly raised her head, as if to say that he should be grateful for her talking to him. Yes, yes, yes. I should thank Miss Mel's for looking down on me. I will definitely remember Miss Mel's kindness. Shaya was taken aback by the other party's inexplicable sense of superiority and found it quite amusing. Reflexively, he wanted to reach out and pat the person's head, but upon seeing Myers looking at him with her chubby little face, he reluctantly withdrew his hand and chuckled. After all, the other party was just a little girl under 5 years old, and Shaya couldn't be bothered to argue with her. He casually exchanged a few words to satisfy Myers' little vanity and planned to leave. However, at that moment, a purple figure appeared in the distance from the crowd. It was a creature with long purple ears, emaciated and looking like a dried corpse that had just crawled out of grave. Its eye bags were slightly bulging, and it wore a strange outfit similar to that of an Egyptian pharaoh. The various aliens gathered on Vegeta didn't pay much attention to the creature's odd attire. But when Shaya saw it for the first time, he felt a chill run down his spine, and cold sweat began to pour out. God of Destruction Beerus. How could he appear on Vegeta? Shaya gasped in shock, never expecting to see the God of Destruction Beerus here. This was a volatile deity. There were many hidden gods in the Dragon Ball world, but one like Beerus was undoubtedly at the pinnacle of the universe. And it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him the strongest in the universe. If he got annoyed, with just a flick of his finger, Vegeta would completely disappear from the cosmos. At Beerus level, destruction and creation are merely a matter of thought. The so-called heaven and earth are indifferent, treating all beings as mere fodder. They are neither particularly kind nor particularly cruel to anyone. The distinction between good and evil is no longer significant in their eyes. Their duty is to maintain the balance of the universe impartially. When destruction is necessary, it must be carried out without mercy. The level of a god of destruction exceeds the imagination of mortals. The moral standards of good and evil are meaningless to him. They operate under the rules of the greater universe, and mortal concepts of good and evil are just trivial matters in their eyes. It is up to the king of hell to make judgments. However, Shaya felt somewhat reassured that, so far, it seemed no Saiyan had offended him. Oh! As if noticing Shaya's gaze, Beerus turned his golden eyes towards Shaya. When he noticed Shaya and Myers, a hint of interest appeared on his lips. Life forms in the universe generally possess low power levels. Experts like Shaya are rare, and although he had restrained his power, it was meaningless in the eyes of a master like Beerus. Interesting. I didn't expect to find someone who has reached this level among these wild monkeys. With that, Beerus began walking towards Shaya and the others. The god of destruction was actually coming over. Shaya was on the verge of tears, wondering what kind of sin he had committed. He had come out to buy a few things, and yet he encountered such a powerful deity. Due to being locked onto by Beerus's aura, Shaya couldn't use any of his abilities. It felt as if the surrounding space had solidified. Beerus walked up to Shaya, resting his chin on his hand, and circled around him, examining him like a country bumpkin admiring a finely crafted artifact. Kid, your skills are quite impressive. You actually know how to hide your energy, unlike those barbaric monkeys who only know how to foolishly expend energy without any understanding of restraint. In the eyes of the god of destruction, the Saiyan's lack of energy control was like a spotlight turned on at night, visible from far away. Truly the behavior of uncivilized brutes. Thank you for the compliment, Lord Beerus. As soon as Shaya finished speaking, he wanted to slap himself. Why did he mention Beerus's name? Sure enough, Beerus's eyes lit up with interest as he asked, "You actually know my name?" Shaya could only make up a story, claiming he had seen a portrait of Lord Beerus in an ancient temple on a planet while on a mission. Not bad, not bad. Beerus nodded, feeling very pleased. A deity of his level rarely ventured out, but it was possible for someone to know his name and have a portrait of him for worship. "Hey, Shaya, what is this strange creature? You seem quite scared of him?" A childish voice suddenly broke the tension, freezing the atmosphere. Shaya's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and it felt like it was in his throat. Chapter 71. A chill runs down one's spine. "Oh, strange creatures, do you want your planet to disappear from the universe?" Beerus's face instantly darkened, becoming stern, his voice extremely indifferent, and his golden eyes devoid of any emotion. Yet the words he spoke made Shaya tremble with fear. "Oh, my young lady, could you please not come out and cause trouble?" Shaya felt a wave of dizziness, and all the hairs on his body stood on end. Knowing how terrifying the god of destruction was, he really wanted to slap Melis to the ground. If the god of destruction wanted to destroy a planet, it would be as easy as snapping his fingers. By then, Shaya wouldn't even have enough time to use instant transmission to save Shilling and the others. Shaya covered Melis's mouth with his hand, not letting go no matter how much she struggled, repeatedly apologizing to Beerus. "Lord Beerus, please don't take what the child said to heart." Beerus's expression was stern, glaring with his golden eyes, and his overwhelming divine aura caused the temperature around them to drop by several degrees instantly. "Kid, since you know my title, you should understand the way a god of destruction operates. Insulting a deity is not something that can be forgiven. You and this planet should disappear from the universe together." As he spoke, a flickering light appeared on his fingertip, and a small purple energy ball emerged, surrounded by several shimmering rings of light swirling around it. This was a super energy ball capable of destroying the entire Planet Vegeta in one blow. Seeing the small purple energy ball on the god of destruction's finger, Shaya's pupils suddenly tightened. The destroyer god has even resorted to destruction. Is he really planning to annihilate Planet Vegeta? Shaya's brain was racing, constantly thinking and racking his brains for various ways to make Beerus give up on destroying the planet. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. He remembered that Beerus loved to taste delicious food. If he could make the god of destruction happy, perhaps he would spare Vegeta's planet. That's right. Beerus's personality was indeed so strange and illogical. Without further ado, Shaya quickly opened a dimensional space and took out steaming piles of delicious food. These were all things he had brought from Earth not long ago. "Lord Beerus, these are some delicacies I've collected. I hope you enjoy them." Superpower. Beerus immediately recognized Shaya's method, but having lived for countless years, he had seen many people with superpowers, and Shaya's ability didn't pique his interest at all. However, the enticing aroma of the steaming dishes did warm his expression. They looked delicious. Putting away the energy ball in his hand, Beerus curiously poked at the food with his finger, and the delightful fragrance greatly stimulated his appetite. He stuffed a plate of food into his mouth, and the wonderful taste tantalized his taste buds. Beerus showed surprise, quickly devouring several plates of delicious food while exhaling hot air. "Haha, so delicious. This time, was one get to eat such good food." In no time, Beerus finished several dishes and contentedly patted his belly, casting an appreciative glance at Shaya, saying, "Kid, what's your name?" "Lord Beerus, my name is Shaya." Beerus nodded. "This time, because of you and this food, I will spare this planet. You should be grateful, as the mercy of a god of destruction is rare." "Thank you, Lord Beerus." Shaya looked surprised, then respectfully saw Beerus off. It wasn't until Beerus disappeared from sight that Shaya let out a long sigh, realizing that his back was already damp. This was the first time he faced a deity of such a level, and the pressure was immense. He genuinely worried that he might accidentally be killed by the god of destruction. At that moment, Shaya glanced around and noticed that the pedestrians nearby showed no signs of having seen the earlier scene, as if nothing had happened at all. Did the god of destruction shield everyone's senses? Shaya shuddered, gaining a deeper understanding of Beerus's power. "Hey, who exactly was that guy? You seemed really scared of him." Myers' question brought him back to his senses. Looking at the instigator who almost caused the destruction of Vegeta, Shaya felt a surge of anger and grabbed Myers by the collar, dragging her into a small alley. "What are you trying to do? Are you looking for trouble?" Myers shouted angrily, her candied hawthorn falling to the ground due to Shaya's pull. "What do you mean? Do you know that because of your words just now, the entire Vegeta almost went down with you?" Shaya didn't care if Vegeta was destroyed. He was just worried that even Saiyan and the others would not escape death. Thinking of this made Shaya feel a bit scared. Such an unruly child deserves a lesson. Without saying another word, he lifted Myers, placing her over his thigh, grabbing her tail with one hand, and began to spank her with the other. Slap! Myers was stunned by the first smack. She had never been spanked in her life. She struggled in Shaya's embrace, but her meager fighting power was no match for Shaya's strength. After a series of spanks, he finally let her down. "Why you actually hit me?" The little girl covered her bottom, looking at him with tear-filled eyes, her nose twitching as she began to wail. A talented high-level warrior like her had been spanked, and she couldn't even fight back. The more she thought about it, the more upset she became, crying even harder. Who exactly is this nephew of Master Ader? He is clearly just a useless mid-level warrior and only 7 years older than me. Why is my power completely ineffective against him? As Myers cried, she started to realize something. Master Ader's nephew was definitely not an ordinary Saiyan. How could an ordinary mid-level warrior immobilize her when her power level was close to 850? Watching Myers cry with tears streaming down her face, Shaya wondered if he had gone too far. After all, she was just a child under 5. But then he thought about how she almost got Saiyan and the others killed, and his heart hardened again. This Myers was too proud. She needed to learn a lesson. After a long while, Myers' cries began to subside. "All right, Myers, you don't need to cry anymore. You should know that the person you just angered is the god of destruction, Beerus. He is the most terrifying deity in the universe. With just a flick of his finger, the entire Vegeta could disappear from existence. You might be the first person to have upset a god of destruction and live to tell the tale." Beerus, the god of destruction? Myers, with red eyes, tilted her head in confusion. After all, he was an existence that Saiyans couldn't provoke. No one in the universe could provoke a god of destruction. Shaya said seriously, and the fact that Beerus appeared on Vegeta was indeed unexpected for him. Chapter 72. Immediate relocation, of course, at this moment. Shaya also gradually recalled some details he had forgotten. The original story mentioned that shortly before the destruction of Vegeta, Beerus had indeed come to the planet and forced King Vegeta to lower his proud head, a scene that Vegeta happened to witness, leaving a deep shadow on his childhood. However, Shaya did not expect that such a coincidence would occur today, as Myers' reckless action had angered Beerus, almost leading to the premature destruction of Vegeta. After thinking it over, he still felt uneasy. Shaya narrowed his eyes slightly. "No, as long as the god of destruction is still on Vegeta, it's not safe here. I should take Saiyan and the others away as soon as possible." Originally, to avoid drawing attention, Shaya and the others planned to leave just before the destruction of Vegeta. But now, for the sake of their lives, he couldn't care less. "Myers," calling out her name, Shaya pulled out a string of candies from his pocket and handed them to her, saying, "Take this string of candies as my apology. Hurry back." After finishing, without waiting for Myers to react, he hurriedly exited the alley and merged into the crowd, quickly disappearing from sight. Myers stood foolishly in the alley, watching until Shaya vanished into the crowd before reacting. "Oh, that guy actually." She touched her spanked bottom, the stinging sensation still lingering. Biting her thumb, Myers felt increasingly wronged and stomped her feet in anger. Then she glanced at the string of candies in her hand, licked them a couple of times, and found them sweet. Her eyes suddenly lit up, and she began to lick them with delight. So delicious. The sweet taste tantalized her taste buds, and Myers focused on eating, feeling much better. However, she remembered Shaya, that annoying guy, and with her vengeful nature, she decided that she would definitely get back at him. Shaya hurriedly rushed back home and saw Edry and Rebecca inside. He quickly asked, "Uncle Edry, is Shilling at home? That girl is resting inside. What happened?" Edry was a bit surprised to see Shaya so anxious. "There's no time to explain. Uncle Edry, you must immediately notify Uncle Baruch and the others. We need to leave Planet Vegeta right away." "Okay, I'll contact them right away." Upon hearing this, Edry realized that something serious must have happened. Otherwise, with Shaya's personality, he wouldn't be so urgent even in the face of Frieza. So, his expression became serious. Shaya nodded at her and walked straight to Shilling's room, pushing the door open without knocking. Inside the room, Shilling was lazily lying in bed, covered only by a thin blanket. Shaya took a glance, and without saying a word, directly picked her up along with the blanket. "Hey, what are you doing?" Shilling woke up in surprise. "Don't make a fuss. Let's talk after we leave here." Shaya's stern expression made Shilling close her mouth, filled with confusion as she followed him to the living room. At that moment, Edry put down the communicator and looked in surprise at his daughter, who was still wrapped in a blanket, saying, "I've already notified Baruch that they're waiting at home. All right, let's head over first." After saying this, Shaya nodded and immediately prepared to activate instant transmission. In the next second, their vision shifted, and the four appeared on the distant desolate planet. On the desolate planet, the sky was a dull yellow, and the air was piercingly cold. Only 7 towering giant towers stood defiantly like warriors guarding the border, their surfaces showing mottled signs of wear from wind and rain. Uncle Edry, you all stay in the gravity training room. I'll go fetch the others, Shaya said and immediately activated instant transmission to leave. Seeing Shaya looking so anxious, Schilling asked in confusion, what exactly happened? Why is Shaya in such a hurry? Did Frieza attack Planet Vegeta? After spending so many years together, she had never seen Shaya in such a flustered state. In her impression, Shaya was always calm and composed, making it seem as if he would never fail. What could possibly make him lose his composure like this? After thinking it over, she could only conclude that Frieza must be planning to attack Planet Vegeta. Edry shook his head, clenched his fists, and looked seriously in the direction of Planet Vegeta. Could it really be that Frieza was making a move? Shilling, you go to the gravity training room and change your clothes. Seeing her daughter wrapped in a sheet, Rebecca frowned, unable to bear it. Although Saiyans were carefree and did not care about details, she was a grown girl. How could she be so careless? Fortunately, when the Frieza soldiers built the gravity training room, they made it extremely luxurious. Besides the upper training area, the lower level was divided into a dining area, washing area, and living area, with all daily necessities stocked. Schilling looked at her appearance, exclaimed, and then went into the gravity room to change clothes. Shortly after, Baruch, Parati, Lisa, Alice, and others were teleported over. Following them, members of Shaya's team, such as Shakta, Atasia, and Jelen, also arrived. When Shaya planned to relocate to Red Mountain Star, he had already informed the members of his team about the truth, and, at that time, the team members looked at Shaya with admiration as if they had been injected with adrenaline. Captain, what is going on? Is Frieza really planning to take action? Shakta's handsome features stiffened, his expression somewhat grim. Yes, you hurriedly brought us over. What exactly happened? Baruch and the other Saiyans also asked. Shaya shook his head and organized his words. It's not that Frieza wants to attack Planet Vegeta, but staying on Planet Vegeta is actually more dangerous now. What's going on? Upon hearing this, Edry furrowed his brow. If Frieza isn't going to attack Planet Vegeta, logically speaking, no matter what happens, their current strength should be enough to handle it. Why does Shaya say that staying on Planet Vegeta is more dangerous? Could there be other unforeseen events occurring? But what could it be? Shaya took a deep breath and exhaled a cloud of turbid air. If it were just Frieza, I would still have the ability to transfer you away even at the moment of the planet's destruction. But do you know who I just saw on Vegeta? The god of destruction Beerus. That great deity actually appeared on Vegeta. Thinking back to the moment when I brushed past death, Shaya felt a bit emotional. It was indeed lucky. If it weren't for the god of destruction's almost obsessive love for gourmet food, I wouldn't have had the chance to survive. In front of the god of destruction, my super abilities felt as if they were frozen, unable to be unleashed. Chapter 73. I won't look anymore. The god of destruction, Beerus? Adley stood in place, frowning and pondering. But even with his rich experience, he had never heard of this name. Shaking his head, he turned his gaze to Baruch and the others, only to see them shaking their heads in confusion as well. At this moment, the younger generation like Shakta and Adishia had even less reason to speak up. Shaya noticed that they were unaware of the title of the god of destruction, and naturally understood that they could not grasp his concerns. Beerus had been in a deep sleep for so many years that few in the universe knew his name. With a light sigh, he said, the god of destruction Beerus is a deity that existed in ancient times, considered the most powerful god in the universe. The power of Frieza compared to the god of destruction is like a firefly contesting with the bright moon. There is simply no comparison. Even if Frieza were 1,000 or 10,000 times stronger, the god of destruction could easily kill him with just a flick of his finger. So strong? Schilling exclaimed in surprise. Yes, just a sneeze from him could destroy Planet Vegeta. Shaya lamented. Even if Frieza's power increased 1,000 or 10,000 times, he would only reach the level of Majin Buu, and the god of destruction Beerus could easily kill him with just a finger. A sneeze could destroy Planet Vegeta? Even if Frieza were 1,000 or 10,000 times stronger, it would only take a flick of his finger. Upon hearing Shaya's description, Adri and the others couldn't help but gasp, each displaying a horrified expression. Frieza's power seemed unbeatable to them, and now a god of destruction appeared, who could easily kill Frieza even if he were 1,000 or 10,000 times stronger. My goodness, is it that I can't keep up? Or has the world changed too quickly? In the past, a battle power of a few thousand could dominate the world, and now it seems as weak as an ant. Then, shouldn't the god of destruction be a deity? Why are you still worried that he would destroy Planet Vegeta? Atasia asked. And her question was exactly what everyone wanted to know. Shaya shook his head. Although the god of destruction, Beerus, is a deity, he is the god who governs destruction and annihilation. His duty is to destroy. If anything displeases him, he can mercilessly destroy an entire planet. The god of destruction is such a capricious deity. After hearing Shaya's explanation, everyone was speechless. According to Shaya, staying on Planet Vegeta is indeed extremely dangerous. If the god of destruction gets unhappy, everyone would die. At the same time, they realized that their little bit of power is nothing compared to true experts. What is there to be proud of? Look at how easily they can destroy planets, annihilate star systems, and occasionally set off fireworks in the universe, while they're still fighting and playing on a tiny little planet. This comparison shows how limited their perspective is. They're still far from that level. To be fair, with over 10,000 battle power, Adderley and the others can already live quite well in the universe, as monsters like Frieza are really rare, and beings like the god of destruction are simply beyond compare. Even younger generations like Shakta can live well if they are careful. Just look at how Raditz, with his over 1,000 battle power, was so arrogant when he first appeared. He had roamed the universe and must have seen other life forms. His arrogance shows that the overall strength of other life forms in the universe is quite low. You all stay on the barren planet for now. And if Planet Vegeta hasn't been destroyed in a few days, you can go back. By then, the god of destruction, Beerus, should have left. Sigh, it can only be like this. Adderley helplessly nodded. The situation is stronger than the individual, and for now, they can only do this. On Planet Vegeta, Beerus was leisurely walking down the street. Aside from destruction, his favorite things are sleeping and seeking delicious food. This time, after waking from his slumber, Beerus secretly ran to the lower realm, rampaging through the Milky Way, destroying any planet that displeased him and setting off fireworks, eventually arriving at Planet Vegeta. On Planet Vegeta, Beerus finally tasted some decent food. Otherwise, he would have been unable to resist destroying the planet. Just a moment ago, he encountered a Saiyan who intrigued him and received some delicious food from him. Beerus swore he had rarely tasted such delicacies before. It had been at least 100 million years, or even 300 million years since he had such a treat. Oh, what a wonderful taste. Licking his lips, the aroma of the food still lingered in his mouth, leaving Beerus wanting more. In light of that kid's kindness, Lord Beerus would show some mercy today. With his hands behind his back, Beerus strolled down the street when suddenly he sneezed, and a flash of inspiration struck him. Since that little Saiyan had such delicious food, the ruler of this planet must not be bad either. With that thought, Beerus seemed to have found a target, and his previously lazy demeanor instantly perked up. I need to find the palace of this planet. There should be more delicious food there. After saying that, Beerus slowly took to the air, his golden eyes flashing with brilliance as he headed toward the palace. In another dimension, at the end of a long serpentine path, there was a vast and empty space, surrounded by a divine and tranquil atmosphere, with pale yellow clouds filling the blue sky. Below, there was a tiny miniature planet where the North Kai, who manages the entire North Galaxy, resides. On King Kai's planet, the North Kai lay nervously on a patch of grass, looking like an ant on a hot stove, his pale lips trembling constantly. Oh no, Lord Beerus actually appeared on Planet Vegeta. If those Saiyans anger Lord Beerus, my North Galaxy will suffer again. The North Kai shouted, his emotions running high. Thinking back to his once vast King Kai's planet, so large, it was shattered by the god of destruction due to someone in the lower realm angering him, leaving it as small as it is now. At this moment, no one can afford to anger Lord Beerus again. The North Kai clasped his hands together, praying continuously. He does not want his remaining tiny King Kai's planet to be destroyed again. Otherwise, he would truly have nowhere to live. If it comes to that, the illustrious name of the North Kai would be completely ruined, and he wouldn't even have the face to meet other Kais. The North Kai's bulky body continued to lie on the ground, carefully observing the situation on Planet Vegeta. Suddenly a cold, sharp light shot over from the direction of Planet Vegeta. Meeting his gaze, that chilling light seemed to penetrate his soul in an instant. The North Kai let out a cry and jumped up, his face filled with fear. Oh no, I've been discovered by Lord Beerus. I hope Lord Beerus has mercy and doesn't come here. The North Kai's face turned pale, trembling all over. The North Kai anxiously dashed into the small house on King Kai's planet. Sobbing, he vowed never to observe the mortal realm again before Lord Beerus leaves the North Galaxy. Chapter 74. I don't want to see Planet Vegeta in a training room of the Royal Palace on Planet Vegeta. In the dim environment, 2 or 3 bio-warriors surrounded a small figure in the center but hesitated to attack. It should be known that these bio-warriors were created using the highest technology, each with a battle power around 1,000, while the person surrounded in the center appeared to be a Saiyan child under 5 years old. Nevertheless, those bio-warriors still instinctively felt fear. Oomph. The little Saiyan snorted coldly, adjusting his posture to prepare for an attack. In an instant, the little Saiyan accelerated suddenly, and phantom afterimages filled the field of vision. Then, a flash of light erupted as brilliant energy overflowed the entire training room, followed by a thunderous roar and smoke filling the air. When the smoke gradually cleared, only the small Saiyan stood proudly in the center. Useless. Glancing disdainfully at the charred bio-warriors sprawled in the ammunition pit, the small Saiyan's voice was cold and indifferent as he donned his cloak and exited the training room. After the figure left, the Saiyan responsible for cleaning up the aftermath looked at the uneven ground and sighed. Prince Vegeta is truly impressive at such a young age. He could defeat the bio-warriors. He will surely be an outstanding king in the future. Yes, under the leadership of King Vegeta and Prince, our Saiyan race will grow stronger. Another middle-aged Saiyan replied enviously as he gazed in the direction Vegeta had disappeared. In the royal palace corridor, Vegeta walked forward with a serious expression. Although his battle power had surpassed 1,000 points, he did not feel satisfied. At this moment, several guards hurriedly ran past him in the corridor, carrying large trays of food. Vegeta, seeing this, felt a bit strange and stopped one of the guards. "Why are you running so fast? Who is this food for?" Vegeta asked strangely. The guard, sweating profusely, replied, "A strange person just arrived at the palace, and these foods were arranged by the king for us to deliver. Your Highness, please let me pass. That guest is already waiting impatiently." Releasing his grip and watching the guard's retreating figure, Vegeta felt a bit confused. What kind of guest is it? And why did my father have so much food prepared? With that thought, Vegeta headed towards the inner palace. As he reached one side of the palace hall, Vegeta heard a voice of insult coming from inside, a very unfamiliar voice. "You prepared this garbage to entertain me, Vegeta? You should know that the price for fooling a god of destruction is one you cannot afford." Beerus's voice was authoritative and cold. "Lord Beerus, I would never dare to fool you. This is truly the most delicious food from Planet Vegeta." King Vegeta's voice was trembling, his hands on the ground, completely prostrated, his face extremely distorted. King Vegeta was a person with a very strong sense of pride, much like the future Vegeta, but in front of Beerus. He could only lower his proud head and humbly please the other, because if the other party got angry, the entire Planet Vegeta would completely disappear from the universe. Oomph. Beerus stepped on King Vegeta's head, dug at his ear with a finger, then blew on it, showing an impatient expression. To be honest, the food prepared by King Vegeta did not satisfy him at all. It was nowhere near as good as what he had eaten before. "Is this what you call delicious?" Beerus glared with his golden eyes and smashed the food onto King Vegeta's head, while King Vegeta could only endure it humbly. "What is going on? Who is that person? And why is my father enduring such humiliation?" Vegeta hid behind a stone pillar, unable to believe what he was witnessing. How could the proud Saiyan king be so submissive? Clenching his fists, Vegeta felt a surge of unwillingness. Beerus noticed someone hiding behind the pillar, glared, and his overwhelming power immediately penetrated the rock, hitting Vegeta. Vegeta was struck as if by lightning. His whole body stiffened and fell to the ground, unable to move. With a swift motion, Beerus grabbed Vegeta by the head and lifted him up. "Lord Beerus, please spare my child." King Vegeta's face showed horror as he gritted his teeth and pleaded, "I will have someone prepare more delicacies immediately." "No need." Beerus's face was clouded with anger as he casually threw Vegeta away. Bang! The wall cracked, and the tremendous impact sent Vegeta crashing into the wall, breaking several of his bones instantly. Beerus snapped his fingers, disinterestedly saying, "This is really boring. I thought I could eat some delicious food, but this Planet Vegeta is truly useless." After saying that, Beerus's figure suddenly disappeared from the palace. After confirming that the god of destruction Beerus had left, King Vegeta wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He truly did not expect the legendary god of destruction Beerus to appear before him. If it weren't for the legends of the god of destruction still remaining among the Saiyan royal family, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The true god of destruction is even more terrifying than in the legends. Thinking about that unfathomable power, King Vegeta felt a wave of fear. Only then did he realize that his clothes were already soaked with cold sweat. He hurried over to Vegeta's side, carefully checking him and finding that Vegeta had only broken a few bones, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. Then he quickly summoned guards to take Vegeta to the healing pod. Vegeta was his most valued son and the most outstanding warrior of the Saiyans. He could not afford to have even a little incident. King Vegeta remained alone in the Great Hall, his expression changing, not knowing what thoughts were running through his mind. In the vast universe, the god of destruction Beerus floated about, bored. At that moment, a colorful light rushed through the cosmos and appeared before Beerus in a flash. "Lord Beerus, you sneaked out again." A delicate voice echoed in his ear, and a silver-haired figure in a red and black divine robe approached, leaning on a divine staff, with a blue collar floating mysteriously around his neck. "Oh, Whis, you're here." Beerus reclined in the cosmos, hands behind his head, allowing his body to drift. "Ah, Lord Beerus, you have destroyed 134 planets again this time. The Kais will be quite troubled by this." Whis placed a hand on his forehead, but there was no sign of concern in his expression. "TCH." Beerus clicked his tongue, looking indifferent. "It's just a few planets that were destroyed. Let those Kais create a few more. Creating planets takes a long time, especially life planets. If the Kais cannot keep up with the rate at which Lord Beerus is destroying them, it could lead to big problems." Beerus, looking disdainful, changed the subject. "Hey, Whis, while you were gone, I got to taste some rare delicacies. The flavor still lingers." "Really, Lord Beerus? I wonder if you saved a portion for me?" Whis also looked interested when it came to food. "There was so little food. How could I possibly save any for you? So sad. Did you eat it on that planet?" Whis pointed his staff toward the distant dark red planet Vegeta. "That's right, but unfortunately, that food is already gone." Mentioning Planet Vegeta made Beerus a bit angry. He really wanted to smash Planet Vegeta with an energy ball. However, Beerus had already promised Shaya to spare Planet Vegeta. If he spoke out of turn, it would tarnish the reputation of the god of destruction. "By the way, Whis, who is the ruler of this area?" Beerus turned to ask. Whis picked up his staff and checked, revealing Frieza's likeness in the blue crystal ball of the staff. "Lord Beerus, the ruler of the nearby star regions is a guy named Frieza, a member of the Frost Demon race." Beerus stroked his chin and said, "Send a message to Frieza, telling him I don't want to see Planet Vegeta anymore. Have him destroy it for me." "Yes, Lord Beerus." Wes responded with a sound. Destroying a planet was nothing to them. It was as easy as drinking water, already a common occurrence. Encouraging someone to destroy Planet Vegeta didn't count as getting personally involved, preserving the dignity of the god of destruction while fulfilling the god's promise. Chapter 75. Consciousness Training Desolate Star. A month had passed unknowingly, and Planet Vegeta remained safe and sound. The hearts of Edri and the others, which had been hanging in suspense, could finally relax. However, to be cautious, Shaya did not take them back to Planet Vegeta, nor did they go to Red Mountain Star, but stayed in the gravity training room for simple workouts. After this incident, Edri and the others clearly realized that their power was still far from that of true strong warriors, so they focused their minds on training. However, as seasoned Saiyan warriors, they understood that training was a process that required both relaxation and intensity, a gradual progression. Overstraining themselves could sometimes backfire. Proper leisure was necessary. They were not like the young ones from Shakta, who were in their prime, with cells in their bodies rapidly thriving at a golden period of power growth. Of course, even in their golden phase, they had to act according to their capabilities and not exhaust their bodies too much. In the number 3 gravity chamber, several members of Edri's team were sitting on the ground, eating and chatting, with several small dishes placed beside them. "I say, Edri, ever since you got the gravity chamber, your cultivation has grown quite rapidly." The rugged middle-aged man, Parati, sat cross-legged on the ground, eating heartily. The captain was already the strongest among them, and after acquiring the gravity chamber, his power had increased significantly. To be honest, Parati felt quite envious of Edri's training progress. "Ha ha ha, that's because I work harder than you guys. If you all put in the same effort as I do, your power would definitely grow fast too." Edri laughed heartily, stuffing a lentil into his mouth, feeling quite pleased. His current combat power had reached 15,200, and there were hardly any on Planet Vegeta with higher combat power than him, something he wouldn't have dared to even dream about before. Now, it had become a reality, and he was confident he would grow even stronger in the future. However, he noticed that the recent growth rate had slowed down significantly, which brought him back to his senses from his excitement. "Come on, it's all because Shaya is nearby to guide me. If I could spar with Shaya all day, I would have definitely surpassed you long ago." Parati scoffed, though inwardly he envied the captain for having Shaya as a mentor, seeing how much his power had already surpassed theirs by thousands. So far, aside from Edri and Rebecca, The other members of Edri's team still hovered around a combat power of 12,000. The strongest, Baluk, was nearing 13,000. But there was still a considerable gap compared to the captain, and the difference was gradually widening. Although Edri's recent increase had slowed, it was still an enviable speed compared to theirs. Edri laughed heartily, while his rapid improvement was indeed due to the gravity chamber. His sparring with Shaya had also played a significant role. After the laughter, Edri's expression turned serious as he addressed everyone. Currently, the number of Saiyans on Red Mountain Star has approached 3,000. Shaya told me that when Planet Vegeta is destroyed, there will be another 15,000 who will be relocated, excluding some who may perish during the destruction of Planet Vegeta, conservatively estimating. The Red Mountain Star lineage will have over 12,000 Saiyans by then. 12,000, that's not a small number. Yeah, that is already quite a lot. Everyone gasped in surprise and then fell silent. Having over 10,000 Saiyans survive was no small feat, but compared to the peak period of over 1 million, the number was indeed a bit shabby. At that time, the Saiyans would have truly become a rare race. In their hearts, they held a belief. The Saiyans could not decline like this. By the way, I think King Vegeta might have already sensed our actions. Edri suddenly changed the subject. Really? If King Vegeta knew we were secretly relocating people, how could he not react at all? Parati looked surprised. The reason King Vegeta hasn't reacted is that he's pretending to be ignorant. Baluk sneered coldly. What isn't it for him? One possibility is that his preparations have reached a critical point and cannot afford any mistakes. An internal conflict at this time would not be beneficial for him. The combat power of all 6 of us is above 10,000. If a civil war broke out over just 3,000 low-level warriors, the Saiyan race would be severely weakened, which is something King Vegeta wouldn't want to see. Is he planning to settle accounts after the autumn? Alice frowned. Among them, she was the youngest and usually the most lively. Maybe he has this plan, but that would have to wait until after defeating Frieza. If we fail, then everything is moot. I actually think King Vegeta might also want to leave a way out for the Saiyans, Edri said. Edri's words left everyone silent. They were all adults and considered things more comprehensively. King Vegeta allowing them to recruit new members must have other considerations. One should put all their eggs in one basket. This principle was understood by everyone, and there was no reason King Vegeta wouldn't know it. Perhaps he had already prepared for the worst. Is it possible that King Vegeta might give up on breaking with Frieza? They abandoned that question after some thought, as the pride of the Saiyans meant they would rather die than live in humiliation, fearing battle, whether it was called reckless bravery or not. King Vegeta could not bear to see the Saiyans kneeling and submitting to Frieza like servants. Of course, a more important reason was that King Vegeta had not fully realized Frieza's terror. If he understood Frieza's horror, his mindset would likely change significantly. Just like how he could put aside his kingly demeanor in front of the god of destruction when the power gap reached a certain level. Submitting to a stronger opponent did not equate to losing dignity. At least it would feel better in one's heart. However, it was too late to say these things now. Even if King Vegeta did not rebel, Frieza would not spare the Saiyans. Liza's hoarse voice sounded. Things were developing beyond their control, and all they could do now was lead a part of the Saiyans on Red Mountain Star well. The group fell silent for a moment before they began chatting and laughing about other matters. Meanwhile, the younger generation like Shakta were in a rapid growth phase, all working hard in the gravity training room. Edri and the others, being experienced, also occasionally offered guidance. In the number 1 gravity chamber, the spacious training room was as ordinary as ever, with the gravity device and other parameter devices not turned on. In the central position, Shaya and Saiyan sat cross-legged, staring at each other, both as still as old monks in meditation. Upon closer inspection, it was found that the two were frowning tightly, their bodies trembling slightly, with fine beads of sweat appearing on their foreheads. Both were engaged in consciousness cultivation, in the illusory space of consciousness. The width of heaven and earth cannot be measured by reality, and the two were fiercely battling within it. Their figures intertwined continuously, fighting from the ground to the sky, then back from the sky to the ground, with the sounds of their fierce battle filling the air, accompanied by rumbling and explosions. Suddenly, countless illusory figures emerged, all resembling Shilling, moving swiftly and quickly spreading throughout the consciousness space. A gleam flickered in Shiling's eyes as she raised her slender hand, and numerous phantoms suddenly launched a fierce attack on Shaya. Crack! Shaya accurately intercepted Shiling's punch, and then his figure shot like an arrow, moving quickly. Each seemingly light attack contained explosive and suffocating power. The illusory figures were shattered one by one. Boom! The consciousness space suddenly shattered, and both Shaya and Shilling trembled, gasping for breath. After a period of adjustment, their breathing gradually became calm again. Consciousness cultivation is a highly profound method of training, evolving from the cultivation of chi. Unlike chi's refinement of the physical body and energy, consciousness cultivation can maximize the training of spirit and awareness, serving as a method to enhance combat instincts. In the original work, Son Gohan and Krillin engaged in such training while heading to Namek. Consciousness cultivation is not simply about refining energy. It resembles the Taoist philosophy from Shaya's previous life, representing a form of spiritual enlightenment to a certain extent, providing advantages in developing ultimate techniques and transcending the shackles of the physical body. Shaya and Shilling used consciousness training to enhance their combat experience, and the results were remarkable. After a period of training, they found that their control over energy had become more proficient. Chapter 76, Bardock and Jine. Shaya calmed down, feeling a vast and powerful energy flowing within him. But as soon as he slightly focused his mind, all that energy obediently settled down. His control over the energy had become so effortless that he could manipulate it freely, and his mastery had greatly improved. Although he had not intentionally cultivated it, his strength was still steadily increasing, all thanks to the benefits of mental training. Clenching his fist, a faint smile appeared on Shaya's face. Shaya, my battle power is almost reaching 120,000. After a short rest, Shilling raised her head, her snow-white face slightly flushed with excitement. During this time, she had been working hard and had finally raised her battle power to 118,000, almost catching up to Shaya from a year ago. The growth rate was undeniably fast, but the gap between her and Shaya had not narrowed. My battle power has just reached 145,000. Shaya chuckled lightly. Hearing this, Shilling felt somewhat disheartened. Wah? I've worked so hard. Why can't I catch up to you? Placing his hand on her head and feeling the delicate texture of her hair, Shaya said, Don't think about these things all day. It will be tiring and meaningless. Remember, haste makes waste. Sometimes being too concerned can lead to confusion. It's better to think about something else. What should I think about? For example, food. Shaya. Shilling pouted, swatting away his hand from her head and touching her smooth belly. Said, I'm not happy anymore. I want to eat a feast. Shaya looked at her with amusement. This guy always turned his sorrow and anger into appetite at times like this. Fortunately, he was a Saiyan with a strong stomach. If it were an ordinary person, they would have already eaten themselves into a different shape by now. All right. Shaya opened a dimensional space and took out a large pile of food, watching with great interest as the girl devoured it crazily. It was quite ungraceful and unattractive, but watching Shilling feast was rather amusing. At the gathering place near the Vegeta Star spaceport, there was an endless expanse of barren plains with no signs of life. On the other side of the mountains running east to west along the plains, dozens of makeshift sunshades were set up behind protruding rocks. It was already noon, and the blazing sun was directly overhead, with rising heat making the vision a bit blurry. Inside the sunshades behind the mountains, several hundred Saiyans had gathered, some chatting in groups, while others rested alone, quietly waiting for more people to arrive. Soon, more Saiyans began to converge from all directions, and the gathering place quickly amassed nearly 1,000 Saiyans. Among these Saiyans were both low-level and high-level warriors, all excited, rubbing their fists together, eager to participate in a large-scale battle mission that only happened once a year on Vegeta Star. At that time, these over 1,000 Saiyans would form a team and set off together to enjoy the thrill of battle. This large-scale battle mission was defined by the Task Management Bureau as a special mission, requiring the deployment of high-level warriors with combat power close to 10,000. This time, the mission was to conquer the mysterious Kanasha Star. Bardock, be careful when you get to Kanasha Star. Don't take too many risks. A petite yet beautiful female Saiyan adjusted her husband's hair and retied his headscarf. Bardock laughed heartily, patting the female Saiyan's shoulder with his broad palm, a gentle smile appearing on his scarred face. Kind, you still don't know my strength? A small Kanasha Star won't be a challenge for me, so don't worry. But be cautious. Kind rolled her eyes at her husband. It turned out that these two were the biological parents of son Goku, Bardock, and his wife Kind. 12 years had passed since Shaya first met Bardock, and now Bardock had grown into a mature and strong warrior and married Kind, who was in charge of the logistics department. Kind was a petite Saiyan, much like Alice, and among these rugged Saiyans, she looked like a child. Yet, This petite female Saiyan had already given birth to 2 children. Bardock was about to set off to participate in the mission to conquer Kanasha Star, while Kine, responsible for the logistics of meat processing, would stay on Vegeta Star. By the way, how is Raditz doing now? Bardock adjusted his luggage and asked. When Raditz was mentioned, a joyful smile appeared on Kine's face. Raditz is out on a mission with Prince Vegeta. He should have already arrived at the mission planet. Bardock nodded. His eldest son Raditz, like him, was just a low-level warrior, but he was unexpectedly assigned by the Task Management Bureau to carry out a mission with Prince Vegeta. He wondered how the Task Management Bureau arranged their missions. Perhaps it was just to provide Prince Vegeta with a burden. Bardock thought to himself with some self-deprecation. However, Bardock would not feel ashamed of being a low-level warrior, because he knew that even being born a low-level warrior through battle and training, one could still match high-level warriors. And he himself was a good example of that. His power had far exceeded that of an average high-level warrior, and as the commander for this mission, Bardock's combat power was nearing 10,000, making him one of the few low-level warriors to achieve such a feat at a location over 2 months' journey from Vegeta Star. At Frieza's headquarters, inside a luxurious palace, Frieza floated beside a porthole in a small, egg-shaped spacecraft, with a long tail hanging down and swaying in the air. Lord Frieza, here is all the data regarding the Saiyan spaceships launched in recent years. A Taji Star person reported, waving their arms. Frieza's spacecraft turned, and his crimson eyes gleamed with evil light. His purple lips parted slightly as he coldly addressed Dodoria, who stood beside him. Mr. Dodoria, send out the order to have the Frieza force eliminate all the Saiyan children sent out on missions according to the list. Remember, I want none left. Yes, my lord. Dodoria's expression turned serious as he immediately replied, then hesitantly added, I've heard that Prince Vegeta's son also went out on a mission. Should we? Frieza waved his hand and said, Leave Vegeta alone. He is quite a good toy, so let him stay for a while. By the way, Mr. Dodoria, would you like to join me to watch some fireworks? Dodoria immediately brightened up, excitedly saying, Is the king planning to destroy Vegeta's star? Finally, I can witness that magnificent scene again, since the last time he saw the grand spectacle of a planet's destruction. Dodoria had been longing for another opportunity to see it again. Yes, this is a task assigned by Lord Beerus. I originally wanted to keep those Saiyans around for a while longer, but it seems that will not be possible now, Frieza said with a hint of melancholy. Frieza's father had once told him that there were 2 figures in the universe that even the frost demons dared not provoke. One was the ancient Majin Buu, and the other was the legendary god of destruction, Beerus. Frieza had originally not believed this, but when the god of destruction, Beerus, truly appeared before him, he knew that Beerus really was not to be trifled with. He had initially thought to let the Saiyans exist a little longer, but since it was Lord Beerus' command, he could not go against it. Lord Beerus? Dodoria was taken aback, confirming that he had never heard of this name before. But since even Lord Frieza referred to him as Lord, he must be an extraordinary figure. These Saiyans really know how to cause trouble. Another powerful figure wants to wipe them out. Sigh, if only Shambo were still around, he could have seen the beautiful fireworks too. Frieza sighed with regret. It was such a pity that a beautiful view was missing someone to appreciate it. Speaking of Shambo, Dodoria's expression darkened. His partner for many years had died mysteriously on Planet Vegeta, and even now he did not know who the murderer was. When the Ginyu Force arrived at Planet Vegeta years ago, it was already deserted, leaving only a hot planet covered in lava. Chapter 77, The Curse of Kanasha Star. A beautiful and mysterious planet, with very few people knowing about its affairs. Now, this beautiful planet was facing a catastrophic disaster. A large group of Saiyans from distant star systems descended here, unleashing a frenzy of slaughter. The emerald green planet was left with shattered mountains, scattered rocks, and craters of all sizes everywhere. Boom! A shockwave containing immense energy struck the mountains, causing the ground to tremble violently, and the mountain instantly crumbled. Rolling boulders shot out like cannonballs, crashing to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dry dust. Over 1,000 Saiyans laughed maniacally, reveling in the thrill of battle as they flew from one mountain peak to another, leaving no survivors in their wake. Vibrant lives were extinguished in the explosions. In the forests, animals of various shapes and sizes ran and roared, only to be obliterated in an instant by a wave of energy that fell from the sky. Mr. Bardock, all lower life forms on Kanasa have been completely exterminated. Only the native Kanasa people remain. A thin Saiyan wearing glasses reported while covering his communicator. Tell everyone to be cautious. I've heard that the Kinesa people use some mysterious magic, some of which can even threaten the lives of high-level warriors. Bardock nodded. On the star map, Kinesa was located on the northern route from Vegeta, and it had remained peaceful for many years. It couldn't possibly be without its defenses. Yes, Mr. Bardock. The Saiyan received the order and then transmitted it outward. Bardock quietly gazed at the smoke billowing everywhere, as if the world were ending. For some reason, an uneasy feeling crept into his heart, as if something was about to happen. 3 days later, in a city full of ruins, skyscrapers collapsed, rubble scattered, and a thriving civilization was obliterated in an instant. The elder of the Kinesa people watched as the spark of civilization gradually extinguished, countless clan members slaughtered, and he could not help but feel an overwhelming rage. He glared furiously at the Saiyans, who resembled demons. You evil Saiyans will eventually face retribution. The Kinesa elder shouted angrily, blood-red light flashing in his green pupils. Suddenly, the elder of Kinesa revealed a strange smile and then laughed maniacally. The magical power allowed him to glimpse a shadow of the future. In that vision, he saw that the future of these evil Saiyans was not much better than theirs. It would be long before they were ultimately destroyed by someone even more powerful than them. Ha ha, so you Saiyans cannot escape calamity either. Today you destroyed Kinesa, and soon your home planet will also be destroyed. Cough, retribution. You Saiyans have committed so many evils. You all deserve to go to hell. The Kinesa elder danced with excitement, his hands raised as if thanking the heavens. Damn it. Bardock's face was overcast with clouds as he extended his finger and shot out a brilliant white beam, piercing through the Kinesa elder's chest with a puff. To dare curse the Saiyans is simply deserving of death. Thud! The Kinesa elder fell to the ground, a stream of blood pouring from his mouth. Yet he maintained a mad smile on his face. His gaze was like a sharp blade, deeply piercing Bardock's chest, intensifying the ominous premonition in his heart. Even if you kill me now, the future is already destined. You Saiyans cannot escape death. Cough. We're just going ahead of you, and I will watch you go to hell in the underworld. Bardock's expression darkened as he coldly replied, Saiyans would never follow in your footsteps. Cough. You don't believe it now, but it's only a matter of time. The life force of the Kinesa elder gradually faded away, yet he continued to laugh wildly. Ha ha ha. I will use my last strength to curse you with visions of the future. You will feel despair every moment. It will linger in your mind, gradually destroying your will, leaving you to live in eternal suffering. The Kinesa elder's eyes turned bloodshot, with a faint red glow appearing in his eye sockets. The blood-red light looking incredibly gruesome and eerie. Bardock suddenly felt a wave of dizziness in his brain, followed by countless illusory images crashing into his mind, making it hard for him to discern reality from illusion. Bardock let out a painful roar and fainted. Uncertain how long had passed, Bardock gradually regained consciousness and checked himself, finding nothing unusual, only that his head still felt heavy and a bit nauseous. Those despicable Kinesa people. Bardock cursed, realizing he had been ambushed by the Kinesa people, but fortunately, he felt no abnormalities. Glancing at the corpse of the Kinesa elder lying nearby, Bardock's face turned as cold as frost, and a wave of energy was unleashed from his hand, turning the body to ash. Mr. Bardock, it's great that you are okay. Just now, headquarters sent a message, ordering all Saiyans to return to Planet Vegeta immediately. The communicator beeped, with the voice of the mission's deputy commander coming through. Boss, what is going on? Bardock furrowed his brows. Why would headquarters issue such an order out of the blue? What happened? Suddenly, a wave of dizziness hit him again, and Bardock knelt on the ground, covering his face as if countless worms were gnawing at his brain. His vision gradually blurred. In the tranquil starry sky, the dark red planet Vegeta hung high. Not far in outer space, disc-shaped spacecraft were arranged in a starry pattern, with countless aliens clad in armor, wielding energy cannons, swarming out of the discs like locusts, blotting out the sun. The outer space around Planet Vegeta quickly lit up with flashes of electricity and fire. The scene shifted. A silhouette sitting in a small egg-shaped spacecraft laughed maniacally as he extended his finger. Suddenly, another sun rose in the starry sky. A massive fireball several hundred meters in diameter revealed its ferocious form, roaring toward Planet Vegeta. The fireball fell from space. Its orange-red surface made the atmosphere anxious and scorching. A tremendous roar shook the starry sky, and the colossal Planet Vegeta was turned to cosmic dust in a cataclysmic explosion. Mr. Bardock, Mr. Bardock. The voice from the communicator continued to call. Boss, I'm fine. Continuing from earlier, Bardock gritted his teeth, his whole body trembling, sweat soaking his clothes. Yes. On the other end of the communicator, the mission's deputy commander, Boss, explained everything in detail. After disconnecting the communicator, Bardock's gaze turned cold and grim, gritting his teeth and saying, "What does that bastard Frieza want?" Remembering the strange images that had appeared in his mind earlier, Bardock couldn't help but frown. "Just using my last strength to curse you with visions of the future. You will feel despair at all times. It will linger in your mind, gradually destroying your will, leaving you to live in eternal suffering." The Kanesa elder's words echoed in his ears. Could it be that what I saw earlier was truly a vision of the future? Is Frieza planning to destroy Planet Vegeta? Bardock murmured, his hands clenched into fists. Planet Vegeta absolutely cannot be destroyed. P.S. Thanks to all the readers from Chi-Dian and Chuangshi for their support. Thank you. Chapter 78. The last month, due to receiving orders from headquarters, Bardock and the other Saiyans quickly concluded their mission on Kanesa and prepared to return to Planet Vegeta. Meanwhile, Saiyans from all over the universe began to return one after another as news spread. Inside the large spaceship, Bardock sat gloomily in the cockpit, while Deputy Commander Boss chatted with him about the situation on Kanesa. "But it's really strange, suddenly ordering us all back to Planet Vegeta. What is going on?" "It seems to be an order from Frieza," Boss remarked with curiosity. "First, take down the detector. Be careful not to be overheard." "Oh, I almost forgot." Boss reacted quickly and hurriedly turned off the energy detector. "No matter what Frieza's scheme is, let's return to Planet Vegeta first." "Huh? What kind of scheme could there be?" "I think it might be that he discovered some remarkable planet that requires a large number of personnel to act together, right?" Boss laughed heartily. Although he lacked fondness for Frieza, he never thought that Frieza would have the ambition to annihilate the Saiyans. "By the way, I heard that the movements of Frieza's army have been very frequent lately, as if they are executing some kind of mission. I think it must be because they lack manpower." "That's right. They must want us Saiyans to go and support them." "I hope so." Bardock crossed his arms and felt less optimistic in his heart. Recalling the scene he saw on planet Kanasa earlier, his brows furrowed. And combined with the strange orders Frieza just issued, his unease grew stronger. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his head, and Bardock clutched his forehead, leaning over on the chair. Illusory images projected on his retina like a film. A verdant planet floated there, with a faint green light in the sky and tender grass covering the ground. On a vast, serene plain, a young man in an orange-red martial arts uniform stood proudly. Opposite him was a petite figure alternating between purple and white, with a long tail and striking crimson eyes. "Where's this place?" Bardock realized he had come to an unknown location, and in front of him, two individuals were confronting each other. Everything so silent, as if they hadn't even noticed him at all. Is this another cursed vision from the Kanassans? Bardock calmed down. He felt as if he were watching a movie, completely in a third-person perspective. His good psychological quality allowed him to quickly regain his calm, and Bardock quietly stood and watched the scene before him. At that moment, he noticed that the young man in the orange-red martial arts uniform looked exactly like him. Could that person be Raditz? No, Kakarot. A flash of light crossed Bardock's eyes. A feeling of blood connection flowed in his heart. He turned his gaze to the person opposite him, a petite figure with skin resembling soft armor, with only purple soft material attached to the top of the head, shoulders, and arms sparkling under the sunlight. The crimson eyes were icy cold, cruel like a demon. Those cold crimson eyes reminded him of someone. "Frieza!" Bardock exclaimed. He was now certain that the person standing opposite him was indeed Frieza. Although his appearance was different from the Frieza he had seen, those indifferent and crazy eyes belonged to no one else. Could this be the scene of Kakarot fighting Frieza, truly a vision of the future? Bardock suddenly felt a sense of panic. If these are visions of the future, it means that the cursed images from the Kanassans could be real, and Planet Vegeta would be destroyed at Frieza's hands. At this moment, the person who looked just like him began to fight. Their movements were as fast as the wind, swift as lightning, and their speed surpassed what the eyes could capture. Bardock concentrated hard, but he could only see a few fleeting afterimages. The level of their battle was far beyond him. The scene kept fast-forwarding, and Bardock watched it all like a bystander. By now, the sky had turned dark, and the world was filled with sparkling lightning. Boom! Huge waves surged, and the earth began to crack. The young man in the orange martial arts uniform was now bare-chested, and amidst the thunder and lightning, he let out an angry roar, his black hair flickering before ultimately turning into a shimmering golden color, a pair of deep, cold green eyes devoid of any emotion. Then, The young man with golden hair and blue eyes attacked fiercely, overwhelmingly defeating his opponent. Could that be the legendary Super Saiyan? Bardock was shocked by the young man's transformation, watching with excitement, his blood boiling, although he could no longer comprehend that level of existence. There was no doubt that the Super Saiyan from ancient legends truly existed, and his son Kakarot had likely already achieved it. At this moment, the scene became blurry again. Bardock, drenched in sweat, leaned over on the chair, while his deputy commander boss looked at him with concern. "Mr. Bardock, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" "Oh, it's nothing. Just a bit tired," Bardock replied calmly, looking up at the ceiling, but he couldn't calm his heart for a long time. Is all this the real future? Or is it a trick by the Kanassans to deceive him, confuse him, and ultimately try to sow discord between the Saiyans and Frieza? On a distant planet, Vegeta sat on a pile of collapsed rubble, gnawing on a chunk of roasted meat, while primitive people resembling dinosaurs crawled on the ground beside him. "Prince Vegeta, is it really okay not to go back?" "You are a prince," Raditz asked, supporting the wound on his arm. "Who cares? Just pretend you don't know," Vegeta said coldly, focusing on eating his food, showing no intention of returning to Planet Vegeta. Raditz hesitated, wanting to say something but dared not speak. At that moment, a bald young man came over, sat down on the ground, and picked up a piece of roasted meat to chew on. "Why are you saying so much? Just listen to Vegeta." "Sure," Raditz replied weakly, not daring to argue, as he was the only low-class warrior among the three, often looked down upon by them. On the route to Planet Vegeta, rows of disc-shaped spaceships sped through space. The largest ship in the center was Frieza's flagship. Frieza sat in his small spacecraft, floating in front of the ship's observation deck, bright stars passing by like meteors. "Lord Frieza, forgive me for speaking frankly, but that so-called Super Saiyan is just a glitch hero legend and cannot possibly exist," said a frog-faced alien. Frieza laughed twice and said, "Of course I know. After observing them for so many years, these Saiyans have always been nothing but useless wild monkeys. I wasted so much time expecting them. However, I cannot allow even a hint of unease in my heart. These overly proud guys will never be at ease as my servants. It's time to eliminate them. By the way, when will those Saiyans be able to return to Planet Vegeta? Other than some particularly distant ones, a month is enough time. Then let's launch the attack on Planet Vegeta in a month. Have the Frieza force prepare. I can't wait any longer." Frieza said coldly with a slight smirk. "Yes, Lord Frieza." The frog-faced alien responded loudly, then left the command room to convey Frieza's orders. "Dodoria, don't forget to hunt down those remaining Saiyans after Planet Vegeta is destroyed. I don't want to see even a single fish that got away. I guarantee the task will be completed." Dodoria wobbled with his pink belly, grinning wickedly, his meat-like protrusions on his head swaying. In just a month, King Frieza would display his might, and every time Dodoria thought of this, he became so excited that he couldn't sleep, hoping time would hurry up. Chapter 79, Bardock's plan a month later. The Saiyans, scattered throughout the universe, gradually returned to Planet Vegeta. The spaceport was busier than usual, with spacecraft arriving every moment. Bardock's large spaceship approached Planet Vegeta, and in the night sky, he saw a large number of ships lined up on the other side of the planet's orbit, seemingly on a mission. "Mr. Bardock, look, those are Frieza's ships. Why are they at Planet Vegeta?" Boss pointed at the Frieza force arranged in a wedge formation ahead, surprised. Bardock was taken aback for a moment. Then his expression darkened, and he furrowed his brows, saying, "Frieza actually brought the main force to Planet Vegeta. Does he really intend to go to war?" As a hawkish Saiyan, Bardock had always looked down on Frieza, especially after receiving some ambiguous future information that stirred his dissatisfaction with Frieza. Seeing these fleet ships filled him with deep hatred. "It shouldn't be like this. We Saiyans have always been diligent in carrying out the missions assigned by Frieza," Boss said, looking incredulous. "Isn't that already obvious?" Bardock snorted coldly, his tone very impolite. "I've long suspected that Frieza has ulterior motives towards the Saiyans. You must be wary of the legendary Super Saiyan being born among us." "Super Saiyan? That's just a legend. Even we don't believe it. Would Frieza really be worried about that?" Boss laughed, as if he had heard a joke, feeling very optimistic and unable to believe that Frieza would harm the Saiyans over such a non-existent legend. That's hard to say, remembering the future fragment he had seen, where his youngest son Kakarot eventually became the legendary Super Saiyan and defeated Frieza. Bardock felt a rush of relief. "All right, let's head back to Planet Vegeta first. We'll talk about everything later." Bardock glanced at the Frieza force in the distance and said to Boss, "Okay." Boss responded cheerfully, then piloted the spaceship closer to Planet Vegeta. After landing at the spaceport, Bardock bid farewell to the accompanying Saiyans. Watching his comrades' retreating figures, Bardock was unsure whether he should speak of the future visions he had seen. He tried to voice it several times, but the words caught in his throat, and he couldn't say them. Forget it. Even if I say it, they won't believe me. He shook his head with a wry smile. Is this the despair the elder of Kinesis spoke of? Having to face this pain alone? No, Bardock did not feel despair. His eyes looked into the distance, believing that in the future, Kakarot would defeat Frieza for him. Upon returning home, his wife Jine was cooking in the kitchen. The rich aroma wafting from it, immediately warming Bardock's heart. Hey, why are you back so early? Jine came out holding a pot of meat soup, surprised to see Bardock. Setting his bag down, Bardock smiled and took the large pot from his wife. I received orders from headquarters. All Saiyans are returning to Planet Vegeta. What's going on? No, nothing. Bardock shook his head, but he felt an ominous premonition in his heart, as if something was about to happen. It's okay, with your strength. What could possibly be difficult for you? Jine nestled in Bardock's embrace, her petite body sinking into him. She had complete confidence in Bardock, although he was a low-class warrior. Her husband possessed strength surpassing most elite warriors. Holding his wife quietly, Bardock felt a sense of peace. By the way, is Kakarot still in the incubation chamber? Yes. It's been several months. It's time for him to come out. Do you want to go see him? In the basement, an egg-shaped incubation chamber was filled with green liquid, where a child with a long tail was bubbling inside. This was a newly developed biological incubator, more advanced than large-scale baby pods, typically only available to high-class families. After Kakarot was born, he stayed in the baby pod for a while before Bardock took him home and placed him in the biological incubator. It had already been several months. Kakarot, like his father Bardock, was a low-class warrior. However, Bardock's capabilities allowed him to provide better resources for his son. He's grown so much. Looking at the child sucking his fingers in the green liquid, Bardock was somewhat astonished, then smiled. Yes, he looks just like you. Especially that unique hairstyle, Jine joked, saying their second son looked exactly like her husband. Bardock nodded, staring at his son for a while, then closed his eyes and thought for a moment before saying, when it gets dark, I'll steal a spherical spaceship and send this child to another planet. Huh? Jine was taken aback, strongly opposing. Why do that? And why have him face the danger of becoming the banished child? With Bardock's family's current power, they could easily protect their son from dangerous missions. Becoming the banished child would lead to disdain. This is for Kakarot's good. What do you mean? Bardock lifted his head and said solemnly, I have a premonition of death. Frieza is definitely plotting something. In the end, Jine was persuaded by Bardock. For their son's safety, she had to take the risk. Late at night, Bardock stole a 2-meter diameter spherical spacecraft from an old warehouse in the royal city. And then the couple carried the spacecraft across to a distant desert. Speaking of which, you actually worry about the child. That's not like you. Jine joked with her husband while flying. Probably infected by your innocence. How can you say that about someone else? Jine puffed her cheeks in dissatisfaction, like a sulking girl. Soon, they arrived at a rocky desert far from the city where the Saiyans gathered, making it easier to launch the spacecraft without being detected. At that moment, the spacecraft emitted the cries of a baby, as if knowing it was about to part from its parents. Jine looked at the child through the transparent glass with a bit of heartache. Don't cry, Kakarot, Jine said, feeling reluctant. Hey Bardock, let's all escape together. That's useless. The detectors will find us soon. The energy readings are too high and can easily be monitored by the Taji Star People's detection equipment. Adjusting the position of the spherical spacecraft, Bardock said, This is an old machine from 20 years ago. It shouldn't have a locator. I've set the program to a remote planet called Earth. Although the planet has plenty of water and food, the people and resources there are of little value, making it an inconspicuous, low-level planet. Jine nodded and said to the child in the spacecraft, Child, if Bardock is overly worried, we will soon come to bring you back. If something really happens, I will tell Raditz about it. Goodbye, you must survive. Be careful of the Galactic Patrol. Kakarot, you must become a Super Saiyan and kill Frieza. She pressed the switch of the spacecraft, and with a violent jolt, the spacecraft shot up into the sky, quickly disappearing into the vast universe. P.S. The tender depiction of the Saiyans and the story of Bardock and Jine sending Goku away are all part of Akira Toriyama's canonical follow-up story, not fabricated, only with changes made to Kakarot's age. So, it can be said that the Saiyans are not entirely barbaric and uncaring when it comes to family ties. Chapter 80. The Rebellion Begins. Desolate Star. After a long silence, Shaya received news from Frieza. Adri and a few others gathered together, and the atmosphere was not good. Frieza was finally going to take action. Adri sighed and said, "What is meant to come will eventually come, but when that moment really arrives, I still feel a sense of unwillingness." Damn it. Paradise slammed his fist into the ground, and with a bang, a large pit was immediately created in the hard ground. Their clan faced slaughter, but felt powerless. This situation usually occurs with weaker races. Indeed, those who commit many evil deeds will ultimately face retribution. Uncle Adri, it's useless to say anything now. It's better to wait here. I'll go take a look at Planet Vegeta. Maybe I can save some people, Shaya said. Although they had already made a wish on the Dragon Balls, no one could say how many people would eventually reach Red Mountain Star. Shaya is preparing to go to Planet Vegeta. Firstly, he can rescue some Saiyans. And secondly, he wants to personally witness the extent of Frieza's power. Edri knows that Shaya's strength has reached an incredible level. Even destroying the Ginyu Force would be a piece of cake for him. So she's not worried about his safety. She nods and advises that's fine, but you must avoid meeting Frieza. What needs to be sacrificed must be sacrificed. Remember, you are the most important Saiyan. As long as you are here, there is hope for the revival of the Saiyans. I want to go too. Shilling, who had been watching for a while, jumped up excitedly. No, you can't go. Both Edri and Shaya said in unison. But I'm strong too, Shilling said seriously. She also wanted to participate in the ultimate battle on Planet Vegeta. Shaya possesses the ability to teleport, which means he can leave at any moment if needed. But you can't. Even if you are already comparable to Captain Ginyu, I still won't agree, Edri said with a frown, clearly displeased with her daughter's recklessness. Woo-woo. Shilling shrank her neck and rolled her eyes. Humph, I want to learn teleportation too. She had heard Shaya mention that there is a teleportation technique on a planet called Yardrat in the universe that is very similar to Shaya's superpower. If she learns it, she'll be able to move freely in the future, unlike now. We'll talk about that later. I'm going to Planet Vegeta first, Shaya said calmly, his expression serious. Be careful. Edri nodded quietly as Shaya turned around and took a few steps forward, disappearing like a wisp of shadow before everyone's eyes. At the royal palace of Planet Vegeta, the oppressive atmosphere was suffocating. King Vegeta, clad in armor, sat on the throne with his eyes closed, his red cape draping behind him. In the hall below, a dark mass of Saiyans had gathered, all loyal high-ranking warriors of King Vegeta. At the front were over 20 warriors, each with a battle power exceeding 10,000, representing the strongest backbone of Planet Vegeta. King Vegeta opened his eyes and looked at the crowd below, his face shrouded in cold clouds, his eyes flashing with fierce light, exuding an undeniable regal aura. The Frieza army has completely surrounded Planet Vegeta, their ambitions laid bare. They want to utterly destroy us, Saiyans. Tell me, can we allow this? King Vegeta shouted loudly, his voice echoing throughout the palace hall. Of course not. The Saiyans roared in unison, filled with righteous indignation. We will not bow to Frieza. Even if we die in battle, we must defend the dignity of the Saiyans. Let's go to war. Let that bastard Frieza see our might. The Saiyans all shouted angrily, swearing to fight Frieza to the death. King Vegeta looked down with satisfaction and nodded. Pewter, how many troops do we have now? Your Majesty, we have gathered 400,000 Saiyans, and many more are arriving at the palace. Over 70 of the high combat power fighters are ready to battle for the dignity of the Saiyans. Pewter quickly reported. Over 70 of high combat power? That basically represents all the power of the Saiyans. As for the rest, King Vegeta did not expect much from them. He waved his hand, signaling Pewter to step down. After a brief silence, King Vegeta suddenly stood up, his imposing figure facing everyone, his bright red armor looking majestic. Raising his arms, King Vegeta excitedly declared, "The time for the Saiyans to live or die has come. Now, in the name of the king, I command all Saiyans to prepare for battle, ready to confront the Frieza army to the death. The elite warriors will form 7 battalions, led by warriors with battle powers over 10,000, to break through the encirclement of Frieza's 1st and 2nd Corps. Intermediate warriors will assist from the side, covering and cleaning up any stragglers. Additionally, an order will be issued to all Saiyans. Annihilate all Taji people on Planet Vegeta. I want not a single one left." King Vegeta's tone was cold and merciless. The Taji people, backed by Frieza, had been oppressing the Saiyans on Planet Vegeta for too long. It was time for them to settle the score. The orders from the royal palace of Planet Vegeta were swiftly conveyed, and all the Saiyans began to take action. However, many Saiyans were confused about the situation and did not understand King Vegeta's orders. Some even worshipped Frieza and were unwilling to believe it, rushing toward the palace. But they were swiftly killed by the palace guards who were on high alert. In an instant, Planet Vegeta was thrown into chaos. The aliens were also alarmed, not daring to go out onto the streets. Ha ha ha, these Saiyans are finally getting their comeuppance. A group of Dodorians gathered together, looking extremely pleased. The Saiyans had destroyed their home planet and captured them for slavery, filling them with hatred. Today, they finally saw the evil Saiyans facing destruction. The heavens have a way of balancing things. Who can escape retribution? Such an evil race as the Saiyans would ultimately descend into hell. There were many other races like the Dodorians who usually dared not express their anger, but now they were celebrating, eagerly anticipating Frieza to eradicate all the Saiyans. At the Taji people's base, hemispherical buildings stretched outward on 12 white stone pillars, and the task management office was no longer calm. Ever since King Vegeta issued his orders, the Taji people's residence had become the best outlet for the Saiyans' fury. With a thunderous roar, the towering buildings collapsed in an explosion of energy waves, obliterating everything. The Taji people, shaking their frail bodies, hoarsely shouted, "What are you Saiyans doing? Ah, King Frieza will not spare you. What are we doing? We're going to kill you." The Saiyans sneered coldly, completely ignoring the Taji people's threats. "You are merely cannon fodder. Frieza won't withdraw you if he wants to eliminate the Saiyans. Today, we settle old and new scores together. The end of the Taji people has come." The Saiyans unleashed their pent-up anger and hatred toward Frieza, and the Taji people suffered the consequences. Chapter 81. Mel's in danger. Now, the whole of Planet Vegeta is in chaos. At Bardock's home, Jine looked at her husband with a worried expression. It has been proven that Bardock was right. Frieza indeed has ulterior motives. The current situation is very clear. Frieza has summoned all Saiyans back to Planet Vegeta to wipe them out in one fell swoop. She is very glad that she secretly sent Kakarot away last night. Otherwise, with the airspace completely blocked today, the spaceship would not be able to take off at all. Bardock sat silently on a stool, holding a headscarf in his hand. "Jine, come with me. Stay inside and don't come out." He walked to the basement, instructing Jine to hide inside as he planned to close the entrance of the basement. This was originally where Kakarot was raised. The structure inside was very sturdy, and even if the above was flattened, it would not affect the below. "Bardock, be careful." Jine looked at him with some worry, not trying to stop him, because she knew that in such a critical moment, her husband would never stand by idly. Bardock nodded heavily. Jine was just an ordinary low-level warrior, with a power level of less than 2,000, and hiding in the basement was the only way to ensure her safety. He held her in his arms for a moment before resolutely walking out of the basement. After closing the basement door, completely isolating it from the outside world, Bardock put on his battle suit, tied a red ribbon around his head, and walked out decisively. This battle was likely to end in death for almost everyone. In the universe, Frieza stood in front of the porthole, looking leisurely at the dark red planet Vegeta, like the color of exquisite red wine, making one reluctant to part with it. He took a sip of red wine, the fragrant aroma intoxicating him. Frieza chuckled and walked over with his wine glass. "Mr. Dodoria, look at how beautiful this planet is. Like a ruby, soon it will turn into beautiful fireworks." His hoarse voice echoed in the hall, and Frieza gazed enraptured. "Exudina Shidinyoha." Dodoria smiled cruelly and said, "King Frieza, all personnel are ready. We just await your command to show those proud Saiyans your might." I'm very confident in what Mr. Dodoria has arranged." Frieza lightly patted Dodoria's shoulder, floated up, and stood in front of the porthole with his hands behind his back, his tail swaying leisurely behind him. Frieza coldly ordered, "Let the 1st and 2nd Legions take the lead, and the 3rd and 4th Legions follow. They must breach Planet Vegeta within half an hour, after which Vegeta should disappear from the universe." "Yes," Dodoria eagerly replied. Immediately, Dodoria waved his hand, and the nearby alien trembled, bowing and retreating from the command center to relay King Frieza's orders. The 1st and 2nd Legions were Frieza's most elite forces, usually stationed on extremely important planets, especially the 1st Legion, which was the elite of the elite, ranked just below the Jinyu force, and was the strongest unit in Frieza's army. In terms of strength, some are even above Dodoria. Frieza deployed all these forces to Planet Vegeta with the aim of completely annihilating the Saiyans. When Shaya arrived at Planet Vegeta, the war had already broken out. At this time, Planet Vegeta had lost its former tranquility. Facing the invasion of Frieza's army, all the Saiyans were fighting madly. They fought bravely, unleashing their power without reservation, with bright and dazzling energy waves streaking across the sky, leaving beautiful streaks in their wake. and explosions of all sizes echoed endlessly. Everywhere there were loud and violent explosions, especially after the Saiyans with power levels exceeding 10,000 took action. The terrifying scenes were like the end of the world. The explosions raised clouds of dust that obscured the sky, plunging Planet Vegeta into darkness. The ground trembled. The sky had long lost its original color, and energy waves containing immense power traversed the atmosphere, like giant dragons roaring in fury. Accompanied by a series of loud booms, visually impactful mushroom clouds rose into the air, and the shockwaves from the explosions instantly cleared the surrounding gloom. But soon new dark clouds gathered. Under the repeated collisions of tremendous power, the planet's crust could no longer withstand the overwhelming force, cracking in the middle, and hot lava immediately shot out from underground, carrying a hot, acrid scent, transforming into blooming, terrifying flowers, exceptionally beautiful. Taking a slight step forward, Shaya became a blur and arrived in the city, where he saw buildings continuously collapsing and in every corner. Saiyans and aliens were engaged in battle. Just then, a burst of energy cannon suddenly erupted from a high ground, flying towards him. When Shaya saw this, he couldn't help but frown slightly, raising his palm just in time to catch the energy cannon that shot towards him in his hand. Then, with a flick of his fingers, a light sound rang out, and the soccer ball-sized energy cannon was actually rebounded, drawing a brilliant arc of light as it flew off in another direction. A look of astonishment flashed across the faces of the aliens. Seeing that their first attack had failed, they immediately launched a second assault, seeking death. Watching these aliens attempting to kill him, a glimmer of cold light flashed in Shaya's dark eyes. This time, he would not let them off easily. Turning around, he took a few steps forward and suddenly vanished from sight, then appeared right in front of the aliens. Such speed! The aliens were terrified when they saw Shaya suddenly appear. They quickly reacted, raising their energy launchers to aim at Shaya, charging energy and firing in a swift and seamless motion. These aliens belonged to Frieza's Fourth Army, and with their energy launchers, their combat power was above 2,000. Although their movements were quick, they were like fireflies trying to compete with the sun and moon. Die for me! A detached voice suddenly rang out in the air as Shaya calmly watched the aliens below, a cold smile appearing on his handsome face. He then raised his palm and forcefully waved through the air. Whoosh! As his fingers sliced through the air, countless ice-blue energies were suddenly flung out, sparkling with dazzling brilliance, shooting down like a column of water in a storm. A tragic scream followed, and then a loud bang erupted as a bright white mushroom cloud slowly rose. Shock waves rolling violently, and the scorching energy instantly melted the rocks. After taking down several waves of aliens that attempted to attack him, Shaya walked along the road as if no one else was around. Soon, he found the spaceship the aliens were using, and after destroying several ships in succession, the remaining aliens all turned their weapons toward Shaya. However, those aliens with only 2,000 to 3,000 in combat power were no match for him. As he walked leisurely, he waved his hand, suppressing all the aliens. The number of aliens that died at Shaya's hands suddenly surged, quickly surpassing 1,000. Whoosh! Suddenly, a sparkling beam of light streaked across his field of vision. It was a figure. He saw a small figure fleeing ahead, with a pale yellow alien behind, holding an energy launcher and relentlessly pursuing. Mel's? Surprised, Shaya called out, seeing that the little girl was being chased not far away. Wah-wah! A cry filled with panic. Mel's was frantically fleeing, but the alien behind her was relentless, getting closer and closer. At this moment, Mel's was terrified. She had never experienced such a terrifying situation. After all, she was just a child of about 5 years old, and she finally couldn't bear the pressure, crying out loud as she ran. Chapter 82. A Fierce Battle. Hee, the little girl is quite impressive, managing to escape for so long. The pale yellow alien grinned menacingly, licking his lips and revealing sharp fangs. Wawa, don't eat me. Mel's was cornered, pressing herself against the wall, but now there was no way to escape. The little girl, panicking, closed her eyes. Then, with a splat, the sound of blood splattering on the ground, a painful scream echoed, and Mel's opened her eyes in surprise to find a tall figure standing in front of her. Ah, it's you. Recognizing the person, Mel's exclaimed in surprise, not expecting that her savior would be the nephew of Master Edry. Mel's had experienced the greatest fear of her life. A myriad of emotions surged in her chest, and upon seeing someone she recognized, she couldn't help but rush over and cry. This Mel's had excellent potential and was one of the designated evacuees in Shaya's plan. She couldn't die before the destruction of Planet Vegeta. All right, Mels, stay close to me. Anywhere on Planet Vegeta is extremely dangerous now. Gently patting her head, Shaya comforted her. He couldn't stand to see children cry. I want to look for Master Edry these past few months, but he was never home. And then today, it suddenly turned into this, so many people want to kill me. Mels, recovering from her nervousness, looked at Shaya with her reddened eyes. Although she didn't like Shaya very much, thinking he was just a mere mid-level warrior at this moment, only staying close to Shaya could give her a sense of security. Uncle Edry and the others are in another place. Shaya sighed as he looked at the shattered city. Frieza's goal is to kill all Saiyans. Planet Vegeta can no longer be stayed upon. Next, Shaya led Mels along the road, and at this moment, Mels became incredibly quiet, timidly following beside him. Shaya glanced at her and thought that this little girl was really frightened. In the gunfire-filled city, the contrasting figures of Shaya and Mel stood out. When the aliens saw them, it was as if they had seen prey, rushing forward to attack. And each time, without saying a word, Shaya would directly throw a punch. And those seemingly casual attacks always managed to kill the opponent. Soon, the number of aliens who died at Shaya's hands exceeded 10,000. It should be noted that those aliens had combat powers of at least over 2,000, yet they were no match for Shaya. Mels watched in disbelief, her little mouth agape. As the number of aliens dying at Shaya's hands grew, Mels gradually became somewhat numb. At this moment, she realized that Shaya was far stronger than her, and watching Shaya remain calm and carefree, her eyes began to sparkle with admiration. Hey, just how strong are you? Why is it that those aliens are no match for you? With a hint of excitement, Mels grabbed his hand and hung on to him, all her previous grievances suddenly dissipating. Shaya continued to move forward, and you will naturally know this later. By the way, how did you come out here alone? Where are your parents? Mels pouted, somewhat dissatisfied. Who knows where they went? I just heard the explosion and came out to take a look and saw those aliens slaughtering Saiyans. I killed a few weaker aliens, and then I was chased by that alien from earlier. Ugh, that alien is so powerful, it kept chasing me. Remembering the previous dangerous scene, Mel's legs felt a bit weak. If Shaya hadn't shown up in time, he would have been killed by that annoying alien. Mel's parents must have been summoned by King Vegeta, Shaya thought to himself. Mel's parents have pure Saiyan personalities, and at this time, they must have responded to King Vegeta's call and gone to fight against Frieza's army. However, it was impressive that Mels, at such a young age, was able to kill aliens with decent fighting power. Although there may have been an element of surprise, it was still remarkable. Just as Shaya was helping Mels eliminate aliens on Planet Vegeta in the vast universe, colorful flowers began to bloom in space. The elite Saiyan warriors had already encountered Frieza's first army, and fierce battles erupted in outer space. Fighting in outer space posed innate constraints for the Saiyans. Because Saiyans could not survive in a vacuum, they could only wrap their bodies in energy to make brief stays in the universe, which added an extra risk during perilous battles. Many Saiyans ultimately could not hold on and lost their lives under the aliens' long guns and cannons. Corpses floated in the universe, only to be burned to ashes by the sweeping energy cannons. These Saiyans were bloodthirsty, charging forward recklessly. Thus, against the tranquil, starry sky, with the dark red planet Vegeta as the backdrop, orange lights lit up all around, making everything seem so brutal. Not far from them, disc-shaped spaceships were scattered like stars. Shortly after the first and second armies launched their attacks, aliens from the third and fourth armies also joined the battle, seen in tightly grouped clusters, armored and armed with energy cannons, swarming out like locusts, creating a dark mass that blotted out the sun. Soon, the outer space of Planet Vegeta was filled with flashes of electric light. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed, and hundreds of thousands of Saiyans had perished on the battlefield. Watching the battered Saiyan warriors who continued to charge forward, Bardock's eyes brimmed with tears. Wasn't this the scene he had witnessed on Kanesa? Frieza. Bardock gritted his teeth. With a roar, a heavy light golden energy wall erupted around him, enveloping his body and burning fiercely. Bardock's cold, piercing gaze fixed on the direction where Frieza was. Boom! 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 Bardock engaged in close combat, his figure turning into a blur, swiftly approaching the aliens before him, wildly throwing energy balls. Zulfust. Seeing Bardock's fight, many aliens changed their expressions and began to retreat. However, a few bold aliens instead charged in, surrounding Bardock tightly in groups of 3 or 5, even some leaping forward to hold him tightly. Die, all of you! With a loud roar, a dazzling light flashed. Bardock unleashed tremendous energy, blasting away the aliens clinging to him. The surging energy wave continued to ripple, turning the aliens within 100 meters into dust. Well done. Long live Mr. Bardock. Everyone charged together. Kill those despicable aliens. For the dignity of the Saiyans. The remaining Saiyans were greatly encouraged, all rushing towards Frieza's army as if they had been injected with adrenaline. Dazzling flashes suddenly erupted, and the booming explosions echoed in their ears. Some Saiyans, knowing they couldn't defeat their opponents, chose to self-destruct, taking their enemies down with them. Watching the Saiyans pay the price of their lives, Bardock felt a sharp pain in his heart and became even more ruthless. Crack! He grabbed one alien's leg in front of him and with all his strength, twisted it off. Chapter 83. The fiery fireball Frieza sat on a small spacecraft, noticing the battle happening on the other side. The corners of his mouth curled slightly, revealing a cruel and cold smile. Haha, Dodoria, look, that Saiyan seems very brave. Dodoria glanced over, pressed the energy detector on his ear, and a series of beeping electronic sounds rang out. Seeing the data displayed above, Dodoria exclaimed in disbelief. Hey, that Saiyan's energy intensity actually exceeds 10,000 points. Such power can only be handled by the elites of the First Army. If these Saiyan warriors could be used by me, they would make a powerful team. Frieza shook his head. It's a pity they are too proud and unwilling to submit. Haha, these Saiyans are ungrateful. Dodoria snorted coldly, thinking if they had stayed peacefully by Frieza's side, they wouldn't have brought such disaster upon themselves. However, Dodoria also felt lucky that these Saiyans were very aloof. Otherwise, if another powerful force was added to Frieza's side apart from the First Army, he would really have no place left. It's still because Lord Shampoo died too early, leaving me isolated beside Lord Frieza. Dodoria thought to himself. Dodoria, it's about time to let the First and Second Armies retreat, Frieza said, his crimson eyes gazing into the universe. Dodoria was taken aback for a moment, then quickly reacted, and a smile spread across his face. Yes, I'll have the troops return immediately. The order to retreat was quickly issued to the First and Second Armies, and these elite warriors under Frieza's command all exited the battlefield and returned to base, leaving only the Saiyans in near space. What's going on? Why are these aliens retreating? Could be that Frieza has given up? Great, we VE1. The Saiyans have once again triumphed over adversity. The Saiyans showed joy on their faces. Although they had sacrificed hundreds of thousands of warriors, they ultimately achieved victory in this battle. They hugged each other to celebrate, and then gradually began to lower their altitude, only removing their energy shields after entering the atmosphere. Only Bardock remained, his face serious as he gazed towards space. Has it really ended? Muttering softly, Bardock's head suddenly throbbed with pain again. No, the battle is not over. Frieza's withdrawal means he is going to make his move personally. The fragmented images he had seen on Kinesa flashed before his eyes once again. Bardock's expression twisted, his teeth grinding together, making a squeaking sound. Everyone be careful. Frieza is going to make his move personally. Bardock shouted loudly. His words snapped everyone back to reality, and they all stared blankly into outer space. There, Frieza sat on his small flying device, his eyes watching the dark red planet Vegeta, letting out a mad laughter of ha ha ha. Then, with a flick of his finger, a tiny red dot the size of a peanut suddenly flickered on his fingertip, sparkling with electric light, and then it suddenly expanded, inflating into a gigantic fireball with a diameter of several hundred meters. It was like a newborn sun, radiating scorching light and heat. Bardock's pupils suddenly contracted. This scene was exactly what he had seen before. He quickly scanned his home planet, Vegeta, gritting his teeth and charging forward. It must not fall, Bardock shouted in his heart, knowing that once the fireball fell, Planet Vegeta would truly be finished. For his people and his wife. Bardock bravely stood in front of the blazing fireball, then spread his arms wide. Inside the spacecraft, Dodoria watched eagerly, his pink skin trembling with excitement. Every time he saw the massive fireworks that erupted when King Frieza destroyed a planet, Dodoria felt a thrill deep in his heart. This time was no different. When he saw King Frieza use his signature move, he was filled with anticipation and excitement. That Bardock and Frieza's planet-destroying bomb. Looking up at the sky, Shaya whispered. Frieza finally couldn't wait to make his move. Bardock must not die here. Hey, what is that? Mers startled, having been scared by the scorching fireball in the sky. Hold tight. Before Mers could react, Shaya quickly tucked her under his arm and shot off into outer space. Mers covered her face. letting out a series of sharp screams as the biting cold wind hit her forehead, making it impossible for her to open her eyes. Dam Saiyan Munkais. Turn into cosmic dust along with your home planet. Frieza laughed maniacally, gently flicking his finger, and a huge, scorching fireball immediately revealed its terrifying side, howling ferociously towards Planet Vegeta. Frieza, I won't let you succeed. With an angry roar, Bardock flew in front of the fireball, stretching out his arms, trying to catch the planet-destroying bomb. The scorching flames burned Bardock's arms, causing him to let out a painful scream. Bardock's face twisted as he struggled to hold on, but the energy of the planet-destroying bomb was too immense for him to withstand. The fireball drew closer to Planet Vegeta, creating a violent whirlwind as it scraped through the atmosphere. The atmosphere of the entire planet began to stir chaotically. Frieza watched with great interest, as if he were enjoying a clown's poor performance. This little Saiyan dared to try and catch his destruction bomb, utterly foolish. Frieza disdainfully curled his lips, his cold eyes watching. Useless. How could Frieza's energy ball be something a mere Saiyan could catch? Dodoria stood in the spacecraft with a sneer on his face, then continued to watch expectantly. It must not fall. Bardock was almost fainting, with only a single obsession still supporting him. Splash! A small figure appeared beside Bardock, holding a little girl. Shaya, you bastard! Mer's voice trembled with a hint of tears as she clamped her legs together. Boo-hoo! That guy Shaya actually brought her in front of that terrifying energy ball. It's over now. Mers felt a bit frantic, biting down on Shaya's hand with her pearly white teeth. Don't be silly. With a reprimand, Shaya smacked Mers on the butt a few times, then extended his hands in the shocked gaze of Mers. As his palms touched the surface of the massive fireball, Shaya's expression turned serious, intently gazing at the fireball, his arms exerting great strength. And at that moment, the descent speed of the planet-destroying bomb was forcibly slowed down a little. But it wasn't enough. This little power was utterly useless. Bardock was startled by the suddenly appearing Shaya, looking at the person in shock. This person should be a juvenile Saiyan, right? This child is entrusted to you. Take her and retreat. Handing Mers over to Bardock, Shaya then shouted loudly, and the combat power that had been suppressed within him suddenly erupted. In an instant, energy with a combat power of 145,000 blazed fiercely, and the pale golden aura instantly enveloped the surroundings with a crystal-clear brilliance. Bardock and Mers were both stunned, staring at each other speechlessly. Get up! Shaya shouted again, increasing the energy output from his arms, and the destruction ball was forcibly stopped. How is this possible? Dodoria exclaimed in shock. Frieza's face was grim as he coldly said, Scan the energy intensity of that Saiyan for me. I want to know exactly how much fighting power that Saiyan has. Due to visibility issues, Frieza and the others did not notice Shaya's figure, so they still believed it was Bardock exerting himself. Yes, Lord Frieza. The technicians on the spaceship shivered, frantically operating the large energy detector on the ship, fearing that delaying would anger Lord Frieza. Soon, all energy readings were confirmed. Lord Frieza, the opponent's energy reading is 145, 500. The voices of the aliens trembled. What? 145, 500? How could Saiyan have such high combat power? Dodoria was taken aback, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. A Saiyan couldn't possibly have such high combat power. Could that Saiyan have transformed? I heard that Saiyans can increase their combat power tenfold when they transform into great apes. Impossible. The great ape transformation of a Saiyan also has its limits. It can't increase combat power that much. It seems that this Saiyan really needs to be eliminated quickly. Frieza chuckled coldly, his voice cruel and icy. Chapter 84. The destruction of Planet Vegeta, but even if he has a combat power of 140,000, what of it? My combat power in normal form is 530,000. Ants are ultimately ants. How can they shake a great tree? A cold glint flashed in Frieza's blood-red pupils as he extended his finger again, generating another massive destruction ball. Saiyan, even if you can catch one planet-destroying ball, can you catch the second one? Frieza smiled faintly, and then a huge shadow was cast down as the second planet-destroying ball fell along the same trajectory as the first, quickly coming into contact and merging, its power suddenly increasing dramatically. Shaya could no longer hold on. No wonder it's Frieza. Energy balls of this magnitude come at a wave of his hand without even breaking a sweat. I'm still not his match. Feeling the power of the opponent, Shaya couldn't even catch Frieza's casual strike, and he felt a bit discouraged. However, he quickly regained his spirits because he was still young, at 12 years old. He had just entered puberty, a time when his strength could rapidly increase. If he couldn't do it now, he would wait for the future. What cosmic emperor, in the end, would be just a stepping stone on his path to becoming strong? Bardock, it seems that the destruction of Planet Vegeta is inevitable. Shaya accepted this fact calmly. If it couldn't be done, then retreating was simple. However, no, I will not let Planet Vegeta be destroyed. An unwilling voice echoed in the air as Bardock moved his parched throat. His expression despondent. For once Planet Vegeta was destroyed, his wife Jine would also perish. Bardock was determined not to see such a thing happen. So instead of retreating, he wanted to stand alone and catch that destruction ball. But the result was still the same. Bardock's power was far from enough. Seeing this, Shaya shook his head and said, "Don't worry, Bardock. When Planet Vegeta is destroyed, 15,000 Saiyans will be evacuated, and you and your wife are on the list." However, Bardock found his words too unbelievable and did not understand, remaining stubborn. Shaya frowned at this and swiftly knocked Bardock out, then used instant transmission to take a few people back to the surface. "Oh, we're back on the ground?" Meru said, a bit dazed as she had been knocked out. Looking up, a blazing fireball was slowly approaching the surface. As it continued to descend, the atmosphere began to churn violently, with invisible shockwaves spreading out like displaced sea water in all directions. Soon, the destruction ball finally struck the crust, and a thunderous roar shook the starry sky, with countless towering lava columns erupting from the surface, reaching thousands of meters high. The tectonic plates shattered at that moment. In fact, the fate of Planet Vegeta had already been sealed the instant the destruction ball fell. With a series of cracking sounds, the core bulged high, and the planet began to expand rapidly as terrifying energy surged, putting Planet Vegeta on a countdown to destruction. However, at the moment the core shattered, a dazzling and colorful glow suddenly appeared across the planet. The wish made with the Dragon Balls a year ago began to take effect, and the living Saiyans on that list of 15,000 began to shine with a translucent brilliance. In Bardock's basement, Jine sat in front of the alloy door, hugging her knees, her delicate face pressed against them, her hands clasped together as she silently prayed for her husband and child. At that moment, a crystal-like light suddenly rose from her, and Jine looked on in surprise, unable to speak, and then, with a flash of light, her figure transformed into a wisp of fluorescence and disappeared. This scene was playing out all over Planet Vegeta, as the planet was about to be destroyed. Countless Saiyans chosen on the list were transported away by the power of the Dragon Balls. However, those who were killed directly by the destruction ball were not so fortunate, as the dragon's power only took away those who were still alive. "Oh, what's happening? Why am I glowing?" Meru's curiously touched her skin that was radiating a shimmering light. Soon after, Bardock's body also started to glow, because he will soon leave Planet Vegeta. Seeing the glow on Bardock and Meru's, Shaya knew the dragon's power was at work, and they would soon be transported to Red Mountain Star. "I should leave too," Shaya thought to himself as he looked at the soon-to-be-destroyed Planet Vegeta and the many bewildered Saiyans. But just as he was about to use instant transmission to leave, an unexpected event occurred. The sky suddenly cracked open like glass, and deep, powerful chaotic currents surged out. Shaya and the others were swept into it before they could react. What was happening? The sudden change startled him, and Shaya struggled to stabilize himself, but the strong pulling force of the space crack was gradually drawing them in, making it impossible for him to escape. He noticed that the force surging from the crack in space was somewhat similar to the time and space abilities he used. This energy was actually the power of time and space. Shaya's pupils suddenly tightened, and his expression changed dramatically as he suddenly remembered something. That's right, in the original story, Bardock did not die. Instead, he fell into a time rift during the destruction of Planet Vegeta and was transported to ancient times. Could this be the time rift? Shaya immediately realized that trouble was brewing. In the original story arc of Bardock, Bardock did not die in the explosion of Planet Vegeta. Instead, he traveled through a time-space rift to ancient Planet Vegeta, which was not called Planet Vegeta at that time, but Planet Plant. There, Bardock encountered the ancestor of the Frost Demon race, the cosmic pirate Chilled, and ultimately transformed into a Super Saiyan to defeat him. This led to the legend of the Super Saiyan being passed down among the Saiyans and the Frost Demon race, marking a unique instance of time travel in the original world. Planet Vegeta is actually located at a weak point in the time-space continuum, and the force of the planet's destruction tore open the door to time and space, with the other side of the rift leading to the ancient world. Oh no, I really can't go to ancient times. Shaya was extremely frustrated. It was only at this moment that he recalled that scene. Gritting his teeth, Shaya quickly moved toward Bardock and Melis, but the immense gravitational pull of the space suddenly swallowed them up. In the quiet expanse of the universe, Planet Vegeta resembled a gigantic firework. After emitting its final glow, it finally faded away from the universe, taking with it the once mighty Saiyan race. Of course, this was the perception of most civilizations in the cosmos. How many civilizations rejoiced upon learning of the Saiyans' demise, and how many merely scoffed at the news? In the distant East Galaxy, in the Hongshan star system, two brilliantly colorful planets orbited each other. On one relatively smaller sky-blue planet, the Fidayans had developed a large city capable of accommodating tens of thousands of residents through day and night efforts. The three main areas, training, living, and leisure, were orderly distributed, greatly satisfying the various needs of the Saiyans. The first batch of over 3,000 Saiyans who arrived here had gradually adapted to life in this new environment. On a new morning, sunlight bathed the land. The Saiyans were exercising as usual. The training area had become their favorite place because the various training equipment effectively stimulated their power growth, while the leisure area had remained undervalued. Just as they were preparing for a new day, vibrant colors suddenly lit up the sky, like rainbows that made the Saiyans stop and watch. Following that, a series of dark figures fell from the sky, scattering like raindrops. The 12-fold gravity caught the newly arrived Saiyans off guard. Hey, those seem to be Saiyans. Is something happening on Planet Vegeta? Some nearby, Saiyans' expressions changed dramatically as they all rushed toward where the figures were falling. In a dense forest, over 10,000 Saiyans landed here, with most severely injured, leaving only a few hundred able to resist the pressure from the 12-fold gravity. What is this place? Weren't we on Planet Vegeta? How do we suddenly end up here? The gravity here is so strong. This isn't Planet Vegeta anymore. The leading Saiyans observed their surroundings and confirmed that they were no longer on Planet Vegeta. As for why they had appeared here, no one could explain. Chapter 85. Saiyans of Hongshan Star. At that moment, they noticed a large group of figures flying in from the other side of the distant hill, all dressed in elegant white tight-fitting battle suits and looking spirited. Upon noticing the brown tails behind them, the Saiyans from Planet Vegeta's faces changed drastically. Saiyans. They're also Saiyans. Someone shouted, and everyone struggled to stand up. When they clearly saw that the other side was also composed of Saiyans, their anxious hearts relaxed. Quick! There are many injured here. We need to carry them back for treatment. The newcomers saw that the ground was full of injured individuals and hurriedly shouted to their companions. Every Saiyan who arrived at Hongshan Star was a precious resource. They could not afford to lose anyone due to injuries. One of the leading Saiyans from Hongshan Star stepped forward and asked, "Are you all Saiyans from Planet Vegeta? Has Planet Vegeta been destroyed?" Seeing the Saiyans from Planet Vegeta lower their heads in sorrow, the Hongshan Star Saiyan sighed. "My name is Suddy, and I am also from Planet Vegeta. I was brought here by Lord Shaya a long time ago. I never expected that Planet Vegeta would ultimately be destroyed." Lord Shaya? The Saiyans from Planet Vegeta were taken aback. Lord Shaya is the leader of us Saiyans on Hongshan Star. It was under Lord Shaya's guidance that we migrated to Hongshan Star. The Saiyan named Suddy spoke with great admiration for their new leader Shaya, and once he started talking, he couldn't stop. Realizing he had said too much, Suddy smiled awkwardly. "By the way, please immediately destroy all energy detectors. We Saiyans on Hongshan Star do not need these things, and the energy detectors are equipped with surveillance devices that can easily expose our location." The Saiyans from Planet Vegeta turned pale upon hearing this and hurriedly crushed their energy detectors. Suddy smiled at everyone and warmly said, "Since Planet Vegeta has been destroyed, from today onwards, you are all Saiyans of Hongshan Star. Let me introduce you to the situation on Hongshan Star. Hongshan Star is located in the northwest of the East Galaxy, close to the central region of the Milky Way, about 108,000 miles away from the North Galaxy, where Planet Vegeta is located, so you don't need to worry about Frieza finding us. Since it's so far away, how we get here?" a Saiyan asked in confusion. "This is, of course, due to Lord Shaya's power. Let me tell you, even though Lord Shaya is young, he is incredibly powerful." When talking about Shaya's strength, Suddy's face was filled with yearning. "When we first arrived at Hongshan Star a year ago, Lord Shaya already had a battle power of 120,000. Recently, I heard Mr. Edry say that Lord Shaya has made another breakthrough, and his power has now reached 140,000. You said how much?" The Saiyans from Planet Vegeta could hardly believe their ears and confirmed again. Lord Shaya has a battle power of 140,000. Seeing the astonished expressions on everyone's faces, Suddy felt proud. Don't doubt it. Look at my power. A year ago, I only had a battle power of 3,200, and now I've broken through to 4,600. This is because Lord Shaya arranged a good training environment for us. Suddy was an intermediate warrior. In his 20s, he had just over 3,000 battle power a year ago, which was above average, but in just 1 year, he had undergone a transformation and miraculously reached 4,600 battle power, already comparable to a high-level warrior with medium qualifications. His progress was indeed rapid. The speaker was oblivious, but the listeners were attentive. The Saiyans from Planet Vegeta were astonished after hearing Suddy's boasting, revealing eager expressions. They were filled with shock. Who exactly was this Lord Shaya? And how could he enable other Saiyans to break through so quickly? Had the influence of bloodline qualifications been minimized upon arriving here? They could see that most of the people present were low-level warriors. Yet these low-level warriors were stronger than typical intermediate warriors, and according to their claims, they had only been training for a little over a year. Next, Suddy introduced more about Hongshan Star. The Saiyans from Planet Vegeta learned that there were only over 3,000 Saiyans on Hongshan Star, and most were low-level warriors. However, among these few people, including the aforementioned Lord Shaya, there were a total of 2 Saiyans with battle power exceeding 100,000, 6 Saiyans with battle power exceeding 10,000, and the remaining individuals, excluding underage children, had battle powers of at least 2,500 or more. What a terrifying force this was to the eyes of the newly arrived Saiyans. The Saiyans of Hongshan Star were shrouded in mystery, and here, the constraints of bloodlines seemed to have become irrelevant. Of course, bloodlines were still very important. It just hadn't manifested at this level yet. The destruction of Planet Vegeta, as one of the few advanced planets in the North Galaxy, had a significant impact. A single stone stirred up 1,000 waves, and the impact quickly spread. 3 days after the destruction of Planet Vegeta in the eastern part of the North Galaxy, at the palace of King Vegeta, in a magnificent palace, there was a lively atmosphere of song and dance. King Vegeta lay gracefully on his throne, resting his chin on his hand, sipping red wine, appearing relaxed and content. His nearly 3-meter-tall, sturdy figure gave him an overwhelming presence. At that moment, a blue-skinned bald alien hurriedly ran into the palace, kneeling on the ground to report, "Great King, we have just received news that Lord Frieza personally led his subordinates to Planet Vegeta, and all the Saiyans have been destroyed along with it." Oh, Frieza finally couldn't hold back and made a move. King Vegeta rolled over, put down his wine cup, and appeared in a good mood, with a smile that was almost a smirk, saying, "These Saiyans are indeed a disaster. It's good that Frieza has made up his mind. In the legends of the Frost Demons, Saiyans are truly a menace, so it's better to eliminate them early. However, with this, Frieza will lose a strong army under his command. By the way, has there been any news from Kvila?" King Vegeta asked coldly. Frieza, that child, was quite willing to listen to his father's words, and King Vegeta liked that. However, he felt a hint of apprehension towards his eldest son, Kvila. Years ago, in a territorial dispute, he had a fierce battle with an extremely powerful foe. Although he eventually repelled the opponent, King Vegeta was severely injured. He had no choice but to retreat behind the scenes, handing over his territory to his 2 sons to manage. Over the years, King Vegeta had recovered, but his eldest son Kvila's strength had surged ahead. King Vegeta was quite wary in his heart. Lord Kvila has already received the news." The blue-skinned bald alien cautiously replied. "The news is quite swift. So what actions does he have afterward?" King Vegeta chuckled lightly, but there was an infinite chill in his voice. "Not yet, but the troops under Lord Kvila are frequently mobilizing, seemingly searching for something." The blue-skinned bald alien answered carefully. Hearing this, King Vegeta's expression changed slightly. His eyes narrowed, his purple lips curved upwards, and a terrifying aura erupted from his entire body, like an ancient beast, sweeping out in all directions. Boom! The wave of pressure formed a chaotic domain filled with oppression, causing the entire palace to sway in the center of the vortex. Chapter 86. Temporal energy. After a while, the aura subsided. King Vegeta squinted his eyes, picked up his wine cup, took a few sips, and leisurely said, "Frieza must be short on manpower right now. Just send my ace troops over to support Frieza. Additionally, keep a close watch on Kvila's movements, and report back immediately if there is any news." "Yes, King Vegeta." The alien responded loudly, as if granted a pardon. then bowed and withdrew from the palace step by step. On the splendid throne, King Kurta swirled his wine cup, the blood-red liquid inside swaying freely. Kvila, what exactly are you searching for? Don't pull any tricks. King Kurta sneered and sighed, then downed the wine in his cup, standing up from the throne. In the northern part of the North Galaxy, Kvila stood with his hands clasped behind his back on a vacuum space platform, his cold, demon-like eyes gazing into the distant starry sky. Kvila's primary form was purple, with white sandy armor covering his head, shoulders, and limbs. He had a purple tail behind him. His overall appearance was very similar to Frieza's final form, but the colors were exactly opposite. While Frieza was mainly white with purple shoulders and wrists, Kvila was the reverse. And compared to Frieza's petite final form, Kvila appeared more masculine. My king, as the Saiyans are perishing, Lord Frieza is indeed at his weakest. Why not take this opportunity to seize more territory? The commander of the mech troops, Frieza, stood by and asked with a faint smile. Frieza, my foolish brother has finally done something right. How could I disturb him at this time? Kvila's deep voice echoed. Besides, my father, King Kurta, wouldn't he want to see me expand my influence further? Otherwise, he would feel uneasy. Mentioning King Kurta, Kvila's relaxed expression turned serious. The only person in the entire North Galaxy he couldn't see through was his father, the former ruler of the North Galaxy, King Kurta. If it weren't for the battle with his arch-nemesis, King Davido, hundreds of years ago, although King Kurta eventually forced him back, he was also severely injured, and the North Galaxy would not have fallen into Kvila's hands. However, recently, King Kurta seemed to have thoughts of making a comeback, which was clearly not what Kvila wanted to see. Although he was confident that he had surpassed his father's strength, King Kurta's long-standing authority made even the thought of facing him daunting. Kvila dared not take that risk. Forget about the southern matters for now. Have you found any news about the spirit tree fruits you were searching for? Kvila waved his hand and then asked seriously. Frieza shook his head and said, I have dispatched a large number of troops and have almost turned the northern region upside down, but there is still no news about the spirit tree fruits. Don't rush. Take your time. If there is nothing in the northern region, look elsewhere. We will surely find it. Kvila nodded slightly, speaking earnestly. He had not increased his strength in many years, and as an ambitious king, Kvila was far from satisfied with his current power. The rumored spirit tree fruits might allow him to advance his strength further. Waving his hand to dismiss Frieza, Kvila continued to stay in the vacuum. His talent among the frost demons was considered excellent, but his brother Frieza was even more outstanding. If he didn't work hard soon, he might lose everything, which was not what he desired. Amidst the violent temporal turbulence, everything seemed chaotic and out of order. Shaya never expected to fall into the time-space rift along with Bardock. Once lost in time and space, there would be no turning back. Surrounding him was a suffocating crimson color, and the scorching energy struck his body, causing a pain that felt worse than death. That was the chaotic energy within the time-space rift, far more terrifying than the spatial rifts Shaya opened with his abilities. He had to find Bardock and Melis. Gritting his teeth, a thought flashed through Shaya's mind as he navigated through the chaotic currents of time and space. But the intense pain twisted his face. Enduring immense suffering, Shaya gradually drifted through the turbulence. In the time-space rift, time and space were disordered. Sometimes he was just here, and the next moment he appeared in a distant place. Here, both time and space were extraordinarily distorted. Against the time-space rift, pure energy had no ability to resist. Or rather, due to the difference in levels, pure energy had lost its place to be effective. His slender body struggled continuously in the dark red twisted space, as if he had fallen into a quagmire with something constantly pulling at him, making every movement incredibly difficult. The fatigue from expending his time and space abilities had left his muscles sore and his mind gradually becoming dizzy and confused. After an unknown amount of time, just when Shaya was about to lose the ability to sustain his powers, a bright light suddenly appeared ahead. It was Melis. Shaya was filled with surprise as he saw Mels, glowing with a brilliant light, floating hundreds of meters away. The power of the Dragon Balls had been activated. This might be the way to escape the time-space turbulence. After thinking for a moment, Shaya quickly swam towards Mels' position. But it was at this moment that the energy within him was finally nearing depletion, and his spatial and temporal abilities gradually became scattered, soon rendering him completely unable to use them. Shaya's expression changed. Misfortunes never come singly. The greatest drawback of the powers of space and time is their excessive consumption of energy. Helplessly, he could only shout loudly, waving his arms. relying solely on brute force to move, but the distance to Mel's did not seem to shorten. This realization made Shaya feel a hint of despair. Would he be forever floating in this strange place? Time passed little by little, and Shaya abandoned his futile struggles, quietly closing his eyes and contemplating into space. A moment, a day, a month, or perhaps there is no concept of time here at all. Shaya did not know how long he had been here. As the time spent in the turbulent flow of time and space extended, a miracle happened. Shaya faintly felt a sensation of returning to a pre-birth state, a warm current spreading from his chest throughout his body. What a warm feeling, as if he had returned to the embryonic stage. With a somewhat intoxicated expression, the warm sensation felt like returning to the fetal state. Suddenly, he realized that he seemed to have been here before. When exactly had he come? That's right, before I came to the Dragon Ball world in that confined, dark, mysterious space. The aura here is somewhat similar to that place. Shaya realized that this dark red space-time crack was reminiscent of the feeling of the dark space. However, compared to the mysterious pressure of the gray and hazy environment in the mysterious space, this environment was much more bearable. As Shaya hesitated, two beams of light suddenly shone from his chest. The time and space energy that had long been depleted became active once again, continuously absorbing the energy from the space-time crack. At that moment, Shaya felt not the pain and oppression, but a sense of being in his element, a refreshing feeling. Perhaps because the source of time and space within him was more advanced, he gradually absorbed the dark red space-time turbulence. The ice blue and dark blue powers began to merge, and after integrating the dark red space-time turbulence, Shaya's two types of abilities finally converged, forming an independent source. Space-time energy. After the two abilities were exhausted, under the impetus of the space-time turbulence, the time and space abilities miraculously fused into a more advanced space-time energy. Chapter 87. The divided world. After the fusion of time and space abilities into a more advanced power, the energy in the space-time crack could no longer harm Shaya. On the contrary, the new power allowed him to swim freely in the crack, just like a fish returning to the water, without the constraints of the turbulence. His body became light and agile. Shaya gradually familiarized himself with the new energy, and after feeling ready, he suddenly accelerated and quickly arrived beside Myers. He reached out and grabbed her, then continued searching for Bardock's whereabouts. However, in this vast and strange space, it seemed almost infinite, making it very difficult to find someone. After searching for a long time, Shaya still had not found any trace of Bardock. Could it be that, like in the original story, Bardock had already traveled back to ancient times? After fruitless searching, this thought arose in Shaya's mind. This possibility was not impossible. Take Myers beside him, for example. If it weren't for the coverage of the Dragon Ball power on her, she might have long lost her way. However, logically speaking, Bardock should also have the coverage of Dragon Ball power, so why couldn't he be found? Forget it. It seems Bardock is destined to return to ancient times. Shaya sighed, feeling somewhat regretful. He had originally wanted to take Bardock to Red Mountain Star, but it seemed that would not be possible. The mysterious and unpredictable space-time crack was not a place to linger. Although Shaya could now prevent the space-time turbulence from harming his body, Myers beside him could not. After a moment of contemplation, Shaya had no choice but to give up the search for Bardock and instead began looking for a way to leave the time-space rift. The original location of Planet Vegeta was in a weak area of space, and to reopen the time-space portal, another weak point needed to be found. But where could this weak point be? Without specific characteristics, searching for it was like trying to find a needle in a haystack, leaving him feeling very lost. After wandering around with Mel's for a while, Shaya noticed a troubling situation. Mel's energy was becoming weaker and weaker, yet the method to leave the time-space rift had still not been found. Shaya began to worry about this. At that moment, he suddenly noticed a glowing object ahead, which stood out somewhat in the dim environment. Could it be the exit of the rift? Shaya's spirits lifted, and he hurried towards it. However, as he got closer, he realized it looked less and less like an exit and more like a humanoid figure. Bardock, he was actually here. Upon seeing the shadow clearly, Shaya was taken aback. Bardock was still stuck in time rift. At this moment, Bardock's condition was even worse than Mel's. First, he had endured the aftermath of the planet's explosion, and then he was eroded by the chaotic time currents. Bardock's body was already exhausted, and his breath had become very weak. Unfortunately, because they were in the time rift, Shaya couldn't open a dimensional space. Otherwise, he could use a Senza beam to heal his injuries. How could they leave this place? Holding tightly onto Bardock's body, the three of them leaned on each other, swaying in the turbulence. The power of the Dragon Balls that was acting on Bardock and Mel was gradually weakening. The reason Bardock hadn't gone back to ancient times like in the original story was precisely because he was held back by the power of the Dragon Balls. And when the power surrounding them completely disappeared, it would be hard to guarantee which era they would drift into. At this point, they could only take a desperate gamble. Gritting his teeth and weighing his options, Shaya could only treat a dead horse as a live one. He returned to the place where he first found Mel. Then he exerted the newly acquired time power with all his might, hoping to artificially open a gap in the fragile time-space. Since it was his first time using it, anything could happen. Shaya could only rely on his feelings to unleash this unknown power. Whoosh! Silver-gray energy spread out, and Shaya's expression grew serious as he carefully manipulated it. However, the rapid extraction of time energy made his face pale, and beads of sweat began to trickle down from his forehead. Meanwhile, the silver-gray time energy surged in, quickly enveloping the three of them, as if forming a natural silver cocoon in the time rift. The dark red turbulence swirled and struck, but upon contact with the silver cocoon, it was suddenly blown away, dissipating into thin air. Char, Bardock, and Melis remained motionless. Meanwhile, the external silver cocoon spun rapidly, disturbing the fabric of time and space, creating invisible ripples. Then, with a thunderous sound, the silver cocoon could no longer withstand the tearing and exploded violently, releasing a surge of energy at that moment. It was as if a bomb had been suddenly dropped into a calm lake, causing towering waves to rise and the surface to churn, overlapping and distorting time and space. A gap in time and space was torn open amidst the chaos, releasing vast amounts of energy outward on a planet in the northern galaxy. The sky was clear and cloudless. It was a tranquil afternoon, with sunlight shining down, presenting a bright scene of early summer. However, at that moment, the sky suddenly stirred, as if something was about to burst forth. In the next second, before the surrounding clouds could disperse, a torrent of red energy, like thick red ink, surged down. That blood-like red energy seemed to burst forth from an invisible pipe, flowing out in a rush and splattering onto the ground, causing the grass and trees to wither and rocks to shatter. Everything happened in an instant, as if a magical potion from a witch's cauldron had instantly corroded all things. The power of time and space was so overwhelming that everything it touched instantly decayed. "We finally escaped," a surprised voice exclaimed as three shadowy figures emerged from the tear in the sky. Shaya dragged Bardock and Myers to the ground, then gasped for breath and quickly opened a dimensional space, taking out three emerald green. After merging them into the power of time and space, it did not affect the use of the two abilities, but instead brought a qualitative change to his powers. As for the specific details, more thorough research is needed to know. In addition, the experiences in the time-space rift brought Shaya not only a breakthrough in abilities, but also made his physical body more solid after being struck by the chaotic flow of time and space, giving him a terrifying aura with every gesture. Shaya roughly estimated that his combat power should have exceeded 150,000, which is an increase of nearly 5,000 compared to before. Holding 3 senzu beans, he ate one himself, and the rich life energy instantly restored him. Then he fed 1 senzu bean each to Bardock and Melis, and their breathing gradually slowed as their injuries, which had been devoured by the chaotic time-space currents, began to heal. Seeing this, Shaya let out a sigh of relief. Remembering the previous dangers, he still felt a lingering fear. If it weren't for the reintegration of his abilities into time-space energy at a critical moment, he really wouldn't have been sure he could leave the time-space rift. Of course, it was also thanks to the Dragon Ball power acting on Bardock and Melis. Without the subtle pull of the Dragon Ball power guiding them to the present reality of Red Mountain Star, they might have been lost in time and space. All these factors combined allowed them to finally return to the universe. In this way, Bardock did not go to the ancient era, which means that a world without Bardock and the legend of the Super Saiyan was created, right? Shaya sat cross-legged, deep in thought. In the original setting, accidental time travel could lead to the creation of parallel timelines. So both the gods and the laws of the universe strictly prohibited the creation of time machines and any form of time travel. In the original work, Bardock was supposed to travel back to ancient times when Planet Vegeta was destroyed and then kill the ancestor of the Frost Demon race, the space pirate Shield, ultimately leaving behind the legend of the Super Saiyan. However, now that he had interfered, Bardock did not travel back. which should have resulted in a parallel timeline without the Super Saiyan legend. Haha, why am I thinking so much about this? It doesn't concern me. After thinking for a moment, Shaya shook his head, feeling that he was overthinking. These matters didn't seem to be his concern at all, and the existence of another timeline had nothing to do with him. The creation of another timeline held no significance for him in the current temporal context. What Shaya didn't know was that 12 years ago, when he traveled to the Dragon Ball world, this world had already begun to split because of his presence. He was like a virus, suddenly appearing in this world. From that moment on, the world had split into one where Shaya, the time traveler, existed and one where he did not, creating two parallel timelines. The world where Shaya existed was the current world he was in, while the world without Shaya was similar to the original Dragon Ball world. There could also be a Saiyan named Shaya in the original work, but this Saiyan would most likely die during the destruction of Planet Vegeta. His act of saving Bardock merely added another parallel timeline without the Super Saiyan legend on top of that. Time passed, and Bardock and Melis gradually woke up. After a desperate struggle, the Saiyans' near-death characteristic released all the potential accumulated within their bodies. This was incredible. Bardock's power level suddenly soared to 30,000, while Melis also saw an increase, reaching a power level of 1,600. Where is this? Bardock woke up feeling a bit dazed, and then remembered what had happened before he fell asleep. His expression changed drastically. What about Planet Vegeta? What happened to Planet Vegeta? Planet Vegeta has been destroyed by Frieza. What? Bardock's eyes went blank, frozen in place. But you can rest assured, your wife has been relocated to another place. Really? Bardock, as if seeing a lifeline, rushed forward and grabbed Shaya's shoulders. Suddenly, a sharp pain struck, and Bardock staggered, clutching his head in agony as sweat trickled down from his forehead. The curse of Planet Kanasa? Shaya glanced at Bardock, feeling helpless. This curse could not be lifted with a sense of being, but only through magic or the Dragon Balls. Chapter 88. A new beginning in the world of Dragon Balls. There are many strange and peculiar abilities, primarily in areas like technology, supernatural powers, magic, and secret techniques, all of which hold significant weight. However, in the context of the vast universe, where individual combat strength is the mainstream, these special skills are overshadowed by intense energy attacks. The curse of the Canassian people falls into the realm of magic, and since Bardock had never encountered magic, Shaya felt powerless in the face of Bardock's pain. Fortunately, Bardock's pain was like a violent storm, coming swiftly and departing just as quickly. Before long, he returned to normal, his breathing becoming calm again. You must have been cursed by the Canassians, right? What did you see just now? Shaya asked curiously, frowning as he looked at him. Bardock wiped the sweat from his forehead and glanced at Shaya in surprise, unsure how the other party knew about his condition. However, since the other party had pointed out the curse of the Canassians, he felt there was no need to hide it, shaking his head and saying, "It's just a bunch of random fragments, pieced together, and I have no idea what it means." I see. Shaya nodded in understanding. At that moment, he realized that without a clear context, the complex memories brought on by the curse would indeed be difficult to sort through. By the way, you mentioned that my wife has been relocated to another place. What exactly is going on? Bardock, having calmed down, looked at Shaya and inquired about Planet Vegeta. For a Saiyan like Bardock, Planet Vegeta held extraordinary significance, but now that it had been destroyed, he did not ask how it had been destroyed. Instead, he concerned himself with the status of his family, particularly his wife, Jine. Don't worry. Looking at Bardock, who bore a striking resemblance to future Son Goku, Shaya smiled and made a calming gesture, then began to explain. This is a long story. In fact, we had known about Frieza's ambitions long ago and anticipated that. Given his mindset, he would never allow the Saiyans to remain as a threat. So, we traveled the universe in advance to find a planet suitable for Saiyan survival and used a miraculous power to relocate a portion of the Saiyans to that planet. Rest assured, your wife is on that relocation list and should now be with other Saiyans on Red Mountain Star in the Eastern Galaxy. Bardock listened intently, and upon learning of his wife's safety, he nodded. He knew that it was a great fortune amidst misfortune that his wife and some of their kin were safe. Thus, his gaze towards Shaya was filled with gratitude. He moved his lips but did not make sound. Shaya observed Bardock's expression and secretly nodded, feeling that his efforts to help were not in vain. Bardock is the first Super Saiyan in the original story. If he could win him over or maintain a good relationship, it would be a significant advantage. By the way, Bardock, do you know what planet this is? Shaya asked, looking around. To use his ability for instant teleportation, he first needed to know the spatial coordinates between the two planets to determine the direction. frowning as he looked around. Bardock realized he seemed to have been to this planet before and uncertainly said, "This planet has thorny plants. If I'm not mistaken, this should be Planet Dala, which is 1 star zone away from Planet Vegeta." He then checked the planet's coordinates with his energy detector and, under Shaya's hint, destroyed the device. "All right, knowing the coordinates is enough. I'll take everyone away from here first and then head to Red Mountain Star." Shaya smiled and briefly explained the concept of instant teleportation. Such a magical ability exists. Bardock was surprised after hearing this, but since the curse of the Kanashans existed, instant teleportation didn't seem too unexpected. With that thought, he nodded and stood next to Shaya. At this moment, the little one, Mel's, also recovered from her daze. When she realized she was no longer on Planet Vegeta, she curiously looked around. Are we going back? But without a spaceship, how can we leave here?" Her mind didn't retain any memories of the space-time rift. Her last thoughts were still stuck on the terrifying scene of Planet Vegeta's destruction, leaving her confused about how she got here. "I naturally have a way." Shaya smiled and didn't elaborate further. Mel's immediately felt upset, sensing that her existence was being cruelly ignored. Although she no longer held the previous dislike for Shaya and felt a trace of admiration for his strength, her proud nature made it hard for her to accept being overlooked. Thus, she pouted, looking rather gloomy and stiff. After seeing this little brat, Shaya smiled faintly and ignored him, glancing at Bardock, signaling them to extend their hands, then closed his eyes and began to activate instant transmission. After the upgrade of the time and space power, his instant transmission became even more powerful. On the barren planet, with yellow sand swirling, the weather was as cold as ever. 5 days had passed since the destruction of Planet Vegeta, but Shaya still had not returned, and there were no updates from the front line. Gradually, everyone began to worry, though they did not show it. Sigh, Shaya has been gone for so many days. Why hasn't he returned? In the living room, Alice paced back and forth, a bit anxious. Rebecca followed suit, saying, "Yeah, why hasn't he come back yet? By now, Planet Vegeta should have been destroyed. That girl Shieling must be worried sick. The two little ones have never been apart for this long." "I hope Shaya comes back soon," Rebecca sighed. Alice suddenly smiled and said, "Honestly, you parents seem to have taken care of Shieling for less time than Shaya has. Look at how close that child is to Shaya. You're not qualified. Haha, we're all family. Shaya taking care of her is no different from us taking care of her. Does that mean Shieling doesn't recognize us as her parents?" Rebecca chuckled. "It's natural for the kids in the family to be a bit closer to each other." Just then a loud voice from outside came. "Everyone come out. Shaya has returned." "See, we were just talking about Shaya, and he is back," Alice said joyfully, her petite body nimbly jumping up, and she leaped to the door. In no time, Edri, Shakta, and others gathered around, and soon 15 figures appeared on the cold, dim hill. "Master Edri!" A little girl's clear shout came from afar. It turned out to be Melis, who was waving her arms and shouting after seeing Edri. "Oh, little Melis is here too." Edri grinned, squatting down to carefully examine his disciple. He then noticed Bardock standing nearby, his expression slightly tightening, and he felt a shock in his heart. This Bardock has power surpassing his own. Edri felt a strong sense of pressure from Bardock. Being personally involved in the evacuation list, Edri was not unfamiliar with Bardock's exploits. He even understood them very well. He knew that Bardock was a Saiyan warrior who had gradually become stronger from a low-level fighter. With a solid background, rising through the ranks, Edri held a favorable view of such a warrior, but he never expected Bardock's power to grow so rapidly, reaching a level comparable to, or even higher than, his own. "Are you Mr. Bardock?" "My name is Edri, the captain of the Edri squad." Edri regained his senses and greeted him warmly. Seeing the Saiyans in front of him, Bardock was also quite surprised. He found that apart from a few underage children, the other Saiyans possessed quite powerful strength, which excited him and made him feel a surge of blood. "Hello." A few of them exchanged simple greetings, slowly becoming familiar. When they learned about the entire process of Planet Vegeta's destruction, everyone couldn't help but feel emotional, especially when they found out that Bardock fought alone to protect Planet Vegeta until the last moment. The respect in everyone's eyes towards Bardock deepened. This is a true Saiyan warrior. Here, apart from Shaya and Shieling, Bardock had the highest fighting power. "Uncle Edri, since Planet Vegeta has been destroyed, it makes no sense for us to stay here any longer. We should head to Planet Hongshan," Shaya suggested. "Yeah, it's time to set off," Edri said with a complex expression, gazing at the direction where Planet Vegeta once existed, now empty, leaving only a scattering of cosmic dust that still told the tale of the Saiyan home planet's former glory. Indeed, there are many matters to attend to on Planet Hongshan, We should depart as soon as possible, Baruch said coldly. As the second-in-command after Edri, Edri was responsible for the Saiyans' training, while he was more in charge of their daily management. With nearly 10,000 Saiyans suddenly arriving at Planet Hongshan, if not managed properly, it could lead to serious issues. When the Saiyans on Planet Hongshan flourish, we'll settle the score with Frieza. Everyone spoke passionately, setting a goal. After the destruction of Planet Vegeta, the Saiyan lineage on Planet Hongshan would become the only existing Saiyan bloodline in the universe. But they believed that the Saiyans of Planet Hongshan would surely prosper. Chapter 89. Landing on Planet Hongshan, the sky was high and the clouds were light. Since over 10,000 Saiyans had relocated from Planet Vegeta, Sadie and some of the earlier arriving Saiyans have been in high spirits, diligently taking the injured one by one to the recovery room. After 5 days, most Saiyans had already come out of the recovery room, facing the rising sun. The warm sunlight shone on these healed Saiyans, making them seem as if they had been reborn. With the addition of these Saiyans from Planet Vegeta, the scale of the Saiyan lineage on Planet Hongshan had significantly expanded, truly becoming the only Saiyan presence in the universe. The newly arrived Saiyans first experienced the atmosphere of a planet that was in need of development. They discovered that this was a brand new and undeveloped planet. Apart from the more central areas that had begun to take shape, the other places were still under construction, and they believed that soon, large cities would rise from the ground. In the training area, Sadie was leading the newly arrived Saiyans to tour the various facilities, something he had been doing often these past few days. With groups ranging from 50 to 30, he tirelessly introduced the various aspects of Planet Hongshan to his fellow countrymen, including the temporary management system established by Shaya, Edri, and others to help them integrate better into the new environment, as well as the high-tech equipment used for training on Planet Hongshan. This is a primary gravity chamber, with a diameter of 350 meters and a height of 220 meters, capable of adjusting to 20 times standard gravity, accommodating 50 people for training at once. In front of a large gravity chamber, the Elon, named Arrow, pointed towards it while introducing it to everyone. Gravity chambers are categorized into primary, intermediate, and advanced based on size and function. The primary gravity chambers can be adjusted up to 20 times gravity, and they are the most constructed in the training area since the vast majority of Saiyans are still in the early stages. The intensity of the primary gravity chamber is already sufficient for them. Intermediate and advanced gravity chambers are also built, serving as more advanced training tools, with their spaces correspondingly smaller, but capable of achieving 100 times and 300 times gravity. The gravity chamber that Shaya used earlier, with a maximum of 500 times gravity, actually belongs to the highest level. Building such gravity chambers involves complex procedures and consumes a lot of energy, making widespread use unnecessary at this stage. Can these gravity chambers really help us improve our combat power? Some Saiyans curiously asked. These Saiyans, who had never been in a gravity chamber before, looked at the tall, shiny machine before them, their eyes sparkling with curiosity and anticipation. Of course it can. Didn't you notice that your battle power has already increased since coming to Hongshan Star? Before the Frieza soldier Arrow could explain, a few Saiyans who had just come out of the gravity chamber stepped forward. Since the gravity chamber can alter the gravity levels, making the Saiyans inside feel several times the gravitational effect of the outside world, their bodies would undergo stress-induced changes to resist the gravitational pull. If they gradually increased the gravity levels, their battle power would also increase accordingly. The same principle can naturally be applied to the gravity of Hongshan Star itself, which has 12 times the gravity, slightly stronger than Vegeta Star. Thus, living there for an extended period is also a way for Saiyans to enhance their battle power. The questioning Saiyans were momentarily speechless. After all, their time on Hongshan Star had been short, and they might not have felt the changes yet. However, they felt embarrassed to directly say that their battle power had not increased, so they could only remain silent. But with actual users speaking out, they no longer doubted the effectiveness of the gravity chamber. They could only sigh in their hearts, regretting that they had not discovered such a great tool for enhancing battle power sooner. Noticing the looks in the Saiyans' eyes, Suddy waved his hand and said cheerfully, "Why not let you experience it for yourselves?" A group of people, guided by Suddy, rushed into the gravity chamber. The space inside the primary gravity chamber was enormous, designed for mass training, resembling a gymnasium. After a group entered, the space still felt quite empty. "Let's set it to 16 times gravity." Suddy smiled. Arrow nodded and walked into the control room of the gravity chamber, setting the gravity parameters to 16 times standard gravity. Then everyone heard the machine's engine begin to hum. But it seemed like nothing special was happening. Just as they relaxed, suddenly, it felt like a button had been pressed, and a powerful gravitational force was suddenly applied to everyone. They felt as if they were being pulled by countless invisible chains with every part, every organ, and even every cell bearing the extraordinary gravitational effect. The Saiyans in the gravity chamber all bent down, having to expend much more energy to counteract the gravity pressing on every cell of their bodies. How does this gravity chamber feel? Pretty impressive, right? Suddy's voice came out in gasps. He usually set it to 15 times gravity during his training, and now, with the 16 times gravity, he was struggling a bit. Every body has a limit to what it can endure, just like the last straw that breaks the camel's back. A person who can lift 120 pounds cannot lift even one more pound. Most of the new Saiyans had relatively good potential, with strength slightly higher than Suddy's. But being suddenly placed in a high-gravity environment, their bodies couldn't immediately adapt. Beads of sweat trickled down their cheeks as their energy rapidly drained. It wasn't until a minute later, when the gravity was turned off, that they half-squatted on the ground, breathing heavily. What a great experience! I feel like I've just gone through a fierce battle. Training in this environment will definitely increase our strength. Well, Vegeta star's gravity is already stronger than that of ordinary planets, which has cultivated the Saiyan-strong physiques. With the gravity chamber, we can enhance our power more conveniently. The Saiyans selected by Shaya and Edri were not only rational thinkers with strong physiques, but also seasoned warriors. These Saiyans looked toward the gravity chamber with shining eyes. As if they had found a long-lost first love, their gazes filled with fervor. At that moment, a message came through the communicator. After receiving the message, Frieza Soldier Arrow came before Suddy and the others. Everyone, the communication office just sent a message that Lord Shaya and Mr. Edri have returned. Please gather immediately at the open square to the west. What? Lord Shaya and Mr. Edri have returned? The crowd's expressions varied upon hearing that Shaya had returned. Suddy and the others showed surprise. Meanwhile, the Saiyans for Vegeta Star looked serious, glancing at each other with curiosity and anticipation, as well as excitement and anxiety in facing a strong leader. They were finally going to meet the legendary leader. Their feelings were complex. While on Vegeta Star, they followed King Vegeta's orders, but now on Hongshan Star, their new leader was Shaya, which left them momentarily at a loss. It was said that their lives had been saved by Shaya, that he had rescued them and preserved the Saiyan bloodline. Therefore, their feelings toward Shaya were very complex, filled with curiosity and gratitude. As those chosen by Shaya, their rationality was more evident than that of other Saiyans. This was also the reason why Shaya selected them. He wanted to rebuild a Saiyan race with good qualities and extraordinary combat power, rather than the notorious, fearsome Saiyans in the universe. Lord Shaya has returned. All Saiyans are to immediately go to the open square in the west of the city. The announcement echoed through the streets. Whether at home or in training areas, all Saiyans stopped their work upon hearing the broadcast and rushed toward the open square. One by one, Saiyans took to the skies, and soon the sky was filled with dark silhouettes, moving quickly and disappearing into the horizon. The new Saiyans followed Arrow to the open square in the west. Fortunately, the open square was not far from the city center, and a few minutes later, these Saiyans descended onto the spacious marble-paved ground like raindrops. A huge square, several hundred meters in length and width, quickly became filled with people. Except for those still receiving treatment in the infirmary, almost all Saiyans on Hongshan Star gathered here, whispering to each other and looking with expectant eyes at the platform in the center of the square, which stood several meters high. Soon after, a whirlwind descended without warning, and the Saiyans below immediately quieted down, waiting in silence, knowing that their leader, Lord Shaya, would be arriving soon. Indeed, it wasn't long before a group of figures descended from the sky. With their arrival, a terrifying aura swept through the crowd like a tidal wave, the oppressive force instantly radiating outward in all directions. On the high platform, at the forefront stood a young Saiyan wearing a pure white battle suit. Though not very old, there was an invisible pressure emanating from him, characteristic of someone in a position of authority. Shaya stood alongside Shilling, with Edri, Baruk, and Bardock proudly standing by their side, followed by young Saiyans like Myers and Shakta. Seeing this, the Saiyans below all fell silent, waiting in anticipation. They were all experienced warriors, but at this moment, they were also intimidated by the auras radiating from the few Saiyans on the stage. Shaya looked down with clear eyes and saw a crowd of heads below. and a sense of accomplishment rose in his heart. If these Saiyans develop well, they could become a formidable force. Chapter 90. The Leader. In the universe, while power may not be necessary for the strong, it is definitely a powerful supplement. The difference between having power and not having power does not lie in how much support the subordinates can provide during battles. In fact, in a world like Dragon Ball, which possesses immense martial power, strong individuals can essentially hold their own against thousands. In such cases, why would they need help against weaker enemies? And when facing equally matched foes, where could they find equally powerful allies in a pinch? The true role of power is reflected in the control of resources and the ability to call upon others to handle cleanup work at any time. Some dirty or laborious tasks, strong individuals certainly cannot handle personally. For example, the infamous Frieza can destroy a planet with a wave of his hand. But if he needs to find a specific person or gather information, he cannot do it himself. This is when the importance of his subordinates becomes evident. In the entire Dragon Ball world, Char understands that having a powerful and well-structured force allows those in power to achieve great results with less effort. He raised his hand, pressing down with his palm, and a strong sense of oppression suddenly descended from the sky, weighing heavily on everyone's chest. Fellow clansmen who have come from afar. His resounding voice echoed in the open square, and even without using any amplification equipment, the sound was still clear in everyone's ears. This precise controllability amazed all the Saiyans present. They all lifted their heads, countless gazes directed at the young leader on the high platform, who exuded charisma and vitality. Listening intently, Char looked satisfied and nodded, then his expression became serious as he said, "Once, under the leadership of King Vegeta, the Saiyans fought fiercely against Frieza. But what do we ultimately gain? Infamy and the destruction of Planet Vegeta. This is a trampling of his Saiyan dignity. Does Frieza think that by exterminating all the Saiyans, he can secure his position of power? But Frieza is wrong. The dignity of the Saiyans cannot be trampled. We are all Saiyans who escaped from Planet Vegeta, and we have remembered this hatred." Looking around, Char observed the expressions of everyone present. He voiced the sentiments of the vast majority of the Saiyans, which instantly stirred their emotions, igniting a fierce anger in their eyes. Once he felt they were sufficiently roused, Char reassured them. "Although we are few in number, we are all elites. I believe you have all seen the training environment on Red Mountain Star. I need you to train hard, so that the name of the Saiyans can resonate throughout the universe and even surpass its peak." As he spoke, Char unleashed all of his aura. In an instant, a tremendous force erupted, like a massive mountain suddenly pressing down, causing a whirlwind to howl and the skies to change color. The powerful energy attracted the charged ions in the air, creating various phenomena. The Saiyans below felt an immense force descending from the heavens, making it difficult for them to breathe, and they all showed expressions of shock. Although they had anticipated Char's strength, experiencing it firsthand was a different matter entirely. Their gazes toward Char were now filled with awe and admiration. A battle power of 150,000 is not something an ordinary person can withstand. If it were a regular person standing too close, they might even be knocked unconscious. In the face of Char's overwhelming energy, all the Saiyans felt incredibly small. And at that moment, an infinite confidence rose within them. Saiyans have an innate admiration for the strong. It is a mark engraved in their blood. Only powerful warriors can command their obedience, and Char's displayed power was more than enough to make them submit. Under the leadership of such a powerful warrior, how could the Saiyans not become strong? All the Saiyans found a pillar of belief to support them in their hearts. Looking at the reactions of the Saiyans below with satisfaction, Char smiled faintly, knowing that he had achieved his purpose. In the realm of governance, a ruler must combine grace and might. Besides showing kindness, Char had also demonstrated through his actions that he was indeed the ruler of Red Mountain Star. Next, he turned his attention to Shilling and Adrai, thinking it was time to bring them out and push this rising atmosphere even higher. Shilling and the others understood and nodded, stepping forward to release their own powers, causing another 8 powerful auras to rise into the air. Shilling, Bardock, Adrai, Rebecca, Baruch, Parody, Alice, and Lisa, all radiating dark golden light, appeared very sacred. Their energy levels were all above 10,000, with Shilling being the most outstanding at a battle power of 120,000, followed by Bardock with over 30,000, then Adrai and Rebecca. With Char's earth-shattering power added to the mix, 9 auras were released simultaneously, causing the entire Red Mountain Star to tremble and the terrifying pressure made it hard for everyone to breathe. Oh my god, this is actually Lord Char's power. It turns out we Saiyans can become this strong too. Compared to Lord Char, King Vegeta is really lacking by so much. If only I could have such power. The girl standing next to Lord Char must be Lady Shieling. She is surprisingly strong too. The Saiyans below whispered among themselves, unable to help but look at the high platform with fiery gazes. Char and Shieling stood side by side, their pure white and immaculate battle suits making them appear even more sacred and dignified. Long live Lord Char! Long live Lady Shieling! Someone began to shout, followed by an endless wave of cheers. These expressed admiration for Char and Shieling, as well as respect for Bardock, Adrai, and the others. Watching Char and the others in their heroic poses, Meruz's eyes suddenly lit up, his young heart filled with shock. In the afternoon, several hours after the gathering in the square, all the Saiyans had returned to their homes. However, the impact that Char had on them was profound, especially for those who had just arrived from Planet Vegeta, who were still deeply immersed in Char's overwhelming pressure. That day, the training area suddenly became overcrowded, regardless of age. Almost all the Saiyans rushed towards the training area without a second thought. A wave of training fervor swept across Red Mountain Star. In a small conference room, Char, Adrai, and others gathered together to discuss the future of the Saiyans on Red Mountain Star. After counting, there were currently 14,622 Saiyans on Red Mountain Star, with 10,284 adults and 338 minors, and a roughly balanced gender ratio. A female Saiyan reported. Her name was Shaylin, one of the first groups to be transferred over. She was perceptive, so Char assigned her to record some details about the Saiyans on Red Mountain Star. After listening, Adrai nodded and said, "This number is already quite substantial. But over 3,000 Saiyans lost their lives during the destruction of Planet Vegeta. Originally, according to the Dragon's transfer count, there should have been 15,000 people. Plus the more than 3,000 from the early days on Red Mountain Star, it should total about 18,000. Unfortunately, over 3,000 did not survive. However, having more than 10,000 is already enough to form a nation." After a moment of contemplation, Shaya felt quite satisfied. In the universe, aside from those asexual reproduction races, the continuation of a species is crucially dependent on population. With over 10,000 people, it is barely enough to sustain the bloodline of a race. Among these Saiyans, there are 212 high-level warriors for 1,240 mid-level warriors, and the rest are all low-level warriors. Shaylin continued to report. At this moment, Adley waved his hand and smiled, saying, "I don't think we need to get hung up on the issue of qualifications. After all, with the advanced training methods provided by Shaya, we won't temporarily face the problems caused by differences in qualifications. If we promote the training method of Chi to all the Saiyans on Hongshan Star, the Saiyan race will inevitably enter a stage of comprehensive development. At this time, all Saiyans will be at the same starting point. The difference between low-level and high-level warriors won't be significant. At most, the speed of understanding Chi may vary. It can be predicted that for a long time, qualification issues will no longer be the main problem hindering the progress of the Saiyans. Only after surpassing a certain stage and entering a higher level will qualification issues resurface. However, by then, low-level warriors may not necessarily be inferior to high-level warriors." Chapter 91. Bardock's plan next. There's also the issue of defending Hongshan Star. To protect the safety of Hongshan Star, it is necessary for us to form a specialized combat team to guard it. Additionally, there is the issue of training young Saiyans, which must be implemented as soon as possible. Not being in charge, one cannot understand the value of rice and oil. Shaya realized that once he became the leader, there were far too many things to consider. Although he couldn't personally handle all these matters, since it was the early stage of establishing a foundation, many things still had to be overseen by him. Some responsibilities belonged to him and could not be carelessly cast aside. At this moment, Shaya couldn't help but feel curious about how King Vegeta managed back then. Indeed, for every king who wants to ensure long-term stability and prosperity under their rule, it is not enough to rely solely on military strength. At the very least, a certain level of governing wisdom and a capable management team are also required. On the side of Shaya, there is no issue with military strength, but the management team is much less impressive compared to King Vegeta. The only talents available are Edri and Baruch, making it truly a struggle, as if they are just starting out but facing numerous difficulties. Sometimes, Shaya thinks that it would be better if a large number of intellectuals could emerge among the Saiyans. Of course, this thought is fleeting, and Shaya quickly shifts his focus to the Fidans. Perhaps the perfect power structure would be an organic combination of the culture of the Saiyans and the martial prowess of the Saiyans, mutually supporting each other. We can select the strongest group from the current Saiyans to form the Red Mountain Guard, with a tentative number of 1,000 members. Shaya thought for a moment and proposed the idea of forming the Red Mountain Guard. The size of this guard is determined by the number of Saiyans, as there are not many Saiyans, making it impossible to expand the guard size all at once. Shaya said again, the key is to train those underage Saiyans. I want to select a group of them, divide them into several small teams for training, and in the future, form special operations units similar to the Ginyu Force. If we teach those Saiyans the cultivation methods for Chi, I believe we can quickly develop combat power. Edri quickly understood Shaya's intention, and his eyes lit up at the thought of the terror of the Ginyu Force. He nodded sincerely and said, Shaya is right. The Saiyans of Red Mountain Star cannot remain isolated forever, so the training of special operations units should be done sooner rather than later. The conventional forces to guard Red Mountain Star must also be established. Well, let's start by selecting from the strongest Saiyans available. In that case, Shaylin, please compile a list of the strong Saiyans. Shaya turned to the female Saiyan and said, yes. Shaylin stood tall, her graceful figure fully displayed. As for the special operations team members, I and Shilling will personally select them. They will be the backbone of Hongshan Star. With a faint smile, Shaya spoke. All right, then let's do it this way. In the following days, Shaya and Adeli became busy with personnel issues. Adeli's work was quite simple. After receiving the list of Saiyan warriors from Shaylin, the Hongshan Star's guard force was quickly established. It must be said that Saiyans are naturally qualified warriors, and there was no need for conscription. On the contrary, when Shaya and the other leaders revealed the plan to form the Hongshan Star Guard, many Saiyans eagerly signed up, even engaging in several fights to compete for spots. As the final list was announced, some Saiyans who were not selected looked regretful and began rigorous training at home, as if not being chosen for the guard was an extremely embarrassing matter. This left some observing Saiyans incredulous, as they couldn't understand the Saiyans' mindset. The Hongshan Guard team is responsible for the safety of the entire planet, but since nearby planets do not pose a threat to Hongshan Star's armed forces, the Guard members, like other Saiyans, also seized the time to engage in various training. On Shaya's side, things were much more complicated. Special operations team members would be arranged to focus on Chi training first, so the selection process had to be meticulous. It took 2 weeks for the personnel framework to be basically established. Shaya selected a total of 85 underage Saiyans, most of whom were very young. As the younger they were, the less likely they were to be influenced by conventional ideas, and the better their plasticity. However, Saiyans are known for their precocity, and these children already understood what they were about to face, each one extremely excited since being selected. Among them, Shaya's team members Shakta, Adishia, Jelin, Raida, and Bailit, although a bit older, had already been exposed to some concepts of Ki, so they were also included and would undergo more detailed training in Ki. Aside from these familiar faces, the leader among the children was the little guy Melis. Having escaped from the time-space rift, Melis could be said to have turned misfortune into fortune, as her combat power suddenly soared to 1600, making her even more outstanding. It was a sure thing that she would be selected for the special operations team. However, perhaps due to a natural dislike, the relationship between Shilling and Melis was not good. The two would glare at each other as soon as they were together, neither willing to back down. Shilling had always disliked Melis for clinging to Shaya all day long, while Melis was very proud, and her Tsundere personality made Shilling grit her teeth. Yet, Edri was very fond of Melis, and even took her as a goddaughter. Melis's parents perished along with Planet Vegeta in the battle of its destruction due to their involvement in King Vegeta's rebellion. So Melis, now all alone, was arranged by Rebecca to live in Edri's home. This only made Shilling angrier, as she pouted, her starry eyes constantly drifting towards Shaya. In response, Shaya exclaimed his innocence, claiming that it really had nothing to do with him. Who would have thought that after saving her on Planet Vegeta, Melis's attitude towards him would take a complete 180-degree turn, from previously disliking him to humbly seeking his advice. And he couldn't shake her off no matter how hard he tried. Perhaps the death of her parents left her with a lingering attachment, making her eager to become strong. Shaya found it hard to dislike this little one who was just over 5 years old. Ultimately, the prototype of the Special Operations Team was established, with the 85 young Saiyans divided into 12 small groups of 6 or 7 members each, starting their training. In a luxurious villa near the center of the city. This was Bardock's new home. A rich aroma wafted from the kitchen, where Jine was cooking, her petite figure moving about as she hummed a little tune, skillfully plating the food. After arriving on Red Mountain Star, Bardock quickly found his wife's whereabouts, and with the arrangements made by Edri and the others, they had their own place to live. Seeing his wife safe and sound filled Bardock with excitement, and the couple began living together in a luxurious villa in the city center. After serving the steaming food on the table, Jine untied her apron and the two began to eat around the dining table. To be honest, this period since arriving on Red Mountain Star was the most comfortable time Jine had felt. Bardock, when are we going to Earth to bring Kakarot back? Jine asked softly. Bardock put down his utensils, pondered for a moment, and shook his head, saying, I don't plan to bring Kakarot back. Why not? Kakarot is our child. Jine exclaimed in surprise, her emotions becoming agitated. Because I can see some fragments of the future, although they are just scattered images. I know Kakarot will start a brand new life on Earth, which will be very beneficial for his growth. But he is my child. Bardock smiled and said, Kakarot can become the legendary Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan? Jine was taken aback for a moment, then recalled the legend passed down since ancient times. But Kakarot is just a low-level warrior. How could he become the legendary Super Saiyan? Jine asked in a low voice. I didn't believe it at first either, but the destruction of Planet Vegeta confirmed the scenes I saw. The curse of Kinesa indeed allows me to see the future. Bardock raised his head, looking at Jine earnestly. Frieza will die at Kakarot's hands, defeated by the Super Saiyan, so I can't interfere with Kakarot's growth. However, if you want to see Kakarot, we can quietly observe his growth. Jine then understood and nodded wisely. Regarding their younger son's growth, she showed a sense of understanding. By the way, Bardock, does your head still hurt? Sigh, it comes and goes. When it hurts, it's truly unbearable. What should we do? How about we ask Lord Shaya to take a look? He might have some solutions. Jine's eyes lit up. It's not that easy. Bardock frowned slightly and shook his head gloomily. Lord Shaya knows my situation. How could a curse be so easily removed? I don't have high hopes for that. I wonder how Raditz is doing. It can't be easy following Prince Vegeta. Jine said softly. Since Vegeta and the others had always lived under Frieza's watch, Bardock never had the chance to bring Raditz over. In the end, it turned out that although he had two sons, only Bardock and Jine lived together. Hey Jine, don't be so melancholic. How about we have another child? Bardock looked at Jine with bright tiger-like eyes, causing a blush to rise on her delicate face. She shot him an annoyed glance, saying, What time is it? And you're still thinking about that. Isn't this the perfect time? Red Mountain Star is currently lacking in population. Shouldn't we make an effort? Just eat your food. Jine grabbed a beast paw from her plate and stuffed it into Bardock's mouth, then got up and ran outside. Bardock chewed on the beast paw, a warm smile on his face. Chapter 92. Training of the Special Operations Team in the blink of an eye. A month had passed. After the initial selection and grouping, the training of the Special Operations Team officially began. Because considerable effort had been put into personnel selection beforehand, many troubles were avoided in the subsequent training. These carefully chosen children each had excellent comprehension, like smooth, white paper, allowing Shaya to unleash his creativity in training without restraint. The training quickly got on track. On the training ground, the young children were sweating profusely as they repeated basic movement training. Kicking, punching, floating down, and buffering. To become stronger, mastering the basics was crucial. Although these seemingly tedious and even somewhat torturous exercises could be considered a way to temper the children's character, it was also easy to discern those who were persistent among them. Shaya then could focus on cultivating them. However, Shaya found that these children had excellent self-discipline, diligently following his training requirements without any signs of slack, so the idea of selecting the best of the best had to be put aside. From a children's perspective, it was easy to understand, as they knew how rare the opportunity to enter this special operations team was, and countless people were vying to get in. Since they had gained this opportunity, they needed to work hard in training and not let down Lord Shaya's expectations. They needed to focus on understanding and not think about how to do it. Each movement should become second nature to their bodies. In battle, there isn't much time for you to think. Even a small flaw can cost you your life. Think carefully. If you sweat more now, you can bleed less in the future. Char is inspecting the training ground with a teaching stick, gradually instilling the concepts learned from Earth into the minds of these Saiyans, as these are the basics before cultivating their energy. Of course, Char cannot simply replicate everything. He has made improvements in many key areas by considering the Saiyans' physiques and combat habits. His attitude towards these Saiyans is exceptionally strict because they will represent the backbone of Planet Red Mountain in the future, so there can be no leniency in their training. Whenever he sees an incorrect movement, The ruthless teaching stick comes down without hesitation. Crack! The stick strikes a Saiyan whose movement is not standard. You, when throwing a punch, don't use all your strength. Leave some energy behind, so you have room to maneuver. And you, there are too many unnecessary movements when attacking. This will reduce your striking power and make it easier for your opponent to find weaknesses. Here, and here, these are all weaknesses that can be exploited by the opponent. Shaya pointed out their problems one by one, and the Saiyans listened intently, not daring to be careless, gritting their teeth. Saiyans mature early, and these children naturally knew how lucky they were to receive guidance from Lord Shaya, so they trained especially hard, fearing that if they were careless, they would be surpassed by others. After the Special Forces training got on track, Shaya started his own cultivation, aside from occasionally giving pointers. Cultivation is a matter of persistence. Shaya couldn't be like son Gohan, who, despite gaining great power, neglected his training for trivial matters, wasting his potential. Of course, everyone has their own aspirations. And it can't be said that son Gohan's pursuit of literature was wrong. It was just a typical case of differing paths leading to an inability to collaborate, wasting good talent, and making people feel regretful. In the central area, there was a huge villa, which was Shaya's residence. After becoming the leader of Hongshan Star, he could no longer stay at the Adeli's house. This was a necessary reflection of the hierarchy, and even if Shaya didn't care, he couldn't withstand the murmurs of all the Saiyans. Thus, a new villa was planned separately. After the villa was completed, with Adeli's tacit approval, Shilling happily moved into the new villa with Shaya for the purpose of cultivation, while Myers, who lost his parents in the battle on Vegeta Star, moved into Adeli's home. At noon, after a period of cultivation, Shaya wiped the sweat off and walked into the bathroom for a refreshing cold shower, then came to the hall to prepare for a meal. In the kitchen, Shilling was frantically handling the food, hearing the occasional popping sounds coming from inside. Shaya's eyebrows slightly raised as he held his forehead, as if he had already seen the unbearable scene that would unfold shortly. Soon after, Shilling emerged with a plate of dark food. Shilling, is this the food you made? Shaya asked, looking at the unknown charred solid in the plate, feeling helpless. Yes, that's right. Can you tell me what you made? It's barbecue, Shilling said, her big eyes shining. You say this is barbecue? Shaya exclaimed in exasperation, tapping the black solid with his chopsticks, which made a clanging sound. Can barbecue make such a crisp sound? If I didn't know better, I would think you made charcoal. How on earth did you make this barbecue? I have no way. It just turned out like this while I was making it, Shilling said innocently. Forget it. I guess I'll just go eat at Uncle Adeli's house later. I told you, Shilling, you really should learn some cooking skills. It wasn't like this when I made barbecue for you when you were a child. Shilling smiled apologetically, pinching her fingers. Then in the future, Shaya can cook. Shaya looked at her in disbelief and playfully gave her a knock on the head. You wish. Come on, let's go have dinner at Uncle Edry's. With that, Shaya took the lead and stepped out the door. Since the villas were close together, Edry's house was only a few dozen meters away. Soon, Shaya arrived in front of Edry's villa, and without knocking, he walked straight in. Shaya, you're here. Dinner is ready. Come eat. Rebecca smiled brightly at him. Mel's was leaning over the dining table, grabbing food with both hands and chewing continuously, saying, I told you they would come for dinner. That guy can't cook well. Who said I can't cook? A dissatisfied voice came from behind as Shilling angrily walked over. Hee, if you could cook, would you even need to come here for dinner? This is my house. It's only natural to come eat. Shilling sat down at the dining table, glaring at the little guy in front of her. That annoying Mel's was actually living in her house. Haha, don't start fighting as soon as you see each other. Mel's is now my goddaughter, and you two are sisters. So don't act like enemies. A hearty laugh came from Edry as he looked at the two kids. Who is her sister? I don't have a sister like that. Shilling and Mel's stared at each other, neither willing to back down. Aunt Rebecca, I think you should take some time to teach Shilling how to cook, Shaya said seriously as he sat down and prepared the utensils. Rebecca thought for a moment and nodded. Right, I was negligent before. From now on, Shilling will learn to cook with me. Rebecca turned her gaze to Shilling. Well, there are other household chores too. So, for this period, you should focus on learning these instead of training. What? Shilling exclaimed in surprise, as if she had heard very unfortunate news. But seeing Rebecca's stern gaze, she wilted and lay down, causing Mel's to giggle beside her. 2 months later, Shakta, Mel's, and the other Special Forces members finally completed their basic training, and they were about to officially start training in Chi. Since it required changing some people's conventional thinking, Shaya had put in a lot of effort in the basics, and after a few months, the results were gradually showing. However, when they truly encountered the theories of Chi, these Saiyans were still completely confused. This was completely different from what their parents had taught them, but Shaya's authority was ultimately greater than that of their parents, so they could only obediently train according to Shaya's teachings. The acceptance of these young Saiyans was much better than that of the adult Saiyans, and they gradually began to get the hang of it. 3 months later, these Saiyans could finally use Chi to perceive their opponents, and Shaya knew that his goal had been achieved, and he could let them train on their own. P.S. Currently, this book is being drafted. Additionally, I would like to recommend 2 books by a friend, both fan works of One Piece, Pirate's Strongest Mutant, a story about a mutant who can control all the forces in the world, and how he leaves his mark in the world of One Piece. One Piece's great literary master, who arrives in the world of One Piece and becomes a top-tier figure. Chapter 93. Departing for Yatarat Star on this day. The weather was fine and sunny. On Red Mountain Star, it was like spring all year round, with a delightful fragrance permeating the air. In the Special Forces Training Square, over 80 Saiyan children finished a day of training and lined up in 12 neat rows, eagerly standing in the training ground waiting for a speech. Recently, Shaya had completely adopted military methods to teach these students, and the results were indeed very significant. After months of training, everyone had basically mastered the use of Chi, and they could now use the gravity chamber to assist their training, but they had to remember that haste makes waste. Upon hearing that the initial mastery of Chi had ended and they could finally use the gravity chamber to assist their training, the Saiyans became restless, whispering to each other, looking very excited. Shaya, when can we form teams to carry out missions? If I don't fight soon, my hands and feet are going to get rusty. Shaya was walking when he heard a shout from a distance, and he saw a burly young man running over. What's up, Balit? Can't you hold back after just a little while? Shaya asked with a smile upon seeing that it was Balit from his original team. The 15-year-old Balit was robust and strong, already showing a lot of muscle, likely to be a muscle man like Nappa in the future. Compared to Shaya's slender and handsome figure, he was heading in a completely different direction. It's not that I can't hold back, just a bit restless. Balit scratched his head and said shyly. Char smiled slightly, looking at Balit with an authoritative gaze, and said, if you want to go out on a mission, you should first improve your strength. Your lives are quite precious right now. Look at the other Saiyans. Haven't they also stayed on Hongshan Star? If you want to go out, you must first raise your battle power. This is an ironclad rule. There are only over 14,000 Saiyans on Hongshan Star, so each person's life is very valuable. At this stage, the Hongshan Star Guard is still expanding its external environment until their strength meets the requirements. All Saiyans are uniformly prohibited from going out on missions, but my battle power is already 4,200. Even regular high-level warriors only have this level of battle power. Balit felt immense pressure thinking about how he wasn't allowed to go out despite reaching such battle power. His face suddenly fell, and he began to wail. In the past, having over 4,000 battle power would have been something to boast about for a long time. In the original story, the Saiyan Nappa who attacked Earth was at this level. Back then, there were no so-called low-level or high-level warriors on Hongshan Star. Everyone started from the same starting line. If you don't want to fall behind, you need to hurry up and train. With a light smile, Char patted Balit on the shoulder. All right, this guy used to be at the bottom of Char's team, and now he's in the Special Forces. If he doesn't work hard, he'll be surpassed by others. How about that, being lectured by Char? I told you your question was raised too early, said Rida, who had been waiting for Balit's return. What did you say? Balit glared at him. At this moment, a graceful girl with long flowing hair saw the two arguing again. She frowned slightly, displeased, and said, you two should calm down. If you don't seize this great opportunity in the Special Forces, what future do you have? Atasia is right. You both need to take this seriously, Jelen added. Balit, Rida, after you go back, continue to train and don't spend all day thinking about useless things, said Shakta in a stern voice. We were among the first to follow Char. If we get surpassed by Saiyans from other teams, how would you feel? I can't afford to lose that face. Shakta snorted coldly and turned to leave. Atasia shook her head and, as she turned, her beautiful eyes lingered on them for a moment before saying in a pleasant voice, Balit, you should think about this carefully when you go back, or I'll make sure to train you well. Suddenly feeling a chill, Balit shivered, his face falling as he nodded repeatedly. Since arriving at Hongshan Star, Char's team had already become a shell of its former self, now primarily led by Shakta. Walking along the flat path, Char couldn't help but shake his head. Balit had started to get complacent after achieving a little success. He really didn't know how far he would go in the future. However, Shakta and Atasia would surely teach him a good lesson. Shar felt quite relieved about Shakta and Atasia. Thinking about this, Shar walked happily in the direction of home. However, the matter of leaving Hongshan Star did need to be considered. Saiyans couldn't stay on Hongshan Star forever. With this thought, he felt a bit of a headache again. When he got home, he didn't see Shiling's figure. After thinking for a moment, Shar guessed she might have gone to learn cooking with Aunt Rebecca. After resting for a short while, he walked out the door again, but before he could take 2 steps, he ran into Bardock and his wife, who were walking over. "Lord Shar," Bardock called out in a strong voice. "Lord Shar, we were just looking for you." Jain greeted warmly. "What is the matter?" Shar stopped and responded with a smile. Sun Wukong's mother, Jain, was a petite female Saiyan like Alice. She had previously been responsible for logistics and meat processing on Vegeta Star, and continued to do logistics work after coming to Hongshan Star. Bardock's headaches have been getting worse lately. "Is there any way to lift the curse of the Kanassans?" Jain said, her expression somewhat dejected. Shar smiled slightly, shifting his gaze to Bardock. After pondering for a moment, he said, "As far as I know, there are a few ways to lift the curse of the Kanassans. However, the ability to see the future is equivalent to a precognitive ability, which is very useful. It's best to keep it if you can." Bardock nodded in agreement. "By the way, in a few days, I'm going to Yadrat Star. You should come with me. Perhaps we can find a way to treat it." In fact, gathering the 7 Dragon Balls and using the Dragon-S power could also solve Bardock's issue. But coincidentally, Shar was going to Yadrat Star anyway, so he thought he would consider a solution there first. Speaking of Dragon Balls, Shar remembered that he still had 4 Dragon Balls in his dimensional space, which had now regained their appearance. It seemed he would need to make a trip to Earth to return the 4 Dragon Balls to their rightful owner. "Then I'll have to trouble you, Lord Shar." Jain's worries vanished instantly when she heard there was a way to treat her husband's condition, replaced by a bright smile. "No problem, it's just a small matter." Shar waved his hand with a smile. At this moment, Jain's belly had slightly rounded, indicating she had been pregnant for some time. Shar said with a smile, "Congratulations to both of you. It seems we Saiyans are going to have another new addition." "Not at all." Jain, beaming with joy but a bit shy, nestled closer to Bardock. Shaya did not expect that the series of changes caused by himself would actually result in Sun Wukong having an additional brother or sister. He couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of the world. After bidding farewell to Bardock and his wife, Shaya walked forward and arrived at the door of Edley's house. Upon entering, he saw Shiling diligently following Rebecca's instructions with kitchen utensils, but judging by her appearance, she still had a long way to go before mastering the skills. At the dining table, Shaya brought up his plans to go to the planet Yardrat. Shiling was the first to respond, expressing her desire to go along. She had been envious of the instant transmission ability for a long time and was determined to learn it this time. Then, Mers also expressed his eagerness to join. Shaya thought for a moment and then nodded in agreement. The next morning, after handing over the affairs of Hongshan Star to Edry, Shaya took Shiling, Myers, and Bardock with him and used instant transmission to leave Hongshan Star. As for the location of Yadrat Star, it had long been marked on the Milky Way map of the Fidaya people. Chapter 94. Mecha Troops from the Milky Way map of the Fidaya people. Shaya learned that Yadrat Star is located in the eastern part of the northern galaxy, while Hongshan Star is situated in the eastern galaxy. Traveling from Hongshan Star to Yadrat Star would take a considerable amount of time. However, this was not an issue for Shaya. After the fusion of the 2 abilities of time and space into the power of space-time, he found that his control over space became more effortless. Thus, accompanied by Shiling, Myers, and Bardock, he quickly traversed between planets and soon arrived at a planet located in the eastern part of the northern galaxy. In the distance, wisps of smoke rose, and villages were scattered across the landscape. This was a medium-sized planet with a greenish hue that had just begun to show signs of civilization. Shaya and the others did not disturb the lives of the indigenous residents, but instead stayed on a mountain to take a break and address their need for food. The long-distance travel was a significant drain on Shaya's stamina, and he needed to rest for a while. Looking at the picturesque surroundings, Shaya assigned tasks, Bardock and Myers. "Go find some game. I'll check if there is anything special in the vicinity." "What about me? Should I cook?" Shiling eagerly asked, wanting to showcase her culinary skills. Shaya glanced at her with disdain and said, "You go cool off over there. With your cooking skills, I'm afraid if I leave the food to you, we won't have anything to eat." "I'm not as bad as you say," Shiling said unhappily, pouting. Mers let out a giggle. But when she caught a glimpse of Shiling's murderous gaze directed at her, she immediately stopped laughing and hurriedly ran to Bardock's side, looking for support. "All right, let's all get moving." Shaya chuckled at the scene. Mers had quite the nerve, but when she really angered Shiling, she would still cling to Bardock's strong legs, without any sense of dignity. A few illusory afterimages flashed by, and Shaya, Bardock, Mers, and the others disappeared from view. Shilling mumbled a few words, dejectedly squatting on a bare rock shelf, murmuring to herself. The ecological environment on this green planet was excellent, so various wild animals lived in the forest. After wandering around the forest for a while, Shaya had already caught some game that could enhance the flavor of the food. They were small animals similar to rabbits, but they had a strong gamey smell. This is enough, he thought, satisfied as he looked at his catch. Shaya chuckled and headed back along the path he came from. At this moment, Shilling was sitting alone on a protruding rock, her small hands resting on the table, her feet swinging leisurely in the air. When she saw Shaya return, she immediately jumped down from the rock. "What is that? It smells strange," she said, pinching her nose at the scent of the small animals. "This is game. You'll find out soon," Shaya replied with a smile. He then found a relatively flat piece of ground, slapped his palm to the side, and a huge rock was sent flying into the air. He then stood with his fingers upright and made a few gestures in the air. Crack! Several bright lights suddenly flashed, and it was as if cutting tofu. The giant rock in midair was sliced into evenly sized cubes, with the tiny fragments ground to dust and scattered away. Crash! The cut stones landed on the ground, forming a small stove. Shaya nodded to himself regarding his masterpiece, then found several logs as thick as his arms from the woods, arranging them into a frame. At this moment, Bardock and Mel's returned, dragging a few growling beasts behind them. Shilling's eyes lit up as she ran over, circling around the large animals that resembled wild boars several times. In her eyes, this was a very delicious lunch, though for now, it was just ingredients. The cooking process was handled by Shaya, with Bardock assisting, gutting, and preparing the beasts for grilling, sprinkling them with the natural spices he carried. Before long, a wonderful aroma wafted through the air, enticing everyone's appetite. The Saiyans licked their lips, unable to resist their hunger. Saiyans are quite terrifying when it comes to eating, and soon, several beasts had been devoured by them. "Delicious, delicious," Shilling exclaimed contentedly as she ate. And after finishing a leg, she ungracefully stuck out her tongue to lick her greasy lips. Seeing this, Shaya joked, "When you can make food like this, I'll be at ease." "I think she will never learn." Myers chuckled. "TCH, I think you're just itching for a fight." Usually, Shilling would definitely get angry upon hearing this. But now that she was full, she treated Myers' words as background noise, just giving him a glare and not bothering to argue further. Bardock quietly continued eating, shaking his head slightly. Just then, a sudden, piercing sound of buzzing filled the sky, as if something was rapidly slicing through the air. "What's going on?" Bardock put down his food and asked with a frown. Shaya shrugged and was about to take a look from above when suddenly a loud rumble echoed from afar, and the ground began to tremble slightly from a distance. Shaya sensed several powerful auras, feeling the energy permeating the air. Shilling's expression suddenly turned serious. Holding onto a roasted animal's foreleg, she moved closer to Shaya. Shaya also nodded gravely. Just now, he sensed 3 exceptionally powerful auras suddenly appearing on this planet, which must have just come from outer space. From the aura alone, the energy of these 3 was above 100,000, and the presence was very dark. Everyone be careful. Extraterrestrials have descended on this planet, and their combat power is extremely high. Bardock couldn't help but shudder at these words. Being rated as extremely high by Shaya meant they were at least comparable to him. It should be noted that Shaya currently had a combat power of 150,000, and the 3 extraterrestrials who had just arrived on this planet were actually on par with him. This meant that 5 powerful beings with combat power exceeding 100,000 had gathered on this unnamed planet all at once. On the other side, in a forest turned to scorched earth by a collision, raging flames continued to burn, and thick black smoke with a pungent smell spread in all directions. At this moment, 3 figures emerged from the black smoke. "Hee, Captain. This is another planet very suitable for life. If we conquer it, we can sell it for a good price." Among the 3, a red extraterrestrial chuckled, wanting to return to his old business. "Nez, the mission from King Vegeta is important. This small planet can be left to others. If we can find a spirit tree's fruit, it will be worth more to King Vegeta than selling thousands of planets." The leader, a yellow-haired extraterrestrial, Frieza, stepped onto a rock and smiled coldly. The red extraterrestrial, named Nez, laughed in realization, thinking that the captain was indeed thorough. Their most important task now was to find a spirit tree's fruit. Everything else was secondary. "It's really a pity, But the people on this planet seem to have a technology level far inferior to those on the last planet. Even now, no one has discovered us. This way, we won't get to experience the joy of battle. Nez licked his lips, sighing somewhat regretfully. At this moment, the largest extraterrestrial among the three, Dre, jokingly said, "Then you should pray for us to complete the task assigned by the king sooner, so you can look for a planet worth taking action against." Haha, that's true. Nez laughed loudly. If Shaya were to see them now, he would be surprised to find that these three extraterrestrials who had descended on this planet were actually the elite mech unit under Quila. At this moment, Frieza and the others were here to carry out Quila's mission to find the spirit tree's fruit. This mech unit was formed by gathering the evil warriors of the North Galaxy, and all three members were top-tier fighters with terrifying strength. Even the weakest member was significantly stronger than the captain of the Ginyu Force. It was hard to find several strong beings in the North Galaxy who could match them. Quila had sent almost all of his elites out to search for the spirit tree's fruit to enhance his power, and the mech unit had come to this remote eastern region. Chapter 95. Swift as the wind, but would such a planet really have the spirit tree's fruit? It is said that the spirit tree would drain the life energy of the entire planet, and looking at the surroundings, this didn't seem likely. Nez observed the area and noted the vibrant spring scenery, feeling somewhat puzzled as he asked. Frieza shook his head and said, "Legends shouldn't be completely trusted. Perhaps the rumors are somewhat incorrect. Nez Dre, we need to control the natives here first and have them search for it for us. Otherwise, it will be like searching for a needle in a haystack." As the captain of the mech unit, Frieza might not have the highest combat power, but he was the smartest. The captain is right. "Let me see how strong the natives on this planet are," Dre said with a smile, reaching to press the energy detector at his ear. Beep, beep, beep. The electronic sounds rang in his ears, and a series of data immediately appeared on the screen. But most were below 1,000. Seeing this, Dre sneered disdainfully. There are hardly any people with combat power over 1,000. What a garbage planet. Just as he finished speaking, several strange data suddenly appeared on the detector, and Dre exclaimed in surprise, preparing to lock onto those data for a closer look. At that moment, one of the energy source's data suddenly skyrocketed. Finally, with a bang, the detector couldn't handle the overload and exploded. Oh, it actually exploded. It seems the opponent's strength is not weak. This is getting interesting. Nez was surprised to see Dre's detector explode, but he was even more excited. Though the detector was old, it had a maximum limit of several tens of thousands. Since it exploded, it meant that there was at least one person on this planet whose strength exceeded the detector's limits. Whether they were stronger than them was not within their consideration. What was the Quila mech unit? It was the pinnacle battle team of the entire North Galaxy. Aside from King Kuda, King Quila, and Lord Frieza, they considered themselves unmatched in the North Galaxy. Even the Ginyu Force, known for their might under Lord Frieza, were far inferior to them. Dre didn't find Nez's excitement strange at all. A faint smile appeared on his lips as he stepped forward and said to his companions, "Nez, leave that person to me. TSK, several tens of thousands of combat power. This should be a good warm-up." "All right." Nez nodded helplessly, although it was a rare opportunity to strike. Since Dre wanted to fight, he let him go, sighing slightly in regret. Dre laughed heartily, turned around, and stood in place waiting. However, after a long while, there was still no sign of the opponent coming. Perhaps they don't have energy detectors and can't find us. What a backward planet, Dre frowned and thought. The Quila mech unit. Just as Dre began to feel a bit impatient, a calm voice suddenly came from not far away. "Who?" The three of Frieza frowned and looked up, only to see a man and a woman in luxurious clothing floating in midair, staring at them with bright, cold eyes. "Since you know our name, you dare to come here. You have quite a lot of guts." Frieza sat on a rock with his knees hugged, looking up, and a cruel smile appeared on his handsome face. Although he didn't recognize the man and woman in the air, since they could call out the name of the mech unit, they must have some status. Slowly descending, Shaya stood opposite the mech unit with shieling. As a gentle breeze swept by, stirring up the fallen branches and leaves on the ground, creating a rustling sound. "Since I encountered you, Quila mech unit, today you will be destroyed here." His tone was calm, yet conveyed an undeniable attitude. "Huh?" Shaya's words made the three members of the mech unit exchange glances. Then they sneered dismissively. Nez used the detector to probe, discovering that the other party had a combat power of less than 8,000. Haha, a combat power of less than 10,000 dares to claim they will destroy us. Do they not know the terror of our mech unit? Truly laughable. Nez laughed arrogantly, his tone filled with disdain. Frieza couldn't help but shake his head and laugh, exuding a dark aura. How could such a backward civilization understand the terror of the mech unit? Just a frog in a well. Nez, Dre, make sure to entertain them well. Of course. I can hardly wait. Nez and Dre rubbed their fists, already impatiently waiting. Char's brow raised, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. It seemed these three guys completely underestimated him. Soon they'll regret coming here. Shilling, that yellow-haired, blue-skinned Frieza is yours. His combat power is at 140,000. Just hold him off. Char whispered his instructions. At this moment, the combat power of the three members of the mecha team had not yet reached their peak. Even the strongest, Dre, had only just reached 150,000, which meant that for Shilling, who had a combat power of just over 120,000. While she couldn't defeat Frieza, she could at least hold him off for a while. All Shaya needed was for Saiyan to hold Frieza for a while, while he took the opportunity to deal with the other two and test whether his full power of time and space could instantly eliminate a strong opponent at the same stage. Leave him to me, he said confidently. Saiyan responded eagerly, focusing her attention and standing guard in front of Frieza. The blood in her veins suddenly began to accelerate. She looked at Frieza with a cold expression, her aura revealing some of her hidden power. In an instant, it felt as if the temperature of the air had dropped by 10 degrees, and the entire atmosphere seemed to solidify, a strong sense of oppression sweeping over them. Shvia's expression changed, and he couldn't help but feel a slight tremor in his heart. He had underestimated her. This woman was not simple. Her strength was not much lower than his own. Shvia said gravely, Nez, Dre, be careful. Their strength is at least over 100,000. What? Nez and Dre were both startled. It was too late to realize now. The battle game begins now, with a smile on his face. Shaya suddenly closed the distance and appeared right in front of Dre. Before Dre could react, Shaya grabbed his battle suit, and with a swift motion, two energy waves burst forth from his hands. At such a close range, and with such a sudden attack, it was disastrous. Caught off guard, Dre's previously calm expression vanished, replaced by panic. He wanted to evade, but Shaya had firmly grasped his battle suit, making it impossible to dodge, like being trapped in two giant pincers. He could only hold his breath and brace for the impact. The energy waves between Shaya's hands radiated a dazzling light, accompanied by intense heat and a terrifying explosion of energy that instantly broke through the defense of the battle suit. A scream erupted as Dre's battle suit shattered, his face contorted in rage. All his previous panic was futile. He quickly shouted to channel his energy for defense. It was a lethal strike, and then he hurriedly retreated to a safe distance. Seeing Dre, filled with rage like a raging bull, Shaya didn't hesitate and charged forward again, fearlessly engaging Dre in a fierce clash. Known for his physical prowess, Dre had a bloodthirsty nature and could be considered a true combat king in a sense. However, due to his earlier carelessness, he lost the initiative at the beginning of the fight. Now, injured, his ability to leverage his advantages was greatly impacted. How could he still be Shaya's opponent? It should be noted that Shaya's current combat power was just over 150,000, slightly higher than Dre's. Golden energy wave. Dre raised his hand, and a massive energy wave shot towards Shaya. It was too late. Char laughed coldly, having already taken action. How could he allow you to unleash your ultimate move? He didn't care at all about this level of energy consumption. Crushing. A thrilling and overwhelming crush. Watching Dre, who was fighting and howling on the side, Char felt genuinely exhilarated. Meanwhile, Dre's face darkened, and the more he fought, the more he felt a suffocating sense of being controlled swirling in his heart, making him extremely uncomfortable. Seeing that the timing was right and that Nez was also preparing to join the battle, Char decided to end the fight here. Time and space stood still. Suddenly, a frosty blue world enveloped the entire planet. Shaya observed calmly, realizing that after merging his abilities, the power of time and space allowed him to simultaneously use time pause and spatial confinement, but the corresponding energy consumption was also significantly greater. This move had an overwhelming advantage against opponents of equal strength. Even against opponents stronger than him, it could serve as a trump card in critical moments, although he was unsure how effective it would be. Now, Shaya needed to act quickly, so he suddenly amplified the energy wave in his hand several times, the light becoming more dazzling and the intense and heavy energy targeted Dre's abdomen. Next, time stood still, and, as it resumed, Dre felt an immense burning sensation and intense pain coming from his abdomen, his eyes filled with disbelief. When did the opponent arrive beside him? Confused, he couldn't help but let out a roar. Pop! The energy wave pierced through Dre's body and soared into the sky, resulting in a violent explosion. Boom! The high temperature spread out, creating a powerful shockwave, and moments later, the shockwave reached the ground, stirring up dust, snapping trees in half. And the deafening sound echoed in his ears. As the light and smoke dissipated, Shaya's figure gradually emerged, and at his feet, Dre lay helplessly on the ground. From the chest down, above the abdomen, he was completely pierced through, emitting the smell of gunpowder, and large amounts of green blood surged out. I, Dre, am part of the terrifying mech army. Dre groaned unwillingly, his consciousness gradually fading, and he soon died. Nez, who was preparing to assist, was momentarily stunned, his face showing an expression of disbelief. Chapter 96, Annihilation. Dre just died like that? To be precise, he died within just a few rounds of combat. Nez watched Dre die with wide eyes, an expression of disbelief on his face. Dre was a master with a combat power of 150,000, and even he himself was inferior in comparison. How could he lose so easily? Nez couldn't believe what he was seeing, his face filled with horror. If Dre lost, then he wouldn't win either. Nez looked at Shaya, his gaze turning fearful. Being able to easily kill Dre meant this guy's strength was definitely above his own, sending a chill up his spine and turning his face pale. Nez shifted from offense to defense, hurriedly retracting his steps and quickly fleeing toward Frieza. How could this be possible? Dre was actually killed. Meanwhile, Frieza, who was entangled with shielding, still had the energy to observe the surroundings. When he noticed Dre being killed by Shaya, his face instantly turned dark and grim. This was the first time a member had been killed since the mech army was established, and it happened right before his eyes. Don't look around. Your opponent is me. Shielding called out, dissatisfied from the side, her black hair flowing gracefully, her slightly furrowed brows resembling wisps of smoke. Just now, Shaya's movements were too fast. Even she couldn't see what happened. Captain, Nez looked at Frieza with concern, realizing he had to worry about the safety of their lives. Dre's fate could easily repeat itself for them. Frieza snorted coldly, his face grim as he glared. Nez hesitated, words stuck in his throat, unable to express himself, while cautiously moving closer to Frieza. Calming down, he thought the opponent wasn't too terrifying. As long as they joined forces, they were not invincible. Saying this, Frieza couldn't afford to be careless. From Shaya's performance just now, he knew he was not a match. In the mech army, Frieza's strength could only be considered average. He held the captain position not only for his clever mind, but also due to King Quira's favor. However, for safety's sake, Frieza had quietly prepared his plans, ready to give it his all. Nez, go all out. How could the strongest team under King Quira be easily defeated? Frieza exuded a dark aura, taking a stance to resist with all his might. Nez followed suit,